Chapter 301, Bad Influence. Kira's birthday was finally there, which meant that Ari and Anna had to return to the castle after running away from home a week ago. For the most part, everything went fine because the queen, the jaguar's parents, and to some degree even Menzer made sure that no one in the castle would make them feel awkward after everyone had heard their loud first time as a couple thanks to the lack of sound dampening in Ari's room. It didn't go perfectly without any incidents, though. The king still had a somewhat hard time facing his now fully grown-up daughter, and Kira, together with Daria, one of the jaguar's mothers, being the women they are, did have to tease the couple just a little bit. Afterward, to relax a little and enjoy the beautiful fall scenery, the girls decided to have a picnic in a remote area of the castle garden. They also brought Ellie with them and picked up the wolves, who had already been relaxing in the garden. "Okay, I'm feeling better now," after having eaten something, or rather lovingly being fed by Ari a few snacks, Anna let out a small sigh. Yeah, the jaguar had a similar expression. "I'm still not looking forward to the long talk Kira and my parents want to have with us. I forgot about that." The relaxation part was over already. Long talk? Sophia tilted her head. "When you were out with Chloe, Kira and Daria said that they wanted to have a nice talk with the two about everything." Maya answered her. "Oh, can I listen into that?" The blonde's eyes started sparkling. "It sounds like a lot of fun." "It does not." The princess got loud. "Aren't we punished enough already? Did Anna do something bad again?" Ellie wasn't really able to follow their conversation, but she picked up on the crucial part. "Bad Anna." Pfft. Sophia and Maya loved her reaction. Hey. Ellie, most of it was actually my fault. Ari naturally had no plans to tell her what she did, but she wanted to defend her girlfriend a little. "Really?" The little tiger seemed dubious. "Really?" The jaguar gave her a slight nod. "Bad Anna." Instead, she just pointed at her older sister again. "Why? Ari wouldn't do anything bad on her own. I'm sure Anna influenced her." The word was still a little too grand for her. Pfft. Even Chloe couldn't hold back anymore now. "I love you so much." In return to her accusation, Maya got the overwhelming urge to hug the little tiger as tightly as possible. Ellie didn't know why she was being hugged, but she surely had no plans to complain about it. The couple wasn't sure how to defend themselves in this situation. Ari had been the driving force in the incident, but Anna was far from innocent either. More importantly, there was just no way to explain themselves without telling the little princess things she shall not, at any cost, hear or come in contact with for many, many years. Bad Anna. As she didn't get a reply from her, even after having finished cuddling with Maya, Ellie was now convinced that she had done something bad. Ari, no more being influenced by Anna. Ugh, the duo just took more damage. Unfortunately, Ari gets influenced very easily by others. Maya had to use this chance. It's a real problem. Really? The little princess then changed her attention to the jaguar. That's bad. Mama always says that Ellie shouldn't get influenced by bad people. Ari also shouldn't. Ellie, as Maya was about to lose it, the innocent savageness of her was almost making her cry in joy. She needed to make her stop so she could calm down. Ari already went through a lot, so she knows now. Anna also promised that she'll try to be better. Great. Hearing that, the little princess showed the couple a big smile. So much for Ellie not being influenced by bad people. The tall tiger leaned closer to her jaguar to complain a little. "I heard that." The catgirl looked right at her. "Why are your ears so good?" "Tell me about it." Sophia suddenly also hung her head. She, too, has some experience with her excellent hearing. After all, getting influenced by others isn't always bad, Ellie. Another voice suddenly entered their conversation. "Also, do you have new clothes again? You're even more adorable than usual." "Ari and I got them for her," Sophia answered her. "You just have to spoil her, after all. Especially when it's something this cute." "Mama." Her face lit up when she saw that Kira had arrived at their picnic place. You just have to make sure that the sort of influence is a good one. Just because your sister is usually not a good role model, she still has a good idea once every 3 months on average. Hey. Anna didn't like this treatment one bit. I was pretty generous with the 3 months, you know? The queen just stared at her. She went silent again. Really? Ellie looked dubious. Anna can have good ideas. Was my standing in the family always this low? Her rebellious phase is the absolute best. Maya enjoyed every second of this exchange. Ellie isn't a rebel. I beg to differ. The tall princess raised her voice once again. Well, Kira looked at both her daughters for a moment and then focused on Anna. Compared to you at her age, Ellie really isn't the slightest bit rebellious. The tall tiger wasn't having an easy day. Anyway, the queen then faced the smaller princess once more. Believe it or not, your sister does do something good every now and then. Really? Ellie still didn't believe her. Yes. Kira nodded. I mean, it was mostly Ari's doing, but your older sister managed to become her partner. That's a job well done, isn't it? True. Ellie likes Ari, so Anna really did well there. Thank you. The jaguar liked her reply. Ellie isn't sure if Ari did a good job, though. The little girl suddenly tilted her head. Ellie doesn't know much about being partners, but Ari could have chosen better. That is not true at all. Ari shook her head multiple times while looking right at the little princess. Yes, your sister is a bit of work because she is so easygoing, but she's a very loving and caring girl. It never gets boring, and you always have fun with her. I wouldn't want to be with anyone else. Yup. Sophia and Maya also nodded in agreement. Well, without the very last part, of course. So, you all do love me. Anna was touched that they weren't all just messing with her. Of course. The cat girl gave her a thumbs up. The more I tease someone, the more I like them. Yeah? The princess' expression suddenly changed. If that is how it is. But I already have Ari, and you're dating Sophia. Maya paused for a moment. Okay, wow. That was a splendid comeback. She looked genuinely impressed. Yes, I like you a lot, but the way I tease Sophia when we're alone is on a different level. Why yes, the blonde's face turned a bit red while nodding. Ever so slightly envious looking, Anna then glanced at her jaguar. Ari, let's have a chat once we're done here. Maya then smiled at her. Sure. Just keep your voice down when you try it out later. Kira, naturally understanding what was going on, just rolled her eyes while sitting on the blanket. Hearing that, the couple's faces turned completely crimson, and they could not say anything more. Savage. The cat girl was impressed. Anyway, are you done with the birthday greetings? I may have ran away. The queen looked ever so slightly awkward. I needed a break. People just keep coming and coming. I'm glad that I, as the queen, am so popular, what a thing to say, but I also want some peace on my birthday. Understandable. Sophia sympathized with her. Will running away work, though? Highly unlikely, she hung her head. I might be able to take a break, but I'll have to meet many more people in the evening. Sounds like a massive pain. Maya, if I ever end up in such a situation, grab me under your arm and just run. The blonde didn't want to have such a future. You already would have disappeared long before I would get the chance to do so. The cat girl knew her tiger. True. Responsibilities are no fun from time to time. Kira seemed slightly envious of the carefree girl. Well, you have to do what you have to do. Maya, please note that I don't ever want to end up in an important position. Says the tiger, chatting with the nation's queen in the castle garden while cuddling with one princess after the other princess stayed in her home for a week. Chloe had no idea what else an important position would be, if not that. Oh, and you lightly threatened the king earlier. Don't forget where you threatened him a lot by saying that you'd figuratively and literally kick him out of the castle if he doesn't get his act together. The queen joined in on it. Who's the one who allowed me to do that? Sophia just glared at her. And how does an agreement between you and the queen to take out the king make you seem any less important? The fox girl further questioned her position. She got even more awkward. Also, wording. Seriously, wording. Did so, Faya and Mama do something bad? Ellie was busy peacefully cuddling with her and the cat girl until now, but she picked up some words that made her question the situation. Not at all. Kira smiled at her. Actually, Papa did something bad, so Sophia and I had to make sure he doesn't do it again. Oh. The little princess started smiling again. That makes more sense. Okay, Ellie will also punish Daddy later. That's a lovely plan, dear. Okay. Did Menzer do anything? Sophia wanted to know why she was enabling her. I really don't like how he reacted at the beginning of all this, so he earns a bit more suffering. Fair. Afterward, the group kept chatting for a bit while enjoying the relaxing atmosphere in the garden because those tranquil moments were on the rarer side lately. Chapter 302, Everyone's Loud. The group was still relaxing during their picnic in the castle garden, and even Kira had joined them for a little while to flee from her birthday responsibilities of receiving congratulations from all kinds of people. As the nation's queen, she was naturally quite popular, and many wanted to see her on such a day. By the way, Kira faced Anna and Ari. Are the two of you staying now, or will you go back to Sophia's home for a few more days? The duo looked slightly troubled. How is the, actual mood in the castle? Ari looked back at her. You and Mom and all said it's basically like nothing happened by now, but is that actually true? We hadn't met anyone when we came here, so I have no idea. Well, I think it might be slightly more complicated than just black and white, the queen scratched her cheek. No one is going to do anything truly stupid as you're now pretty much a part of the royal family. I am? The jaguar got surprised by it. Well, duh, Maya answered her. What did you think you become when dating the first princess? Right. Exactly. Kira nodded. In fact, if Nathan would renunciate his right of the throne as the firstborn, you're basically in the line for the next queen. Well, second queen in this case, but it's still effectively the same position as mine. Nathan? Sophia glanced at her cat. Her older brother, the first prince. She answered her. Also, you heard his name before. Maybe I should get a checkup. The blonde got ever so slightly worried about her memory. It's definitely not a bad idea. Is Nathan planning to do that? Ari sounded more than just a little worried. He is coming back eventually, right? It is the plan for him to return, yes. Also, the queen first nodded before looking at Anna. If anyone, it would be you who has no plans to become the ruler in the future, right? Absolutely. She agreed. Me having no interest aside, I know that I'm not the right person for that position. I'd probably do a decent enough job with Ari by my side, but no. It wouldn't be a good idea. The princess knew that she was no model queen material. I have to agree. Kira smiled at her. I do believe it would work, now with Ari more than ever, but it's just not who you are. Also, judging by how long grandfather remained on the throne, don't you and father still have many years left? That is also true. Depending on how soon Nathan settles down and finds a partner, isn't it entirely possible to skip a whole generation? The queen paused for a moment before her eyes started wandering between Anna and Ari. I think there's a high chance that you two beat him to the punch in that regard. The two in question only reacted with an utterly crimson face. You really are amazing. Maya enjoyed her way of teasing a lot. You know, as Sophia is a tiger, your kid will, in theory, also be able to become the queen, you know? Kira immediately jumped at the opportunity. And we all know that you two will most likely beat those two to the punch, as well. The cat girl also turned silent with a similar expression as the couple. You really should have seen that one coming, Chloe lightly rolled her eyes. Alright. Once the queen finished enjoying her reaction, she finally got back to the initial topic. I think it's fine for you two to return to the castle. Really? Ari, now more than ever, seemed slightly dubious. Again, you two are royalty, so there was never going to be anything serious happen by the people working in the castle. They're all trusted and in favor of us. It was quite the thing that happened, though. Not directly because it's something outrageous or scandalous. It was just the sheer unexpectedness. Almost everyone knew that the two of you are basically a couple in all but the actual definition. Still, you jumping over so many hurdles all at once was a lot to take in. Not to mention that these kinds of events are always somewhat awkward and embarrassing if a third party gets involved. Ugh, the two took some damage. I promised everyone a nice punishment and literal and figurative kick out of the castle if they do anything stupid, but for a little while, you will get a small stare or a tiny blush from others you come across in the castle. That's just how it is. I don't like the sound of that, Anna hung her head in response. Don't worry too much. It won't take longer than a month before no one cares about it anymore. It probably won't take that long even. You are the first princess, but it's not quite the same as a loud prince who was already in training for taking over the throne, and his wife, who also had no idea that some places in the castle aren't overly soundproof. The tall princess tilted her head while thinking about those words. Wait. You and father. Yes, Kira looked a little awkward now. It's not the first time something like this has happened in the castle. From what we've heard from Menzer's father, it's actually something close to a tradition already. Seriously? Anna got loud. Wait, I have never heard about that. Well, I'm kind of happy about that because I didn't really need to know that about my parents, but that much is only natural. It was quite some time ago. Really? To be more precise, it happened roughly 9 months before you were born. She once again went silent. It was a bit too much information for her liking. Why do these kinds of scenes always end up being loud when a tiger is involved? Fen was with them the entire time, but he was just quietly napping for most of it. Still, he thought it was the right time to make a comment. Our own tiger also has christened our mansion in that regard. More than once, too. Many times, actually. All the time, to be exact. Gee, go back to sleep, Fenny. The blonde immediately got flustered, as well. Should I do a group session soon where I teach everyone my sound dampening magic? Chloe tried to help them. Please. Sophia, Maya, Ari, and Anna all raised their voices. Next time, Kira looked at her older daughter and the jaguar again. Use Anna's room for that. Every room of the immediate royal family has thicker walls and doors that stop sound from traveling. Two just looked at each other before hanging their heads in defeat. Kira stayed with the group for a little longer while they chatted some more. Still, she was eventually picked up by two maids, because another group of people who wanted to congratulate the queen on her birthday had gathered in the castle. While she was at it, she also took Ellie with her. The little tiger protested a little because she wanted to keep cuddling with Maya and Sophia, but she decided to go with her mother in the end. Before leaving, though, she collected the violet dog plushie between Chloe and Aura again, gave it a good squeeze, and made it wave to the two fellow canines before reluctantly following after the queen. So, are you staying in the castle now? Sophia looked at the runaway couple. The topic took a rather weird turn, and that part kinda got forgotten. Just curious, of course. It's fun with you two in our home, so you can stay as long as you want. Anna just scratched her cheek for a moment before looking at Ari. Should we try it? I can't say I want to. Like, at all, but do we have much of a choice? Kira decided against having a birthday party, so we, first and foremost you, didn't have to make a public appearance. Still, our birthdays are in the coming week, so a ton of people will want to congratulate the first princess, as well. Ugh. Also, it sounded a little like the folks in the castle first have to see us a couple of times rather than us just disappearing for a while until they forget about it again. Yes. The princess hung her head even more. Though, the moment something too awkward happens, we're back to the mansion. Short. The blonde had nothing against the idea. Actually, if you want to, we can keep the portal in your dressing room, and you can head over whenever you want. Somehow, that makes it like there's almost no difference between you being in one of our guest rooms or here. It's about the same distance to relax with us in our living room. We're definitely going to keep the portal. Anna raised her voice. That thing is the best invention since inventions were invented. More than one of them wanted to mention that that's not exactly how it worked. Shut up. I just wanted to get my point across. She got a little embarrassed. Well, I like that plan. Sophia smiled at her. You two can come over whenever and however long you want. Thank you. The duo was happy that they were this welcome in her home. Chloe, you're staying, though, right? She then faced the fox girl. If you'll still have me, I'd like to continue to stay in the capital and with you, yes. Perfect. The blonde's mood was great. You can absolutely stay. Living with Maya and the sleepy wolves, she glanced at the duo napping on the grass behind them. It's the best, but really, the more, the merrier. Yup. The cat girl agreed. As long as you never dare to enter our bedroom when the door's closed. That means it's Sophia and Maya time. I would never do that. Good. Maya smiled at her. That's pretty much the only rule I have. A bit of help in the household would be appreciated if it turns into a long-time stay, but as I said before, you can even move in for good if you want to. She also was a fan of having company. Okay. Chloe just nodded a few times. Thank you. Afterward, they kept chatting for a good bit later, but the moment the sun wasn't at the perfect angle anymore, the temperature started dropping rather fast. One girl liked that very much, but all the other cats absolutely weren't a fan of it. Because of that, they soon packed up and went back inside the castle. Also, as it had been a long time, Sophia and the others then decided to head back home for the time being. Chapter 303, Yet Another Take on Magic. Kira's birthday was over, and the girls, together with the wolves, went back to their mansion after having finished up the picnic in the castle's garden. Ari and Anna stayed behind, though. They hadn't returned home for a whole week after running away, and they thought it would be best to finally thaw it out. Not that either of them wanted to do that. What a day. They were back in the living room of the mansion when Chloe let out a long sigh. As usual, she was sitting on one of the sofas together with her tail, while the couple shared one of the others. Fan and Aura had gotten comfortable on the sheepskin rug. I wasn't expecting to go to the castle today and meet the king and the queen of this nation. I really made some influential friends with you all. Ahaha, Sophia just lightly scratched her cheek. It's kinda weird how that turned out, huh? Imagine how I felt when I first discovered what being a tiger means. Not to mention that I got hunted down by the royal family when we arrived in the capital. Compared to that, befriending some of them is almost normal. I wouldn't go that far, Maya shook her head. Nothing about any of this is normal. I never said that. The blonde shook her head. Just, compared to accidentally becoming part of the royal family, meeting them is not that much of a shock. Okay, that's fair enough. She could see her point. Also, it doesn't seem like your life could be described as normal in the first place either, my dear fox. Good comeback. Chloe had to agree here. I did experience a lot while I was traveling with Feifei. Not to mention Feifei herself, and how it seems like her magic and what she taught me are much more out of the ordinary than I thought. Did you really have no idea that your magic is completely bonkers? The cat girl had a hard time believing it. Sophia's much more powerful than you are, but the way you two utilize magic is similar, if not even the same. It's unlike anything that is known. It goes completely against the common sense of everyone. The fox girl thought about it for a moment. Common sense, huh? I mean, Feifei often told me that my ideas are pretty ridiculous every now and then, but she's the one who taught me how to use magic in the first place, so without her, I never would have been able to think like that. It would have been impossible, after all. In the end, it's all Feifei's fault. Also, before meeting all of you, the topic of magic rarely came up when I was with other people. That's why I was convinced the magic I learned was perfectly normal. It's similar to Fenny and me. Sophia nodded a few times. He only taught me chantless magic, because chants and activation words were useless to him, and I got embarrassed just thinking about using chants because they're so cringy. Okay, I knew that not all are capable of using it, but especially the thing about people thinking they should only be able to use certain elements surprised me a lot, too. Yes. Chloe agreed with her. That really makes no sense. Magic doesn't care how for what you're using it. Magic is magic. It only cares about how much air power you have, because that determines the way you're able to use it. The limitation to certain elements is just weird. Exactly. Chloe, Finn suddenly lifted his head from the sheepskin rug and stared straight at her. She looked back at him. You know about magic authority, don't you? The fox girl immediately turned her head away. You almost let that word slip multiple times already in that very context. Still, whenever that happened, it was followed by another bombshell from either your or our striped idiot that I forgot about it again, but. You do know, don't you? The wolf finally wasn't too surprised about the conversation that he could probe for details now. She looked rather awkward. Feifei actually told me to never mention that. A bit late for that now, isn't it? Aura also joined the conversation because she was just as interested in it. You basically just finally confirmed that you know. Well, we all know about it, too, so it should be fine. The female wolf tried to make it easier for her. We are aware that our power is actually the authority we have over magic, and it regulates how much we can command ambient magic. She roughly recalled what Kinnear had told them before. I see. Honestly, I don't really know why Feifei told me to tell no one about it. She taught me magic based on the authorization basis, but she always mentioned that it's generally known as power, and I shouldn't mention the actual thing. Finn tilted his head while trying to understand the reasoning. So, Phaonis knows about the authorization. The higher your authority on it, the better and easier magic listens to you. That is the rough explanation she told me when I was a little older, yes. When I was younger, and she was teaching me the basics, she used a different way of explaining, though. One that I still like much more. That is? He got curious. It is how much magic likes you. She gave him a cheery answer. Before your magic awakens, it watches you and decides how much it likes you. It is a little biased, though, because that already starts happening before you are born. That determines what is known as your power. In the end, it's just the magic particles inside yourself that decided to stick with you because they like you. When you use your magic, they leave your body, ask for help with the ambient magic, and then return to your body after a while. Magic doesn't get used. It just changes form before eventually turning back to its original shape. I love that explanation. Sophia's eyes were sparkling. I know, right? So were Chloe's. The more magic likes you, the more you can play with it. Feifei also told me this is why so few bad guys use big magics to hurt or harm others. Most magic doesn't like doing bad things. Then again, I'm not sure if that part is actually true. It sounds a little like a fairy tale you'd tell a child, after all. I still love it, though. Interesting, Finn thought about it for a moment. It's kind of similar to the explanation we heard, but it's also not. Weird. He seemed a little confused. Was his interpretation of it just different so we can understand it better, or is he missing something, too? He looked at Aura while making sure she'd understand that he was talking about Kinnear. If he doesn't know, who would? Aura tilted her head. He is in a position where he definitely should, don't you think? Well, yes, but. Chloe, the female wolf, then glanced at the fox. Has Phaonis ever told you how she knows all of this? When Fan and I were with her, neither she nor we knew about this side of magic yet. I don't think so? Not that I remember, at least. She shook her head in return. Not that I ever asked in the first place. It was a little weird that she asked me to keep it a secret, but everyone has a weird secret or two. The explanation itself made sense to me, so I never questioned where or how she learned it. I guess that's fair enough. Or I had nothing to add to that. I can't wait for her to return and question her. Yes. Fen nodded a few times. Something grand has to have happened between us parting ways and her having Chloe. I look forward to that. Sophia gave them a thumbs up. Every time I thought I understood magic, something new comes up. Feifei seems to be very knowledgeable about it, so I want to hear her take on it. Has she mentioned anything about when she's returning? Maya also was curious about her. She just mentioned that she'll do her best to hurry, but also that it will take a little while. Chloe shook her head. I heard that the human capital is really far away, but I don't think it will take that much longer. Aren't you worried that something happened? The cat girl was surprised that there was not a hint of doubt in her voice. Not at all. She just looked back at her. Would you be worried if Finfin would go on an extended walk? Very worried. Maya raised her voice. Though, worried about anything and anyone but him. Hey! The wolf raised his voice. What happened the last time you went on a walk? She just glared at him. I'm sorry to have talked back. He immediately hung his head. See? Feifei is at least as powerful as him. There is no need to be worried. About her, that is? Yes. Chloe smiled back at her in a way too gentle manner for this situation. Afterward, they chatted a little longer about Fae and magic itself. Still, as all the mysteries and questions seemed to be unresolvable without that very fox, it was getting nowhere, and the group decided to put a hold on the topic for the time being and just relaxed for the rest of the evening. Chapter 304, Birthday Present. The group was relaxing in their living room, and the topic eventually turned to Chloe, Phaonis, and the extended knowledge they seemed to have about magic. Much to their confusion, while being somewhat similar, it even differed slightly from what Kinnear had told them before. Unfortunately, Chloe didn't seem to know where Phaonis got her knowledge from, so she had no way of answering any of their questions. Everyone had to wait for the return of said fox to finally get the complete picture of what was going on. A few days had passed since then, and the next event was already happening. Ari's 18th birthday occurred 2 days ago, and while the girls went over to congratulate her, they decided that it was a day for the Jaguar and Anna to be alone together, just as Sophia and Maya during the cat girl's birthday. Today was the birthday of the princess, though, and, unfortunately, that was too much of an event for them to be alone together. During the day, Anna had to attend to some official stuff, including being congratulated by all kinds of people, just as Kira had on the weekend before, but the late afternoon was reserved for her actual friends. I want to die. Anna's loud voice echoed through her room. I already am dead. Ari, sitting next to her on the sofa, just hung her head. Sophia and Maya, sitting on the other sofa, and Chloe, having gotten comfortable on a big armchair, all had the same reaction. What happened? The blonde asked the question the other two wanted to know just as much. The couple just went silent again. The most embarrassing day in history, is what happened, Ari eventually answered her. Eh? Chloe tilted her head. Did you two get caught again? It was the only thing she could think about. Seriously? Sophia immediately jumped on the idea. We did not. They got loud again. So? Maya just looked at them. What is going on? Father and mother organized a little reception for me where some ministers, generals, and other important members of the castle and some more could congratulate me. So far, so good. She was yet to see the issue. They also used the chance to make us official. The Jaguar added the important bit. The other three had the same reaction yet again. Congratulation. Shut up. They weren't in the best mood. It didn't go badly now, though, did it? Sophia was trying to find out the actual issue. There's no reason for anyone to be against it, after all. Okay, that never stopped some people, but let's not go there. Her voice trailed off a little towards the end. And no, all went well. It was just way too embarrassing. In fact, it was so embarrassing because it went too well. Anna and Ari had hung their heads again. Did they start applauding and yelling that it was about time or finally and stuff like that? It was obvious to everyone but you, after all. The fellow tiger took a wild guess. Followed by them swarming you and mentioning how they were always rooting for you and how happy they are that it finally worked out. They hung their head even deeper, but the others could still clearly see that their faces were on fire. For real? Sophia wasn't actually serious, and it was just an attempt to get a reaction out of them. The two continued to be silent before they eventually gave her a small nod. That is exactly what happened. Wow, Maya had a rather complicated expression in return. I'm not exactly sure what is worse, getting caught, or that. I'll go with the public shame play. It sounded like a nightmare to the blonde. Ugh. The couple took some more damage. Not only that, but most of the people who congratulated them there, and applauded them, they already knew about, and or heard them having had sex before. Chloe decided to make it worse. Much worse. Right. Most of them are the same that are always in the castle. I would have died having to go through something that humiliating and She remembered the start of their conversation earlier. I see now. Idiots. Maya just rolled her eyes over the two girls who didn't come equipped with a filter as usual. Well, it could have been worse, right? She tried to cheer them up. How? The two had the loudest reaction yet. Just how? She scratched her cheek. I'm sorry. In the end, the cat girl was about as helpful as the other two. Well, at least you two can be open about it now. Chloe tried to find something actually positive about the situation. She's right. Sophia nodded a few times. I'd say that's worth a lot. Anna and Ari paused once again before slowly lifting their faces to look at them. That is true. Well, anyway. Congratulations. Seriously, now. Sophia smiled at them. Honestly, I don't think it could have gone any worse for the two of you, but. Yeah, Maya and Chloe nodded. But. In the end, the result is all that counts. You are a couple, and everyone loves you. From now on, only happy times are allowed. You two are important. Not the others. Thank you. This time, the two got embarrassed for a different reason. And now, there is something I want to do to ensure that you two will be happy together for a long while. Saying so, the blonde got up from her sofa and walked up to Anna. There, she kneeled down in front of her. Give me your hand, please. Huh? The princess wasn't sure how to feel about any of this. Ari had the strong feeling that no one would be happy with the current picture. Am I holding a ring, idiots? For a rare change, Sophia was playing the straight man. Even though neither of those words should or could ever be used for her, according to the tiger herself. Just give me your hand. Without waiting for further protest, the resident voice of reason just grabbed the right hand of the princess before placing it between her own. A moment later, their hands started to glow in a deep purple light. Happy birthday! Afterward, she let go of Anna again and stood up. Yeah. The princess looked slightly confused. What just happened? My birthday gift for you was a part of my magic. Once it settles down inside of you, you should end with about the same as current Ari. She smiled at the two. You two should be equal in that regard to stay happy together in the future. She then glanced at Anna again. We might start to feel a little tired and or sick in a while, though. Well, now that I know why Ari and I ended up like that the last time, we might get over it faster if I recharge your magic immediately after it empties out later. Anna looked a bit overwhelmed and just stared at her. What? Wait, you didn't want to? Should I have asked? No, that's not. Wait, what just happened? Remember when I accidentally boosted Ari's magic and enabled her to use chantless magic? I just did the same with you, only that I did it consciously, because I now know what I am doing. The princess blinked a few times. Seriously? Yep. Sophia's smile got bigger. Well, I relatively know what I'm doing. Thank you. Anna jumped up from the sofa and right into the arms of her fellow tiger to crush her in a big hug. Ehe. The blonde returned the hug because she was happy that her gift was such a success. This is a great reward, too. She then glanced at Ari after getting some air again after almost having suffocated for some reason. You sure are lucky. There, she's super soft. Sorry, I had to, Maya. I would have done the same. She couldn't necessarily blame her. Probably even more. Hey. The jaguar could, though. I know, but she's mine. Heh. Being happy with that, Sophia let go of Anna, who then also got away from the blonde again. Why you are such a pervert. The princess's face turned a little red after she put some distance between them. Who was the one who shoved her boobs into my face? You can't blame me for having the perfect height for them, that. And now I'm even more jealous. Maya was taking the whole exchange surprisingly well. Partly because it was obvious that there were no actual feelings involved in the whole exchange and also because she was genuinely happy for the princess. Anyway, thanks. Sophia smiled at her once more, but she then suddenly turned a lot more serious, though. The magic comes with a big catch, though. Something I haven't told Ari yet, either. Both of them didn't like the sound of that. Well, scratching her cheek, Sophia then walked back to Maya and sat down next to her. As this would most likely take a while, she wanted to get comfortable first. Revealing how magic power is related to aging and what that would mean for the couple certainly wasn't going to be an easy task. Chapter 305, Age is Confusing. Ari's and Anna's birthdays were in the same week, and if that wasn't hectic enough already, the queen and king decided to give a small reception for the princess where everyone could congratulate her. That wasn't the worst part, though. While that was happening, the royal couple decided to make the duo official after they started dating roughly 2 weeks ago. Naturally, that was beyond embarrassing for the two. Sophia decided to keep the tension high and made the princess an exceptional birthday gift. Just as she accidentally did with Ari a while ago, she shared some of her magic with Anna to roughly equal the couple's power again. As the higher level of magic has some side effects, she also had to do some explaining to do afterward. What catch are we talking about here? Ari looked slightly concerned while repeating the blonde's words. Well, she wasn't sure how to start. First, sorry that I waited until now to tell you. I really don't like the sound of that. The jaguar started panicking a little. Anna, do you know why tigers grow older than most of the beast folk? The regular beast folk, that is. Yes, I do, but father told me not to mention it. Wait. Her eyes suddenly became big. Yes. The blonde nodded. Maya already knows it, and Chloe probably, too, so it should be fine to talk about. Not to mention that I don't care about keeping it a secret in the first place. Could someone tell me what's going on already? Ari just raised her voice even more. Well. Long story short, tigers become a good bit older because their magic usually is higher than the rest of the beast folk. She didn't know the actual age tigers could reach, but she recalled Menzer mentioning it. Oh, is that why a lot of them got way past over 100? Wait. The jaguar's expression changed in an instant. I have like 5 times the magic Anna had till today after you boosted me. Does that mean I'll grow 5 times older now? No, it doesn't work quite like that. Phew, she looked a little relieved. It grows kinda exponentially. Yeah. Every sign of relief had washed away from her face again. I asked Fen when it happened with us. Sophia glanced at the jaguar. So, it should be the same for you, too, Anna. What does that mean for us, then? The princess also looked concerned. According to Fen, your magic is a good bit about those of the elven race, so. You two should become at least as old as them. Probably older, even. The two were speechless. Aren't elves supposed to get like a 10,000 years old? Ari eventually spoke up again. From what Fei told me about magic aging, you two should definitely reach 4 digits easily. Apparently knowing about it, Chloe also gave them her own assessment. Elves have no problems reaching that age, after all. And no way, the duo started trembling a little. On the plus side, the fox girl scratched her cheeks. You'll stay about as young as you currently are for half an eternity. Yes. Sophia nodded. Not only do you grow older, but you also pretty much stop aging around our visual age. Well, I am pretty happy with my current style, Anna cheered up ever so slightly. And me, too, so did the jaguar. Still, seriously. Yes, the blonde just kept nodding. Wait. The princess suddenly got loud once more. If we will be getting that old. She glanced at Maya before staring right at Sophia. How old will you two get? She got more awkward again. According to Fan, unless some sort of horrible accident happens, we probably won't naturally die. The catgirl kept silent on the topic. There's just no way that's. You know how strong Fen is, right? He also can't die of natural causes. The last time he was in the capital was around the time it was founded. He even was around when the demons were still around on this continent. He and Aura told me many stories about them, too. It's definitely true. Actually, I saw drawings of him in ruins we visited that seemed to be hundreds of years old. The founding of the capital. Do you have any idea how many centuries ago that was? I'm not even getting started on the demons. That was millennia ago. Ari refused to believe it. Well, it's up to you to believe it or not, but I do, so. She went silent again. So. Is that why I believed Chloe looks a bit younger than 19, the age she claims to be? She also has more magic than most, probably even more than she feels like, because she can use chantless magic. Yes. The fox girl nodded. I stopped aging a few years ago, right after I had a massive growth spurt. She paused for a moment afterward. Yes, I'm talking about my chest. Chloe noticed the gaze of Maya and Sophia. I see. Anna looked a bit conflicted before glancing at Sophia. She looked back at her. My growth spurt wasn't quite over yet. Shut up. Her gaze turned into a slight glare. I still have the chance to make them bigger with the right diet. She raised her voice. Also, don't you dare to mention how that's mostly a myth. I didn't say a word. The princess lifted her arms in defense. Also, you're pretty much the exact same size and height as Ari. That's my favorite size. I agree. The fox girl sided with her. Good save. Her expression relaxed again. Phew, Anna looked relieved about that. Wait a moment, her gaze then got more intense than ever while looking at Maya and the blonde. I never questioned it, because you two are about as playful and easygoing as whatever your visual age suggests. Sophia even being outright unhinged at times, but both of you are oddly wise and responsible at times, too. How old are you two? Oi. The duo didn't like the implication and heavily glared at the princess. I wasn't trying to say anything here. She got quite intimidated by them. I just got curious. Do I sound or act like a fully grown adult to you? Sophia then started smiling again. I have my moments, but you know just as much as I do that I'm pretty much still a spoiled child. I'm a little older than Chloe, but it's not really worth mentioning. Same for me. Maya joined her. We're pretty much the same. Only Fen and Aura are the ones with actual experience from age. I see. Anna decided to be happy with that and didn't ask any further questions. After all, it was pretty apparent that Sophia especially wasn't any more mature than the other girls for the most time, and that's all that counts. Though, seriously, is it really true? Are Ari and I going to be that old? Well, I'm not going to guarantee anything, but that's what I learned from Fan. Feifei taught me the same. Chloe gave her some backup. I see, and we're going to stay young for most of it. I haven't met any elves, but they're supposed to retain their youthful image until almost the very end, right? That's what I heard, yes. Well, I can't say I don't like the sound of that, but The princess seemed a little relieved, but the whole situation obviously still was a lot to deal with. Yup, that's how it is. The fox girl also nodded. Once they stop growing, all elves look between 15 and 25. Though, their expressions make them seem a little more mature. Actually, I met an elf who claimed to be 1,200 years old, but she looked younger than Sophia. It's a common belief among elves that once you start to look significantly older than 25, it means your final 150 years have begun. It seems to be true because actual elder elves are super rare. I only met like 2 that looked over 50. And there you have. Wait, what? Sophia was happy about the support, but something about Chloe's explanation piqued her interest. That almost sounds like you met some elves. I met several, actually. Why? She tilted her head. You didn't? They're a fun bunch, you know? I can really recommend visiting them. Why do you think I was so excited when visiting the elven village where we met you? She got loud. I want to meet the elves so badly, but I have no idea how to find them. Even Fenny and Aura said it's mostly luck finding them. Ah, I see. Well, it's not that easy to run into them, true. I had to pester Fei for quite a while until she finally found an inhabited village of them. Why didn't you tell me when we were talking about our previous adventures? The blonde got loud again. She scratched her cheek in return. Fei and I stayed in 3. 4? Something along the lines of that elven villages so far. I am aware that they're rare, but I thought you already met elves before. I didn't. I see. Ari, Anna, I really want to question Chloe about some stuff, but you two are more important right now. Sophia still had her priorities right. Is there anything else you want to know about the age thing? I'll try to explain as much as I can. I could also get Fen and Aura as they know more about it. Ari still looked troubled. I first need fully wrap my head around it. I am sure to have more questions later, but for now, I have to gather my thoughts first. It's too much at once. I still can't actually believe it. It's the same for me, Anna nodded. Feel free to get excited with Chloe. Once you're done, I'm sure we have some more questions. Right now, I also have to think a little about it. Okay. Please interrupt us the moment you want to know anything. Will do. Chloe. Giving the couple a slight smile, she then faced the fox girl. Tell me everything. Afterward, she inched closer to Chloe by sliding toward the edge of the sofa next to the armchair the fox girl was sitting on and stared at her with big, expectant-looking eyes. She was looking forward to hearing a nice story. Chapter 306, Taking Responsibility. After Sophia had shared some of her magic with Anna to bring her to an equal level to Ari, she also finally explained what kinds of side effects that much magic has. After all, one's life expectancy directly relates to the amount of magic one has. Thanks to the significant increase, the couple will now grow much older than they were ever supposed to. Obviously, this was a shocking revelation, and the two needed to process this information first. During the explanation, they also found out that Chloe actually met elves, another long-lived race before, which made the blonde very excited because she still really wanted to meet them. Chloe, details. Sophia still was very looking forward to hearing more about the elves the fox girl had run into before. She tilted her head in response. I wonder what there is to tell. You already know their villages. So more about the elves themselves. Yes. Let's see. Their pointy ears are pretty cute, but other than that, remarkably unremarkable, I guess? Chloe paused for a moment. They're pretty tight with nature, and I got the idea of growing a tree with my magic after being with them for a while. They had some activation words that did something similar, though on a much smaller scale. Their pointy ears are on the sides of their head, right? Also, human-like in one way or another, aren't they? Pretty much. The blonde looked a little conflicted. I do want to see them, but I already know that I'll prefer the fluffy type of pointy ears. The ones on yours and Maya's head, that is. She alternatingly looked at the two. Fluff is justice. Well, it's not like I disagree. I very much agree with you, but this and that is something different. We have animal ears while they have, well, elven ears? And I just stated what I prefer in this situation. Sophia didn't see a problem with her claim. Fair enough. Well, how are their characters and stuff? Surprisingly, really sociable and not high and mighty at all. Chloe sounded surprised for some reason. Well, some are, but that's the same with every folk, I guess? Really? The blonde's voice had the same surprised tone. Totally unexpected, right? Right. She nodded a few times. Sounds much better, though. Absolutely. Why are elves supposed to be high and mighty? Maya looked a little confused while she was trying to follow their conversation. Because they're elves. The two raised their voices while staring right at her. And she just tilted her head even more. That's how elves are supposed to be, right? The duo was in perfect sync. Are they? The catgirl's confusion grew. Yes. I've obviously never met any elves before, but I never heard them being described like that, either. They're close to nature, yes, but they're said to be calm, collected, friendly, and generally very balanced with a neutral stance on most things. They are exactly like that, the fox girl nodded a few times. It completely shattered my images of elves. Mine, too, is shattered. The blonde agreed with her. Where did that weird knowledge of the two of you even come from? No idea, they shook their heads. In Sophia's case, she also couldn't mention how that description of elves was relatively common in fictional works in her old world. It's just that elves equal that. Well, it doesn't, though. Yeah, the two nodded. It's better this way, though, so all's fine. The duo was entirely on the same page. You are so weird, today, Maya learned nothing new. Yes, they had no other choice but to agree. Okay, whatever, Sophia paused for a moment. What else is there to know about them? They have great alcohol, I guess? Do we have a drinking problem, my dear? Yeah. Can you have a drinking problem if the actual alcohol part doesn't work on you? I just like how sweet it is. I don't like the stuff that just burns or tastes bitter. Not at all. Good point. The sweet stuff really is delicious. Other than that, let's see, Chloe tilted her head while thinking about the elf she met. Oh, they basically don't use chants unless the situation calls for it. All of them know how to use activation words. About half of them even have a good level of understanding of chantless magic. Oh ho! They're also not limiting themselves to certain elements, like it's custom here for some reason. I like them already. Although, they are especially fond of nature-related stuff and aren't the biggest fans of everything around fire. Well, those two are kinda incompatible in some ways. Especially if your folk loves the forest and lives in self-made houses made of wood and or built on trees. Sophia saw the connection in their preferences. Yes. Chloe nodded. Not a good combination. Okay, Sophia then clapped her hands. They're not exactly what I expected, but they sound better than I thought. Do you still know where you met them? Feifei definitely does. Good enough. The blonde didn't care about such details as long as someone could show her the way. Maya, add that to the list of places I want to visit once winter is over. Sure thing. Her secretary just gave her an affirmative nod. I can't wait. Sophia showed everyone a big smile. Once it's spring, we're going to have so much fun. Hearing that, the ears of the princess, who was busy whispering with Ari until now, to process their current situation, twitched a couple of times. Sophia, before that, we'll have you take responsibility for what you've done to Ari and me. Yeah? Her expression changed instantly. Why you have to deal with Maya first for that, though? Also, I'm not exactly in favor of the idea, either. Looking and being a little horny at times aside, at the end of the day, while I can't deny being slightly curious, I'm a supporter of monogamy. Not that I disapprove of other lifestyles, but, the blonde looked a little conflicted about her suggestion. Not to mention, you two just got together. Is that really the right time for wanting a third party? That's not what I meant. Anna's face turned red. Really? The other tiger tilted her head. Sure sounded like it, though. MHM. Maya just nodded. Yes. She got loud again. I'm going to make you take responsibility for giving us so much magic that it messed with our age by promising to take us with you on your travels, and that you wait until we graduate in spring. Anna's face still was slightly red after the misunderstanding, but her voice was full of determination. I'm not sure if our magic now is enough to be with you all the time, but you have to promise us that you will perfect the portal thingy so that Ari and I can explore the world with you and the others at any time we want. The blonde paused for a moment before eventually looking at Maya and Chloe. Didn't I do that already? I thought so, too. The fox girl also was somewhat confused. I mean, I want to play with the portals and hope to enchant items with that magic because I'm extremely curious about it, but our main motivation was to take those two with us, right? No, it was just a suggestion from you after Ari and I explained our interest in coming with you all. Now, I want an actual promise from you to us. She looked right at the blonde while grabbing the jaguar's hand. I see. Well, that was always my idea when I made the suggestion, but now I will promise to take you with us. Either by putting you through intense training to keep up with us, or when Chloe and I manage to modify the portals. One way or another, you two will come with us. She showed them a determined expression. See Chloe, please manage to get the portals working. Anna suddenly had a bad feeling about it. Of course. Give me your hand on that. Ari then suddenly showed hers to Sophia. Sure. Saying so, the blonde stood up to get closer to the jaguar. I promised to dash. The moment she started shaking her hand, Ari spoke up again. You're also going to explain all of this to our parents, and also tell them that we're going with you. The jaguar added a little bit to their promise. Huh? Her expression changed. That's a brilliant idea. The princess was a big fan of that plan. I am not. Sophia got loud. I never promised that part. You just shook my hand, though. The jaguar just grinned at her. Yup, I saw that, too. Maya nodded. I did, too. Chloe did the same. That doesn't count. The blonde really didn't want to do that. That's what you get for messing with our bodies. After what you did to us, you have to take responsibility for your actions. Ari was enjoying the situation a little bit. Wording. Sophia wasn't. You're doing that on purpose, aren't you? Yep. Ugh, she had to take a small break. Well. It's great that you two are feeling better after the revelation, but why do I have to suffer so much? I just wanted to do both of you a favor. Thank you very much. The two smiled at her. We're not going to forgive you about the other side that easily, though. Huh. You totally did that to yourself by not telling them first. Maya looked at her tiger. Ari was an accident, but you knew full well what you were doing with Anna. I totally would have accepted it, anyway, for the fact to match Ari and stay the same age as her, but some information about it would have been nice beforehand. Anna also looked at her. Fine. I get it, she hung her head. I'll do it. Maya and I will tell them. Thank you. Good girl. Wait, what? The cat girl needed a second before noticing that she suddenly was included in her promise. Did you really think I would do that without you? Afterward, the girls discussed the topic a little more because Sophia needed to get all the help she could because such a conversation would be far from easy. Especially for her. Chapter 307, Portal Pain. Chloe had told Sophia about the elves she visited, and the blonde looked forward to meeting them once the group started traveling again. After that topic came up, Anna and Ari also made the tiger promise to take the two with them as a means of taking responsibility after messing with their magic and life expectancy. Ari, being extra sneaky, also made Sophia promise that she's going to be the one who will explain everything, the magic, and their travel plans, to their parents. Did I mention that I hate you already? The girls were still in Anna's room when Sophia eventually glanced at Ari. I know. I love you, too. The Jaguar was in a good mood after having made the blonde promise that she would be the one to break the current events to their parents. Ugh. Menzer still owes me, and Kira likes me a lot, so as long as I promise her to show my face often enough while bringing the princess with me, I should be fine on that side. Sophia was trying to find out how hard her job would be. Ari, how much of a pain are your parents going to be? I already know Daria, and I'm a big fan of hers, so I might have a chance for it to be easy. Do you think it will be easy to tell my parents that you're going to take me with you for a journey around the continent and might even the whole world? Not to mention the part where you accidentally made me half immortal. The Jaguar just stared at her. I didn't push that to you for nothing. Seriously now, I hate you. Also, Anna also faced her. I've whittled down father a lot the last 2 years, because I want to travel the world. My chances were good because he allowed Nathan to do that. Still, if he finds out that I'm now like the most powerful tiger in the family, he will definitely raise a fuss on a whole different level. Ellie has much more magic than you will have once we're done, though. The blonde shook her head. Actually, she has more than the two of you together. Huh? The princess' eyes grew big. How do you even know that? Her magic hasn't even awakened yet, has it? I didn't sense a thing when we were last together. The way I sense magic is a little different from most. Well, I also know the instinctive way. Still, the detection magic I mentioned a few times already also lets me see the potential of others. You definitely have to teach me that as soon as you have the time. Chloe sounded like she was very interested in it. Fenny invented it. She smiled at her. He might be the better teacher for it. Okay. I will ask the next time I see him. Sure. Why has she so much magic, though? Anna looked confused. You didn't do the same to her, did you? I did not. She shook her head. Stuff like that just happens from time to time. It does. The tall tiger seemed dubious. Maya has more than twice than Ellie, and she also had that much even before I met and or even knew she existed. Her parents don't have nearly as much as her, either. It apparently really just happens. Okay, that's fair. Anna could accept this explanation. If that is the case and Ellie really has that much power, it might actually help you. Although, Father then will probably raise quite the fuss about you leaving as you're undoubtedly the most talented magic user, and Ellie could learn a lot from you. Catastrophes aside. And that's where the portals come into play. Sophia gave her a thumbs up. Whenever it's time to train, I'll be able to visit her. In a way, using a portal from the other side of the continent is faster than walking to the castle from the mansion. Does that mean you'll tell Father about your portals? The princess tilted her head. If so, we're back to the fuss that will be raised. The blonde started to notice the problem. Every solution brings a new problem, huh? That's what you get for even thinking about it might be easy. Ari just gave her a smile. Someone's extra sassy today, huh? I need an outlet. Why me? Sophia got loud. You have your own tiger for that. I need 2 for the amount I bottled up. Maya. Help. Just make sure it's just the sass where you need a second tiger for. The cat girl had other priorities than helping her girl. I know how thirsty you can be, but you're not getting her for anything else. F for that, I only need the one tiger. The Jaguar's cheeks turned red in response. Good. Maya was happy with her reply. Have fun with Sophia for then. Thank you. Hey. The blonde got even louder. See Chloe, can you help me? Sure. She smiled at her in return. You need to tell me how, though. This whole situation is a little outside my field of expertise. That's my problem, too. The fox girl gave it some thought. Can't you just come up with a cheap excuse about the portals? Like, you need to have at least as much magic or power as I have? I think something along the lines of that was the plan I had a while back, but Sophia had thought about this explanation before already. You would make that a lot more complicated, though. Why me? Chloe looked confused. Because, on the surface, you seem to have a little more power than current Anna and the others, but not that much. In reality, your magic is much more potent, which is probably the reason you can use chantless stuff. Explaining that will be about as much of a pain. She paused for a moment. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place, huh? Yes. How about I just go home, and you never mention me during your talk with their parents? Chloe tried to take the cheap way out. Nice try. The blonde had no intention of letting her take the easy exit. If I have to suffer, I will take everyone in my group with me. What about the wolves? Chloe played along. I will find something to ruin their day, too. She's having fun after all, isn't she? The fox girl looked at Maya instead. Pretty much. The cat girl nodded in agreement. Am not. Okay. Chloe just nodded. Well, I don't know why my magic is like it is. After all, I thought it was perfectly normal. That's why, there's not much to explain. How about you just tell him that you need to be able to use chantless magic in one way or another? Once the magic boost of the princess is completed, everyone here can, and it's the perfect requirement for it. I like that. Wait, wasn't that the idea I had in the very beginning when I mentioned that I have a way to quickly travel between two places to the king? Yes. Maya confirmed it. So, all of this worrying was for nothing? Business as usual, isn't it? The cat girl was used to it already. Shut up, Sophia got a little embarrassed. Also, Chloe, nice thinking. Maya then smiled at her. It's great to see that you can come up with logically sound arguments on the fly. Everything for the sake of having fun. She had hoped for a more serious reasoning. Speaking of, I think it actually could be a lot of fun to make the portals public. The fox girl sounded rather giddy. How? The blonde didn't seem to agree. Please look up the difference between fun and a major pain in a dictionary. I am well aware of their definitions. Chloe looked a little pouty. I just think that a publicly accessible travel hub could be pretty fun. It would be a great help to connect remote places with each other. When we made pizza together the other day, you mentioned that it was hard to get tuna this time of the year, right? If you have portals in the right places, seasonal products will be a thing of the past. Not just for you, but for everyone. I want some fruits you can't get here right now, too. Sophia paused for a moment. That does sound great. Very helpful, too. It would be extremely beneficial for everyone. Anna also agreed. I know that such an idea tickles your dutiful tiger bits, but Ari didn't look like she was the biggest fan of the idea. Something like that sounds like the biggest imaginable pain possible. Just think about how many people wouldn't stop pestering you about it. Everyone would want to know how they work and all that. Also true, both tigers hung their heads in response. Couldn't you just push all that to a proxy? Chloe didn't want to let go of the idea. Proxy? Sophia tilted her head. Someone who officially manages the portals and is responsible for everything around it. You just create them, and that's all the connection and responsibility you have with them. I see. I bet father could appoint a minister just for that to make it an official noble duty. That way, no one would bother Sophia specifically. That person would have to get paid very generously, though. Maya looked concerned. They would be under a ton of stress. What do you think how much merchants and every other type of traveler would pay for an opportunity to be wherever they need to be instantly? The fox girl was very confident about her idea. Okay, you do have a point there. Maybe we should at least mention it when we tell the king and the others what is going on. The blonde was warming up to the idea. If it turns into a pain, I can still say no. When you are going to tell them about everything. Ari corrected her. Not we. Ari, my dear, she smiled at her. You never made me promise that I won't drag you and Anna with me while you two will be sitting left and right of me. The The smug smile on the jaguar's lips had disappeared in an instant. Okay, whatever. Let's strike it while it's hot. Sophia jumped off the sofa. Let's go and tell everyone right now. If it drags on for too long, I'll probably try my best to skip this conversation. Also, the sooner it's done, the sooner we can have fun again. Once the blonde had decided on that, she took everyone with them to tell Anna's and Ari's parents about everything that was, is, and will be going on. Chapter 308, Telling the Parents. The group was discussing how Sophia should be telling Anna's and Ari's parents about their new magic and its side effects. Not only that, but the couple also decided that they were going to join the blonde's group on their travels in one way or another. They thought about telling the king about the portals, to explain how the two would be able to do that. Chloe then also introduced the idea of making the portals public so they could be used as a general means of transportation. Sophia was interested in the idea, but she also feared it would be a massive pain to deal with everything around it. Sue, why are we all here? Menzer found himself in a meeting room while he was staring at Sophia. It wasn't just the two of them, though. Maya, Chloe, Ari, and Anna were also present next to her. The king also had the queen by his side, and two jaguar maids were sitting next to them. One of them was Daria, but next to her, a woman with a similar style but slightly darker blonde hair and a more detailed rosette pattern was sitting. As it turned out, it was Ari's other mother, going by the name of Stella. The blonde tiger scratched her cheek before glancing at the girls next to her. A little help. No, the stage is all yours. Maya had no intention of letting her get out of this, and the others just gave her a couple of nods. Ugh. It was worth a try. She hung her head. Menzer, I will tell Ari's parents about the age and magic connection. Everyone else here already knows about it, but they need to know about it, too. Why? The king seemed confused. Well, afterward, she explained everything about the accident that led Ari to gain a part of her power and enabled her to use chantless magic. Sophia then also added some details about what this amount of magic does to your life expectancy. Ari's parents had a rather complicated expression. Is that really true? It is. The blonde confirmed it again. Back when it happened, it was an honest mistake, but here we are now. Being able to become that old is rather frightening, but I think it's overall a positive thing. You can use your magic in a much more versatile fashion, and it also has a positive effect on your overall health, as well. The two needed some time to let it sink in. Why are we here, too, though? Kira was looking for the connection. We already know about the correlation of it, and with Ellie being even more powerful in the future, we had a lot of thought put into it, too. Oh, is it because the two are now together? Wait, with their magic now being so different, wouldn't that mean the queen started to see the issue? Kind of. Sophia got more awkward again. I might have done it again. This time on purpose, though, she stole a short glance at the princess. Anna was envious of Ari's high magic and her ability to use it chantlessly now. Also, now that they're together, I didn't want their life expectancy to differ that much, so. My birthday present was a little more special. Why you don't mean? Menzer jumped up from his chair. I don't feel her being any different, though. Actually, if anything, I have the feeling that her power is a good bit lower than usual. It takes a while. If she's currently losing her magic, it means it's working. Anna, how are you feeling right now? A little tired, I guess? She tilted her head. A bit of muscle pain, maybe? Yeah, it's the same for me. Sophia gave her a slight nod. Once your magic has completely emptied, I'll reactivate it again, for it to regenerate to your new levels. Just like I did with Ari. I see. Are you serious right now? Menzer got louder. I always am. The blonde gave him one of her standard replies. Wanting to have her have more fun with magic, I didn't want her and Ari to drift apart over time. It would be kinda weird if our princess ages normally while Ari looks young for much longer. So, the two will have the same at the end of the day? Kira just stared at her. Pretty much, yes. she nodded again. Just like her, she'll have around half of the magic Ellie will have once it awakens. Wow. I'm still in shock over Ellie, that I'm probably much calmer about this now. I do agree that it's a good thing, though. Things would probably get awkward with that much of a difference between the two. Kira looked at Ari and Anna while saying so. Anna, can you promise me not to blow up the capital once your elevated magic becomes usable? The king had turned pale by now. He seemingly wasn't the biggest fan of his chaotic daughter having so much power. Hey. The princess raised her voice. I'll try to be careful, she still saw his point. Don't try. Do. Okay, she actually looked slightly disappointed. Now I really fear for the capital. I might have a solution for that. Sophia faced the king. I'm pretty sure I have a way to save the castle from the princess' inevitable fate. Hey. Anna got even louder. Oh. Wait, no, go on. She seemed to notice her plan. I feel like I'm about to walk into a trap, but go on. Menzer got a bit wary of her. Ahaha. As you already know, I don't plan to stay in the capital forever. The rest of fall and the entire winter is already set, but once it gets warmer in spring again, Maya, Fan, Aura, now Chloe, too, and I are going to leave again to explore the rest of the continent. Yes, I am regretfully aware of that. He still wasn't happy with her leaving eventually. How about I take the princess with us? She won't be a risk for the capital anymore that way. Sophia smiled at him. Actually, both of them are dead set on coming with us. They actually went as far as blackmailing me into convincing all of you to take them with me as a means of taking responsibility for having messed with their magic and life expectancy without having told them first. Hey. The duo glared at her. There was no need to mention that part. You never made me promise without my consent to keep my mouth shut about the circumstances. They went silent again. All of their parents went silent and exchanged some glances with each other with very different expressions. It's the same as Nathan all over again, huh? Daria was the first to speak up. I can't say I'm that surprised. Yes, the other jaguar maid and Ari's mother next to her, Stella, followed after her. Our dear princess always was even more of an active child than even Nathan is. It's only natural that she'd want to follow after him and do the same. She has been energetically pestering me about it since the day he left. Menzer sounded a little tired. I never was a fan of the idea, though. Can we really deny her, though? Kira smiled at the king. We allowed Nathan to explore the kingdom. Not letting Anna do the same would just be unfair. Even before, she had slightly more power than him, and now it seems like she's going to be much stronger. Not being able to defend herself is not an argument. Not to mention the part where Maya, the wolves, and Sophia would be with her. If there's one place where she's safe, it's within this group. The king went silent again. Daria, Stella, Kira then faced the jaguar maids. What do you think? The two also needed a moment before Daria spoke up. No parent is happy when their kid leaves the nest, but this is a bit of a best-case scenario in that regard, I guess. I briefly got to know Sophia, and she's quite the girl. She smiled at the blonde before continuing. I can also sense how much power each member of her group has. Because of that, the safety of our baby is guaranteed. Not to mention, Stella also looked at the tiger. We know how much you helped Ari to come out of her shell. Our dear princess has been giving it her best for years already, but you helped give her the final push. From what I've heard, Maya also helped Anna greatly with her romance between our girl and herself. Ever since your group befriended her, Ari has been smiling so much more. If she has to leave, I am happy that she will continue to stay with the group that helped her blossom. Mom, the girl in question got embarrassed over all of this. I am sad that it would mean both of our girls are away from home, though. Stella was happy for her, but it was a little bittersweet. Hearing that, Sophia felt a little bad about it. I already told Menzer, but I have the ability to travel between places fast. Even if we're at the other end of the continent, it will take us minutes to return to the castle. We won't be coming back all the time, but I don't think I can go on without Ellie for much longer than a week, so we'll visit a lot. Is that really true? Stella tilted her head. How? Magic. The blonde just smiled at her. And I still want to know the details about that. The king raised his voice a little. Chloe did make me think about monetizing it, so. You are the best. Menzer faced her. The fox girl wasn't sure how to react to the king saying that to her. I'm still trying to figure out some details, and I'm not 100% if it's a good idea, but once I decide on that, we're going to have another conversation. Sophia gave Menzer a small heads up. I'm looking forward to it. He sounded quite excited. For now, Sophia smiled at Ari's parents. All I want to say, even if she goes with us, in a way, she'll never be further away than a couple of minutes. That sounds great. The two looked really happy about that. Afterward, the group kept chatting about some more details, like when they wanted to leave and similar things. Made by @hikage_chiaki, thanks. Chapter 309, Princess with Extra Power. Sophia and her group met with Anna's and Ari's parents to tell them how both of them now had their magic increased and how the couple wanted to accompany them on their travels in the future. Luckily, after being shocked for a few moments, their parents agreed with the plan, and everyone ended up talking about all sorts of details regarding the idea. Phew, that was a lot easier than I had expected. Back in Anna's room, Sophia let out a relaxed sigh while getting comfortable next to Maya on the sofa. Yes. Ari agreed. I'm a little disappointed, too. Hey. She got loud. Well, it's indeed good being that easy, Anna sided with her fellow tiger. I am disappointed that you got off the hook without any consequences, though. In the end, she was on the jaguar's side, after all. I'm starting to second-guess my decision to take them with us. And I like the plan more than ever now. Maya wasn't on the blonde's side, either. You're just happy that I'm on the receiving end of even more sass. The blonde glared at her cat. Yup. She just grinned back at her. See, Chloe, you're still on my side, right? Sure. The fox girl showed her a gentle smile. Unintentionally aside, I usually don't enjoy teasing others, after all. Great. Sophia looked happier again. You do look pretty cute when you get flustered, though. Shut up. She got loud. That was intentional just now, wasn't it? What was? She only tilted her head while looking absolutely innocent. Wow. Ari looked impressed. Is she actually clueless, or is she that good? Don't answer that, Chloe. Sophia raised her voice even more. I don't want to know. Okay. She looked honestly confused. Ari. Focus your teasing on your tiger. The blonde faced the jaguar before pointing at herself. This tiger is off limits for the time being. Unless you're a white-haired cat. Teasing is never off limits for her. Maya spoke about herself in third person for some reason. You're also free to use some of your excess energy on Chloe or something like that. She likes being teased, after all. When did I ever discriminate with my teasing? A fair point. Sophia forgot for a moment that no one around the cat was safe. Anyway, I feel like putting the portal idea on hold for a while. Putting Anna and Ari through intense training so that they can keep up with our pace seems like a much more rewarding experience for them. Sounds fun. The cat really doesn't discriminate. The couple in question suddenly got silent. But all the fun with them, Chloe wasn't a fan of the idea. I was just warming up about thinking with portals. There are so many ideas I want to try. Oh, no, I was just talking about those too. The blonde pointed at the duo, before smiling at the fox girl. Great. I want to say that this is unfair, but, Ari scratched her cheek. There's really nothing I can say here. I wouldn't have accepted any complaints, anyway. Sophia was in a slightly pouty mood. Speaking of, Maya tilted her head while looking at her tiger. Have you decided against telling the king about it after all? You sounded quite ambiguous towards him earlier. Well, I am liking Chloe's idea, but if I tell him now that I'm going to do something, I pretty much have to do it. I don't like going back on my word. There's too much I have to change first, though. For example? First and foremost, all portals currently lead to the same place. My storage thingy, that is. I don't want strangers in there. I would be a lot happier about it when the portals directly connect to each other without the stop in there. Yeah, that makes sense. Maya nodded in agreement. I got used to it, but it still is kinda overwhelming and even slightly scary. Probably not the best thing for normal people to visit. That's the next thing, the blonde nodded. The portals themselves maybe shouldn't look quite as impressive as they do now. If we can make them look a little blander and have them connect two places directly with each other, I'll probably tell the king about it. Directly with each other could be a big pain, couldn't it? Wouldn't that mean you have to go back and forth to each place at least once? The cat girl was a little intrigued. Like, when you find a nice place, after you created the portal there, you have to go all the way back to the capital instead of just linking it to your storage. MHMMN. Couldn't you still use the storage shortcut? Place a portal, put another one down connecting to the storage, traveling to the capital, and then placing the new one with a direct connection? Chloe was very invested in the whole thing. No idea? Sophia tilted her head. I never even tried to make portals without my extra dimension in between. Well, it is more convenient for you that way, true. She nodded in understanding. Exactly. Let's try it. The fox girl was in a good mood. How about we make tomorrow portal day? Today already was more than long enough, and I'm getting pretty tired. Me, too. Anna heartily agreed. I was having fun, but I'm actually exhausted. And you still have 2/3 of your magic left. Sophia looked at her. Now you can understand why Ari was so done when she lost all of her magic when I accidentally boosted her. Ah. She looked a little awkward. Does that mean that we have to go through the same as you two that time for my magic to increase? Well, I now know what the issue was, so we probably don't have to suffer as much, but… Ugh. So, your magic first has to fully deplete before it refills with the new amount. The fox girl tried to understand what was going on. Kinda. The blonde nodded. Once her magic is empty, I have to pour mine into her again to activate it or something like that. Once that is done, it recovers almost instantly. Interesting. Chloe looked fascinated. Wait, can't Anna just empty all of her magic by using it up to speed up the process? Oh, that might be worth a try. How about it, Anna? Sure, I guess. She had no real opinion about it. Mostly because she wasn't exactly sure what was going on in the first place. Afterward, the group made the princess activate all kinds of magic until it had finally entirely run out at some point. Wow. I've run out of magic before, but I never felt that horrible before. Not only did the princess look extremely exhausted, but she seemed to feel a little sick. It's not fun at all, is it? Ari looked very sympathetic while looking at her tiger. And not at all. Thankfully, I'm feeling a lot better this time. Sophia wasn't as affected by it. For me, it's probably all about the time between my sharing my magic and activating it. Why are you feeling tired and or sick in the first place? Chloe looked confused. No idea. She shook her head. I don't even fully understand why I can boost others in the first place. Maya looked like she wanted to say something but decided against it in the end. I guess that's true, the fox girl nodded. Hard to explain stuff when you're only half sure about the thing in the first place. Yep. Esu. The princess wasn't overly interested in their conversation. Ah, right, the blonde focused on her again. Give me your hand again. She held out hers in response while getting closer to her. Okay, she gingerly put her hand on top of Sophia's before she then placed her other one on top. Soon after, their hands started to glow in a bright white light again. Any better now? After she let go of her fellow tiger again, she took a step back to look at the princess. Like new. Anna gave her a very energetic reply. Going from miserable to that in an instant is scary. She had raised her voice quite a bit. Yup, she's fine again. Everyone had the same reaction. Wait. She got even louder. Scratch like new. It's much better than new. My magic feels like nothing else ever. It also feels like I have more energy than ever before, too. Oh no, Ari's expression changed. I forgot about that part. It was the same for me, too, but Anna with even more energy, brrr. She actually shuddered. Hey. Well, then show me that you'll put your new extra energy to good use. The princess couldn't hold eye contact with her jaguar. Sophia. Teach me how to use chantless magic right now. So much for that, the black-haired girl just rolled her eyes. Today is a little, Sophia scratched her cheek. You might be feeling better than ever now, but I still feel a bit sluggish. Funny how you were feeling worse, but it lasts longer for me. Oh, I see, Anna immediately stopped being overly giddy. Let's not do it today, then. You already did a lot for me, so I don't want to tire you out more. I'll train on my own later and then do lots tomorrow. She actually did put her energy to good use. Ari looked shocked. Hey. She put some extra energy into her voice again. Oh, how about this? Chloe spoke up again. Do you want to help us with the portals tomorrow? It is very advanced magic, but I don't think anything can happen there even if you mess up. At least not if you don't step into a weird-looking portal. I absolutely doubt that they can explode, so there should be no harm in testing your new magic on that. Yeah, them exploding should be totally impossible. Sophia nodded a few times. That sounds like a ton of fun. The princess liked the idea. How big do you think the explosion will be? Looking very awkward and concerned, Ari then glanced at Maya. Those experiments are going to happen on an empty plane with nothing around. The cat girl glared at all three of them. Okay, they didn't have the will to talk back. Afterward, the group chatted about a few more details about their plan for the following day. Still, as Sophia was actually quite tired out from having shared her magic with Anna, she, Maya, and Chloe eventually headed back to the mansion through the handy portal that was still in the princess' dressing room. Chapter 310, It Definitely Won't Explode. Sophia had successfully shared a part of her magic with Anna to get her on the same level as Ari. Once she activated her new power, the princess felt better than ever. They also chatted about their plans to experiment more with the blonde's portals. Still, as she was pretty tired out from boosting Anna, the group decided to do all that once they were fit again. Alright, let's get started. The following day, shortly after breakfast, a very motivated-sounding princess was staring at Sophia and Chloe with sparkling eyes while all were in the mansion's living room. Maya, please add the removal of the portal to Anna's room to my to-do list. Looking rather tired, the blonde faced her secretary. Okay. Why? Number 1 rule of this house, being way too energetic before noon is forbidden. She let out a yawn before continuing. You should know by now that I'm rarely of any use in the morning hours. Ugh. Chloe, you're cool, right? Let's get started already, and she can join us later. Sorry, I'm a guest in this home, so I must abide by the rules. The fox girl also let out a yawn while answering her. She's just as useless in the mornings. Maya translated it for the princess. Stop being so similar, you too. Yeah, because you're the prime example of a morning person. Ari was also with her and only rolled her eyes. How about this? Sophia seemed like she had an idea. As we aren't allowed to play with the portals because our worrywarts are concerned about explosions, no matter how impossible they are, how about we go to the lake Fenny and I created? There's plenty of empty space around there. You can get warmed up with whatever magic you want, and once I'm actually awake, Chloe, you, and I can get to the portals. I love the sound of that. Great. With another yawn, Sophia got up from her sofa, and the group went downstairs to the portal room. On the way, they also collected the wolves, who wanted to come with them after they heard that the girls wanted to experiment with the portals later on. Are you serious? Arriving at the place, Anna got loud as she looked at the gigantic lake with wide-open eyes. You caused that? I can't even see the other side. Well, Fenny and I really overdid it a little bit, Sophia decided to omit a lot of details here. I think we did a good save on it, though. Sure, it's beautiful around here, but, the princess paused for a moment before pointing at the lake. Look at that. I have to agree with the loud girl. Maya nodded a few times. Just how much magic did you two use? Chloe was also staring at the lake with big eyes. All of it. The blonde awkwardly scratched her cheek. We did an experiment where I channeled my magic through Fen. He used his magic constantly while I kept filling him up with mine. It kinda ran out of control and used up all of Fen's and my magic before it exploded. I see. The fox girl tilted her head. Really? Yeah. It suddenly started sucking out my magic through Fen, and it only stopped once both of us were basically empty, then boom. She furrowed her eyebrows. I get that it ran out of control, because that is way too much magic at once to stay in control, but the crater, the lake, is not even remotely big enough for that. Is that really all that happened? Anna got loud again. Why, you are seeing this gigantinormous lake in front of you, right? I do. She nodded. I also know that Finfin's magic alone, when going out of control, would easily reach halfway, maybe even all the way to the capital from here. Combined with Sophia, the resulting chain reaction would easily destroy the capital and, probably half of the continent. Chloe paused for a moment. And that's a conservative estimate. The couple turned silent. After all, she continued. Even if adding Sophia's magic would just double Finfin's output, which it doesn't. Doubling the magic control doesn't double the power behind it. It being impossible aside, because it's too much, rather than doubling both of them together, it would end up being 10 to 20 times as powerful. Wow, Anna and Ari were amazed. Fin also just stared at her. There's something. He then glanced at Sophia. Once we're back home, we're going to have another conversation about magic. There are some more very specific things I need to know. There seriously is too much going on. Okay. The fox girl looked slightly confused. If it's something I can answer, I'll happily do so. How much chaos could I cause with the magic Sophia gifted me? Anna got a bit interested in the topic. Why do you want to know that? Ari looked at her with a concerned expression. Because I want to know what I am, or rather, would be capable of. I'm not sure if I want you to know. She had a bad feeling about this. I recently learned that magic is much more personal, but... Fin glanced at Sophia, Chloe, and Maya before continuing. But you should be able to destroy your castle with absolute ease. Why would you use this example? The jaguar got loud. Oh. The princess' eyes started sparkling instead. That's amazing. Is it? Ari really didn't share her opinion. Well, I would never do it, but it's nice to know how much magic I now have. Gee, good. It sounds like I can play around a whole lot now. Anna looked really happy about it. Let's get to the portal experiments. She was very motivated. All right. Chloe liked the sound of that. Let's go. Sophia was just as motivated. What do you think is a safe distance? Maya glanced over at Ari with a wry smile. The other side of the lake. Shut up, you two. The blonde didn't like their exchange. 100 meters are totally fine. I thought it was impossible to explode? Why 100 meters? The jaguar was straining her voice a lot today. You can also stay right next to us if you want to. It was just a suggestion to make you happy. Sophia shrugged in response. I like the 100-meter idea. Ari reconsidered her complaint. Alrighty. She decided that it was enough of that. Anna, want to try and get the direct portals to work with us, or do you want your own to play with and get accustomed to your new magic? Oh, do you already have a plan for the direct portals? The fox girl got excited after hearing that. Not at all. She shook her head. Oh. Maybe I should start with something easier, after all. The princess was starting to have some doubts about the whole plan. Maybe I should begin with training chantless water-based magic with the help of the lake. Sure. The blonde smiled at her. That's totally the safe option to do. Thank you. Ari sounded incredibly relieved that they were still able to make sensible decisions. As long as you think flooding the equivalent of a school is the safer option compared to maybe destroying a portal leading to nothing. Sophia glanced at the jaguar while showing her a smug grin. She immediately turned her head away. Fair point. Anna nodded. I don't want to create that much chaos. I hate tigers, the jaguar gave up. They're the worst, aren't they? Maya knew the feeling. Yes. Okay, let's play with portals. Yay. The tigers ignored them. Is that okay? Chloe pointed at Maya and Ari while looking at the other two. It's fine. Afterward, the trio went to a slightly more open space, and Sophia started by creating a portal leading to an empty corner of her storage dimension for the princess to test out her magic on. Anna was circling around her portal and was looking at it from all angles. I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. Welcome to step 1 of inventing, or playing with new or unknown magic. Sophia and Chloe just smiled at her. What is step 2? Trial and error. An explosion. The chaos duo wasn't precisely on the same page. Yeah, that's what I meant, the blonde slightly corrected herself. Trial and error, of course. Because that's one and the same for you. Maya got loud again while watching them together with Ari and the wolves from the sidelines. Shush. The blonde just waved her hand at the cat before looking at the other tiger. I don't know, pour some of your magic into it, try to extract some. Heck, throw some fire at it. It might result in something interesting and/or fun. The portal connects to an area inside my storage where nothing is. You can't destroy anything on the other side. Oh, I see. Well, I might try to get a little rough with it, then. Anna started smiling. Hearing that, especially from the princess, who would rather hear than speak those words, Sophia glanced at Ari while tilting her head. What? Slightly embarrassed for some reason, she looked back at her. Nothing. Anyway, Sophia then focused on Chloe. Thanks to the fresh air and all the chatting, I'm almost fully awake. Should we experiment a bit, as well? Let's find a way to use the portals without my extra dimension as a proxy. Alright. The fox girl raised her hand in motivation. What about enchanting items with the portal magic? Didn't we want to do that, too? She had forgotten about that. One thing after another. Good idea. Afterward, the two got ready to do a lot of safe experimenting and playing around with their foolproof ideas for improving the portals. Chapter 3:11, Fussy Portals. The group went to the lake Sophia and Fen had created to play around with magic. Anna wanted to test out her new increased powers while Chloe and the blonde tried to improve the portal by directly connecting them without using the storage space as a proxy. They didn't have the slightest idea how to do any of that, though. While Sophia and Chloe were thinking about how to set up a portal without going through the storage dimension, Anna's voice suddenly echoed through the area. Oh ho! The blonde looked over to her fellow tiger and seemed slightly impressed while looking at the over 10-meter-tall portal in front of the princess. What happened? She needed a moment to sort herself again. I wanted to see what happens if I feed the portal with my magic. Why? Sophia tilted her head. No idea. Because I wanted to. She's promising. Chloe liked her answer. That's exactly the right mindset when experimenting with magic. What she said. The blonde felt the same. Yep, that's how it works. The wolves also agreed. Is it? Ari and Maya had some slight issues with that. Alrighty, ignoring them, Sophia looked at the princess again. Now, try to get the portal to its original size again. Maybe even smaller for a challenge. Okay. Nodding a few times, she concentrated on the portal again. We can't be outdone now, can we? Feeling extra motivated, the fox girl smiled at the blonde with sparkling eyes. We have to improve the portals. Let's go. She was just as eager. Half an hour later, things hadn't progressed much. Anna's portal was still gigantic because she couldn't figure out how to extract magic out of it again. Around Chloe and Sophia were around 10 portals while they were trying to directly link them to each other. It isn't working, huh? The fox girl scratched her cheek while looking at the 11th portal that appeared in front of the tiger. Yep, Sophia hung her head. It also leads to the storage dimension. I can't seem to create a portal without it directly connecting to that side. Should we try it from the other side? She tilted her head at Chloe's suggestion. What do you mean? It doesn't seem like you can control the destination of the portals, right? It always leads right to the other dimension. I think so, too, yeah, the blonde nodded. Oh. We might be able to do something with the portals on the other side? It's worth a try, isn't it? Let's go. Sophia pointed at one of her portals, and the two disappeared right into that. Are we more or less safe now? Ari wasn't sure how to feel about them leaving. That entirely depends on your tiger. Maya gestured at Anna, who was circling around her gigantic portal while her tail was darting all over the place, indicating that she was slightly agitated about not being able to shrink it again. Can we go home? Inside the storage dimension, Sophia and Chloe started circling around one of the many portals, just as the other tiger outside. The fox girl was trying to come up with an idea while they were studying the purple distortions. You can move the portals after they're created, right? You put Anna's test portal to the side after it was created, didn't you? Yup. The blonde nodded while reaching toward one of them and started moving it around. Kinda like putting a lasso of raw magic around it and them dragging it. Do you have an idea? Sophia tilted her head again. Do you want to put them right in front of each other? You'd still have to take the detour through my storage, but you don't actually enter it? She made her own guess. Would that work? I don't see why not. Alright. The tiger immediately got to work and placed two of the portals right in front of each other, close enough that they were almost touching each other. What now? Should we head back and test it? How about I go, and you watch from this side? That might be a good idea. She agreed with Chloe's idea and watched her leave through one of the portals. A few moments later, the blonde noticed a fuzzy line of pink between the portals before everything turned back to normal. We're not doing that. Another few moments later, the fox girl reappeared through one of the portals. What's wrong? Way too scary. Sophia was a little confused. It feels super weird. Chloe shuddered a little. Once you're halfway through, you suddenly feel a tug from the other portal, and for a split second, it almost feels like they want to rip you in half. Scary. Yes. Could it be from the slight gap between the portals? You maybe have to go through fully first before taking the next one? Maybe? The fox girl tilted her head. Or we need to eliminate the gap entirely. Pressing the portals right against each other. Oh, that might be worth a try. You're the one testing it this time, though. She got loud. Sure, giving her a slightly reluctant nod, Sophia then brought the portals even closer together. Yeah. But once they touched each other, the two portals suddenly morphed into each other, before eventually disappearing entirely with a slight popping sound. Well, that happened. Chloe wasn't sure what to say. I guess they have to be individual portals, huh? Seems like it. She hung her head. What a bummer. Maybe you could create some closed-off corridors for each portal pair? Yeah. That seems to be the only way to keep the travel gates somewhat separate from the rest of the storage dimension. Still not really a fan of it. The blonde paused for a moment. I don't exactly know why, but I don't want to have anyone in here that I haven't personally invited. No matter if it's just a corridor or whatever. I see. Chloe nodded. How about we take a break and try again if we come up with something new? Might be for the best. I'm out of ideas. Let's help Anna to get her portal under control for the time being. That sounds like a plan. I still don't understand why we let her play on a portal to train her newly gained magic even though it's highly advanced stuff. Wasn't that your idea? Sophia tilted her head. She scratched her cheek in return. Was it? I think so. Why did I do that? How would I know? The blonde just looked at her. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if I was it, after all. It's a fun idea to throw her right into something complicated. Ahaha. Back on the other side, the duo noticed that everyone was huddled up in a circle while looking at something on the ground in front of them. What's up? The two walked up to them to try and find out what is going on. Also, where is the portal? Why are you all looking at a stone? Sophia and Chloe were a little confused. Anna awkwardly scratched her cheek. Something, happened? Okay. The two got only more confused. Has the group decided to keep a pet rock? The blonde tried to make a guess. I agree, it's very cute, but we're only keeping it if it's house-trained, okay? Oh, well, it can stay in the barn if it isn't, I guess. Pfft. Chloe liked that. They were only met with a confused expression by everyone else. Anyway, Sophia decided to ignore that. What is going on here? I'm sorry about calling you ridiculous before, Chloe. Maya suddenly faced her. It seems like your ways of tackling magic are not that odd, after all. Okay. The fox girl wasn't able to follow her. What about me? Sophia got loud. She and I are the same. The cat girl paused for a moment. Maybe slightly a little less ridiculous. Not happy with that. The blonde then thought about it for a moment. Wait, why? What happened? Anna, explain. Maya faced the other tiger. Why me? Because you're the one who did it. That doesn't mean I know what I did, though. Never saved me from having to explain anything. Me, neither. Sophia and Chloe just smiled at her. Ugh, the princess gave up. I got a little frustrated that I was unable to make the portal smaller again and threw a stone at it. Understandable. The duo nodded. Go on. Well, it stopped halfway through and landed on the ground at the bottom of the portal because I didn't throw it hard enough. Anyway, afterward, I put some more effort into it again. I came up with the idea to get rid of some of my magic to use it a bit on other stuff and then tried to soak up the power from the portal. Oh. Sophia started smiling. That kinda makes sense. If you're completely filled up, it would be hard to pull magic out of the portal. Yes, that's what I thought, too. Anna nodded. So, it worked, and the portal started shrinking pretty fast. The stone was still there, though. Once the portal got so small that it had the same size as the stone, there was suddenly a bright light, and the portal was gone. Okay. That's a little weird. The blonde looked a bit confused. Doesn't sound like too much of a problem, though, does it? In theory, I guess, but Anna kneeled down and touched the stone while pouring a bit of her magic power into it. A moment later, a portal appeared out of nowhere right above the rock. Yeah? Sophia and Chloe were shocked after seeing that. As it turned out, the princess somehow had accidentally managed to enchant a stone with the portal magic. Chapter 312, Embrace the Chaos. Sophia and Chloe had little luck with connecting two portals with each other to skip the detour through the blonde storage dimension. Having given up on it, for the time being, the two reunited with the others of the group, only to find out that the princess had accidentally managed to enchant a stone with the portal magic. Wait, what? Sophia still couldn't believe it. How? Chloe wasn't much different. No idea, Anna shook her head. It just happened. See? The blonde suddenly raised her voice while staring at Maya and the wolves. Even Anna is ridiculous when it comes to magic, and she just learned to use higher stuff today. Fenny taught me, and Chloe also has been learning from someone overpowered for years. You all are the weird ones for not coming up with such fun stuff. Not Chloe, Anna, and I. She needed to get that out of her system. You lot need to get more creative instead of calling us breakers of common sense and other unjustified things. The trio got silent. Are we really the problem? Fen started to doubt his entire life. That can't be right. Maya also didn't want to believe it. There are 3 of them already now, though. Aura was a little more open to the idea. Welcome to the true side. The chaos duo welcomed the princess. I'm not sure if I like this development. Ari seemed slightly concerned about her girlfriend being put on the same pedestal as the chaos duo. Sounds fun. Anna herself was quite in favor, though. Ehe. Sophia liked her reply. So, what did you actually do to get it to work? The rock was simply inside the portal when you shrunk it. Pretty much, yeah. Chloe got closer to the still open portal and put her hand right against it. A moment later, it began to shrink, and once it encircled the stone on the ground again, it disappeared into it while shining in a bright white light. Wow, it really gets absorbed into the stone. Why? No idea, the princess shook her head. I don't really understand that magic too much, but maybe the portal shrunk into the stone, and because you can't touch it anymore, it stays like that. If you pour some of your magic into the stone again, it feeds on that. Or it becomes one with the stone and grows again once it has more magic to use. Those guesses are as good as any I have. Yup. Sophia and the fox girl had nothing to add here. Ari had no opinion on it besides being concerned about her girlfriend joining the dark side for real. Still, Maya and the wolves kept exchanging confused glances. They felt a little left behind. The trio thought Chloe was just another weirdo on the level of their tiger, but Anna, even though it was an accident, managed to create something equally outstanding the first time she used chantless magic. Let me try, too. The blonde kneeled down next to the fox girl and placed her hand on the stone. Soon after, a portal, about 2 meters in diameter, grew out of it. This is so amazing. Does it still work? Saying so, she peeked inside and quickly retracted her head again, only to reveal a bright smile. It does. Awesome. Chloe clapped her hands. To enchant something by accident. This is amazing. Enchant. The princess tilted her head. Do you remember the idea of using the portal magic on items? So that you can carry the portal around even if you can't use the magic? That way, you and Ari could use that to join us? Sophia tried to explain it to her. Yeah? You just did that, idiot. Yeah? I just messed up, though? That's how half of my inventions happened. Chloe smiled at her. 90% of mine, even. The blonde had a similar expression. Magic is a lot more whimsical than I imagined. Especially after everything I learned in school and from my private teachers, the princess had a complicated expression. I already told you to forget everything they taught you. Sophia raised her voice. Now more than ever. Embrace the chaos. Don't. Ari really didn't like the direction this was going. There's no need to worry. The blonde then smiled at the jaguar. We already know that you have the potential to be the most chaotic out of all of us after the school incident. Don't over-exaggerate. The jaguar raised her voice. Hee. She liked her reply. You definitely do have the potential to do some great things with magic. Ugh. Chaos. Anna didn't care about much else. Wait, does that mean with my discovery, there will absolutely no problem with Ari and I coming with you? It never was, especially after I put the portal in your dressing room, but it just became even more convenient. Yay! We're still doing the Revan-Air training to make you and Ari being able to keep up with us on foot. Sophia hadn't forgotten about that after they had made her explain everything to their parents. Anyway. The blonde ignored their reactions before pulling something out of her storage. Let's try this again while using something else. She was holding a random red pillow she had grabbed. Afterward, she made another portal and placed the pillow inside of it. You just sucked the magic power out of the portal to shrink it, right? I think? The princess tilted her head. Love the confidence. Sophia smiled at her before continuing. Afterward, she brought her hand closer to the portal, and it began to shrink rapidly. Once it got to the same size as the pillow, it started to shine in a white light before everything returned to normal. Did it work? Chloe was very interested in it. Maya, give it a try. Why me? The catgirl looked confused. Chloe, now Anna, too, and I are weird, after all. I want to see if someone normal can use it, too. You won't be forgiving us anytime soon for calling you and Chloe that, huh? Not until you join the dark side. Why are we the dark side? The fox girl didn't like that. Fair point. Sophia saw the issue. Join the fun side. We also have cookies. Better. I have to stay somewhat strong until Chloe's mom returns. Maya shook her head. We can't have even more of us go rogue. I'm basically the only one left after you even took Ari down with you. Hey. The jaguar raised her voice. Wording. Shouldn't you rather complain about it being a false claim? The catgirl focused her attention on her. She scratched her cheek. Well, you are not entirely wrong, she couldn't deny it. Anna is worse already, though. She hasn't flooded a school so far yet. Maya didn't let her have it. So, to focus on the important part here, once Faye is with us, you'll stop playing the responsible cat you're currently acting as? A definite maybe. Let's go, Chloe. Sophia suddenly sounded very excited. Eh? To where? She only got confused. To get your mom. I don't even care if we have to travel through the freezing cold if that means I can get Maya to act like she wants to, have fun without caring, sooner like that. I have no intention to do that during the winter, though. Maya didn't like the plan. Yep. The wolves felt similarly. I'll go with Chloe alone, then. But I don't know where the capital is, the fox girl wasn't of much use. You'll also never find it. Not with your sense of direction. The catgirl had no hope for her. Not to mention, even with your detection magic, there's a near 100% chance to miss each other if Phaonis isn't in the human capital anymore. Aura didn't trust her even a bit. I'm really missing the positive reinforcement in our little group. Sophia started pouting. You can do it. The female wolf changed her opinion. There's no need for your voice to drip with sarcasm. Eehee. She hadn't changed her opinion in the slightest. Gore, the tiger didn't like that either. Now that I think about it. It shouldn't be hard to change the climate around me so that it always feels like it's summer for me. There, problem solved. I would hate that. This time, Chloe started complaining. It also doesn't help with actually finding Phaonis. Doesn't sound healthy for the environment either. Not to mention how weird how it would look. Why is everyone against me lately? We're just protecting you from doing something stupid. Maya smiled at her. Okay, what do I have to do to activate the portal? I like the sound of that a lot better. Sophia started to cheer up. Just touch the pillow and start pouring a little of your magic into it. Alright, sounds easy enough. Saying so, the catgirl kneeled down and touched the pillow lying on the ground. Soon after, a medium-sized portal opened up in front of her. Wow, it actually does work. This could be really handy if you don't have a Sophia around that can create as many portals on a whim as she wants. Also perfect for hiding. Wait, how does it work on the other side? Inside the storage, I mean? Does the portal there also appear and disappear the entire time? She was pretty interested in magic, after all. Because of that, many questions came up. That's, no idea. Those are some good questions, though. Chloe had as much as an answer as the blonde. Let's find out. Speaking of portals, the wolves had moved a little to all the portals the Chaos Duo had created earlier when they were trying to link two of them directly to each other. From there, Fen addressed them. It worked? Linking two portals together, that is? Why didn't you say anything? Huh? Sophia looked confused. What do you mean? Yeah. Chloe nodded. It didn't. That's why we gave up and returned earlier. What's this about, then? He gestured at the two portals right next to him. They were still a shimmery purple, but the inside was entirely see-through instead of being opaque. Looking through the one closest to the male wolf, one could see Aura standing in front of the portal a little further away from him. Looking through the one closest to her, Finn was fully visible. Those two portals were clearly linked directly to each other without anything in between. Yeah. Sophia and Chloe had no idea what was happening. Chapter 313, Direct Travel. The girls were having quite a successful day of inventing new magics. Entirely by accident, Anna managed to enchant a random stone with the portal magic, which was later confirmed by Sophia as she enchanted a pillow in the same way. That wasn't the only thing, though. As it turned out, the blonde and Chloe also had successfully linked two portals to each other without having to take the detour through the tiger's storage. The two had no idea when, how, or why it happened, though. Sophia was staring at one of the portals. Inside its middle part, she could see Chloe staring back at her through the other portal not too far away from her. She was making the same confused expression. How? Seriously, how? The fox girl yelled back at her. Afterward, she stepped through the portal and ended up right in front of Sophia in an instant. It works. That's amazing. Taking a step back, because their noses were almost touching after Chloe tested the portal, the tiger smiled back at her. Why, how, and why, though? No idea. The two were obviously very happy about their success, but it all made no sense to them. You two must have done something while experimenting, right? Finn tried to understand it, too. I don't want to say that stuff like that doesn't just happen, but we all know better than that. Still, what did you two do while playing with the portals? Did we? The blonde tilted her head. We created a ton of portals, and they always led to the storage. In there, we put two of them very close together, but that didn't really work either. It didn't work at all. Chloe didn't like the experience she had there. Afterward, we tried to put them right against each other, but the moment they touched, both portals disappeared in a flash of light. Yep, that's pretty much all we did. Sophia nodded. Nothing interesting, wait a moment. Is that how it works? The fox girl tilted her head. Smushing two portals together, connect the corresponsive ones on the other side. Why, though? The blonde was looking for an explanation. You're the one who invented the portals, you know? Chloe wasn't sure how she could help her. So what? Even then, Anna was the one who used it to enchant things. And you're the one that smushed the portals together. The fox girl didn't accept this excuse. That doesn't mean I know what I'm doing, though. It's not like I knew either. The other tiger also started complaining. Not that I now know. I hate it when all I get are boring responses that are reasonable. Sophia was missing the passion. Well, let's see, Chloe decided to give it some thought. Maybe, thanks to the portals smushing into each other, their magic mixed together? Afterward, causing, and then. At least, it makes the two portals on the outside link to each other because, reasons. Makes sense. The blonde nodded a few times after hearing her sound explanation. It does? Maya got loud. How? So did Ari. There was also half of it missing. She simply skipped like 3 steps. She said that there are reasons for it to happen. What else do you want to know? A logical response. Ari rolled her eyes. One that has an explanation in it? Sophia gave it some thought. No. Sure, whatever. The jaguar didn't feel like arguing more than that. Well, the important part is that it works, huh? Exactly. Though, you're the one that asked for an explanation in the first place. The blonde decided that she'll ignore Ari for a little while. Should we try it again? To make sure that's even what happened in the first place? She focused on Chloe instead. Obviously. She was at least as motivated as the tiger. Oh, could you go to your pocket dimension while I wait here? I really want to see what happens to the portals on this side. Sure. Sophia nodded. It's probably good to know about that, anyway. While we're at it, could you open and close the, pillow portal? Once I'm inside, I mean. I want to see what happens to that there. Good idea. Alright. Raising her fist in anticipation, the blonde stepped inside the portal. Let's see. Afterward, Chloe went over to the pillow and stone portals and opened and closed them a couple of times for twice the effect. Once she was done with that, everyone started to observe the portals. A few minutes later, Sophia returned through one of the remaining portals and was very eager to hear and see the results. And? She sounded quite excited. How did it go? It worked perfectly. Chloe gave her a big nod. It was really interesting, too. Really? Yes. The portals started flickering for a moment before the inside suddenly started to become see-through and then showed the picture of the other portal once it was done. Fascinating. Very. The fox girl agreed with her. What about the enchanted portals? Surprisingly unexciting. Sophia shrugged. They simply appear and disappear. Nothing else. But I also linked them and they went away. I wonder what happens now. Oh. She got even more excited over her idea. That was our main motivation initially, wasn't it? Yes. She nodded. Maybe, I guess? Probably. I kinda lost track of our original plan. The blonde sounded somewhat confused over the many times they got sidetracked. Let's give it a try. The group walked over to the portals and looked at them. Just like the others, they were linked to each other. Afterward, Sophia deactivated both of them and looked at Ari. Please open the stone portal. Why me? Why not you? The jaguar paused for a moment. Fair enough, I guess. Having no problem with that, she kneeled down and touched the stone. Afterward, she poured a little of her magic into it, and the portal promptly appeared again. It looked a lot different, though, and Chloe was scrunching her eyebrows while looking at it. Interesting. Something like that, yeah. Sophia was making the same expression while both were studying the portal that was only a sparkly purple frame with nothing inside of it. Anna, open the other one, please. Sure. Doing just that, the other portal quickly appeared, and when that happened, both linked to each other once again, and the inside showed what was on display on the other portal. Isn't this working a little too well? The blonde wasn't sure what to say. It's perfect, isn't it? The fox girl got excited again. It's exactly what we were hoping for, isn't it? Yeah. The only missing part is for the other side to get a signal or something like that when one portal opens. Right now, it's just a guess if you can use it before activating. Right, Chloe nodded. I have no idea how we can solve that part, though. True. Well, for now, I guess it would be best to keep it open when you're ready and want to go to the other side. That way, whenever the other side is ready as well, both sides will be open, and you won't miss each other. Makes sense. Sophia agreed. In a way, even if you'd receive a signal from the other side, if you're busy during that time, it won't do you any good, anyway. Anna tilted her head while listening to the two. What does all that mean? Plan B for you and Ari to accompany us is pretty much dealt with and ready to go. Yay! The princess liked the sound of that. Wait, Plan B. Yup. The blonde smiled at her. Ruthless training to get some power in those long and pretty legs of yours, and the equally amazing ones of Ari will start next week. Her plan sounded a little biased. Don't worry, they won't become all muscular and stuff if you don't want to. The soft and squishy shall persist. All the extra power comes from magic being awesome. This part seemed important to her. Not that muscular legs don't have any appeal, but I prefer soft. Anyway, training shall start soon. She stopped herself before going into too much detail. Ugh, Anna's expression changed a little. Thanks for the compliment, though. Anytime. The short tiger's fondness of legs was far from a secret, after all. Anyway, back to the portal enchantment for a second. What happens if you throw the item into its own portal? I feel like that would be the same as dividing by 0, Chloe had a bad feeling about the idea. Sophia paused for a moment. We kinda need to test it, though, don't we? Looking forward to it. Well then, the blonde picked up the stone Anna had enchanted and threw it through the portal that came out of it. Immediately after, both portals disappeared after the stone came out on the other side. Oh ho! You need to make sure to have a backup at the place you left, but it seems like you're able to disappear without leaving a trace. Happy with that result, the group decided to take a break from the portals for the time being. For the rest of the day, they showed Anna some more chantless magic to get her used to it and let her try out a few things before they decided to head back home. They most definitely didn't need to clean up for an hour after some explosions happened, either. Chapter 314, Fairy Tales. Roughly a week passed since the group had managed to enchant items with the portal magic and also were able to link them directly to each other without having to take the detour through Sophia's storage dimension. Afterward, the blonde also did some experimenting on her own and found out that she was able to overpower the enchanted items. Usually, one has to pour magic into the items on both sides for the portals to connect. However, both portals still opened after she used almost 1/3 of her entire magic at once on one side. She decided to only tell Maya about it, though. Except for her and the wolves, no one has enough power for that, anyway. Chloe also had become even better friends with Anna and Ari, and the trio was currently out shopping together. The cat girl made some jabs at them visiting a particular store, but they decided not to comment on the idea. While they were out, Sophia, Maya, and the wolves were relaxing in the mansion's living room. The tiger eventually faced Fan and Aura. How much do you know about Fei Fei? Before meeting Chloe, I would have said a decent amount, but Aura wasn't sure what to say. Yes, Fan agreed. Our ways crossed a couple of times, and we often spent a few years together with her, but something definitely changed. When did you first meet her? How many years ago? The wolves paused for a moment. Many years. You mentioned that it was long before Aura had her accident, right? So, some centuries? Many of them. How many? More than 4? Much more. Fen nodded. It might even be a millennium already. Aura added a bit more detail to it. Wow, Maya was overwhelmed by the number. So long ago. There goes that theory. Sophia's expression turned more and more complicated. Unless time works differently between the worlds, but that would open a whole different can of worms. What is going on? The male wolf had no idea what she was going on about. Has anyone ever heard about Little Red Riding Hood? The what? All three had the same reaction. It's a fairy tale that is quite popular in my old world. Okay? Maya tilted her head. Why would we know about it, then? Well, apparently, it's Chloe's favorite fairy tale, and she had Fei Fei tell it to her all the time when she was little. I have no idea how Fei knows about it. Eh? The wolves looked just as confused. Admittedly, that fairy tale's origin is already a couple of 100 years old, but if Fei's already that old, I have no idea why or how she knows about it. Seriously? Aura looked quite shocked. That doesn't make any sense, though. Maybe she met another otherworldler at some point? Maybe that one's even Chloe's other parent? Assuming Phaonis is her real mother. That would make a lot of sense, as well. Our dear pink fox is way too similar to you in many ways. She seems pretty clueless about a lot of things, but it would explain so much if she's related to an otherworldler. Phaonis' knowledge about magic combined with the curiosity you show every day, my dear catastrophe-prone tiger, Chloe seems to be the combination of both. There were actually many occasions where I thought that Chloe was an otherworldler herself, because she's just too similar to Sophia. Still, from what I got from her so far, it seems that she learned everything from Phaonis. Aura's theory makes a lot of sense, then. Phaonis might really have met an otherworldler and had an offspring, Chloe, with them. She learned all kinds of things from them, and our pink one inherited their quirky personality and ingenuity. Yeah. This was all news to Sophia. Chloe's related to an otherworldler? You even thought she might be one herself. What did I miss? Come on, you must admit that Chloe's a bit special, right? Maya also seemed to agree with the wolves. Something about her is really odd. The way she thinks, and how easily the two of you understand each other even though no one else even has a clue about what is going on. It's been bugging me for a while already. The portals, for example, you two are so in tune about that, while I still don't have the slightest idea how they work. Can I let you in a little secret about that? Sophia got a little closer and stared right at her. Neither do I. I just try stuff, and it seems to work out just fine. I don't see why that would make Chloe anything special. She just likes to experiment? Also, Anna's the one who successfully enchanted an item with the portal magic. Is she an otherworldler, too? Well, that was just a weird accident. So was Chloe's and mine's success of linking the portals together. The blonde had some very sound arguments. The princess also did that on her first day of being able to use chantless magic, I want to add. She seems super interested in magic, as well. The catgirl had no comeback for that. You have to admit that your personalities and likes line up suspiciously well with hers, right? Aura also tried to convince her. Anna also agreed with most of our quirks, too. The princess was a formidable ally in her argumentation. Also, there are so many people around, I doubt it's that unlikely for people to have similar likes and thoughts. I hate it when you make so much sense. Yeah, it's unnerving, the wolves agreed with Maya. Hey. I still think my theory makes sense, though. Aura looked at the tiger again. There were or are other otherworldlers beside you. There are a few remnants of them on the demon continent, after all. Many inventions there are inspired by them. They were also described as having a similar personality as you and Chloe. The pink one doesn't seem to have the same otherworldly knowledge as you, though. That's why it makes sense if she inherited the personality from an actual one who was Phaoni's partner at some point. They maybe also told her about the fairy tale? Or, she was on the demon continent in the past, and those fairy tales are popular there thanks to the previous otherworldlers. The last part suddenly makes a lot more sense. Sophia didn't like how she came up with an easy explanation right at the end. It's no fun, though. I can't fault that. The blonde couldn't blame Aura for thinking like that. Hee hee. She liked that reaction. I don't know your world besides the stuff you told us, but has Chloe ever mentioned anything that could indicate her knowing more about it than she should? More than zero, that is? Maybe she picked up something from Phaoni's when she learned about it from her partner. When we're going with that theory for now. The tiger tilted her head. I don't know. I don't think I would even notice until it's something super obvious. After all, it would sound totally normal to me unless I give it some actual thought like the fairy tale thingy. Well, there were some instances where I had not the slightest clue what you were talking about. I didn't even know the words you were using. In retrospect, that's quite suspicious. Maya also tried to recall some strange events. That didn't happen anymore after I cleaned your ears, didn't it? Pretty sure you just misheard. My ears were always clean. She didn't like the accusation. Well, I did understand you after both of you explained it in more detail. Maybe I simply wasn't paying enough attention to the conversation. I guess it's fair that you wouldn't notice any subtle hints during a normal conversation when the words are normal for you. The female wolf understood her reasoning. You wouldn't think twice about it, after all. Exactly. It might be worth paying a little more attention to it, though. Aura was more and more becoming a fan of her idea. It can't hurt, I guess? You could also just ask her. Sure. Sophia rolled her eyes. And if she has no relation to any of the otherworldler business, after all. It's going to be a lot of fun when I have to explain myself. She didn't like the idea. There are always sacrifices to be made. How about no? The blonde didn't seem to be a fan of the plan. Aura didn't look upset and just continued. Though, it might be for the best if she has no relation to an otherworldler, after all. I'm sure it will be a lot of fun, and I'll learn a lot, but both of you, without a limiter and openly using the knowledge from the outrageous world you came from. I can already smell one disaster after another. And suddenly, I'm much more motivated to find out if she knows about my world. Sophia started smiling instead. It will be so much fun. Playing with all the ideas I have with someone who could follow my train of thought. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Maya glared at the female wolf. I would never. I'll make you clean up the mess they create, you know? Afterward, as there was no way to continue this train of thought without either Chloe or Faye around, the group decided to put the topic on hold until any new evidence came up. Chapter 315, Playing Around. Sophia, Maya, and the wolves were still relaxing in the mansion's living room after having talked about the possibility of either Chloe and or Fayonis having any sort of relation to a different otherworldler, because evidence of that was slowly piling up. Some things that only make sense to Sophia are also known to these two, which just made no sense otherwise. As they couldn't prove any of that right now, they put the topic on hold for the time being and concentrated on other things instead. Maya, I want to play with your body. Out of nowhere, Sophia suddenly announced something rather peculiar. Sure. The cat girl seemed okay with the idea, jumped off the sofa the couple was on, and grabbed the tiger's hand. Let's head upstairs to our room. I don't exactly mind doing it here either, it wouldn't be the first time, after all, but I'm not into Fan and Aura watching us. Neither are we. The wolves had the same opinion on the matter. The blonde paused for a moment before realizing what was going on. That's not what I meant. Still, sure, let's do that later. She wasn't against the idea, though. Okay. No. You always want to play with my features, right? Like making certain parts bigger or occasionally smaller, too. You even ask to change my hair every now and then. Still sounds like the same topic, though. Maya tilted her head. We always do that when we're, going to have fun. Stop being a pervert for a minute. You started it. I did not. Sophia got loud. It's just how you interpreted my totally ambiguous wording? The cat girl finished her sentence. Shut up. Hee hee. She was happy with the blonde's reaction. Anyway, yeah, what about it? I want to play with you and make some temporary changes, as well. You aren't happy with what you have with me, right? Scratch that. Kinda superficial to ask that, huh? Sophia just stared at her. Yeah, I noticed the double standard towards the end myself. I'm obviously more than happy with the standard Sophia, though. What actually is the standard Sophia after you changed yourself so often? Let's not go down that rabbit hole. She saw the issue herself. I'm also pleased with my cat girl, but you always seem to be having so much fun when I change, so I want to do it, too. It's not even sexual in my case. It's not. Maya raised an eyebrow in doubt. No. She got loud again. Not this time, at least. For now. I see. The cat girl liked that reaction, as well. So, what do you want? Well, after we talked about Chloe so much earlier. She's the current queen of fluffiness, after all. I'd like to play with a fluffy tail to my heart's content. Without having to hold back because you're my partner. I don't think such a big tail would fit me that well. Maya had her doubts about the plan. There are several cat breeds with fluffy tails. Sophia didn't accept her complaint. It doesn't have to be as big as Chloe's, but Maine Coon cats have glorious tails. I don't know this Maine Coon thing, but yes, there are fluffy cat breeds. I want that. You don't have to keep it, but I want to play with it at least once. Her eyes started sparkling. Ugh, naturally, there was little Maya could say against the idea, as she loves to play with Sophia's sizes all the time. Fen, is it really safe to change your body? No side effects. As long as you specify with your magic that you only want to change your look and not your entire being like a certain tiger, it's perfectly fine. Said tiger decided to stay silent. In the first place, would it even change anything with your body? The wolf tilted his head. All you're doing is to make your fur longer and puffier. This is perfectly safe to do. I'm not sure if that's what I wanted to hear. You can also do a reverse Sophia and get rid of your ears and tail for a human look. Nothing will happen as long as you don't wish for them to stop being a part of your body and just hide them while using the magic. Oh. Sophia suddenly got even more excited. Human Maya. I would love to see how you would have looked if we met in my old world. Eh. She liked that idea even less. Seriously. Please. Just for a moment. I already know I like the cat Maya more, but now I'm super curious. Her eyes, and even the aura around the tiger, were sparkling by now. Just for a moment. Only a minute or two. Maya went silent for a little while. Fen, what do I have to do to not mess up there? The only really important thing is that you have to think about wanting to look like what you're imagining. Not becoming it. If that is clear, nothing will happen. Although, even if you mess up, nothing bad besides Sophia's phantom pain will happen. Humans are below the hybrid beast folk when it comes to their bodies. You have everything a human has, but a human is missing the animal characteristics. There's nothing you can gain from turning into a human. Just lose. The wolf made a small pause. Dignity included. He had to include the jab at the end. Not what I wanted to hear, either. Couldn't you have said that I should never try? Maya glared at him. We already went through all that with our tiger, so she knows it's possible to change without side effects when you put the necessary effort into it. Ugh, the cat girl hung her head in defeat. Please. The blonde just stared at her with puppy eyes. She paused for another moment. Fen, just imagining how I'd look like without my tail and human ears instead of my cat ones, and pouring some magic into those thoughts. Pretty much, yes. He nodded. Fine. I'm so going to regret this. Complaining a last time, Maya then closed her eyes and concentrated on the task for a while. A few minutes later, her entire body was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Once it was gone, Maya was still there and looking mostly the same, but her tail was gone. So were her cat ears, but at the sides of her head, mostly hidden by her hair, a hint of human ears could be seen. Sophia just stared at her in complete silence. Don't like it. Fen shook his head. How are you feeling, though? It's kinda weird. Maya tilted her head. I can still feel my cat bits, but it's somewhat of a muffled feel. She wasn't sure how to describe it. Afterward, she walked to the mirror in the corner of the living room to look at herself. She also went silent for a moment to take everything in. I hate it. She wasn't a fan either. Are you happy now? The girl then looked at her tiger. Sophia needed another moment. You're still adorable, but. It's definitely a downgrade. Thank you? She wasn't sure how she liked her wording. I was kinda hoping for more. The blonde had problems explaining it. I am biased, but you'd be extremely popular in my old world, but. I already forgot that humans are, boring? The animal add-ons are such an upgrade. I got used to seeing them on everyone around me, and having them myself, but, maybe because of that, I'm missing them on you already. It doesn't feel fresh at all, seeing you like this. Just underwhelming. Still not sure how I feel about your wording. Maya's expression was becoming more complicated again. Still, it means that you like the original me the best? By far. The tiger gave her a couple of big nods. Well, at least until I see fluffy-tailed Maya. Idiot. It's interesting to see that you became a member of the beast folk so hard that you even lost interest in human females. Aura was fascinated by her change. She already fawned all over the beast folk long before she became a tiger, though. Fen doubted that this was the reason. Judging by how she acted back then, human Maya always would have lost against the cat version. Yeah, Sophia nodded in agreement. I preferred the animal versions the moment I found out they were real. What a weird human, the female wolf couldn't make sense of her. Together with how much you fit in the role of the tiger, I'm starting to believe that you ever having been a human was some sort of cosmic mistake in the first place. It would explain a lot. Fan and Maya agreed with her. Hey! She raised her voice once more. I agree. She just wanted to be loud. Can I change back now? I miss my tail. The girl had enough of looking like a human. Give me another minute, please. Saying so, Sophia drew some circles around her to look at every detail of transformed Maya. Alright, I have enough. Cat, please. Gladly. She immediately closed her eyes again, and a few seconds later, she was enveloped in smoke once more. After it disappeared, the usual cat girl with her snow-white ears and tail was back. I missed you, tail. Looking at it, she gave her tail a gentle pat, which then twitched in response. Much better. Sophia enjoyed that look a lot more. I agree. The wolves did, too. Well, that was an experience. Maya's expression was still slightly complicated. I hope I don't ever have to do that again. Don't worry. My curiosity in that regard is satiated. The tiger gave her a thumbs up. Other than me, there's no reason for you to do that again, either. Good. Alright, fluffy tail. She jumped right to the next thing on her agenda. That should be much more satisfying. The cat girl just let out a sigh in response. I'll have you do a lot tonight to make up for that. Gladly. She wasn't against the idea. For many reasons. Okay, that was a good answer. Maya looked impressed. How fluffy do you want it? It was enough to make her do it. Don't be unreasonable, though. Chloe levels of tail wouldn't fit me at all. The fluffiest cat tail you've ever seen, and then add 10%, please. That's almost reasonable. I'm proud of you. I don't want to lose my tail privileges I might gain today, before it even started. I see, she looked a lot less proud now. Well, there was one girl that used to live in my town who was crazy fluffy for being a cat. Even her ears were fuzzy. I like the sound of that. That ear thing, too. I shouldn't have mentioned that part. Too late now. Sophia was very excited. Her actual tail, according to the girl herself, wasn't any thicker than mine, but because her fur was so long and puffy, the total volume of her tail was even slightly bigger than Ari's. The tail of our jaguar is also massive, but it seems like a lot of it is actually her real tail, because her fur seems so smooth. Ari is quite glorious in her tail game. If I can get even a little more than her, but it being pure fluff, you can wish for whatever tonight. Everything? Maya raised an eyebrow in interest while her ears twitched. Everything. Fan, Aura, you're my witnesses for that, right? Sure. The two felt it was better to stay out of it, so they just nodded. I take on whatever you throw at me. The tiger was very determined about the event. All right. Maya smiled at her. Make sure not to regret it, though. Afterward, she closed her eyes once more to concentrate before her body, again, was wrapped in smoke. Once it was gone, the cat girl had changed in subtle yet very noticeable ways. The fur on her ears had gotten a little longer and fuzzier, but the most significant change happened to her tail. It still had the same length and snow-white color, but it now had much more volume. Instead of the short and smooth fur she used to have, it had turned very long and fluffy. Her tail was around the thickness of Ari, maybe a bit more, but it was basically pure fluff. Whenever Maya moved her new tail, the fur needed a moment to react, because so little of it was her actual tail. It looked incredibly soft to the touch, as well. Sophia forgot about her ability to speak words. She just looked at her with her mouth agape. Maya used that time to inspect herself in the mirror again. Moving her tail a couple of times to get a better feel for it, she eventually tilted her head. It's pretty unfamiliar to me right now, but I can't say I dislike it. Actually, it looks kinda nice. Maybe a bit too much volume, though. Is it better than my smooth tail, though? She wasn't sure how to feel about the change. Yes. The tiger relearned how to speak again. I mean, it looks nice. Good save. The wolves just rolled their eyes. air, Sophia started to panic a little. I love your normal tail, but. You all know how much I like fluff. She gave up on pretending. Thank you for being honest. Maya wasn't angry. It's not like I didn't react similarly when you made yourself bigger. See, can I be shameless and ask how much it would cost me for you to stay like that? Full time? Yes. How will you even explain that to the others? The cat girl just stared at her. I did some weird experiment that went horribly right, wrong. Wow, that was a fast reply. Because it's important. I like your passion, I guess. Maya wasn't sure what to say. Let's keep it private for now. It's still my body we're talking about here. I'm not that comfortable with announcing that I suddenly changed. Just like you aren't in big mode all the time. I guess I have to accept that. I will continue to pester you about that a lot in the future, though. I would have been worried if you wouldn't do it. Maya smiled at her. Well, for now, I want to touch it. She couldn't wait any longer and was already reaching for it. Well, you hold out longer than I thought you were, on. The cat girl couldn't finish her sentence as her entire body jolted when the tiger came in contact with her new tail. It apparently was still just as, if not even more, sensitive. This level of fluff is divine. Sophia enjoyed it a lot. The amount is not the same as Chloe's, but it's even softer and more springy, too. This is the best. Saying so, she also buried her other hand deep into Maya's fur. This is dangerous. It sure is. The cat girl was quite affected by the groping. Her expression was slightly feverish as her entire face turned red, and even her breathing had become haggard. Noticing that, Sophia froze up for a moment while her expression turned somewhat similar. Afterward, she let go of Maya's tail, picked her up in a princess carry, and immediately left the living room with her without saying another word. Have fun. Try not to be too loud, you idiots. Or at least stop time for all I care. Aura and Fen had nothing else to say when they heard Sophia sprinting up the stairs. A few moments later, as it didn't seem like Fen's suggestion was heard, the two decided to head out to get something to eat and kill a bit of time. Spoiler. Also looks really nice, but I'd say the black ones fit better in this outfit/context. Collapse. Chapter 316, that was fast. Sophia and Maya were having quite an interesting and productive day. As the cat girl always had a great time when the tiger adjusted her body to make herself bigger, Sophia now wanted to play with her body, as well. It started out not nearly as sexual as one would have expected, though. At first, the blonde was really interested to see the human version of Maya without her tail and no cat ears. She actually granted her wish, but it ended up being rather underwhelming. Sophia still thought she was adorable, but everyone agreed that it was a clear downgrade for her. Because of that, she quickly changed back to her regular cat version. Sophia wasn't done yet, though. After that failure, she talked the cat girl into a fluffy tail, because the tiger immensely enjoys everything fluffy. Maya also granted that request, and without making her actual tail bigger, she vastly increased the length and fluff of her fur. She even gave a little extra service and also increased the fuzz on her ears. The tiger liked that so much that she tried to talk her into keeping it like that forever. Maya was still attached to her original body, though, so they decided to keep that version of her private for the time being. Afterward, the blonde got a good feeling of the divine fluff that Maya's tail now was, and things eventually did turn sexual, after all. Noticing Maya's feverish expression when she was touching her tail, together with how great the feeling of touching her was, Sophia's little remaining restraint went overboard, and the couple disappeared to their bedroom. You sure can be intense. A few hours after Maya had tried a different tail design, the couple was back in the living room while cuddling together on one of the sofas. It seemed like the two had just taken a shower, as well, as both of them still had damp hair and a towel on their shoulders. They were fully dressed again, though. Also, Fen and Aura still seemed to be gone after they had left the mansion once the couple started getting loud. Eehee. Sophia took it as a compliment. That tail, that glorious tail. It did things to me. Holding back wasn't an option anymore. I noticed, the cat girl rolled her eyes. I was present, after all. Alright. Sorry if I overdid it a little. Oh, no, it was great fun. Maya shook her head. We can do that again, whenever you want. Fluffy tail included? The tiger's whole body twitched while she glanced at the cat's normal tail. Sure. Yay. She liked that a lot. I'll first get to have my way with you like you promised me for changing my body, though. Her expression turned into a smirk. Better prepare yourself for that. Anything you want. Her mood was as good as it could be. After that, we can start negotiating about your new tail becoming a permanent thing. Only if you permanently make your chest as big as mine, and believably explain to everyone how and why that happened. She actually needed to think about it. Well, my chest wouldn't be that hard to explain. I finally got my growth spurt. Your tail would be a little more difficult, besides it being a magic accident. Fur usually doesn't change that much, does it? Not really, no. The cat girl shook her head. Also, don't actually be so serious about it. It's a serious matter, though. Sophia raised her voice. It has to be taken seriously. What is a serious matter? At the perfect time, the voice of another girl entered their conversation. Chloe? The couple hadn't noticed her arrival at all. Not even Sophia through her detection magic. She was so busy talking Maya into her new tail that she forgot to check it, as the fox girl isn't marked as unknown or even an enemy. I'm back? She just tilted her head in response. How long are you here already? The tiger had a bad feeling about this. The couple's conversation just now was rather peculiar, after all. Just now? Chloe looked even more confused. I heard something about a serious matter when I entered the entrance hall through the main door and directly went here. Ah, I see, she let out a relieved sigh. Safe. So, what is a serious matter? Nothing. Maya shook her head. It's just serious in Sophia's terms. We were just talking about a makeover to change up some things style-wise. Ah, I see. Luckily, Chloe wasn't the type of girl who kept pestering about something. That sort of thing can be quite important, though. A new style can have a big effect on others. It sure can. The cat girl rolled her eyes again while staring at her tiger. Ahaha, she had nothing to defend herself with. So, how was the shopping, Chloe? Sophia decided to change the topic. It was fun. Ari's fashion sense is impeccable, and Anna's a delight to be around because she's so lively. Shopping with them is great. She had taken a real liking to the duo. They're also great guides, because they grew up in the capital and know where even the most obscure shop is. Did you guide them to the fun shop in return, though? Maya smirked at her. I mean, that's the least you could have done in return. The fox girl turned her head away while her cheeks turned red. I like that reaction. Those two are way too advanced already. They got interested in things even I hesitated to look at. Seriously? The cat girl looked surprised. I can't wait to see them the next time. This is going to be very interesting. They might even be good for some inspiration to get my revenge on Sophia for earlier. Revenge is a very strong word here. The tiger didn't like her wording. You know what I mean. Earlier? Revenge? In that context, the fox girl didn't finish her sentence. Couple stuff. I see. Is that why your hair is still damp and the towel? Couple stuff that caused the need for a shower afterward. Maya added some more details to the situation. She wasn't sure what to reply here. Judging by her expression, she seemed to be pretty envious, though. Anyway, have a seat. Noticing that, Sophia decided to change the topic again and gestured at the sofa opposite of them. We're probably done being flirty idiots for now. We won't stop cuddling, though. That part is not negotiable. So, just a little less flirty idiots, actually. Sorry. Ahaha, hearing her slightly flawed argumentation, Chloe let out a soft chuckle before sitting down on the sofa the blonde was gesturing at. Afterward, the trio spent most of the afternoon chatting about various but meaningless things until it turned dark outside. During the evening, the trio had dinner together as there was still no hint of the wolves, and they went back to relaxing in the living room. Naturally, Maya and Sophia went right back to cuddling while chatting with each other some more. You sure know how to make others envious. Chloe was trying hard not to focus on the couple's clinginess, but it was hard to ignore. Their expression turned slightly awkward, but they didn't show any intention of stopping and letting go of each other. Well, it's really comfy to watch, so it's not that bad, I guess. The fox girl tried to concentrate on the positive side. Still, seeing you two being so cheesy while relaxing on a sofa in a comfy living room, I kinda miss the times of watching a cheap movie on TV while doing nothing all evening long. True. Sophia nodded. Though, I was more into bad soap operas during those times. They were always good for a laugh and lots of second-hand embarrassment. Not sure about that. I never got the appeal of those. Chloe apparently thought otherwise. I always thought they were trashy. That's the whole point. They're so bad that it's fun. The tiger raised her voice. Now I feel reminded of Steph again. We had the same dispute every evening, as well. She also preferred movies over that. Because movies are obviously better. They're not. The two agreed to disagree. Maya finally entered their conversation. What are you two talking about? Movies? Soap operas? What's a TV? Right, Sophia forgot that the cat girl didn't know about these things. A TV is something from my old war. Wait a moment. She only then noticed what was going on right now. It seems like Aura's suggestion to watch out for anything odd wasn't needed anymore. What? What? The fox girl had the exact same bewildered expression. See Chloe, so you'd dash. In shock, the blonde jumped off the sofa and accidentally dragged Maya with her as she forgot that the two were holding hands while cuddling. Huh? She was never able to finish her sentence, though. At the very moment they got up, everything was bathed in a blindingly bright light. A moment later, she found herself in an all-too-familiar, all-white room. Maya was still next to her while holding Sophia's hand. Everything else, including Chloe, got replaced by the white nothing. Bad timing, Kinnear. The tiger raised her voice. Bring me back right now. There's important stuff I need to confirm. That can wait. After those words came out of nowhere, Kinnear eventually appeared in front of the couple. Nice to see you again, Maya. Hello, she was a little overwhelmed. What do you mean it can wait? Sophia disagreed with him. It was super important. My news is, too. He struck out his hands to calm her down. There's something I really have to tell you first that can't wait any longer. What did you do? Sophia didn't like his wording. Afterward, the overseer let a few chairs appear and gestured for them to get seated before sitting down himself. It seemed like it could take a while. Chapter 317, Important News. Sophia, Maya, and Chloe were relaxing together in the mansion's living room when things suddenly took a weird turn. While watching the flirty and comfy couple, the fox girl was reminded of the times when she used to watch cheesy romance movies in the evening. On the other hand, the tiger seemed to prefer cheap soap operas, and the two had a little quarrel over which of those was better, only to eventually realize the actual issue at hand. The tiger didn't get to ask what was going on, though. The moment she jumped off the sofa in shock, while dragging Maya with her, the couple was suddenly bathed in a bright white light and found themselves in Kinnear's domain without prior notice. It seemed like something important had come up, according to him. So, what did you do? Sophia was still suspicious about him having called her over so suddenly and out of nowhere. If you're honest and tell me the truth now, I won't get angry with you. You know I watch people a lot, right? Kinnear looked back at her. I am well aware that's exactly what every mother says right before she gets angry. I'm not a mother, though. It's safe to be honest with me. I don't feel safe at all. It had the opposite effect on him. Hee hee. She let out a chuckle over his reaction. So, what is more important than me finding out whether Chloe is an otherworldler or not? She is. Kinnear just blurted it out. Hey! Sophia got loud. Don't rob me of the suspense. See? You got angry. But for a different reason. She wins that round. Maya had to side with her tiger. Fine. He hung his head. It sure was quite the surprise that you two met. I look forward to the future chaos. The stuff Vayanis is up to is quite entertaining, as well. I wasn't expecting her plan at all. What is she doing? The catgirl wasn't sure if she even wanted to know. Where's the fun in spoiling the surprise? After you did just that to me? He just scratched his cheek. I mean, it was pretty obvious if you even paid a little bit of attention, you know. Chloe not being from that world, that is. You know that I'm not good at that. But that's not my fault, is it? I'm not sure about that. Sophia had no intention of calming down anytime soon. My boosts have settled down for the most part, but who knows what your influence on any of this was. Were you good at paying attention to stuff like that before we met? The tiger chose not to answer him. Case closed. Kinnear looked happy. So, Chloe is actually. Wait, is she from the same world as I, or are there more? There are more, but you're from the same. Seriously? She hadn't expected that reply. Wait, why am I surprised? If there are two worlds, it only makes sense that there are many more. Exactly. Chloe isn't someone Sophia knew, though, right? Maya tilted her head. Judging by how alike they are and think basically the same, I wouldn't even be surprised if she's actually her sister in a new, fluffy, package. Eh? Sophia and Kinnear just stared at her. How did you manage to come to that conclusion? They were in perfect sync. I don't know. She averted her head. Sophia talked a lot about Steph, and looking at everything I noticed from Chloe's behavior and personality, they seem very similar. Those two, and thousands of, if not millions of other people. Yes. The duo continued to stare at her. Ugh. Do you really think I wouldn't realize Steph being my sister, just because she's a fluffy fox girl now? Chloe's just similar enough to her that she keeps reminding me of my sister. They would get along amazingly. Nothing more. I see. Maya felt a little stupid while she started blushing a bit. Also, Chloe died in their old world about 20 years ago. Kinnear continued. The flow of time isn't exactly the same, but Sophia's sister was born around the time the previous life of your fox friend ended. So, other than me, Chloe actually died for real when she came here. Yeah. That's the norm. You actually were an exception amongst exceptions, because you didn't want to get a new body, and I felt sorry for you. Ahaha, the tiger awkwardly scratched her cheek. I don't have much more information on her, though. I only know that Chloe came from the same world as you and died there around 20 years ago. I'm not the one who brought her over, so I was only informed about the essentials. It's quite amusing to watch her adventures here from time to time, though. Wait. You aren't the only one who can bring people from one world to another. There are many with that ability. Seriously? Yup. He nodded. Every overseer can bring people from one world to another using their favorite method. Maya, I hope you're taking notes. Sophia looked at her secretary. I need to review them later to understand what is even going on right now. Sure. She wasn't doing any of that, though. Anyway, enough of your fox for the time being. Kinnear clapped his hands to get them to the topic. You can ask her herself all about her past life once you're back again. There are more important things to talk about now. Right. Sophia focused her attention on him again. You wanted to tell me how you messed up, right? I did not. He got loud. I didn't mess up at all. I just wanted to relay this information to you as fast as possible. Oh, I'm sorry, then. She was surprisingly apologetic. Please go on. It's always so unnerving when she suddenly gets reasonable, Kinnear looked at Maya instead. Tell me about it. Hey. Once again, she got loud. That's what I get for trying, huh? Your letters have reached your family. Kinnear had enough of getting sidetracked. Yeah? Sophia immediately gave him her undivided attention. When? A little over a week ago. I was pretty busy, so I hadn't had the chance to put them into the postbox thing earlier. Afterward, I watched them for a few days to see their reaction and all that. Anne. Her entire body tensed up. How did they take it? Do you really want to know? Kinnear looked straight at her. Isn't it enough for you to know they've gotten your message and move on? The tiger needed to think about it. Will I regret if I want to know? A definite maybe. Not helping. What do you want to hear, then? He tilted his head. If there's nothing for me to tell, you will be sad, but if there's a lot, you will be just as much affected. She took another pause. Tell me. Are you sure? No. She shook her head. Still, do it. How do you understand this girl? He looked at Maya with a questioning expression. Who said I do? Fair point. There was nothing for him to add. Well, you asked for it. Kinnear wasn't going to keep it to himself. Your mother took it the way you wanted it. She was quite sad, but it also seemed like it made her a little happy because it gave her the closure you wanted it to be. I see. There was nothing else Sophia could say. It also helped her to give her undivided attention to her new child. From what I picked up, your fate was still weighing down on her a little. She looked less tired with each passing day I looked over her before they went on a vacation or something like that. That's good to hear. Wait, what? The blonde needed a moment to process it. Mom had another child? I mean, she had me pretty early, and she's still young enough, I guess, but… Am I even 9 months gone already? Pretty much exactly 9 months, going by Earth time, yes. The overseer nodded. It seems like she was already pregnant when you left, though. The child is a little over 2 months old now. I see, she was back to her one-liner. I had no idea. Still, it looks like she's doing fine, huh? I'm glad my letter helped a little even though it also hurt. The tiger didn't want to dwell too much on it. Yes. He nodded. Your mother seemed to be able to move on. What about Steph? How is she doing? Her voice turned more somber again. Kinnear paused for a moment. Anyway, how are you enjoying the new world during fall? Might be a bit too cold for a tiger right now, huh? Hey. Is it bad? Maya didn't have a hard time guessing why he was trying to change the topic. Well, her sister is a little, no, quite stubborn. It is Sophia's sister we're talking about here. It wasn't a surprising claim for the cat girl. Anything else would have been surprising. True. He nodded. Compared to her, our tiger is low maintenance, though. Seriously? This was surprising for her. I foreshadow trouble. Steph is quite the personality. Sophia looked strangely proud before glaring at the overseer. Now tell me what is going on. Fine, he gave up on stalling for time. It seems like your sister never believed you died in the first place. From what I've gathered, she hasn't stopped searching for you ever since your disappearance. She refused to accept that you were gone. It also drove her a little apart from your parents as she thought Stephanie's behavior was unhealthy and only made a bad situation worse. Still, she didn't care about any of that. Gee, great. Even though she used that specific word, her expression was the complete opposite of great. If anything, she looked devastated. The letter probably made it worse, too. After getting the confirmation that you're, in fact, not dead, she got even more motivated about finding you. So. The exact opposite of what I wanted with the letter. Sophia hung her head in defeat. Kinnear didn't answer. You can't do anything to, prevent her from doing anything stupid, right? Not really, he shook his head. My influence on Earth isn't that strong, after all. I mean, if something happens while I'm watching over her, I have some options. But you can't expect me to watch her all day, every day. I wasn't going to ask you. The blonde paused for a moment. Well, Steph can be even more stubborn than I, but other than me, she knows when to give up for good. Once she notices that she can't find me, she'll eventually give up. She has a good head on her shoulders, other than me, again. It'll work out, and she'll get over it soon enough. You're taking it quite well. Kinnear was a little surprised after she had turned so emotional the last time the topic came up. Well, I'd like to cry right now. Cry a lot, actually, but what good will it do? She sniffed once, before continuing. I'll always love and never forget her and what used to be my home, but I belong to the world Maya and the others come from now. Seems like both sisters have a good head on their shoulders. The cat girl liked her reply. It sure seems like it. Kinnear agreed. Thank you, she got a little bashful. While we're at it, thank you so much for delivering the letters and giving me an update on them. That was very generous of you. I accept payment in fun events and semi-catastrophes. He was glad that she seemed to be mostly fine. Only semi? Her mood really was improving. I also take big ones. Okay, at least to the size where I don't have to intervene to literally save the world, that is. That's fair. The tiger nodded a few times. I can do without that, as well. That was too scary for my liking. Good. I'll try my best with the semi-catastrophes for a while, though. Looking forward to it. You also have to come down and visit us again. Sophia smiled at him. Last time was a lot of fun. Let's get comfy in our living room with the wolves and drink a lot. A lot. With your enjoyment for alcohol boosted? Yes. Sounds fun. He smiled back at her. I'll put it onto my to-do list. With a priority marking, please. Sure. Great. Her mood was great again. I can't wait to get stupidly drunk and tease you all night long. Sounds like a plan. Maya was immediately on board with the plan. You two are the worst. We know. The couple was in perfect sync. I won't hold back. The blonde's smile started to turn into a grin. I'm incapable of doing that when teasing others in the first place. Yeah, he just waved his arm. Well, it seems like you're doing good, so go back where you came from and take your sassy cat with you. Hey, as he didn't want to look at their smug expressions for even a moment longer, Kinnear didn't even let Sophia finish and teleported them out of his domain with a snap of his fingers. Mommy, look. Those weird girls have animal ears and even a tail. Don't look, Billy. They're a bad influence. A woman in her late 20s put away her smartphone to cover the eyes of her roughly 5-year-old son, who was pointing and looking at a totally out-of-place looking tiger and cat girl. Yeah. It was the only reaction the couple had because they had slight issues processing the situation. And no way. Sophia was especially shocked. The two weren't the only ones that had a rough time. Back in his domain, Kinnear had also started panicking. Yeah. The moment he was alone again, his expression immediately changed. Why did this cost me so much authority that I actually felt it just now? Wait. After we talked about her sister and her old world, I sent them back to where Sophia came from. Oh, he started properly panicking. Their sass threw me off, and I didn't concentrate properly. I did a Sophia. That world is a one-way destination, too. Once you've been brought there from another world, you're stuck there as a punishment. Oh no. Chapter 318, Welcome. Maya and Sophia ended up in an emergency meeting with Kinnear in his domain because he finally managed to sniff out the blonde's family. While they were at it, he also confirmed that Chloe was indeed an otherworldler from the same world as the tiger. Afterward, he explained how Sophia's family reacted to the letter she had relayed to them. Her mother took it relatively fine and started to move on for good, but her sister, Steph, was having a hard time with it. As there was nothing the tiger could do about it, though, she decided that it was best to let her calm down and get over it without further intervening. As the meeting was coming to a close, Kinnear made a grave mistake, though. Slightly riled up from being teased by the couple, he didn't concentrate properly on his magic, and instead of sending them back to their current world, he sent them back to where the blonde came from, the world she lived in before her accident. Mommy, look. Those weird girls have animal ears and even a tail. Don't look, Billy. They're a bad influence. What? Seeing those two, and how the entire area around them looked nothing like the capital, including all the modern-looking houses, not to mention things like electric light posts and even cars, Sophia started panicking. Naturally, she hadn't seen that coming at all. Immediately after, once she had a clear moment, she instantly grabbed Maya's hand and dragged her into a side alley. Luckily, Kinnear seemed to have sent them to a residential area during the day when only very few people were around. There, the tiger leaned against a wall and slowly slid down to the ground before sitting down and hugging her knees. Why? Maya still hadn't the slightest clue about what was happening. As she continued to look all around her and took in all the unfamiliar sights, she kept looking more and more confused with each passing moment. What is this weird place? Where are we? Why do you look like you're about to die? The blonde didn't answer. Sophia? This is, she needed a moment. Welcome to my old world. Huh? Hearing that, the cat girl also started to properly panic. What? Why? Sophia repeated herself. First Chloe, which is cool. Then how Steph seemed to be having a hard time. And now this? That's too much. Her voice was a mix of sorrow and despair. Maya was still unable to deal with the situation. A depressed girlfriend on top was anything but helpful right now. As this was the priority now, though, she kneeled in front of the tiger. She was still leaning against the wall while burying her head into her legs and hugging her knees at the same time, which she then started petting. It seemed like you were taking the Steph thing relatively well, though. The cat girl decided to start with that. That was just because I thought we would go home right after. She let out another sniff before continuing. I was planning to immediately go to bed and cry for an hour or two. You acted strong, huh? Yes, the tiger gave her a weak nod. That's what I get for it. Maya looked around again. I know that your mind is occupied right now, but we have to do something about this, as well. She used one of her hands to simply point at everything around them. We can't stay here, you know. We have to go back. Also, those two humans just now, they were shocked about our ears and tails. Well, yeah. Something like us doesn't exist here. Isn't that bad if people see us? Unbelievably bad. We have to hurry back home then. Mind telling me how? Sophia still had her head buried in her legs she was hugging. The cat girl froze up. Wait, I can still sense your magic. It feels lower than usual, but it's still there. Can't we use a portal to go back? I still have my magic. For the first time since breaking down earlier, the blonde lifted her head to look at Maya, who then used her hand to wipe her tears away. My detection shut down, but... Yes, I can feel some power in you, as well. Why? There is supposed to be no magic in this world. How am I supposed to know? She probably was the last one who would be able to answer this question. Oh, but didn't Chloe mention something about you having actual magic inside of you, which doubles as your authority? It basically commands the environment magic around you? I think I remember Kinnear saying something similar. Maybe the magic inside our bodies came with us. It might be why your magic feels less now? This also could be the reason why my detection stopped working. I guess it uses the magic in the environment to find things. Without that, no detection. Makes sense, Maya just nodded. Portal? Alright. Hesitating for a moment, Sophia then let go of her legs and lifted her left arm. A moment later, it disappeared into a small purple portal connecting to her storage. Right after, she pulled it out again while holding a couple of gold coins from the other world. It works. The cat girl seemed visibly relieved and happy. Yeah, the tiger sounded a lot more reserved. What's wrong? That portal took way more magic than usual, and my recovery feels much slower, too. She let out a small sigh. A full-sized portal should still be possible, though. Gee, good. Well, I guess that confirms the theory about the internal magic. As we only have that available, we can't be as wasteful, and it takes longer until it returns to us. Yes, Sophia hung her head again. So, what's the actual issue? Maya naturally noticed that something else was weighing her down, as well, and stared right at her again. We shouldn't be here, and yet, we are. It shouldn't be possible, and yet, it happened. She went back to hugging her legs. If we return now, I can't leave the portal open because someone would definitely find it. I don't know if I can forcibly open the portal from the other side, either. I doubt my magic would reach, and again, someone would notice. Kinnear also mentioned before that he can send people over to a different world only once. I'm not sure if this counts, but what if it does? Or if it resets if we return on our own? What if not? Why you want to stay? The cat girl's expression changed completely. And no. But. It might be the only chance we have. We? Maya tilted her head. Steph? No. She raised her voice. Seeing her now only would end in a disaster. You don't want to? There's nothing I want more right now. But. She repeated herself. It will make things so much worse. I can't. I see. The cat girl decided against voicing her opinion on the matter for now. She understood that it was too much at once right now to be rational. So, what is this you were talking about? You and I. She took another slight pause to try and regain her posture. I want to show you where I came from. I never thought I would be able to, and I don't even particularly like this world, but I want you to know more about me. Oh. Maya didn't know how to reply to that. I'm really happy, but it looks quite scary here, though. She started looking around again while being seemingly quite nervous. Naturally, as absolutely nothing looked familiar to her, things got overwhelming fast. I didn't know you were such a scaredy cat, literally. Hey. The cat girl didn't like that. Speaking of, how would we be able to explore here in the first place? You said it yourself that it would be terrible if our animal features get noticed. Well, afterward, Sophia's body was enveloped by smoke, and a moment later, a slightly different-looking girl appeared. It was still Sophia, but her tiger ears and tail were gone. Also, her hair looked more like her summer style again, a much darker orange, but rather than the slight orange hue it had, it now shifted closer to a brownish blonde. The girl also looked a little taller and bigger than before. At least as much as her current clothes would allow her to grow. All in all, she had mostly returned to her pre-transmigration self after coming back to her old world. Maya wasn't sure how to feel about that. I wasn't expecting to have to use that magic so soon again. Or ever. Even so, she followed after her girl, and soon enough, her ears and tail were also gone. She didn't change anything else, though. After all, she didn't have multiple forms to choose from. I like the cat version more, even though it was her idea. It just made the whole mess of a situation worse for the blonde. I do, too. The white-haired girl complained even louder. Thankfully, I quite like your older human form quite a bit. Tiger Sophia is still my favorite, though. Mine, too. Ahaha, she let out a small chuckle. Sounds like you're starting to feel better. Not at all. Her voice quickly became quieter again. Can't say I'm a fan of the depressed Sophia, though. After the angry one, it's probably my least favorite variant. Shut up. I hate her more than anyone else. Good. So, what's the plan? Once again, Maya looked around in the vicinity, trying to make sense of all the strange things she saw. Luckily, as they weren't in a shopping or business district right now, the strangest things around them were cars. All the signs, monitor walls, and other sensory overloading things had yet to be discovered by her. No idea. Sophia decided she would rather continue burying her head in her legs while hugging her knees for a while longer. I see. Letting her gather her thoughts a little longer, Maya just sat down next to the blonde and leaned against her side while placing her head on the other girl's shoulder, and the two stayed like that for a good while. Chapter 319, What a Place. Things had taken quite a turn after Kinnear had summoned Sophia and Maya to tell the blonde the news about her family and how they had received her letters. After the overseer had finished telling them everything, he sent them back home. Unfortunately, he made a slight mistake and returned them to Sophia's original home, though. Luckily, albeit not as powerful anymore, their magic was still working, and Sophia was able to create her portals, which allowed them to go back to the right world. Being back, especially after having heard about Steph having a hard time, the blonde got even more emotional. After using magic to look like ordinary humans, they decided to stay a little longer because Sophia wanted to show Maya where she came from. It's probably not the best time to mention it, but it is getting rather cold here. The two were still sitting on the ground of a random alley somewhere in Sophia's old world when Maya started to feel uncomfortable. Why yeah. The blonde, who was continuing to hug her knees, reacted with a slight nod. Come on now. Hearing her still somber voice after the two had been sitting there for what felt like an hour already, the white-haired girl sprang back on her feet and positioned herself in front of the blonde while holding out her arms. Give me your hands. She wanted to help her up. Not answering her at first, Sophia stayed rooted like that for a moment longer. Still, she eventually, but very reluctantly, reached for the other's hands. Perfect. Maya immediately pulled her up and showed her a gentle smile once they were at the same eye level again. Oh ho, we're almost the same size right now. She noticed that the height gap between them had shrunk a lot. You're bigger, too. It's not quite your old body, though, isn't it? It feels like there are still a few centimeters missing. It didn't sound like she was just talking about her height. It's as close as my current clothes allowed me to grow. Wait, why did I go for my old self in the first place? You did it unconsciously? Old world, old me, I guess. She hung her head afterward. Drop the old personality, though. Maya got loud. You're better than that. It's easier said than done. It's not. Even your body knows. Look. She pointed at Sophia's hair. Even when you unconsciously transformed to your old looks, you still kept a few of your tiger stripes. You are someone else now. Someone better. Someone who forgot how being depressed even works. That's why, stop it. I'm not sure if you're the best or the worst motivational trainer in existence. Shut up. I'm the best. Well, it has to be true if you say it, huh? Yes. Maya gave her a satisfied nod. If you don't cheer up at least a little now, I'm going to get angry. Definitely the worst motivational trainer, she changed her opinion. I'm the bestest. No, that's Ellie. Hearing her wording it the way the little princess usually does, the blonde finally changed her expression and showed her a small but very cheeky smile. That's acceptable. She liked the change. True, too. Ahaha, even when she's not around, Ellie still manages to save the day. Alright, we're finally getting somewhere. I'm not sure if I hate or love you right now. That means my distraction is working. Maya smiled at her. Might be leaning closer towards love. Ehe. Barely, though. Sophia smiled back at her. At the end of the day, it will be all love. At the end of the day. You've been better at that before. I'm busy sightseeing, so I'll take it easy. I'll have to deduct points for your questionable priorities. I work best when I start with a handicap. You have an answer for everything, huh? The blonde just stared at her way too smug-looking girlfriend. Yep. She was glad that Sophia's retorts were getting livelier. By the way, I'm quite surprised that it seems to be early morning here right now. even though it was evening at our place. What's up with your world? Well, Kinnear just mentioned earlier that the flow of time is a little different. Ignoring the part where the year is 15 days longer on the other side. Also, it's morning here, in some place in this world, it is evening right now, so. That's true, I guess. Maya nodded a few times. Okay, that just means we have more time to explore. Sure. By the way, where exactly are we? Why are these houses so clean looking? Why are the streets so smooth? What are those colorful boxes with wheels that somewhat resemble those of a carriage, but also not, and are much smaller? What? It seemed like she could go on forever. It seems like I'll be doing lots of explaining today, huh? Well, for where we are, not even the slightest clue. Eh? There are almost 8 billion humans on this planet. Lots of cities to house them, and the housing districts of pretty much every developed country looks more or less the same. BRR, hearing the first part especially, Maya just shuddered in response. Understandable. She couldn't fault her for that reaction. It does feel ever so slightly nostalgic, though. Also, I understood those two earlier, and I can read the street signs and all that. Judging by how it's the same language, we're most likely in my home country. What does the language have to do with that? The white-haired girl tilted her head. Almost every country has its own language. Some even have multiple ones. There are a couple of hundred languages in total. Why? She only tilted her head more. Why, indeed. That sounds super inconvenient for communication and stuff. That's putting it very lightly. Your world is weird. Again, that's putting it very lightly. Sophia kept nodding at everything she was saying. Also, if you think that is weird, this will be a long day. Lucky we ended up in a somewhat familiar place then, huh? Also lucky that Kinnear gave you the translation skill for my language back when you wanted to read my letters. True. It would have been a major pain else. Maya reacted with a big nod. Still is quite the pain, regardless. For many reasons. I told you to stop being grumpy. The white-haired girl raised her voice once again. If I'm not allowed to be grumpy at all, we're going to have a problem. One problem more or less won't change much at this point. Maya stuck out her tongue while grinning at her. The hate you levels are rising. Good. Whatever. Shall we get going? Gladly. So, which way do you want to go? The blonde pointed in both directions. They could follow the alley. Why me? I have no idea how this world works. I lived here for over 20 years, and I have no clue about that, either. That's no excuse. Even more, I also don't know where we are. Adding to that, you're the one who's eager to explore. I mean, I want to show you, too, but, she shrugged her shoulders. Well, we're at it. If we're actually in a bigger city, you'll probably get surprised a lot and might even end up being completely overwhelmed. When that happens, try to keep it in you. If you're too surprised about something normal for absolutely everyone else, people might get suspicious. Don't belittle me. I know how to behave. She got a little pouty. No, you just have no idea just how ridiculous some areas and things of this world are. It'll be fine. Maya looked confident about her claim. Just try not to act too surprised. Sophia had a bad feeling already. So, which way? This way. She simply pointed to her right. As good as any suggestion, I guess. The blonde shrugged her shoulders again. Let's go. Okay. She gave her a big nod. There are still a ton of questions I have. Ask away. Why are the outsides of the houses and the streets so smooth? It's supposed to be bricks, isn't it? Well, there are still brick houses and cobble roads around, but houses nowadays are mostly made from concrete or have an outer layer plastered over them to make them look clean and smooth. The surface of the road is called asphalt, I think. Long story short, it's a mix of some things, and the mass is kinda soft when heated up. Smells horrible when hot, too. They put that stuff on the street, smoothen it, and once it cools down, it looks like this. Oh ho. I don't really get it, but it looks great. Nice and clean. A smooth street is also nice to drive on. Makes driving a car much more fun. Car. Maya looked confused again. The colorful boxes with the small wheels. Immediately after saying this, she heard something behind them and scooched Maya over to the side to make room for the red car that wanted to pass them. Eh? That just bewildered her even more. There was someone in there. How does it go without a horse? Does this world have magic, after all? Also, why is it so loud and smelly? It apparently wasn't an electric car. So much for not being surprised at every little thing. That's not a little thing. Compared to what you haven't seen yet, it sure is. Seriously? Yeah, Sophia rolled her eyes. No, there is no magic. Those cars have something we call an engine. This thing, burns something we pump out of the earth we call oil and converts that into movement. She decided to spare her many details because it would make no difference. I see. I think. It stinks and is loud because it's burning something. Pretty much. That aside, it's amazing that it can drive without a horse. The stuff it burns seems to be amazing. Yeah. She nodded. Aside from the part where it's finite, about to run out, and burning it slowly makes the planet unlivable because it destroys nature and pollutes the air. What? Maya looked more than shocked. Why would you use it, then? Because it's convenient. There is no magic we can use instead, after all. Sure is convenient to destroy the planet you live on. The blonde had a hard time countering that. When it was discovered or developed, no one thought about these side effects yet. When it became apparent, it was already too late to stop because of money, and how everything in the world was dependent on it. Dependent enough, again, to destroy the very planet you live on. She still had no arguments. There are newer cars and other transport vehicles that don't use that stuff anymore and drive with something we call electricity now. Depending on how that is made, there is no harm to the environment. That's great. Those new cars themselves have something big and heavy built inside of them to store that electricity. Building those things kinda destroys the earth, too. It's made with rare stuff, they have to destroy landscapes of unimaginable size all over the world to dig it out. From what I've heard, the stuff itself is also pretty harmful and a major pain to build. It also gets transported all over the world multiple times, which causes even more pollution because it's transported on ships that use an impossible amount of the other stuff we pump out of the earth. It's still better than burning oil in cars, as well, but what is wrong with humans? Maya decided not to specify which humans from what world she meant because she didn't want to insult the humans she already knew beforehand. And again, there was nothing she could say. I thought stupidity was a defining trait of our humans. The white-haired girl had to take a short break. Well, at least the humans of this world, from what I've seen so far, don't seem to think they're the absolute best while having no reason to think so. Or are being needlessly aggressive and start one war after another under the pretense of either a petty or even no reason at all. Sophia was taking a lot of second-hand damage at the moment. Because she couldn't bear it any longer, she eventually just stopped answering and started walking again. After the topic was over, or forcefully ended, the couple decided to wander around, and the scenery was slowly starting to change. Before long, they had left the housing district and entered the shopping area in the city they ended up in. Wow. Maya had long abandoned her promise not to get surprised at absolutely anything. It was hard to blame her, though. It seems like the city they were in was a rather big one, because the shopping area ended up being gigantic. There were an uncountable number of stores while the place was littered with ads, television screens, all kinds of flashy lights, and enormous video walls on the tall buildings. It was in no way comparable to the capital the two came from. I don't even know. What is all this? Why are all these pictures moving? Where is all this noise coming from? How are there so many people? Why are the buildings so enormous? There was absolutely no end to her questions. Sophia, on the other hand, hadn't said a thing for quite a while, and her face was seemingly turning paler with each passing moment. I seriously hate you, Kinnear. Why, just why? Huh. Even though she was distracted by absolutely everything, she still managed to notice that something was up with the blonde again. What's wrong? She only reacted by first placing her hands on her face. Welcome to my home city. It seemed like the blonde finally found out where exactly they were by coming across some more noticeable landmarks. Chapter 320, Sensory Overload. One thing led to another, which caused Sophia and Maya to end up in the blonde's original world. To make things worse, she already was plenty depressed after Kinnear had told her about her family right before and how her sister seemed to be having a hard time. Returning to her old home under these circumstances had stressed her a lot, and it almost seemed like she had regressed a little to her former self, as well. Luckily, Maya was with her, managed to keep her afloat, and cheered her up again. Once they made sure that returning home was possible, the couple decided to explore the city they were in while the blonde explained all the curious sights to her girlfriend. She also took a lot of secondhand damage from explaining all the stupid mistakes humanity made, and is continuing to do, because Maya just could understand it. While arriving in the actual shopping district and noticing some familiar sights, the blonde finally realized why everything felt somewhat familiar. As it turned out, the two had ended up in her old home city. This is your city. Maya needed a moment to understand those words. This is actually the place you came from? Why yes, the blonde didn't sound too happy about this revelation. The city is gigantic, though. Many, many times larger than the capital. My actual home is quite far away. Basically impossible to reach on foot because we can't run faster than ordinary humans here. Attention and all that stuff. I used other means of transport to go here for shopping and other things. We can't do that to go there? It costs money to use. She shook her head before taking out one of the gold coins she had pulled out of her storage earlier. Those obviously don't work here. That makes sense, Maya saw the issue. Too bad. We wouldn't be going there, anyway. The blonde got loud. I don't know many people, but the chance that someone recognizes me there is not zero. Not to mention that Steph might be there. Her voice instantly turned somber again. It would only end in a catastrophe. You worry too much, I don't worry nearly enough right now. Let's just agree to disagree. The white-haired girl's mood was a lot cheerier than that of Sophia. But no money also means no shopping, huh? I don't get this place at all, and all the noise and moving pictures are actually scary, but I bet there are lots of interesting things to buy, right? You have no idea. But yes, we're limited to looking at stuff only. Too bad. Yeah, she nodded. After all, now that they were here, there would be many things Sophia wouldn't mind getting. Wait. She then stared at the gold coin from the other world she had pulled out earlier. There's no way this is actual gold, right? The coin is pretty heavy, but it would be way too valuable, right? Though, is gold even valuable over there? It might actually be common? What are you mumbling about? Maya tilted her head while trying to make sense of her girl. Say. How much is gold worth on the other side? Gold. She paused for a moment. The metal, some jewelry, and the bigger coins are made out of? A little more than the other metals, I would say. It looks nice, but it's way too soft to make anything meaningful out of it. From what I remember, it's almost exclusively used for jewelry and some fancy decoration. It looks really nice, after all. And the coins, of course. It's not that much of a rare material. Still, it's softer than most metals, and together with the color that stands out quite a bit, it's supposedly hard to make counterfeit coins. They would probably end up being more expensive than the original ones. Are you for real? Yes? Maya looked more confused. I heard that there are some rules around gold, Like everything made with gold has to cost at least as much as the same weight in coins to keep the value, but other than that, gold is nothing special. The same rule applies to silver, too. There are probably some, or many, other regulations, but that's the gist of it. Oh my goodness. What's wrong? Gold is incredibly valuable here. If it's actually real gold, as in the same as it is here, and we find a place to exchange it for money, a few coins would be enough to never stop shopping today. Seriously? The white-haired girl got loud. Well, a few gold coins do the same in the capital, so I guess it's fair? I was talking about serious shopping. Sophia stared right at her. If I remember right, you need about 50 to 100 gold coins per month to live over there, right? Normal people, yeah. We spend a lot more. The incognito cat only scratched her cheek. Well, I'm not sure about the exact gold price right now, but if the coin is solid gold, a single one might already be more than enough to get through a month here. For real? Yes. Sophia was getting excited, and the whole situation of her worrying about being back in her home city was put on hold. I need to remember where all those cash for gold scammers are again. Probably near the other tourist traps? We have to find the shadiest amongst them, though. I'm pretty sure the mostly legit ones ask for your ID or something similar. Something we don't have. That will probably hurt the exchange rate a lot, but I can't say I care about that if we can go on a shopping spree. Not to mention that the number of gold coins I have in my storage is in the 4 digits. We are filthy rich, aren't we? What a thing to say, Maya rolled her eyes. It's kinda true, though. Wait, so that means we might be able to get some of this world's money? A lot of it, if we are lucky. Awesome. She also got excited. Before that, you have to explain a lot of things to me first. There are many curious things here, huh? Many? She raised her voice once again. What's up with this place? You said that there is no magic here, but all the stuff I'm seeing, and don't understand at all, tells a different story. If anything, it's way more impressive than our magic. I beg to differ. Like, a lot. A lot, but I can see where you're coming from. If one has never seen electricity and/or technology before, it's not that weird to compare it to magic, after all. Well, I'll try my best to explain everything. Though, I can't say that I know how all of that works exactly, either. As long as I'll be at least a little less confused afterward, that's fine. I can't guarantee for nothing, but ask away. Why is it so loud here? Sure, there are a bunch of humans all around, which already is plenty unnerving, but it seems much louder. I think I can make out a ton of music, too, but I don't see anyone playing an instrument. Ignoring the part where I don't know any instruments that could even make sounds like some of the stuff I'm hearing. Is that even music? Noise might be more fitting. Well, I better not answer whether it's noise or music. Taste is subjective, after all. Sophia scratched her cheek in return. There are limits to that, though. Ahaha. Anyway, no, it's fake. Fake? How to even explain all of this? She needed to think about it first. Okay, it's a really stupid explanation, but it's similar to how we write down words on paper. Only that we have a way to actually note down the voice of someone and can make the sound of it come out later again. It works the same for music and basically everything that makes a noise. Seriously? Yup. The blonde nodded. It's quite nice to be able to listen to music whenever you feel like it. It's actually one of the things I miss. I can imagine. It gets a little overwhelming with all the noise, though. Well, that's what happens if every store wants to make you hear their own things. Combine that with how some people think everyone around them also wants to hear whatever they're listening to because they think they're the center of the world. Are they idiots? Yup. Sophia couldn't have said it better herself as she glanced at a few people using their phones on speaker right now. Idiots. I see. Maya had no intention of questioning it. What about all those small boxes with the moving art in them? And the giant ones all over those way too big houses? She just kept going. It feels like my senses are getting fried here. How can anyone stay calm with so much going on? You get used to it. Is that really something you should get used to? She got louder again. Wouldn't it be better to turn all that down a little instead? That's how advertisement works here. Instead of trying to sell something people actually want or try to catch them with something clever, they just make their ads louder. Why? Once more, there was no reply. Anyway, well, it's a completely different concept, but the idea is pretty much the same as the recorded sound. Only that it's pictures, art, nature, or whatever else that got recorded visually. Often enough, it's also specifically made for those smaller boxes. By the way, those are TVs, the thing Chloe and I talked about earlier. They're able to play pictures and sound. Oh. It's pretty fun to have one normal-sized one at home for entertainment. I still don't really get it, but I'm starting to understand the allure of watching all those moving art. All of this at once is making my head spin, though. Yeah. It's a little overwhelming at times. Even I have a somewhat hard time after seeing nothing like this since I left. Someone who sees it for the first time, that has to be too much. MHM. Anything else you're curious about? Is that a joke? She just pointed at basically everything around them. Ahaha. Afterward, Sophia spent quite a lot of time explaining absolutely everything that had caught Maya's interest. Which was a lot. Once her curiosity was somewhat sated, the two could finally start exploring the city for real. The white-haired girl made no effort to stop being amazed at basically everything, though. For some reason, she was especially interested in some of the shops that used focused laser-like light to gather attention. Interestingly enough, Sophia also seemed to enjoy them a lot more than she remembered from her past. Chapter 321, Pocket Money. Still in her old world, Sophia was very busy explaining all the curious sights to her girlfriend, who obviously had never seen any of them in her entire life. It also was a little overwhelming, though. Natural, as someone who isn't used to all the noise, lights, and moving images, one starts to suffer from sensory overload pretty quickly. Even Sophia, who grew up with all that, was a little taken aback after having spent almost a year without it. While they were at it, the blonde also learned something peculiar about the other world's currency. Apparently, the gold coins were made from actual gold because the value wasn't nearly as high there. This information could come in rather handy soon. Okay, I think I'm starting to get used to everything. To a degree, at least, Maya seemed a lot more at ease while looking around by now. Her head was still moving around a lot, though. She looked like the stereotypical countryside tourist visiting the big city for the first time. That's good to hear. The blonde looked and sounded a little tired, and it was not just because the whole part of her being in her old world again was putting a massive mental strain on her. I also could eat something. Oh, is there any food that we don't have there? Her eyes started sparkling while thinking about it. We didn't have much Asian-themed cuisine yet. We're definitely missing out on that. I always liked that a lot for the most part. No idea what that Asian part means, but I like the sound of that. As that had no relation to her actual world, even the translation add-in she got from Kinnear couldn't help her here. This world is grouped in regions. Mostly based on the continents. Asia is one of them. Oh. So, it's food that is local there? Pretty much. Sophia nodded. But, no money, no food. She had already forgotten about that. Should we try to exchange the gold coins for money? It could end up being super bothersome as I'm not exactly sure if that's even legal. Could someone actually do anything to you, though? Maya tilted her head. You still have magic and are much stronger even without that. I can't just go using magic if something doesn't work out. But we can simply walk away and disappear before something happens. No consequences for us. I'm a fan of the reckless Maya. I'm having fun, after all. Her mood was great. For that alone, I just have to try it now. Ehe. She liked Sophia's reply. Oh, if we do get money, we could visit your home, right? Maya, stop it. The blonde's expression got serious in an instant. Okay. She quickly decided against pressing the issue. Thank you. Sophia continued to stare at her for a bit longer, though. Alright, let's try and find that place. She eventually broke the eye contact with her. Yay. It might take a while, though. Is it far? Not really, but if you think my sense of direction in the capital is bad, get ready for some fun. You have no idea where it is, huh? No, I absolutely do know where it is. Well, that's good, then. Maya looked confused because it sounded somewhat contradicting. I have no idea how to get there. Ah. Unfortunately, the contradiction got resolved. After about what felt like an hour, the girls finally arrived in a slightly shady but promising-looking area of the city. In Sophia's defense, it wasn't entirely her fault that it took so long. Maya kept getting curious about all sorts of things and demanded an explanation while they were walking around. Alright, it's starting to look familiar to the area I want to visit. Really? The white-haired girl tilted her head. It's less noisy here, and the sensory overload is milder, too, but I can't say I like the area. Feels kinda dirty and shady, not friendly at all. Almost like one shouldn't be here. That's the whole point. Our plan also is pretty shady, after all. Right. Oh, that place looks good, or, well, bad? What is it in our case? Terminology never was the blonde's strong suit. It's good that it's bad. Sure. She just accepted it. This place basically screams money laundering. Happy about that discovery, Sophia and her girl entered the shady-looking Cash for Gold store. Or rather, the shadiest one, to be more correct. The person behind the counter, a man in his late 30s with brown hair and a lush beard, immediately locked eyes with her without giving as much as a greeting. Curiously enough, he was wearing a perfectly fitting black suit that seemed to be of exceptionally high quality. That only added to the shoddiness, though. This isn't a place for two cute girls. Thank you. The blonde matched his gaze. It's always nice to be called cute. She looked pretty confident. Oh ho, it's rare for someone to look back at me without flinching whatsoever. He seemed to be rather impressed. Looks can be deceiving, huh? I mean, it was a good effort, but I've met way more intimidating individuals before. Sophia was having fun with this exchange. Actually, even she's scarier when she gets angry. She then glanced at Maya. I don't want to hear that from you. Fearless, are we? He intensified his stare. Maybe I should try to be intimidating for real? If you think it's necessary. Sophia did the same, while her expression also turned serious. At the same time, it almost seemed like the whole inside of the store was getting darker. Her entire aura had changed in an instant. So, what do you want? The store owner actually managed to hold out longer than the humans from the other world, but he, too, had no chance to endure Sophia's pressure that might or might not have had a tiny bit of dark magic mixed into it. I have to apologize for earlier. It seems like you found the right place. A slight smirk appeared on her lips. The two of us want to go on a totally overblown shopping spree. She started smiling again after he gave up. I have some gold I want to get rid of to finance that. The guy paused for a moment. There might be better places for that, girl. My customers usually value other things over the best price in my store. Is privacy one of them? That's the sole reason we're talking right now? Is it stolen? His expression changed once again. Does it matter? He didn't answer. Well, it doesn't matter, then. Feel free to melt it down immediately after receiving it. She had a hunch of why he asked. All those movies she watched in the past were coming in really handy right now. No, I can guarantee you that I acquired it in a legit way. I just can't prove it. The actual issue is the two of us. She glanced at Maya again. We shouldn't be here. At all. Neither of us wants or can ID ourselves for reasons. You shouldn't mention that so openly, girl. What does it matter? If you try something, it won't end well for one side here, and it won't be ours. Also, if that's not your thing, we'll simply walk out of the store and never see each other again. You sure are hardcore. Big fan. He started to like Sophia. Let's just say that such an arrangement is not unheard of. It has a bit of an effect on the exchange rate, though. I was expecting that already. She then pulled out one of the gold coins and handed it to him. What do you think? The store owner moved it around in his hand a couple of times. The color and the weight match for now, but what kind of coin is this? It looks like an old doubloon, but it seems too good shape for that. Also, I have never seen a language like that before. Is that even a language? I'm sorry, but I can't answer that. He seemed pretty curious about its origin. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. He gave up relatively soon, though. The insides are what count, after all. Afterward, the owner pulled out some testing equipment and thoroughly examined the coin. And? Naturally, Sophia was quite curious about the result. Not bad. He nodded a couple of times. There are some impurities, probably happened during manufacturing or if the mining technique wasn't the best, which is normal for older coins, but it's about 95% pure gold. It's a good coin. Quite heavy, too. Sounds good. How much is the market value? A lot. How much less will it be after your cut? A good bit. How will this change things? Saying so, Sophia presented him 4 more coins. Are you serious? I did mention that we want to do some serious shopping, right? Girl, those coins are about 2 fine ounces each. Even after my cut, you'll have to put some serious effort to blow all that in a shopping trip. I like challenges. Okay, that's a great answer. I can respect that. Dot. Alright, I like you, girl, so I'll be honest. Try to get a proxy to sell it in a legit place and give them a cut instead. With my cut on this much, you're not that well off. I don't care about that right now. Sophia shook her head. Also, we're quite pressed for time. Is that so? Okay, how about that? The blonde grabbed into her pocket once again to pull out a 6th coin. You give me the market price for the 5 coins, and I'll forget this one on the counter. Just how many do you have? That's not important. She chose not to answer. So? He stared at the coins for a solid minute in absolute silence. Give me a moment to test them first. Sure. Alright, deal. Once he checked the other coins, he eventually held out his hands toward the blonde. Perfect. She did the same and shook his to seal the deal. Afterward, the owner handed over a nice bundle of money, and the two shook hands once more. It's been a pleasure to do business with you, girlie. Likewise. Sophia smiled at him. I can expect nothing to happen after I leave, because you think I have more of those coins on me, right? Her expression changed again for a moment. We all might be quite shady, but I honor good business practices. A robbed customer won't come back, after all. We also live by word of mouth, after all. Following you to get the other coins might be a good short-time acquisition, but it's bad for business in the long run. I'd rather for you to come back a lot. It wouldn't be a good short-time acquisition, either. I don't know the people you know, but I know the people I know. Yikes, you're scary. Her intimidation worked. Don't worry. I was serious about hoping for you to return. This wasn't my best deal, but it definitely was a lucrative one. Glad to hear. Sophia's gaze relaxed again. I want to say that it's highly unlikely that I'll be back, but it was supposed to be impossible for us to be here in the first place, so. Or, if we run out of money, and we'll be back in the afternoon. What kind of shopping are you planning? Serious shopping, I just told you. Huh. Well, you know where to find me. I do. Alright then, have fun shopping, I guess. Hee. After all this was taken care of, the couple finally left the store after having had a rather exciting meeting. You are something else. The moment they exited the store, Maya immediately started staring down the blonde. "Why? You had way too much fun in there." "Eh? Well, confident Sophia is great, so I guess it's fine. Anyway, what is this weird paper he gave you in return for the coins?" "It's the money of this country. We also have coins, but the higher value money is made of paper, or something paper-like. It seems weird, but it's much more convenient because it's easier to carry around." "Oh, I can see that being the case, yeah. Clever. So, how much is it? We have a long day of shopping ahead of us." "I like the sound of that." This had put both in an excellent mood, and the duo returned to the actual shopping district because they now had a lot of money they needed to get rid of again. Chapter 322, What to Get First. Sophia's and Maya's accidental trip to the blonde's old world was going strong. The incognito cat girl was way too curious about everything for very obvious reasons, and the equally incognito tiger was doing a lot of explaining. After a while, once Sophia discovered that the other world's gold coins were actual gold, they found a place to exchange them for usable money without any questions being asked. Now, as they were loaded, it was time for a shopping spree. "How did you learn to speak like that?" The couple was on the way back to the shopping district after having visited the Cash for Gold place when Maya was curious about the blonde's exchange with the store owner. "You sounded like a villain from a bad book or something like that." Ahaha, she wasn't sure how to feel about that. "Remember the TV thingy? There are many, recordings we call shows and movies. They're like a story in a book in one way or another, but you can actually watch and listen to it happening inside the TV. Shows about gangsters and the likes are extremely popular. I might have picked up a thing or two from that, and now that I'm outgoing and confident about myself, it's fun to use. That does sound kind of fun. All the movement and loud sounds here in this city are irritating at best, but if it's just a single of these small TV thingies, this could be interesting." Sophia tilted her head. "A cinema might still be a bit too loud and flashy. We could get a TV, a ton of them with our money, actually. We have no electricity, though. A tablet or a laptop would be just as useless after their batteries run out." "I have no idea what you're talking about, but it's not that important, okay?" Maya didn't know many of these words, but she understood that her blonde was trying to overthink something again. "If anything, I'm most interested in the food thing you mentioned earlier. I'm really hungry." "Right. Though, now I wonder if it's alright for you to eat food from this world. I mean, you might be incompatible with it." "I might be, too, now. I'll rely on your trusty healing magic if my stomach disagrees with the plan." The white-haired girl decided not to care about this possibility. I like that answer. We're in luck, as well. My favorite Chinese restaurant should be pretty close to us, judging by the landmarks I remember in this area." "Chinese?" Maya looked confused. "Didn't you mention something about, Asian food earlier?" Asia is the region, and China is a country there." "Oh, so it's local cuisine from a certain area?" "Something like that, yeah. I look forward to it. Though, it's still quite early. I wonder if they're already open." "Yeah?" She didn't like the sound of that. Most restaurants here, that don't serve breakfast, only open starting for lunch. Some even do dinner only. What time is it even? Saying so, the blonde looked around and quickly found a digital clock in the window of a store. 10:45, huh? That's actually not bad. If we take our time a bit, we should be good for their lunch menu. You'll get lost 3 times on the way there, anyway. We should be good, I guess? Hey. She got loud. The truth hurts, you know? Hee hee. Well then, show me your exceptional navigation skills. Roughly half an hour later, Sophia finally found the way to the 10-minute walk-away restaurant. There, the two had a slightly early lunch together after the place had just opened. That was amazing. Once they finished eating and exited the place, Maya's eyes were still sparkling while facing her girl. So delicious. I never had anything like that. So many spices I never tasted. Yeah, they know their seasoning game. She nodded a few times. I love the food I'm eating lately, especially everything made by you, but the extreme variety of food you can get here definitely has its merits. I can see that. I wonder if something similar is going on over there. Different food in different areas and/or continents. It has to be, right? Pretty sure about that. Maya agreed with her. The food in the capital and my home already differ. I'm sure it will be even more so the further we go. We must go hunting for ingredients when we're back to traveling. She was very motivated about it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's probably harder for cultures to spread and mingle there, huh? Here, if we want to, we could be on the other side of the planet tomorrow. Nothing is really local anymore. How can you be on the other side of the planet in a day? The blonde scratched her cheek. There are more means of transportation than the cars you already saw. There's something we call planes. We use them to fly in the sky and just go right to wherever we want in the world. Come on, now you're just messing with me because I have no idea what is and is not a thing here. The incognito cat didn't believe her. There's an airport relatively nearby, so, while saying that, Sophia looked up at the sky. There, look. At the perfect time, a jumbo jet was flying above them. Yeah. Her eyes grew wide when she saw the plan. Are you serious? Yup. She just nodded. Depending on the type, a few hundred people fit in those. This world is scary. Is this what happens when you don't have magic? By the way, one of these planes flying around is even worse for the environment than a bunch of those cars from earlier. What is wrong with you people? Maya's voice of admiration quickly changed into something else entirely. Ahaha, the blonde could only awkwardly look away because there was nothing she could say. Well, it's probably hard to judge as an outsider, but it feels incredibly stupid what you all are doing here. No matter how amazing the results are. And they are amazing. Good thing it's not my problem. Well, it is kinda stupid, but we had to help ourselves somehow. We needed these things to develop to the point where we are right now. We had no magic, so we had to use alternatives. Those alternatives were far from optimal, but we didn't know about the downsides at first. Could you give up on magic just like that if it eventually turns out to be harmful in one way or another? That being said, we definitely went way too far in some areas, though. Okay, I guess you have a point there. Yeah, letting go of magic would be near impossible. Anyway, Maya had no intention of wasting any more time on the issue. Back to the food topic. Is it possible to get a few cookbooks somewhere? I bet I can find some amazing recipes even with the ingredients that are available for us. And if we get our hands on more while traveling, I can directly put them to use. Oh ho! Sophia was a big fan of the idea. Yeah, there are many places that sell them. Let's finally start the shopping, anyway. Let's. The white-haired girl raised her arm high in the air in anticipation. I can't wait. I really like you the best when you're playful and highly motivated about something. Is there anything specific you want? Well, obviously, we have to get things that only exist here. No reason to buy anything we could get whenever. It seems like fashion-wise, the places are kinda similar to each other. From what I've seen from people watching so far, it might be a little more eccentric, but it doesn't feel like I'm missing out on anything. What a nice way of saying how idiotic some people look. They do, don't they? Maya felt happy that she wasn't alone in the feeling. It's best to ignore that side of fashion here. There might be some interesting underwear to explore, though. Mostly lingerie, that is. I always say that the capital's perverted in that regard, but it's honestly nothing compared to what you can get here. You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. Ahaha. The blonde had to chuckle at her perverted girlfriend. A normal lingerie boutique might be on the same level as the capital, so. Go all out and head for a sex shop? I vastly prefer online shopping for that, but that's not really an option right now. I like the sound of that. She didn't care about the online part that she didn't understand because the parts she did were all she needed to get excited. They have some exciting things. Toys. I like the motivation, and I'm all for it, but don't we already have a wide selection of them at home? Oh no, let's ignore the magic extension one for now, but this world is on another level when it comes to those kinds of things. You have no idea what we're missing out on. Let's go. Maya didn't care about anything else right now. But how can we charge them? We could buy 1,000 or more batteries and are set for a while when it comes to the chap ones, but also, all the good ones have a battery in them. They need working USB power. She actually looked depressed about it for a moment. Wait, there are those solar power banks. I wanted to get one a while back, but Steph told me they're all super bad because even the better ones with a large and foldable solar panel need like a full day to charge your phone even once. That doesn't matter, though. I think they need a lot less energy, so it's okay if the power bank needs a day or two to get full. What are you talking about? I don't get any of the gibberish you're saying. Naturally, the white-haired girl couldn't follow her. Don't mind me. I just had to think about some organizational details so that we can have the most possible fun in that store. My idea should work, so we can go all out. I don't get it, but why? Why, indeed. Afterward, the couple finally started their search for the mentioned shop. As Sophia had done such shopping only online before, they had to run around for a bit to find it. In the end, they finally had some luck after wandering around on the less fancy side streets for a while. They vibrate? Soon after they entered the place, Maya's surprised and excited-sounding voice could even be heard outside the store. Chapter 323, They Vibrate. Now that they had money and a delicious lunch, the girls finally decided to explore the shopping options of Sophia's old world. Naturally, as both of them were perverts, they ended up visiting a sex shop first. The blonde had a few concerns about even being able to use some of the toys as they need batteries or have to be charged. Still, she was pretty confident that they might be able to scrape by with a solar power bank. They vibrate. Why do they vibrate? The couple had just left the store again, and Maya was still visibly shaken. Needless to add, both had many gigantic bags dangling from their hands. Amazing, isn't it? Forget magic. This alone is worth more than that. I wouldn't go that far. I would, and I do. The white-haired girl sounded very passionate. They vibrate. 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 Ahaha. Those aren't even the best ones we got, you know? They aren't? Nope. Sophia shook her head. They weren't any of them on display, but we also got some that actually move by contracting and expanding, and others that pulsate, as well. What? Remote-controlled stuff, too. The blonde started smiling. Those come with two parts. One that you insert, and the other part controls the vibration and all the other things. They aren't even connected with each other. That means you could have something inside you, and I would be able to control it. I can play with you without even touching you. Maya looked so excited that she didn't even get a word out. The other way around, too, of course. I want you to control me. And I haven't even mentioned the best sort of toy yet. There's something even better? Much better. It's a type you don't even insert, but it easily beats all the other ones. By far, I have to add. It works with pulsating airwaves, and it's the best. It recreates the feel of having someone suck on your, just way more intense. She continued to be at a loss for words. We also got a ton of stuff that we can use together. Most of them vibrate and do other, even more exciting things, too. See, can we go home? Like, right now. What about the shopping? There's still much more, non-perverted stuff to get. But I'm horny now. Wow, Sophia had no idea how to follow up on that. We can't use most of the toys we got right now, anyway. We have to get some other tools first, before we can use them. Seriously. She looked and sounded utterly devastated. I don't think I ever saw you as disappointed as you look right now. Hearing that, Maya paused for a moment and shook her head a few times. Okay, I might be able to endure it a bit longer. I'll be quite pent up once we finally get to try out the new things, though. Better get ready for that, my dear. Don't worry, my dear, Sophia smirked at her. You won't last longer than a few minutes with most of those toys. Probably less, because you're not used to them yet. Especially the one that does it all at once. That thing, the one that gets inserted, vibrates, and has a spot on the outside to line up with to use those pulsating airwaves there. That one is dangerous. It will change you and your outlook in life forever. Don't tease me even more when I'm horny already. You really can be a pain at times. Sucks that feeling, doesn't it? Good thing the horny doesn't affect the sass, huh? If anything, being horny only makes me sassier, so you better not overdo the teasing. I'll keep that in mind. The blonde just rolled her eyes. Anyway, let's do some more shopping and use this chance. Once we're done here, there will be plenty of time for the other things. Fine, she was a little pouty. We'll start with getting whatever else is needed to use the fun toys first, though. That's the plan. Sophia smiled at her. Depending on the outcome of that, and how good it works, or at all, actually, it kinda dictates what other stuff we can buy and use. Okay. She had a hard time following her again. Whatever, let's go. It didn't dampen her motivation in the slightest. Let's see. Should we head to an electronics store? They would have batteries and a solar power bank. Oh, maybe an outdoor store or one for camping equipment? They should also have those power banks, and it's much more likely that they sell you stuff that actually works. What do you think, Maya? Maya has no idea what you're talking about. She felt like replying to her in the third person. Right, the blonde had forgotten about that part. Well, there's an outdoor store nearby that Steph used to drag me to because she loves to go camping. We might as well start there, I guess. Sure. I guess. Led away. Hee. Trying her best to remember the way to the store, the two wandered around for a little while. Still, Sophia eventually found the place, and the girls first started browsing around inside before looking for the things they came for. Whoa, so many different types of tents. The incognito cat girl was having a good time in the store. The material is so different, as well. I like it, though. It's a synthetic fiber. Kinda similar to something we call plastic. Oh ho. Pretty bad for the environment, too. The material plastic is originally made of is the same as the stuff we burn in cars. Plastic also basically never leaves and is a big pollution hazard. Why? It's extremely useful and very versatile, she scratched her cheek in return. Wait, tents are a thing on the other side, right? Of course. They're super bulky and heavy, though. Not so lightweight and easy to store as those ones. Well, that doesn't matter to us, right? I just can put them in my storage hole. True. Let's get some when we're back to traveling. Let's leave as much of a pollution hazard as possible in this world. Good plan. Maya heartily agreed with that idea. I still like the starry sky more than tents, but it's great when it's too cold for that or if it's raining, but we don't want to head back home. Yes. Let's see if we find anything else that would be useful for camping and then buy the things we came for. Okay. The couple walked around in the store a bit longer and picked up all sorts of things that could be useful during their travels and also a ton of gimmicks. Afterward, she called over a clerk to help with the solar idea because she wasn't as technically adept as she'd like to be in this case. Hello there. How can I help you? A man with brown hair and seemingly in his late 20s responded to her call. I'm looking for a power bank with a solar panel. I heard that most of them are borderline a scam and useless, but I hope that an outdoor store maybe has some that may at least be half decent. He tilted his head. Well, we do have some, but, truth to be told, even the solar panels on the good ones are more of a gimmick at best. I see. It really is just for emergency use, though. As it was to get energy for their toys, emergency use was putting it lightly. It would be enough to get one phone worth of charge at the end of the day if it was laying in the sun all day. It might work out with a good angle during the summer. In every other season, once it's less sunny, even that might be a tall order. Seriously? They're that useless. I don't know how much size and weight are a concern to you, but I would definitely recommend a normal power bank, and a bigger standalone solar panel that comes with an integrated USB port or two meant for charging devices. You charge the power bank with that over the day and use it when needed. Those are a thing? There suddenly was a lot of excitement in her voice. I thought there were only the huge things on fields and roofs, and then the small ones for low-powered devices or gimmicks like the power banks. They come in all sizes nowadays and are insanely popular if you go caravanning. You can connect multiple medium-sized panels to a gigantic power bank big enough to even power AC devices like TVs or fridges. The better ones have up to 3,000 watt-hours of battery storage in them, and you can add additional batteries to them as an upgrade. The biggest ones have like a total of 15,000 watt-hours and can be combined with up to 1,500 watt worth of solar panels. Even with the little sun during the winter, you'd still easily get 300 watts out of them. It's super heavy, but you can live completely off-grid with such a setup in your caravan. The clerk had entered sales mode. You also don't nearly need this size for that, either. I like the sound of that. Sophia's eyes were sparkling. She had no idea that power banks and solar panels of this size existed, but this would solve all her problems. But they are quite expensive. Like, really expensive. How long do those big power banks last? Money wasn't a big concern of the blonde right now. Batteries in smartphones are significantly worse after just 2 years, after all. They use a different technology in them. Depending on the manufacturer, they're rated for 3.000 to 4.000 full cycles. So, around 10 years if you empty it every day? More or less. The clerk nodded. Though, this rating describes how long it takes for them to still hold 80% of their initial capacity. That means even after 10 years of using it daily, it has only lost 20% and is good for many more years. Oh. Then, that also means the bigger the capacity, even though it's not needed, the longer it will hold, right? Lower full cycles and all. More or less, yes. He nodded. But, it's not like when you get 10 times the capacity that it will last for a guaranteed 100 years. It's still electronics, after all. It will fail eventually. Getting 2 bases with 1 or 2 extra batteries might be best for more reliability. It will be the same capacity in the end, but even if a part fails, you can still continue to use the rest. You will have some redundancy that way. Sold. It was getting too technical for her, but the parts she did understand, the blonde liked very much and decided to get it. Are you sure? I was serious when I mentioned them being expensive. Doesn't matter. Sophia smiled at him. We're planning to go on a really long journey, and I was prepared to say goodbye to electricity except for a little bit for emergency use. She was still talking about their toys being able to function as the emergency. Well, sure, I won't stop you. Good for business, after all. No refunds, only store credit, by the way. Do you want to schedule a delivery for it, or can we take it with us immediately? It's in stock, sure, but all that stuff is heavier than the 2 of you together, you know. Good luck carrying that. Don't worry, we're quite strong. Like I said, well, whatever, he gave up, knowing that she'd cave in once the blonde saw all the boxes and how heavy they really were. Afterward, the clerk disappeared for about 20 minutes to get everything ready. Chapter 324, Say Cheese. Sophia and Maya went to an outdoor store to get a power bank with a usable solar panel on it to get a bit of charge during the day in the other world, because that would be the only source of electricity there. They only needed to charge their newly bought toys, after all. It ended up with the blonde spending a ton of money, though. After discovering that there are large but portable solar panels and gigantic power banks that can even power AC devices for a long time, she got all that instead. With that, they'll be able to power all sorts of electrical devices in the other world. That look on that clerk was amazing. After they had left the store and put everything into Sophia's storage in a side alley where no one saw them, Maya was in a good mood while smiling at Sophia. He was so shocked when we lifted all those boxes with ease. He totally couldn't believe it. Well, it did feel like it weighed more than the two of us together. Significantly more. And I can't believe I just spent half of the coin money on some oversized power banks. He really wasn't kidding about them being expensive. Well, it will be so worth it. There was a moment of buyer's remorse, but it only lasted a second because she was looking forward to all the possibilities they now had. By the way, what kind of language were you and the clerk using? The white-haired girl tilted her head while looking confused. I understood next to nothing when you two were talking. It was rather technical stuff that only exists here. There's no way Kinnear's translation feature would be able to take care of that. Sophia saw the issue. Don't worry, though. It was all pretty boring stuff. Also, I didn't understand all of it, either. Okay. So, the important part. Will it work? Will I be able to test out the vibrating fun things? She was still horny. We absolutely will. Yay. She was very horny. Not just that, we will be able to use pretty much anything from this world over in our mansion now. From what I understood, we might even be able to use a TV with it. Some of the devices that play music and words, too. Really? Yup. The blonde nodded. We'd need to buy a ton of movies and series, though. It could be quite a pain. Not sure if it's worth it. Well, I am rather interested in it, but as long as I'm able to vibrate once we're back home, everything else is optional. Ahaha, she had to laugh at her girlfriend's horniness. Good lord, are you thirsty? I have no plans to apologize for that. I wasn't expecting you to. I am looking quite forward to it, too. Good. Mostly your reactions to the toys, though. Sophia's smile turned into a smirk. That will be amazing. I don't even care how smug you are about it. That just means they're at least as amazing as I imagine them to be. I doubt your imagination can reach the actual thing. Stop teasing me. I'm enough on edge already. Hee. Her smirk only increased. I'm so going to use every single toy we got on you after I'm done testing them. I'll make you scream. Is that a threat or a promise? The blonde wasn't sure what to make out of this reply of hers. Yes. I see. She was happy with Maya's answer. Well, for now, let's head to an electronics store and see how we can waste some more money. Okay. Luckily, a big electronics store was on the same street as the outdoor shop and just a few buildings away, so even Sophia could find it easily. Sure is loud and flashy in here. Even Sophia was affected by the many TVs on display that were all playing something. That's putting it lightly. The white-haired girl just nodded in agreement. Should we start looking for things further away from the TVs first? Oh, how about we look at some other household appliances? Like stuff for the kitchen? I doubt we'll be able to use many if any of them, and a lot of them we don't need because of magic, but we might get some inspiration for more inventions. Yeah. She seemed to be a fan of the idea. Let's see. Fridges are quite fun. Well, not really, but, in this context, maybe. It's all those boxes over there. She then pointed at several fridges while looking at her girl. Okay. Maybe got closer to one of them and decided to pull at its handle. You can store things inside. She didn't seem very impressed. Amazing. Fair point, I guess. Sophia saw how it seemed a bit underwhelming. It's not working right now. When it is, the insides turn cold, and you can store food in it to keep it fresh. Oh. She sounded a lot more impressed now. That's super handy. It's like your ice storage, huh? Just a lot more accessible. What a great idea. It was such a pain having to buy everything fresh all the time. Being able to easily store perishable food for a few days makes it so much easier. Exactly. Oh. She got even more excited. Now, with those portal enchantments. Could you use that on a tall cupboard and make it activate when touching the handle? If the portal links to the ice storage inside, it would basically be the same, just much bigger. That's a great idea. The blonde was also getting excited. We have to try that when we get home. Only after we try the other things first, though. Maya interrupted her. The vibraty things take utmost priority. Yes, she rolled her eyes in return. Good. The incognito cat seemed happy about her reply. What other things are there? I can see some ovens, but they're not much different, I guess? Pretty much. Instead of magic, they work with electricity like pretty much anything in this world. Those flat and black rectangle things are our stoves. Same principle, too. Fancy. She liked the look of them. I bet it's fun to cook on them. What else is there? The blonde looked around some more. There are washing machines and dryers, but they use water and hot air to clean clothes. Magic is much handier in that regard. Speaking of which, her eyes fell on a few dishwashers while mentioning that. Is there any cleaning magic for dishes, as well? We have a machine here for that, and I miss that a lot. It has to be, right? We can clean clothes with magic. Why are we scrubbing dishes by hand? They break easily, and magic isn't the most delicate at times. Sophia could see the issue. She has a little experience with magic not being delicate at times, after all. There has to be a way, though. A dishwasher is just a box that squirts warm water and soap at the dishes until it's clean, then dries them with hot air. Nothing delicate about that, either. More for the list of experiments. Sure. After the vibraty things, of course. Sure. Her second reply was a lot livelier. So horny, she rolled her eyes once again. Is there any more? Coffee machines are nothing more than pouring hot water over the ground beans. A toaster just uses heat. There are a ton of different varieties of the same thing that can be substituted with a regular stove and some pans. Oh, a blender would be nice. Sophia finally found something that might actually have a use. They use many blades that spin around at high speed to blend and or juice basically anything you throw inside. Sounds fun. Useful, too. We usually chop something to death until it's smooth. Oh, we might be able to do something similar if we create a tornado of air blades in a tall container, wouldn't we? You're on a roll today, huh? The incognito tiger was impressed by how much stuff Maya was coming up with. Ehe. Well, I guess that's pretty much it for appliances. After all, most of the things are just useless gimmicks that do nothing other than taking up space in your cupboards after you used them once. Okay, let's look for some electronics that are more fun. Oh. Maya's eyes started sparkling. Not that kind of fun. She hung her head again. Just how horny are you today? Yes. I see. Well, those days happen. Sophia decided to ignore it again. Oh, I want to get a camera. A what? The white-haired girl looked confused. How to explain that thing? The blonde tilted her head in response. Oh, let's just take a look at them, and I will show you what they do. Okay. The two walked around for a moment, and Sophia quickly found the aisle with the cameras and picked up a random one. Say cheese. Cheese. Maya looked incredibly confused. Good enough, shrugging her shoulders, the blonde then pressed the trigger. Yeah? She got even more confused about suddenly being bathed in a flash. Such a nice reaction. Sophia let out a small chuckle. What just happened? Let's see. She pressed a few buttons and then showed the display to Maya. Look, it's you. Huh? Noticing that it was indeed her, the girl clutched the camera to take a better look at it. It really is me? How? A good question. The incognito tiger paused for a moment. Anyway, that's a camera. She ignored the question. It takes a picture of everything in front of it, and you can look at it whenever you want. A picture is basically like a drawing, but this little thing does it for you. You can also look at these pictures on a big TV instead of the little one on the camera. I don't get it all, but that's amazing. Maya was saying that a lot today. I want to take a ton of pictures of you. The blonde got excited again. All of our other friends, too. Oh, and like a million of Ellie. That sounds great. She liked the plan. I also want to get a lot of you. Most of them are going to be the lewd kind, though. This camera can do that, too, right? Sophia just stared at her. You'll also get some of me, don't worry. You're adapting to the technology of this world way too fast. Is that a yes? As long as you keep those pictures to yourself. Of course. She smiled at her. Only me and my new vibrating friends will ever see them. Your horny levels are still rising? How? Hee hee. Maya smirked at her. It's one of my biggest talents. No kidding. Afterward, Sophia chose a nice, but not over-the-top camera, together with a couple of memory cards, to save all the pictures she wanted to take. They also found an instant picture camera and got one of them together with the entire stock of paper for it. Maya, especially, was a huge fan of being able to have some pictures at hand whenever they were needed. Chapter 325, That was a mistake. The couple was still busy in the electronics store of Sophia's old world, and after having gotten a lot of inspiration from all the appliances there, the duo also decided to get a camera or two to capture all the little and big moments they were going to experiment. That, and lots of lewd pictures of each other for reasons. Maya was being quite horny, after all, and she was a big fan of the idea. I wonder if I should get a laptop and/or a tablet to play with, and to look at the pictures after taking them. Once they left the camera aisle, Sophia started thinking about what else to get. Sure. Maya nodded in agreement. I mean, why not, right? You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Even less than usual. Ahaha, she scratched her cheek in response. Well, no point in explaining. I'll show you once we get to them. Okay. Looks like the tablets are first. Directly after the aisle with the cameras, the store presented a wide variety of said tablets. Oh, they're like the TVs, but smaller. The white-haired girl got closer to one of them and touched it. It moved. Stop being so adorable. The blonde was having a hard time staying calm over her curious and playful side. It's not my fault that everything here is so interesting. Sure. So, why and how does it move when I touch it? How? Because technology is awesome. She had no idea how exactly it worked, either. Roughly speaking, that's the main difference to TVs, I guess. It's not just for watching stuff. You can also play with it and do all sorts of things. Even reading books on it. However, if you have no internet, we would mostly use it to look at the pictures we took with the camera earlier. You can do that? It can even take pictures on its own, but the quality is kinda bad. Here, saying so, Sophia started the camera app on the tablet and took another picture of her girlfriend. Afterward, she opened the gallery to show it to her. It's me again. The incognito cat was still amazed. Wait, that's a bad quality? It looks amazing. Way better than any drawing I've ever seen. Well. In that context, you might be right, yeah. She could see her point. Still, the camera we got earlier makes way better pictures. Seriously? I can't wait. High-quality loots of you sound amazing. Okay. Now you're just doing your best to play it up as much as possible, aren't you? Playing up what? She actually sounded and looked relatively clueless while tilting her head to the side. Sophia had no idea what to say. So, you're saying we should get one? Yes. Maya gave her a big nod. Better, can we get two? I want my own. I don't want to look for it first, before I can get to look at Lude's. Sure, the blonde decided to give up, because she noticed that she was too far gone already. As we can't use most of its features, we don't need one with fancy extras or high power. Because of that, the ones perfect for us are quite cheap, because everything is fine as long as the display is nice. As usual, I don't get it, but I like the sound of it. By the way, all the devices we're getting here will break if they get wet in the wrong place. Any sort of liquid, I want to add. It's unfixable, too. She paused for a moment. I'll keep that in mind. Good. Afterward, Sophia grabbed 2 tablets that would suit their needs the best, a nice-looking big display being more or less the only requirement, and put them on the big card they had decided to get a little while ago. Once they were done with that, the two made their way towards the laptops to see if one of them would make any sense to them. Finding the laptops, Maya eyed them with a skeptical expression. Isn't this basically like the, tablets we got? Just foldable and with a ton of extra buttons. Well, once again, the blonde had no idea what to say because explaining the difference would explain absolutely nothing to someone who has no idea what either really is. Tablets are more for playing around, I guess. Mostly made for entertainment. Great to have on your lap while lying on the sofa. You can do that with laptops, too, but it's easier to work on them. Here, saying so, Sophia opened a pre-installed writing software and started typing a short text using the keyboard. You use all the buttons to type text and stuff like that. They usually have more power, too, but that's not really important. Oh. Typing words really is much easier on a laptop. Unless I was outside, I used that most of the time to chat with Mom and Steph, too. After hearing this, the white-haired girl made a short pause, but her curiosity quickly got the better of her. Wait, you can chat over those things? Yes. Those devices can connect to each other, and you're able to talk with the owner of the other one. See that little dot on top of the display? That's a camera. If you want to, you can even look at each other while chatting. Most of the time, it's just simple written messages, something like a short letter, though. That sounds amazing. Can you show me? You need internet for that, though. Internet. That's the thing that connects the devices together, I guess. Oh, wait. The laptop is connected to the Wi-Fi here. What's that again? Ahaha. She scratched her cheek in return as she kept forgetting that Maya had no idea what any of those words meant. That's what you use to connect your device to the internet in the first place. Oh, I understand. Do you? Sophia tilted her head because she was having a hard time believing that. Not at all. Understandable. She nodded. I could show you the messenger thingy I used. Luckily, I always, forgot to set up this 2-factor thingy. I'm also a responsible adult who uses the same password absolutely everywhere and has never ever changed it before. I should be able to remember that. I use a super easy password, after all. I'm so happy you didn't understand that. Many people would get angry over what I just said. I see, Maya didn't look like she did, though. Anyway, she just continued and opened the online version of the messenger she used in the past. Afterward, she entered her login credentials. Exactly 2 seconds later, big tears began to stream down her face while staring at the screen in silence. As Sophia? Naturally, the white-haired girl immediately started panicking after seeing this. She continued to stay silent for another moment. Why did I do that? Why have I not thought about that? Afterward, new tears just kept appearing. Seriously, what happened? This chat thing, it saves messages others sent you. You can read them the next time you use a laptop. Oh, that's neat. Maya liked that feature. Wait, have you gotten any letters since you left? Why, yes. Oh. She started to see the reason for her emotional outbreak. From your family. It took her a while to answer. Why yes. A couple dozen from Mom and many 800s from Steph. Maya also had to think about what to say first. What did they write to you? I don't know. You have to click on their names to see their messages. While saying so, Sophia used the trackpad to circle the mouse over their names several times. I can't, though. If I read what Steph wrote now. I don't know what that will do to me. Nothing good, that I'm sure of. Not reading them won't do you any good either, though. I'm scared. I'm scared I'll do something stupid if I read them. Don't worry, I'm used to that already. Hearing that, Sophia finally turned her head away from the screen to look at her girlfriend, who promptly used the chance to wipe some of her tears away. Idiot. Are you really qualified to accuse others of that? It takes one to know one. It sounded rather half-hearted, but the blonde managed to make a comeback. That point goes to you. She was glad that there was some life left in her. Okay, should I take a look for you? At the messages, I mean. And no. Well, one of us is going to do it, or else we aren't going to leave. You have to know what they wrote, and I'll make sure of that. Sophia stared at her with her teary eyes wide open. I hate you. In this situation, I'm fine with being the villain. Stop being so smooth. I know. It's a curse. Come on. Do I really have to read them? Sophia got back to the topic. I feel like that will end up in a catastrophe. What will one more of them change? She let out a chuckle before continuing. Yes, you have to. It might not do you any good right now, but you'll regret it even more in the long run if you don't. I'm going to make you regret it if you're wrong. The blonde glared at her for a moment. I'll get rid of the toys if it's a lie. Maya really didn't like the sound of that. No, I'm willing to risk the vibrating goodness for that. It will be good for you. Wow, she looked honestly surprised. This is going to be so bad. Afterward, Sophia clicked on the icon labeled Mom inside the messenger. The messages from her mother were basically divided into 3 groups. There were many right after she disappeared, asking about her whereabouts, concerned that something had happened, and hoping for her to return soon. After around a month, the messages started to become less, and her mother mostly gave her some updates on what was going on, like her pregnancy and her new little sibling after a while. There were also some mentions about her growing a little more distant from Steph, as she wanted her to take it a little easier because it was affecting her life too much. Then, recently, after the letter arrived, her mother sent a few more messages again. They were mainly about thanking her and how she's glad that her daughter seems to be doing fine. She also asked some questions, but none of them obviously got answered. Maya was standing right next to her and was also reading the messages. Once the blonde had reached the last one, she had no idea what to say and just put her hand on her shoulder. Sophia simply started crying again. In fact, it had begun the moment she read the first message from her mother. I don't want to read Steph's messages. This is already hurting too much, and I was much closer to my sister. I won't be able to deal with more. I get that, I really do, but... She had a hard time being convincing after that. Do you really not want to know what your sister wrote? Once again, the blonde went silent. A few moments later, she finally clicked on the Steph icon in the messenger. Sophia. How come you're not home? I even hurried to come after uni. Running again? Take care and make sure you won't stay out too long. Oh, also bring some chocolate on the way back. I'm craving something sweet. Did you get lost again? Seriously, how can one's sense of direction be this bad? I mean, come on. It's getting late, you know? How about answering your phone for a change? For real, stop with the night running. I always get worried when you do that. Really? Okay, I'm heading to bed because I have to get up early. Ready yourself for a serious talking tomorrow. Did you actually not come home? Where are you? I called Mom, but she hasn't heard anything from you, either. What's going on? I'm getting really worried, you know. Please answer. Sophia? Why are my messages not even marked as read? Did you break another phone? Again? Why are you not coming home, though? I miss you. Where are you? Please answer already. You've never been gone for so long without a word. Did something happen? Please answer your phone. Come back home. Please. Sophia. Mom and I were at the police station today. We officially reported you missing. They'll also start looking out for you. I hope. Sophia. Where are you? Please be safe. Just please reply already. Please. I love you. I don't want you to be gone. Just come back. I hate this. I scoured the internet. No mention of you or someone like you anyway. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Come back. I found an association that helps locate missing people. I gave them a couple of pictures of you and a description. I hope they find you. I also started looking all over the city for you. This stupid place is way too big. Sophia. What are you doing? Nobody knows anything. Why? Why is this happening? Why have you disappeared? Why aren't you replying? Why haven't you come back? I miss you. Please. I will never let you go on a run alone anymore once I see you again. You've lost the rights to that. I'll even put you on a leash if I have to. I don't care how kinky that might look. Similar messages happened in the same pattern for an entire month after Sophia's disappearance. Steph explained how she contacted many more organizations and mobilized everyone she knew to find her sister. She basically went through every street of the gigantic city they were living in herself, as well. Her messages also were becoming increasingly desperate with each passing day. After the initial month, Steph's messages began to change. Every day still started with begging for an update, but it turned more and more into a sort of diary over time. Every single evening, without fail, she wrote a little summary of her day and what happened. Places where she looked for Sophia, people she asked about her, posts on the internet she made. Also, mundane things to keep her sanity up. A new recipe for cookies, a new movie she's looking forward to watching with her, or a cute jacket she found. A few months later, Steph was still sending at least one message daily, but the contents had become much more somber. It felt a little like the sister was slowly realizing that Sophia was actually gone. Much was written about their mother, as well. How they had fought a lot over Sophia and how she didn't want to give up. Steph didn't care how much it was affecting her. No matter how apparent it was becoming and how apart started to understand, she didn't want to believe that Sophia was gone. Soon enough, her messages became cheerful again. Every single one was written in a very merry way afterward. This went on for many months afterward. One message after another. One day after the next one. Without fail. Not a single day was skipped. Asking how Sophia's doing. Hoping she was okay. How she missed her. How Steph wanted her back. What her sister did. Where she went. What she experienced. Everything was relayed to Sophia's messaging account. Then, the letter reached her, and everything changed again. Sophia? Are you there? Answer. I got a weird letter today. It had no stamp, but the envelope had your name on it, so I obviously paid for it. Did you really write it? Really? Please. Tell me it's true. Are you still out there somewhere? Please. The letter reads super weird, but there were some things only you would know. It looked like your handwriting, too. So, are you okay? The letter makes no sense. If you're still there, why can't you meet us? Do you not want to? Why? That is way too weird. It makes no sense. Come back already. I want you here again. Your apartment is still there, too. It's basically mine now. You have a place to return. Just do it. I'll be there. I'll hug you the moment the door opens and never let go of you again. Actually, no. I'll first slap you. You earned that. After that, I won't stop hugging you. Even besides that, your letter. You're able to speak to girls now? I need to see that before I believe you. It would be great, though. You deserve as many friends as you can get, after all. A girlfriend, though? Maya, was it? You can't just go and get a girlfriend without asking me first. I have to check her out first. Without my sign of approval, no one is allowed to date my sister. You better tell that girl to get ready. I will find you, and I will get behind all of this. Though, help me out already. Make it easier for me to find you. You were always such a good girl. Stop with your rebellious phase already. Come back home. Now. Once I stop crying, I will start looking for you again. It might take a few days for that to happen, though. Why? Come back. Stop making me cry already. Idiot. I want to say that I hate you, but I love you too much for that. Idiot. You're the older sister here. Behave like one already. I'm sorry. Behave however you want. Just be an idiot while I'm with you, not where you are right now. Those were but a few of the messages Steph had left Sophia over the past almost year since she had disappeared. Once she was done reading through all of them, many she had to read at least twice because the tears were affecting her vision, the blonde exited the messaging program and closed the lid of the laptop. Without saying a single word and with tears still running down her cheeks, she just turned around and left. She couldn't be near the laptop any longer. Sophia. Maya wiped away her own tears as she was also reading along and quickly followed after her girlfriend. She hadn't expected it to be that heavy, and while she stood by her decision to make the blonde read it, it also seemed like she was regretting it a little bit. In any case, she had a lot of work to do now. Getting Sophia back up after this might end up being slightly complicated. Chapter 326, Paper tissues are great. Things in the electronics store had taken a turn. Sophia found out that the laptops were connected to the internet, and while showing Maya how all that worked, she decided to open the messaging program she used with her family without thinking. There, she found out that her mother had sent her many messages, and to make matters even worse, Steph had sent her several hundred. Reluctantly reading through them, the blonde found out just how much she had hurt her sister with her disappearance, and how much it affected her life. Still is, for that matter. Reading through every single one of their messages with tears running down her cheek, Sophia immediately exited the messaging program again and ran away. Her last conscious decision was to not have a complete breakdown in the middle of an electronics store. Maya ran after her, and the two ended up in the restrooms, the preferred place to have a semi-public breakdown involving a lot of tears and sobbing. Luckily, it was completely empty. As Sophia, Maya had no idea what to say, and even less of a plan of what to do. Even she was still crying a little from the heartfelt messages, after all. Just imagining what was going through the blonde's head right now made her feel horrible. She didn't answer her. What can I do to help? The blonde stayed silent for a moment longer. I can stop time. Can you learn how to reverse it? How far? How far do you want to turn it back? Her expression turned even more complicated. I don't know. A day? I could immediately bash in Kinnear's face so that he never tells me about any of what led to tea today. Even better, go back to the lake incident, and punch me when I had the idea of those letters in the first place. Good, Maya looked a little happier again. How is that good? I was worried that you wanted to go all the way back. I thought you regretted meeting me. Why would I want that? With her cheeks still wet with tears, the blonde tilted her head while glancing at her girlfriend. You, Fen, everyone. The whole world is the best that happened to me. I just don't want to see Steph suffer so much. She hasn't deserved any of that. She did nothing wrong. It's all my fault. The white-haired girl had nothing to say here. She wanted to, but she couldn't. I never should have opened this box. Ignorance was bliss. I always had the feeling that I hurt her with my disappearance, but this is too much. I think it's pretty harmless compared to what I'd do in her situation. Are you trying to make me feel worse? Sophia started yelling. I have no idea. It's not easy for me, either. I have no idea how to handle such a situation. I'm just trying. Thank you, she appreciated the effort. For real, though. What can I do to make you feel better? The blonde just went silent once again. She couldn't think of a single thing. As she also had nothing, Maya just got closer to her, put her hand behind Sophia's head, and pressed it against her shoulder while using her other arm to hug the girl. Her only reaction was a few muffled sobs before she eventually hugged her back, and the two stayed like that for a few minutes. Better now. After a while, Maya let go of her again and used a paper towel to dry the remaining tears on Sophia's cheek. Not at all. She shook her head in return. Ask me in a month again. I see. That's also how long I'll hate you for making me go through all that. That's fair, I guess. You also won't get to test the stuff we bought for that long. Even the vibraty things? Maya didn't like the sound of that. Especially them. And no way, she looked devastated. Hee hee. The faintest smile finally appeared on Sophia again. I don't think I can contain the horny until then, though. After seeing that she was feeling ever so slightly better, Maya decided to play along. It definitely wasn't because she was actually getting desperate. I will be really annoying for the entire month, you know? I might even turn into part dog and start humping you at some point. Idiot. The blonde had nothing else to say. I know. Don't worry. Having to wait for so long will only make it better when you finally get to test them. I'll explode long before I get the chance. Tough luck, I guess. Hey. You should be glad that the ban isn't 1 day per tear I shed today. I'd never get to test them then. Exactly. I'm sorry. Hearing that, Maya decided to apologize again. I stand with my declaration that it will be good for you in the long run, but I guess she really is your sister. Whatever you do, you give 120%. When it's important, that is. Should I be happy about that? Angry? Whatever makes you feel better. Neither does. Then, I'm officially out of options. 2 months ban. Sophia didn't like her reply. The white-haired girl flinched in response. What do you want to do, though? How would I know? She got loud again. Wait, I do have an idea. I want to cry some more. Besides that, I mean. There's nothing. Do you want to see her? Yes. Should we go and visit her? No. Sophia vehemently shook her head. Why not? Did you not see what just happened? She kept raising her voice. I won't be able to deal with that. I will. I will cave in to whatever she wants me to do. I'd feel too guilty to turn her down. I highly doubt she'd do anything to make you unhappy, though. How about you send her another message, then? Maya tried a slightly different approach. Tell her that you're really doing fine. Tell her you're happy she's so worried about you and doesn't want to let you go. She should, though. Tell her that you want her to be happy, too. She should stop worrying about her stupid big sister and have a good life. Something like that. Including the stupid part. First and foremost, that. It's vital to this whole conversation. Idiot. Exactly. Maya nodded a few times. You should mention that about yourself a few times, too. I hate you. That, you shouldn't mention. Shut up already. We both know I won't do that before you're back to normal again. The incognito cat shook her head. When was I ever normal in the first place? When did I ever stop talking? The blonde had no comeback for that. Even at being the worst, you are the best. I'm the best at everything. You sure are. Hee hee. She liked her agreeing on that. Alright, let's go and send Steph another message. Eh? Sophia raised her voice once again. We're actually doing that? I'm going to cry again, you know? For again, you first have to stop, though. Maya rolled her eyes while handing her girlfriend another paper tissue. For starters, wipe your current ones away. Let's go. After Sophia looked somewhat presentable again, she grabbed her hand and dragged her back to the laptop again. Are we really going to do it? What if she? The blonde was unable to finish her sentence as she froze up the moment she logged into the messaging app again. What's wrong? Fresh tears appeared in the corners of her eyes again. What? There. There are new messages. Steph just sent a ton of them. Seriously? Maya hadn't seen that one coming. What did she write? I haven't looked yet. Oh no. She suddenly raised her voice again. What is it now? This chat, it has a function that tells the other person when their messages got read. I bet Steph noticed that, and she now thinks I'm back. Well, you kinda are, I guess. Yes. But actually, no. And now? No idea. Sophia needed a moment to collect herself. Wait, I think you can turn that off somewhere in the settings. I can't have her see that I've read the newest messages, as well. Won't she notice the moment you send your message, anyway? Why yes, but if she sees me before the message, she won't be stopping with sending me new ones, and I'll go back to crying the entire time again. As I said before, you first have to stop crying before going back to it. Maya handed her another tissue. She had grabbed a lot of them before leaving the restroom. She responded by patting her cheeks dry. Afterward, the blonde clicked around on the screen a bit. Okay, anyway, I changed it, so as she doesn't see me. Once that was dealt with, she finally opened the new messages. Sophia? Are you there? Sophia? Answer. Please. What is going on? I was about to give you my daily update. Why are all my messages marked as read? Are you back? Where are you? Answer. I beg you. Sophia. I miss you. I want to see you again. Just reply already. Please. Anything. Maya was even more glad that she had grabbed all those tissues earlier. She needed some of them, too. Why, your sister is great. I thought Chloe is unmatched when it comes to caring for others, but there's no one better than Steph. Sophia had already blown through all of her tissues and had started stealing the ones of her girlfriend. Alright, I'll let her have it today. Idiot. I know. Letting out a small chuckle, Sophia glanced at the screen again. Maya looked at her instead. This message thing. Earlier, you mentioned that you can also use the camera to show yourself to the one chatting with you, right? I am not going to do that. No, that's not what I meant, the white-haired girl shook her head. Can you take one of these pictures things and send it to her? You look a bit different, but I don't think anyone would notice that you're a little smaller than you used to be without being right in front of you. The only difference is the few black stripes in your hair, but those don't really matter, do they? Sophia went silent once again. Do you think that's a good idea? Maybe. I don't know. I messed up enough already. You sure did. Maya tilted her head. She wants to see you, and that's the best thing. I can't think of if you can't handle meeting her. Show her that you're still out somewhere and that you're doing fine. The blonde's face probably went through every emotion it was capable of doing. Eventually, though, she opened the camera app on the laptop. Wow, I look horrible. She immediately noticed her puffy eyes and the tear markings on her cheeks when she saw the picture of herself. You've looked better, yeah. She showed her a small smile in response, before doing her best to clean up Sophia's face with the last remaining tissue. I don't think I can do anything against the puffy eyes, though. Just tell her you cried a lot before. Very helpful. Sophia rolled her eyes in return. She stared at her picture currently being shown by the camera for a bit longer and noticed how half of Maya was in it, as well. Come closer for a moment. Saying so, the blonde wrapped one of her arms around her girlfriend's waist and pulled her as close as possible. Afterward, she put her head on Maya's shoulder and cuddled even closer to her. Are you sure you want me in the picture? She took a wild guess of what her plan was right now. Absolutely. She started smiling. You're the main reason I'm not going back to Steph, after all. Don't you dare to tell her that. Maya started panicking. At least not in those very words. Smile. The sound of her losing her cool helped the blonde calm down a bit. Afterward, once she was happy enough with the scene she was seeing, Sophia took the picture showing both. Well, I don't like the electronics store background and how I look right now, but I guess there's nothing I can do about that. Steph. I'm sorry. Sorry for everything I did to you. This wasn't the plan. This wasn't my plan at all. The plan didn't care about my feeling on the matter, though. I'm happy that you're missing me so much. I miss you, too. I'm glad that you worry so much, as well. Please stop that, though. I'm doing well. Really well. Incredibly well. I can't bear you ruining your life because of me. Stop looking for me. Please. Go on without me. I would love to see you, too. But, I can't. I fear that seeing you would waver my resolution to the decisions I have made so far. My old life and my new one. They're not compatible with each other. I love you. I love you so much. You have no idea how much I really do. But, there are so many other people I now love, too. First and foremost, my girlfriend. I can't make her and all the others. Make them feel the same as I made you. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I know. Please be happy again. Do it for me. Please. Just thinking about you being unhappy because of me is killing me. I know. I'm selfish. You're strong. I know you can do it. For your sake, too. You might not believe me, but I'm happy. Truly happy. I want nothing more than you to be happy, too. It just has to be without me. I'm sorry. Here's proof of me being happy. I had a bit of a makeover, but it's still clearly me. Please ignore my puffy eyes. I cried a lot after I saw your messages. Next to me is Maya. She's the one. My girlfriend. Isn't she the cutest? Thank you. For everything. After sending all those messages in rapid succession, Sophia attached the picture she had taken earlier and quickly closed the messaging app again. She didn't want to risk Steph being able to reply. This would have destroyed her for good. Once this was taken care of, the blonde returned to the restroom. She had taken a liking to the paper tissues there and wanted to use more of them. A lot more, to be exact. Chapter 327, Hours of Entertainment. After Sophia's breakdown after having read all the messages her sister had sent her ever since she disappeared, she, with a lot of help from Maya, decided to reply to Steph's messages. The blonde underlined how happy she now is, and that she wants nothing more than her finally being happy again, as well. She should stop worrying about her older sister and finally live her life again. Afterward, using the camera of the laptop she was typing on, she took a picture together with Maya and sent it to Steph, hoping to get the point across that there was no need to worry about Sophia anymore. The two were still in the restroom together, but were facing yet another problem. We're about to run out of tissues, huh? I'm also getting thirsty. Sophia was having multiple problems, actually. No wonder. Maya rolled her eyes while using one of the last tissues to wipe away some of the blonde's tears. Well, that means you're about to run dry, huh? I hope. I'm getting tired of crying. I can imagine. She reacted with a wry smile. How about you stop, then? Easier said than done. The blonde got loud. Do you think it was a good thing? Sending the messages to Steph? The picture, too. I don't know. I hope so, though. Maya could not give her a definitive answer. Me, too. Well, she now has actual proof that you're still alive and doing well, so. Why yeah. So, what now? The white-haired girl looked right at her. What do you want to do now? Get a drink and cry some more. Besides that, idiot. No idea, then. It wasn't the first time they had had this exchange. Do you want to head home? Our home, that is? Maya decided to clarify this part. Or, should we buy some more things I don't understand but I'm fascinated by? She paused for a moment. The mood is kinda gone, and I feel horrible, but we should use the chance we have right now. We need to keep you busy for the next 5 months with some of the things we're getting after this. Eh? What do you mean? Well, the toys are banned up until then for you, after all. What? Maya's eyes grew wide. Why so long? That's beyond unreasonable. I had to adjust the time after the recent events. I think it's a fair thing to do after everything you made me go through. I beg to differ. Well, tough luck. Sophia just showed her a little smirk. Maya wanted to complain, because she really wanted to try the toys out as soon as possible, but seeing the blonde being able to tease her despite the situation made her give up for the time being. Okay, what else is a must-have we need to get? Nothing we get so far is a must-have. I wholeheartedly and strongly disagree. She raised her voice. Besides the horny. Ah. The incognito cat looked relieved again. A TV might be fun. Mostly to watch the pictures we took together. Oh. I would also like to see a movie and or series you and Chloe talked about before. I want to know what that is like. That might be hard without internet. Wait, are Blu-ray players still a thing? DVDs, too? I'm sure they are. You have no idea what I just said, don't you? Not even in the slightest. Well, I like your enthusiasm. Let's take a look. Yay! As Sophia's mood seemed to have improved a lot, mostly thanks to Maya keeping her busy, the two retrieved their cart with the cameras and the tablets, and walked far away from the laptop area. Welcome back to Sensory Overload. MHM. The two had returned to the TV area, and both quickly got overwhelmed by all the moving pictures and sounds. Alright, which one do you want? While pointing at the TVs, Sophia then looked at her girlfriend. Yeah. You let me decide? Why not? I have no idea about anything here, though. Just get the one with the nicest picture and the size you want. We should, in theory, look out for power consumption, but I doubt the difference between them is that big. Also, the solar thingy we got is way too oversized, anyway. Oh, but, Sophia then pointed at the price tag of one of them. The higher the price, the fewer movies and series we can get later. I see. We're putting it in the living room. Sure, if you want to. Alright. Our living room is way too huge, so maybe we should get a bigger one. Sounds like a plan. Afterward, Maya started walking around to look at all the TVs individually, but she soon stopped again. They all look amazing. Naturally, she had no idea what good and bad quality is. They feel like you're watching out of a window. Sure, some look betterer, but even the cheaper ones are unbelievable. Ahaha, that's fair, I guess. She couldn't blame her for that. Well then, decide on a size, and I'll choose the TV itself. Okay. She walked around some more while inspecting the bigger TVs in the assortment. Maybe one of those too. Maya pointed at a 65-inch and 75 model, standing right next to each other. It's hard to say, because I can't imagine how it would look in the living room. Going for the huge ones, huh? There are still bigger ones. She then pointed to her right, where a few 80-inch plus TVs were displayed. The greedy girl tried to look a little less greedy. Hee. Sophia liked her reaction. How about we get both? Eh? Their prices are reasonable, they're even on sale right now, and the image looks nice, too. I remember the brand being reliable, as well. Wait, she then looked closer at the price tag. That's perfect. It seems like they're running a promo right now, and we get a free Blu-ray player with them. That's good. Maya couldn't follow her. That's the thing, we need to watch movies on the TVs. Oh. Alright, let's get both. Wait, would getting too mean that we can buy fewer movies? True. Sophia nodded. Even with both, we can still get hundreds of them, though. Also, if we only get one TV and that one breaks, there will be no movies at all. Oh, that's true. I mean, they will all break eventually, but we should have some fun with them for a good while. Okay. Also, if we do run out of money, we could always go back to the gold guy. But I doubt we'll be able to spend all the money on movies and series. A lot of them are plainly no good. I see. Afterward, Sophia got another cart, a flat one, to place the massive TV boxes and the 2 free Blu-ray players on it. Once that part was taken care of, the duo started looking for the movie area. Oh ho! Looks like the demand for movies and series on discs is still high. They found them relatively quickly, and the blonde was surprised at just how big the area was. Discs. Maya just looked confused again. You'll find out once we watch the first one later. Alright. Okay, let's look around and get everything that looks good. Should we split up for a bit and look at stuff on our own? Everything that tickles our fancy goes into the cart. Yeah? The incognito cat wasn't sure how to feel about that. I don't know anything about these movie things, though. Here, Sophia picked up a random one from the shelf. The most obvious thing to catch your interest is the picture at the front. Then, there's also a little text at the back that tells you more about what the movie will be about. If it sounds interesting, in the cart it goes. I see. Okay, let's try it. She wasn't against the plan anymore. Afterward, the duo went in different directions to look at movies and series on their own for a bit. Alright, where are the horror movies? The blonde had a specific reason for wanting to look on her own. Her reaction with the ghosts in the dungeon and what Eve told me about her getting scared by spooky things, this will be fun. Roughly 15 minutes later, the two reunited again. Still, something seemed odd, and it wasn't the 30-plus horror movies in Sophia's cart, all lying covered down to not spoil the surprise. For some reason, Maya's face was completely red while she continued to steal glances at her own cart, filled with about as many movies. What's wrong? Why, your world is amazing. Eh. The blonde could only tilt her head in response. Where even were you? I haven't seen you once while browsing through the movies. She got even more awkward. At the end of the row, there was a door with a sign over it. Adult section or something like that. Wait. Huh? Since when do electronic stores even have that? In a separate room and all. Sophia looked confused for a moment and then grabbed a few of the movies in Maya's cart to get a better look at them. They're all porn. There was also a so-called preview thing running on one of the TVs. Very interesting. Informative, too. Informative? There's something we have to try later. Saying so, Maya also pulled a movie out of her cart. That's the one that was running on the TV. The Lesbian Kama Sutra. Part 1 of 5. She needed a moment. Seriously? Yes. She nodded a few times. I got the other 4 in here, as well. It was a mistake to show you this world. You're too compatible with it. The pervert came home or whatever. You don't want to watch it? Maya looked at her with upturned eyes. I never said that. Good. I didn't know there were that many lesbian movies in the wild. Outside the internet, I mean. Wait, they're all girls only, right? Of course. She nodded a few times. I got every movie in the lesbian section. I see. Not interested in the other stuff. Maya then shook her head. There even was a super nice female clerk in there to help me out. She warned me about trap movies I shouldn't get. Oh, that's great. By the way, what are trap movies? Ahaha. In this context, it would be lesbian porn that isn't lesbian at all. After the first 5 minutes, a guy would suddenly show up, and it ends in a threesome. Disgusting. Thank you very much, Miss Clerk. Ahaha. So, what did you get? Maya tried to peek into Sophia's cart. That's a secret. I got some of my favorite movies, and I want to surprise you with them. As the blonde was into horror, she technically wasn't lying. Oh, I look forward to that. So do I. Sophia was trying very hard for her smile not to turn into a grin. Should we look at the rest together? Let's find something that catches both of our interests. Yes. Maya liked the plan. Afterward, once the spooky and horny genre was taken care of, the two collected a wide variety of many more movies. Once they had gotten a decent amount, the couple went over to the series box sets. There, they got the complete edition of basically every series that looked and sounded even remotely interesting. The playtime of each collection usually was gigantic and a much better value for money if you have to maximize the amount of entertainment you can buy before not being able to get more. Thanks to that, they got many hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of entertainment in all the carts the two had by now. Nearby, Sophia had also spotted the video game section. As she still had a good bit of money left, even after getting way too many series and movies, the blonde also decided to get a game console. She limited herself to party games that can be played with many, though. That sounded like more fun to her. She also got a couple of extra controllers and some other accessories. Before finally leaving, the blonde also got 2 gigantic packs of batteries in bulk, a lot of the rechargeable kinds, all kinds of chargers, cables, and extension cords for power, data, and everything else she could think of. They would be out of luck if she missed anything, after all. Sophia also decided to buy 2 hair straightening irons. One for herself and maybe Anna to use, as well. The other one was to experiment on after she might have remembered this almost forgotten plot point. Once they had paid for everything, which took almost half an hour because it was multiple hundreds of objects, the couple swiftly disappeared into a dark corner inside the building, and when they came back, all their baggage was suddenly gone. Stuffed into Sophia's storage, that is. Unhinged binge shopping is the best. Spending a ton of money really improves the mood. Ahaha, Maya chuckled at her. Oh, right. You wanted to get some cooking books, right? How about we dash? The two had just walked through the exit of the electronics store when Sophia tried to suggest their next activity. She wasn't able to finish her sentence, though. Exactly half a second after having left the store, her expression completely changed as she froze up on the spot. At the same time, tears once again started to appear in the corners of her eyes. Something that was constantly happening today. Immediately after, the sound of her cheek being slapped with immense force echoed through the area. The slap sounded so strong that the old Sophia, without her boosts, probably would have sustained quite a bit of damage. In fact, the hand of the dark blonde girl in front of her, who was slightly smaller than the tiger version of Sophia, had turned bright red in an instant. Tears were also streaming down from the dark blue eyes of the girl in the white sweater and black jacket and shorts, just like her sheer black overknees and sneakers. Still, it somehow didn't seem like those were the result of the pain in her hand. In fact, it seemed like this girl had already been crying long before the slap. Hey! Contrary to the frozen and rooted Sophia, Maya was anything but silent. No one slapping her girlfriend without repercussion, after all. She was about to pounce on the shorter blonde with a slap of her own, one seemingly infused by magic and ready to send her to another dimension, but she didn't make it far. Stop. Sophia held her arm in front of her to stop the white-haired girl from attacking her. Afterward, she slightly turned her head to the side to present her other, by now tear-soaked, cheek to the girl. Slap this one, too, please. I earned that. That, and much more. Sophia. The girl had no intention of slapping her again, though. Instead, she immediately jumped at her and tightly crushed the taller blonde into a gigantic hug while wrapping her arms around her neck. Steph, while whispering the name of the girl in front of her, Sophia quickly returned the hug. Chapter 328, Reunited. Sophia and Maya had finally finished their shopping trip in the electronics store. After the cameras and the tablets, they also got 2 TVs, Blu-ray players, and hundreds of movies and series box sets that should last a while. Afterward, the blonde also decided to get a video game console together with some multiplayer party games and all sorts of stuff that they may or may not need to operate all the things they got, like cables and batteries, for example. Once the duo exited the store, things quickly took a drastic turn, though. Outside, another blonde girl, slightly smaller than the tiger version of Sophia and with dark blue eyes instead, was already waiting for them with tears in her eyes. She wore an oversized white hoodie over a black jacket, shorts, sheer over knees, and sneakers. Not only that, but she also violently slapped Sophia's cheek the moment they saw each other. Afterward, she immediately jumped into her arms, though. As it turned out, the girl seemed to be Steph, Sophia's little sister she had to leave behind when she got transported to Maya's world. The trio, still standing in front of the store, Steph hugging Sophia with all her might, she hugging her back just as strong, and Maya watching the exchange, had nothing to say for quite a while. It also didn't seem like the sisters would let go of each other anytime soon. Neither of the two had stopped crying ever since, either. Even the incognito cat had trouble holding back a few tears of her own once she finally understood what was happening. The two kept embracing each other for what felt like another 5 minutes. Still, Maya was slowly starting to wonder about their next steps. She obviously didn't want to interrupt them, but it also seemed like if no one was going to say anything now, the sisters probably would stay there for the rest of the day. Hearing her voice, Sophia slowly came back to reality. Still, it took her another moment to let go of Steph again. Although, eventually, she finally pulled her arms away from the other's waist. "I'm not letting you go, though." Her sister had other plans and only increased her grip around the taller girl's neck even more. "Why, you'll just run away again else." "You." I am sorry." Sophia took a lot of damage from that remark. I didn't run away, though. What happened to me was, a little outside of my influence. Do you have any idea how fishy that sounds?" Hearing that, Steph finally loosened her embrace on the taller blonde. Once she let go of her neck, she immediately grabbed one of Sophia's hands in return. Just to make sure you don't actually run, after all." She took even more damage from her being so overcautious and scared of losing her older sister again. That much is fine. More than welcome, actually. Also, it may sound fishy, but for the actual events that happened, fishy doesn't even come close to describing it. I'm all ears." Steph stared right at her. "It better be a great story, or else I will never forget you for having left me without saying a word. Even if it is, I might still be angry at you for another year." Naturally, there were some slight issues with explaining her disappearance. Having no idea what to say, Sophia looked at her girlfriend for help. Maya." She then noticed she had a handy distraction nearby. Hello." The distraction in question had no idea what to do and just awkwardly waved at Steph. "Wait, you're the one from the picture." As the little sister was preoccupied with reuniting with Sophia, she hadn't paid much attention to the other girl yet. "Why, you're actually real." I think so." The white-haired girl wasn't sure how to react to that. Sophia, talk to her. Do you actually believe I buy that you're able to talk to girls now?" She awkwardly scratched her cheek. Maya, wait, it's surprisingly hard to come up with something on the spot. Wow, that's a new one. Speechless Sophia was a rare occurrence, after all. My brain is complete mush after everything today, so cut me some slack. Also, no, you don't have to comment on my usual mushy brain levels. Well, I would say it's about twice as mushy as normal. Considering the circumstances, I'm unsure whether that's an insult or a compliment. Yes. Maya just smiled at her. That gets you another month. The incognito cat's ban from testing the new toys was still increasing. She really didn't like the sound of that. My sass is not doing me much good today. It sure isn't. Sophia also started smiling. Well, it's kind of 50:50 today. You also had some good ones. Good enough. Wow. Steph interrupted their little bantering. That just now was more than you talked with girls the last 5 years in total. You were actually that bad before. Maya stared at her girlfriend with big eyes. Shush. She wasn't in the mood for that. How did you manage to do that? Steph focused her attention on the white-haired girl. Do you have any idea how hard I tried for that? It was a long and hard fight, she smiled at the little sister. One that paid off, though. She was worth all the pain I had to go through to get inside that thick skull of hers. Hey. I know perfectly well that she's worth all the pain, of which there was lots to have with her. Steph sounded a little proud. Hey. The pain in question repeated herself. There are many more questions I have for you, and I still have to find out whether you're worthy of my big sister, but there are more pressing issues. Steph tried to stay on topic. Maya looked slightly scared. Sophia. I'm still waiting for an explanation of why you left us. It better be a good one. Unfortunately, her distraction wasn't as good as she had hoped. I'm still trying to come up with a way to explain it. What exactly to tell you, too? It's rather complicated. I need more time to sort this out. You have 30 seconds. No, I'm serious. I have to prepare myself for this. There was no way Sophia would be able to tell her everything this fast. Also, I need a place where it's just us for that. Alright, let's head home, then. Saying so, as she was still clinging to her hand, Steph immediately started dragging her away. Yeah? Unable to stand up against her, the taller blonde only managed to grab Maya's hand as well, and the three left together. A few minutes later, the trio found themselves on a train leading toward Sophia's old apartment, where Steph had basically fully moved in after her disappearance. Maya was curiously watching everything inside the train and was really mesmerized by the scenery speeding past them on the outside. Naturally, she wanted to ask a ton of questions, because all of this was utterly alien to her. Still, having Steph with them, she decided to swallow it because she had no idea how Sophia planned to solve this situation. Instead, she simply continued to take it all in with sparkling eyes. Why do I feel like watching an overly curious cat when looking at you? The little sister still noticed that something was odd here. Yeah. She panicked a little and actually put a hand on top of her head. As she didn't feel any ears there, the white-haired girl relaxed a little and tried to come up with an excuse. Well, I am from a very remote place, and I, never visited such a city. There's a lot of things I've never seen before. In a way, Maya told nothing but the truth. Steph felt like something was odd about her reply and decided to stare at the girl for a while. Steph. Sophia had a bad feeling about this and tried to divert her attention. How did you even find me? It didn't seem like that was a coincidence, and more like you were waiting for me. Because I was waiting for you. She took the bait. I left home the second I got the picture of the two of you. I know that electronics store, idiot. I was there just last week to get a new phone. But there was only a part of the store in the background, right? Also, that place is a chain, isn't it? Don't they all look the same inside? Yeah, and every store has the city name and the street they're on right below the entrance inside to clarify exactly where you are. For example, when you want to reserve something online or stuff like that. Here, Steph pulled out her phone and opened the picture she had gotten earlier. Afterward, she zoomed in on the background, which showed the store's entrance, including the city and street name. The taller blonde had no idea what to say. I didn't notice that at all. That wasn't on purpose, because you had to be cryptic for some reason. The little sister tilted her head. If I wanted you to find me, I would have just said where I was or got home myself. Steph didn't like anything about this reply. Yeah, Sophia tried really hard to avoid you, even though I said she should just go and see you. Maya spoke without a care for her words. She only made more of a scene. MMAYA. The older sister had about as much of a reaction to her. Which side are you on? Not yours. Obviously. She wanted to have her meet her little sister since the moment they arrived here, after all. Why? New tears had appeared in the corners of Steph's eyes again. It's not what it sounds like. Maya and I only got here on accident, and our time is really, really limited. There was nothing more that I wanted other than seeing you. I just didn't want to hurt you even because I'm going to disappear again. Why? She got even louder. Don't. She also gripped the taller blonde's hand she was still holding even stronger. Stay. In the end, the situation Sophia had feared the most had inevitably happened. It's not that easy. Why? She was suffering a lot from this. It wasn't the plan, not at all, but I started a new life. I made a lot of friends. Important friends that mean a lot to me. Many people depend on me, too, now. There's also Maya, she has all of her family and relatives there, too. I can't make her do the same I put you through. So, their and Maya's feelings are more important than mine. Steph was properly crying again by now. That's unfair. It's also unfair that I'm saying that, but. She noticed that she was being selfish. Stay. I don't want to lose you again. Sophia was at a loss. She had already decided that her new life was the one she wanted to live, but her sister really wasn't making it easy. There was no way she could blame her for that, though. She had all the rights in the world not to accept it. All right, then, take me with you. Steph changed her approach. There's nothing important enough here to keep me from leaving. I've grown to hate this place, anyway. She had the feeling that the last part was her fault. Tell me one good reason not to bring me with you. 1. Why do I feel like even if I come up with one, you won't care, either? Because we're sisters, and you know me. Immediately afterward, the train reached their station, and Sophia managed to talk her sister into continuing this conversation at home because the whole situation was becoming too complicated to speak about outside. Chapter 329, Time for an Explanation. Steph, Sophia's little sister, had found the couple while they were shopping together, as the picture the two had sent her before contained the address of the store in the background. After that, she immediately headed out to reunite with her big sister. She also had no plans to ever let go of Sophia again, either, and wanted her to stay now. The taller blonde had already decided that she would continue her new life, because that, her sister aside, was vastly superior to her old one. Hearing that, Steph changed her approach and decided she would come with her instead. After their train ride home, the group arrived at Sophia's old apartment, where Steph had been living since. It still looks basically the same. The taller blonde seemed slightly nostalgic. It's cozy. Maya was also looking around. I like the layout. Yep. She nodded. Well, it doesn't hold up to our new place, but I liked it here. I think comparing them to each other is pretty unfair. The white-haired girl scratched her cheek while thinking about their mansion. Fair point. Sophia agreed with that assessment while the trio got comfortable in the living room. On the sofa there, her little sister immediately clung harder to her arm again. She definitely had no intention of parting with her again. You two already moved in together. Steph's expression turned a little complicated. Kinda. Her older sister tilted her head. It's more like we moved into the same place? Though, it's also more temporary? We plan to leave in spring, I guess? Also, it's not just us there. It is your place, though. Are you trying to help me, or are you just enjoying the show? Sophia glared at her girlfriend in response. I'm just being honest towards the little sister of my partner. 5 points to the new girl. Steph liked her response. I better hope that place has room for one more girl. She was already hellbent on coming with them. If you're okay with a guest room for now. The incognito cat just kept on going. Fine by me. Will you shut up already? The situation is way too complicated for me already. I'm just trying to make you give up by breaking your obstinacy. Another 5 points. For the little sister, Maya was making a more than good figure. I'm going to return everything we bought earlier later. Everything. Sophia had a different opinion. I know that this one here will make you happy in the long run, so I'm reluctantly okay with that. The white-haired girl would miss the toys a lot, but she was willing to make that sacrifice. I'm starting to like you. I might actually accept you as Sophia's partner. Gee, good to hear. Maya got nervous again. I wonder if there's anything left to accept at the end of the day. The taller blonde was getting rather pouty. Tell me what's going on already. Steph was getting impatient. I still don't know how to explain it. It's that complicated. Also, I still don't know what I can tell you. There's some funky stuff that you're better off not knowing. I beg to differ. For goodness sake. Maya also had enough. She's your sister. From her messages, she is probably the most loyal and caring person I have ever met, too. She's been searching for you every day for almost the whole past year since you disappeared from here. If you aren't going to tell her, I will. She snapped after Sophia tried to avoid this very situation so much today. And Maya? Thank you. Steph showed her a genuine smile before she faced her older sister. Please. Sophia hung her head in response. Where would I even start? From the beginning, obviously. The incognito cat looked at her. It all happened because you almost died, right? Start with that. What? Steph instantly got loud gain. Why you almost died? Thank you, Maya. Thank you so very much for your help. She sounded rather tired. You're banned from talking for the next 30 minutes. I'm serious, by the way. Sophia. Steph's expression was anything but good right now. I might have gotten uncomfortably close to the front end of a bus. A driving one, I mean. So, you actually did almost die. The important part here is that I didn't, isn't it? Sophia tried to focus on the positive part of the story to stop her sister's tears. In fact, I'm better than ever. Oh, okay. Things took a weird turn after I got saved, though. Someone saved you. More or less. But, from here on, things will get super complicated and a gigantic mess. You almost dying, wasn't? Not at all. Yeah. It's also the part where you will call me a liar and or crazy. I would never. Well, I would call you crazy if you wouldn't, though. Sophia knew how ridiculous her story was, after all. What do you want me to do, then? Maya, I still don't think this is a good idea. As she was banned from talking, she decided to stay silent. Since when do you listen to me? I hate you. See, could you give me a chance already? Steph looked at her sister with pleading eyes. Let me decide how unbelievable it is. Fine, Sophia finally gave up. But no interruptions, and questions only after I finished. Let me tell you everything, and afterward, we can talk about it. Okay. Afterward, Sophia told her almost everything that happened after her disappearance for the following hours. Kinnear. Her boosts and personality changes. The new world. Fen. The monster country. Magic. The adventurer group they save. Maya. Their travels. The dungeon and all the other little mishaps. Her romance with the white-haired girl and how she fixed her. Aura. The capital and the royal family. Around half an hour was spent on Ellie alone. Ari. More magic stuff. Their mansion. Chloe. That, and much more, including everything that happened in between. Finishing off with how she ended up here again on accident. There was only one specific thing she had left out of her recap. The state of the humans in that world, and how no one of her friends, not even Maya, actually was a human. She had left out the whole beast folk part. Sophia also hadn't told her about the transformation into a tiger girl. Well, that's pretty much it. A few hours later, the taller blonde finally finished her story and showed Steph a wry smile. Feel free to call me an idiot and or liar now. The little sister just stayed silent instead. That's also why I looked so, curious about everything I saw earlier. As Maya's speaking ban had been lifted a while ago, because the story took so long, she tried to genuinely help now. I'm from a really remote place. One that's not in this world. Steph rubbed her temples a couple of times before eventually facing Sophia again. Proof. Eh? I want proof. Her stare intensified. I know you like to bend the truth and omit things to fit your narrative, but you never outright lied before. This is too much, though. How? How can I show you any proof? Any of this happened in the other world. Right now, only my improved personality is with me. I mean, me having a girlfriend is probably the most unbelievable part of the whole story, no? So, actually, Maya is my biggest proof, after all? That might be true, but, Steph had to give it to her. Magic. Show me some actual magic, and I will believe you. I'm, perplexed you're even considering the possibility of believing me. Because I want to. It sounds amazing. Still, there's just no way. You're my sister, though. I want to believe you. I want to trust you not to lie to me in such a grand way. Even so, you told me about a different world and gods. Overseer. Not God. What's the difference? Sophia had no reply to that. It's just important to make that distinction, okay? It's a bit of a touchy subject. Maya smiled at Steph. It's best not to go into detail there. I see. It didn't seem like she did, though. All that aside. You actually want to see me use magic? Yes. Well, magic is not native in this world, and my powers are quite limited because of that. So, nothing grand is possible, but my portals are quite flashy. She looked at her incognito cat for confirmation. Very flashy. She nodded a few times. Do you really want to see this? Sophia went back to face her sister. I can't take it back afterward. Who would say no now? Steph raised her voice even more. Alright, here goes nothing. Still having a bad feeling about this, the taller blonde hesitated for another moment but then went ahead and opened one of her purple portals with a diameter of roughly a meter right in front of them. Afterward, she put her hand inside and pulled a small brown bag out of it. Some snacks? The nuts you can get there are delicious. Steph ignored her and stared at the portal with wide open eyes. It was too much. I told you it's a little unbelievable. Is that really magic? All sorts of emotions were visible on her face. I don't remember any technology like that, at least. Sophia scratched her cheek. You also know how bad I am with new tech, so. Yeah. The little sister needed another minute. So, you actually spent the last year in a different world. One with magic of all things. Played around all day and camped outside during the night, under a starry sky completely different from ours. You traveled and explored places no one here could ever even dream of and made all sorts of friends wherever you went. Pretty much, yes. She went back to staring daggers at her older sister. Give me a moment. Afterward, she disappeared from the living room into an adjacent room. Sophia just looked at her leaving. Is that her room? More or less. Sophia nodded. Even before I left, she was mostly living here already, so I gave her that room because I wasn't really using it anyway. I see. Well, it was a lot to take in, I guess. Maya could see why she needed a moment. I mean, I also ran away from you when you told me. Yeah. Fair point, I guess. Can I see your room? The white-haired girl tried to liven up the mood. While we wait, I mean. I'm a little curious. We can do that, yeah. Oh, we could also get a couple more movies, series, and another TV, actually. I don't need any of that here. I amassed quite the collection before I decided that watching stuff online makes much more sense. My old laptop and tablet, as well. Afterward, while waiting for Steph to recover from the story, the couple decided to watch and plunder Sophia's old room. Oh. So much decoration and stuff. Maya seemed to like her room. Your bed looks super comfy, too. Ahaha, I used to collect all sorts of stuff. The blonde looked a little awkward. Also, sleep had always been very important to me. Can't say I'm surprised about that. Hee. The two looked around for a couple of minutes before Sophia seemed to have an idea. Oh. A moment later, the whole room started to glow in the same purple color as her portals, and shortly after, it was completely empty. I put everything into my storage. Makes going through stuff a lot easier. Maya wasn't even surprised anymore. Once her room was empty, literally, the duo headed back to the living room, and soon enough, the door to Steph's room also opened again. Alright, I got a few clothes and some other necessities. With a big smile on her lips, the little sister held up a medium-sized bag. Let's go. The duo had completely misinterpreted her earlier reaction. I told you I'm serious about never leaving you again. She sounded incredibly motivated. And after what I just heard, there's no way we're going to stay here. Let's go to your new world. As the situation seemed to be getting more complicated rather than easier, everyone got comfortable again because there was much more to take care of and discuss. Chapter 330, Let's Go. Sophia, Maya, and Steph were having a long chat in the apartment of the blondes, because the little sister wanted to know what was going on. Sophia tried to somehow talk her way out of it, but Maya had had enough of that. She decided that Steph was way too nice of a girl and deserved the full truth. Because of that, she made her blonde tell the other one the whole story. Naturally, Steph had a hard time believing it. Still, the little sister started to believe her once Sophia demonstrated her magic by creating a portal. She had no other choice at this point, after all. As all of that, her big sister having a grand adventure in another world for the past year, was a lot to take in. She needed a break and disappeared into her room for a while. This is what it looked like, at least. In fact, she was actually just collecting a couple of clothes, because she was eager to join in on the adventure. Aren't you a little hasty? Sophia's eyes wandered between her sister clinging to her arm next to her on the sofa and the packed bag of clothes in front of them. It's a different world, you know. Exactly. Steph raised her voice. You know how much I like to go on adventures, camping, exploring, making friends, and all that. It's a dream come true. Right. She had forgotten about that a little. What about your current friends, though? You will lose all of them. It's, too late for that. The shorter blonde sounded a little awkward all of a sudden. I got a little obsessed with your disappearance, and how much I went looking for you, that I lost contact with all of them. Same with everyone from uni. And/or uni itself. Sophia needed a moment before she hung her head. I am sorry. As long as you take responsibility and take me with you and the biggest adventure imaginable, I will forgive you. She's good. Maya sounded impressed. Too good. The older sister had mixed feelings about the craftiness of her little sister. What about mom? She'll lose another daughter. Sure, they're sorry now. That's the new sister, right? She mentioned it in the messages I got. Still, it's not how that works, right? I already told mom that if I ever find you and chaining you down doesn't work, I'll go with you, wherever that would be. Were you always this scary? Only after you disappeared without a trace. It's also mostly just figuratively speaking. I see. Also, mom and I aren't doing so well together lately. We're on a bit of a break. Also because of me. She didn't answer. I hate this. You at least have to tell her that you're leaving. There will be no more disappearing. That might be a little complicated. Mom and Dad took an extended holiday from their jobs to live with Sari in more of a remote area, to flee from all the buzz. They said that they even planned to go offline in the beginning. The three also just left a few days ago, so it will be impossible to get a hold of them right now. Ugh. How convenient. She didn't like it. I don't want to create any more chaos, though. You maybe don't have to. Maya faced her girlfriend. Though, admittedly, you're a natural in that regard. How's the truth going to help here? Hee hee. She let out a small chuckle before continuing. When we arrived here, you said that we can never return once we go back, because you can't leave the portal open. Someone would definitely find it, after all. The same goes with an item enchanted with portal magic. I don't even know if I can remotely activate enchanted items over here. It's worth a try. Anyway, Maya then pointed around in the living room. This is your place, right? Isn't this perfect for a permanent portal? Ah. Sophia hadn't thought about that idea yet. Well, it's rented, but no one's allowed to enter it. We could also barricade the door from the inside to ensure that nobody can enter. Perfect. The white-haired girl clapped her hands. This way, if Steph changes her mind, we can bring her back. You two can also meet your mother once you get a hold of her. We can also do some more shopping once we run out of the stuff we got. She got especially cheerful during the last part. I'm starting to like your girlfriend a lot. Steph was becoming a fan of her. Most of the time, I do, too. Sophia had some mixed feelings about it today. Mostly because Maya was a colossal piece of work the past couple of hours. The taller blonde also knew she was doing most of it for her, too. Enchanting something might still be better in case something unforeseen does happen. Enchanting. Naturally, the little sister couldn't follow them. Let's see. She created another portal above the coffee table and then grabbed one of the sofa pillows. Afterward, she partially put it inside the portal before letting it shrink around it. After a while, it eventually disappeared into the pillow. The magic is now part of the pillow. I see. She didn't, though, clearly apparent by her confused expression. It will take a while before you stop being confused by everything she does. Maya looked strangely sympathetic. We need a second item for the other side, though, so that it can be activated from both sides. Afterward, she grabbed another pillow and did the same again. Maya, please activate one of them so that we can see if it works. Sure. Nodding once, the incognito cat poured some of her magic into the pillow, and the portal soon opened again. So far, so good. Saying so, Sophia did the same with the other pillow. Perfect. She looked at both portals with a satisfied expression. That's insane. Steph had a hard time believing what was happening. The hard part starts now, though. I have to go to the other side to connect the portals. You're not going alone. Maya instantly interrupted her. I don't want to be stuck here without you in case the portals close after you go through. I don't get it at all, but I'm also coming with you. The little sister had no idea about the current events, but she had no plans to let Sophia go anywhere on her own anymore. Steph. If you go with us for this and it fails, there is a very high chance that you won't ever be able to come back. I don't care. She had a very serious expression while staring right into her older sister's eyes. I won't get out of this, huh? Sophia looked at Maya with a wry smile. If she's at least half as stubborn as you are, no. Unfortunately, I'm about twice as stubborn as she is. Steph only raised her voice. That's possible. You're out of luck, then. The white-haired girl smiled back at her blonde. I'm also on the side of her coming with us, so. Yay. The other blonde liked the sound of that. Sophia went silent for a moment. You have to write Mom a message, though. I want her to know what's going on. I don't care that the two of you are taking a break from each other or whatever. We haven't grown that apart from each other. Steph pulled out her phone. I already sent her a message about how I think I found you, together with the picture of the two of you. She then presented her chat log with their mother to her sister. That's good. Maya, can you take a picture of us? Steph handed the incognito cat her phone and clung closer to her older sister. She stared at the small and flat thing in her hand. What is this? Steph, technology isn't a thing in the world she came from. Seriously? We have magic instead. For the most part, that's a lot more fun. Sophia gave her a thumbs up. The vibraty things aside. Them aside, yeah. Vibraty things. The shorter blonde also got confused. Ignore that. Sophia did just that and faced Maya. It's a little like those tablets we got, just smaller. Oh. She looked at the phone with greater interest now. How does it work? That's a topic for another time. The taller blonde couldn't be bothered to explain it now and just opened the camera app for her. Once it looks good, you put your finger on the big round button, and it takes a picture for you. I see. Afterward, Maya pointed the phone at the sisters and waited for them to get in a good pose. Once Steph had sufficiently cuddled against Sophia's side, she took a cute picture of them. That should do it. Sophia, I also want some cuddly pictures later. You want to cuddle with Steph? She tilted her head. You idiot. Hee hee. Are you two always this flirty? The little sister sounded a little envious. Eh? The duo tilted their heads. That wasn't flirty. Oh no. She had a bad feeling about this. Are there any more cute girls in that world? If you two don't think that's flirting, I'll probably get way too jealous once you actually start to. I can't do that while being single. I still get surprised by just how adorable everyone there is every single day. Let's go. For some reason, Steph sounded the most motivated yet. Yep. No doubt. You two are sisters. Maya could only roll her eyes. Okay. I still have my reservations about the plan, but if you send Mom another message, we will take you with us. Yes. Hey Mom. I found her. I found the idiot. Our idiot. I told you so. Sorry that I was such a pain, but there was no way I could give up. She got roped into a bit of a mess, though. I'm going with her for now. It might take a while, but I'll try my best to get back to you with more as soon as possible. Have fun with Dad and sorry during your timeout. See you soon. Afterward, she also attached the picture of the two to her messages. Was the idiot part really necessary? That's the most vital part of the whole thing. I agree. You haven't even seen the message. Sophia glared at Maya. It's pretty self-explanatory, though. Ugh. Are we good to go now? Steph's excitement was rising once again. Sure. You might want to change your current clothes first, though. Maya glanced at the shorter girl. She still was wearing her black jacket over an oversized white hoodie combined with relatively short black shorts barely peeking out under her hoodie, and some sheer black tights that looked the exact opposite of warm together with black and white sneakers. It's a lot colder over there. Your jacket and the hoodie seem fine, but I start shivering just looking at your legs. That's alright. Steph smiled at her. I actually like the cold a lot. Never been much bothered by it. Warm weather is my enemy. I'm actually the exact opposite of Sophia when it comes to all that. She turns into the textbook example of a cat once summer is over. Ahaha. The girl in question awkwardly scratched her cheek while waiting for Maya's retort. You really found your calling, huh? It didn't take long. Why yeah, Steph was obviously missing some information here. Don't worry about it. Afterward, using some sort of magic, Sophia tampered a little with the door to the apartment, making sure that no one would ever be able to enter it. Once she was happy with the result, she created another standard portal next to the two pillow ones. However, Maya and the shorter blonde decided that she had to use it last to ensure that nothing fishy would happen. Maya went through it first and was then followed by Steph, who, despite her excitement, was naturally highly nervous but made it without problems to the other side. At last, Sophia followed after them. In her all-white storage dimension, the older sister first had to calm down the younger one, though. Seeing it for the first time was quite the event, after all. Once Steph was finally able to deal with the situation, Sophia connected the two portals of the pillows with each other. After their disappearance in the storage, Sophia returned to her old world again to collect one of the pillows. On the off chance anything went wrong, she was the only one to get back on her own. Back with one pillow, the blonde tried to forcibly activate both, including the one in the other world, by pouring a significant amount of her magic into it. Inside her storage, her magic power had returned to her normal, totally overpowered levels. However, she still had to use over 2/3 of her total amount for both portals to activate. It did work, though, so they now had a usable portal between her old world and her storage connecting to the new world. It took a little longer to explain everything that just happened to the overly confused Steph, but she eventually understood enough, or at least pretended to, so that the group could finally go on. Chapter 331, Calm Down. Steph managed to talk Sophia into taking her with them into the other world. The taller blonde wasn't the biggest fan of the plan, but she also knew she had no chance of winning against her little sister. Not to mention that she still felt incredibly guilty about having made her go through so much pain. So, after she made her send their mother a message about what was going on, without details, of course, the older sister finally agreed to let her come with them. Once she got the portals to work and even succeeded in making a permanently accessible way between the worlds by enchanting some items with the magic, Everyone went to her storage dimension. This place is so freaky. She seemed a little scared, but Steph was still looking at the all-white space with great interest. Where even is this? No idea. Sophia just shrugged her shoulders. Eh? I was just experimenting with a place to store things while traveling, and here we are. Where is here, though? Don't sweat the small details. Small? Small. I wonder how long it will take me to get used to the carefree Sophia. You used to overthink and overcomplicate absolutely everything. Those days are gone. Maya wasn't sure if she could agree with that. Overthink stuff in a way I get depressed, because I can only see the negative side. Yeah. She nodded a few times. Nowadays, you overthinking things usually ends up in a catastrophe and/or explosion. Ahaha. Are you actually as wild as you told me in your story? The little sister got loud again. She was seriously holding back on the details. Maya, what did I tell you about shutting up? Heh. Wow. Steph's eyes started sparkling. I can't wait to see you in action. See what you did? Yep. The incognito cat was having a good time. Ugh. Fine. Sophia gave up. Let's just go home. Okay. Wait, our new home, right? Her little sister wanted to make sure. Don't get too hasty. But, yes. I mean the new world. Yay. This will be something. Afterward, Sophia encased the still open portal and the enchanted pillow back up in a super thick wall to make sure no one would do anything stupid, and the trio went through the portal leading to the mansion's basement. Before that, the taller blonde used a generous amount of healing magic on everyone to make sure they won't introduce anything nasty to the new world. In retrospect, she felt a little conflicted about not having done the same when she and Maya came over, but she was in no condition to have thought about that back then. Thinking about there being just no way that they could have introduced anything worse than what already exists on Earth made her feel a lot better about it, though. Wow. The trio arrived in the living room, and Steph immediately got even more excited. This feels so cozy. Rather than a different world, this feels more like something from an antique show or something like that. Just that someone's actually living in the place. Well, it's just us, and you haven't seen the outside yet, so. Speaking of us, Maya glanced at the incognito tiger. What are we going to do? No idea, Sophia shook her head. To make things even more complicated, I can sense Chloe coming home. She'll be here in a few minutes. Oh. Well, she will probably be the easiest one of the bunch, but we also left a bit abruptly and on a weird note with her. This will be something, huh? Yeah. Chloe. That's the girl you befriended in a village you found not too long ago, right? Steph tried to recall the story her sister had told her earlier. Is something the matter with her? Naturally, there were many things, but Sophia decided to focus on the most recent event with her. Right before Maya and I disappeared, we discovered that Chloe seemed to be from our world, as well. According to Kinnear, she died about 20 years ago and started a new life here afterward. Neither Chloe nor we knew about each other's past, though. Wow, that sounds messy. Also, that girl died, as well. That's pretty sad. I like to think about it from the other side. Both of us got a new chance. That is true. Steph still looked awkward, though. Happier circumstances still would have made it better. The taller blonde had nothing to add and decided to change the topic. About Chloe, though. This world is a bit special, so try not to be too surprised, okay? What does that mean? Just try to, okay? No. Think you'll wait, what? I have no idea what is going on, so I will react however I plan to react to whatever will happen. Sophia tried to make her agree for a little while longer, but it was no use. There was only one girl more stubborn than the incognito tiger, and it was the very girl she tried to convince right now. Sophia. Maya. Once the fox girl arrived home and heard noises from the living room, she immediately barged through the door and jumped at the couple not too far away from it. She tightly hugged both of them at the same time and even wrapped her bushy tail all around them. "I'm so glad you're huh?" She had small tears in the corners of her eyes, but once she got a better look at the two, she immediately got confused and let go of them again. We're back, they had no idea what to say. Maya, where are your ears and tail? Sophia. Sophia. Chloe noticed that more than just her ears and tail were amiss with the blonde. What happened to you? You barely even still are Sophia. Your hair is different. You're taller. Bigger, too. Eh? Wait, who are you? To make matters even worse, she then spotted the other blonde further inside the room. You're cute. Steph had her very own reaction to the situation. Wait, why does this girl have a tail? Ears, too. Looks like an Arctic fox to me. Huh? They move? Are they real? She was about as loud as the other confused girl. I have to see that fluff from closer. Immediately after, she closed in on the fox girl and went right for her tail, by burying her hands deep into it. This fluff is divine. Afterward, she went as far as giving her whole tail a big squeeze. Eek! Naturally, Cho had a strong reaction to that and flinched in response. Those ears, too. Once she had her initial fill with that, the little sister tried for the next type of fluff. Stop that. Sophia finally reacted before it was too late and karate chopped her sister's head before pulling her away from Chloe. Why would you do that? The fluff. The fluff. Yep, she's her sister. It's not the first time Maya said that, and it certainly won't be the last time. Just even more unhinged. Just look at her. Sophia glared at her sister while pointing at the shivering fox girl, who had even more tears in the corners of her eyes while she had wrapped her fluffy tail all around herself. I want to have your kids. It had the opposite effect on Steph. She only got more excited by this adorable display. Huh? Chloe looked even more shocked. Stop it already. The taller blonde got loud. I get you, but there are some rules in this world that are very important. Our tails, and even more so, our ears, are super important to us. You can't just go and touch them. They are extremely sensitive. So much actually that only your partner is allowed to touch them. Oh. Steph's expression changed, and she immediately faced Chloe again. I am so sorry. I had no idea. I just saw the fluff and lost my reasoning. Wanting to have your kids aside, because you are way too cute, I had no plan to sexually harass you with that. Stop it with the kids, too. Sophia was still yelling at her. That's just as bad in this situation for many different reasons. Why? Because two girls can have kids with each other in this world. What? Things were getting out of hand fast. Properly apologize to Chloe now, and we can have a talk later. Wait, what? Seriously? Steph was still completely overwhelmed. Again, I'm really sorry, she looked at the fox girl once more. I'm new here, and it seems like I made many mistakes. I love everything fluffy, and foxes, especially the Arctic kind, are my favorite. Seeing that attached to such a cute girl seems to have made me lose my restraints. I didn't know that you shouldn't do something like this. The same with the kids thing just now. I have many questions about that, but I wasn't serious in that way when I said it. I am very sorry about my outbreak. I see. Chloe stopped shivering after hearing that, and her tail relaxed again. Thank you for apologizing. I guess there's nothing one can do if you don't know about it, huh? It's also, it's half as bad if a cute girl like you does that without knowing. The fox girl was still a little all over the place, but it seemed like she could forgive her. The smaller blonde liked her reply and was happy that her apology got accepted. By the way, why do you have the ears and tail of an Arctic fox? They being pink and even fluffier aside? Because that's how I was born. It's pretty normal to have some sort of animal characteristics, after all. I'm more confused about why Maya and Sophia have lost them. Also, who are you? I'm Steph. Short for Stephanie. I'm Sophia's little sister, and I will live here starting today. I see. It's nice to meet you. My name is Wait, what? She stopped mid-sentence. Sophia's sister. Steph. She then glanced at the older sister. I thought. It's a long and very complicated story. It's normal to have parts of an animal attached to you. Steph was still busy with that part. I mean, I'm all for it. It's adorable. But. Wait, what? She then also fixated her eyes on the taller blonde. What's that about you and Maya having lost your ears and tail? It's a long and very complicated story, Sophia only repeated herself. Afterward, she gestured for everyone to sit down on the sofas, because there seemed to be a lot of questions floating around that needed some answering. Unfortunately, Sophia had no idea where to even start, so it looked like this might take a while. Chapter 332, Old and New. Sophia had brought her sister over to her new world, and things got out of hand almost instantly. Soon after they arrived, Chloe also returned home and was relieved that the couple was back. Seeing the fox girl for the first time, Steph immediately pounced on her because she liked everything fluffy, at least as much as her older sister. Even more, she loved foxes, so Chloe was a double kill for her. Afterward, once she found out that she had just considerably sexually harassed the poor girl, she apologized multiple times, and the two were able to put it past them. The fox girl obviously wasn't any less confused about everything that was going on and had a lot of questions. First and foremost, why Sophia's supposedly dead sister was here and how the couple had lost their animal ears and tails. So, what is going on here? Chloe and Steph asked the same question while staring at the couple. As the little sister had entered interrogation mode, she opted against clinging to Sophia and sat down next to Chloe on the sofa opposite the duo. When the fox girl asked her why she was so close to her tail, the short blonde decided not to answer, and they started questioning Sophia and Maya instead. The taller blonde had no idea where to start. Chloe, can we continue with the topic we left off with before Maya and I disappeared? That will eventually lead to everything that is going on right now. Before you disappeared. Oh, that, she needed a second to remember. Yeah, that. Sophia nodded before continuing. I still can't believe we're both from a different world. So you are. Yup. Wow. I am, too. I know. You know? Well, the TV thing was a big giveaway. Also, Kinnear confirmed it to me when we met him after disappearing on you. Ah, I see. Wait, what? Chloe got loud after the second part registered in her brain. Kinnear? As in the overseer? You met him? He actually exists? Mostly I, meet him every month or so. Seriously? Last time, he went drinking with us. It was great fun. Why, you're kidding. He's actually the one who brought me to this world. Wow. Who's the one that brought you here? He mentioned that it wasn't him. Sophia was still curious about that part. I don't actually know, the fox girl shook her head. While growing up here, I regained the memories from my old life, but I have no idea how I ended up here. Really? Whoa, that must have been freaky, suddenly gaining the memories from another life. It really was, she scratched her cheek in response. Did it all hit you at once when you reached a certain age, or how did it happen? Now, it almost was like living two lives at once. I don't really remember much of the first 1 or 2 years, but while I was growing up, the memories of my old self with the same age also flowed into me. I'm not sure if that's better or worse than suddenly remembering everything at once. I think it's better. If I suddenly learned about my past all at once one day, everything about myself would have felt pretty disconnected. That also means that I had a normal childhood here and didn't have the memories of the future me or something like that. I guess that would be true. Sophia looked a little awkward. I could have done without the past 14-year-old me, though. Seeing and somewhat feeling myself dying over time, and then that side of me going black freaked me out a lot. Everyone went silent. Why you died when you were 14? Steph didn't like the sound of that. Neither, judging from their expressions, did the other two. How? I was very sick for a while and lost the fight against it in the end. The trio went silent again. Stop with the long faces. Chloe got loud. It's literally a thing of the past. I'm feeling great. In fact, except for an occasional cold or an upset stomach, I've never been seriously sick since being in this world. That's good, everyone seemed relieved again. Alrighty. The fox girl decided that her part of the story was over with that. Wait, it sounds like the memories of your previous life were different, Sophia? No. I didn't start anew, Sophia shook her head. I had an accident in my old world, but before it was game over, Kinnear let me continue my life here instead. I'm actually here for not even a year yet. Really? She looked surprised. Wait, if you didn't have a full restart, was you being a tiger just a fake? Not quite. I became an actual tiger to better fit in. You really don't want to be a human in this world, after all. I didn't know what being a tiger means when I went for that, though. Sophia decided to leave out the part where she's the one who turned herself into a tiger for the time being. Right now, I just look like a human because Maya and I accidentally ended up visiting my old world. That's why Maya's ears and tail are gone, and I look like my old self. You can't really run around with animal features on Earth. You're a tiger? Steph immediately got loud. You went back to Earth? So did Chloe. I want to see. The eyes of the smaller blonde started sparkling. Later, Steph. Yay. I had asked Kinnear to send my mother and sister a letter I wrote because I couldn't say goodbye to them. Sophia looked at the fox girl again. He had summoned Maya and me to his place because he wanted to tell me how that turned out. Oh. So, when you talked about your sister before, you hadn't lost her because she died but because she stayed behind in your old world. Pretty much. Sorry for that. Well, you never said she was actually dead. That's just how I interpreted it. I'm kinda good at that. Anyway, after we were done, Kinnear made a mistake while sending us home. Chloe didn't need much more of an explanation. Once we were there, after we made sure that my portals were still working, Maya and I changed our looks to match the humans and went shopping. Your magic still worked? There should be none on Earth, right? Our magic was much weaker, and it took way longer to recover. It felt like the magic inside our bodies came with us, and that's what we were able to use. Oh, that almost makes sense. I thought the same. Maya nodded in agreement. Shopping there sounds like a lot of fun. Wait, how did you have any money for that? Did you know that the gold coins from this world are made from actual gold? We exchanged some of them and then went on a serious shopping spree. Oh. How handy. I know. We got all sorts of fun stuff. Very fun stuff. Maya also got excited. While we were shopping, another little mistake happened. Sophia glanced at her sister during the last part. I am no mistake. The mistake in question got louder again before she faced Chloe to explain herself. I managed to find them, and after Sophia told me what happened after she disappeared and where she ended up as a result, I decided to come with them. I won't ever let her run away again. That's beautiful. The fox girl was touched. Wait, so you just decided to go to another world on the spot? Of course. An adventure in a different world? How could I have said no to that? I love exploring, and I can't wait to see everything this place has to offer. If possible, I want to go traveling with everyone right now. She was very motivated. We're keeping her, right? Chloe liked everything she just heard while looking at the taller blonde with pleading eyes. Steph is about as thick-headed as all of us combined. If she decided so, there's little we can do. Sophia sounded a little tired while she hung her head. Deep down, she was the happiest about her being here, but the how was far from ideal, after all. Yay! Steph and the fox girl sounded the exact opposite of tired. You two sure are getting along fast. Maya looked a little surprised while watching the two on the other sofa being so in sync already. Well, Chloe scratched her cheek. The first moments were a little awkward, but I am still sorry about that. The shorter blonde apologized again. Why, you were just so fluffy, and I love foxes, so. I couldn't help it. I didn't know it was something bad. That's the reason. She smiled at Steph before looking at Maya again. You can't really be mad at her for that, can you? It was extremely embarrassing because I wasn't expecting it, but if I start disliking someone for loving fluffy things, I would hate myself, and I wouldn't be friends with Sophia either. We would be mortal enemies. The girl in question had a very clear opinion about it. If anything, I'm surprised that Sophia's the calmer sister here. I am just overexcited because everything is new for me. I mean, a girl with fox features? How could I stay calm there? I'm not sure if that's helping your point. Maya rolled her eyes. In any case, a friend of exploration, traveling, and general adventuring is a friend of mine. Chloe added another point of why she seems to be getting along with Steph already. Eehee. The little sister liked the sound of that. Speaking of, when can we go on an adventure? Tomorrow? Tomorrow sounds great. I mean, I'm all in for that, but, the fox girl glanced at the couple. All the other girls in our group are cats in one way or another. They don't like to go outside when it's cold. They hate it. Sophia corrected her slightly. Why? The weather seems perfect. As long as it doesn't rain, all is well. If anything, it's way better than being too warm. I hate being sweaty. Chloe stopped for a moment while she stared at Steph. Why, you like the cold? Absolutely. She nodded a few times. It's not like I hate the summer, but I always end up getting super sluggish because I tend to overheat quickly. This room is already close to being too warm. I don't know how many more qualities you have of an Arctic fox, but it should be similar to you, right? Yes. She had a strong reaction to this. Sophia, your sister is the best. I do agree with that a lot. The taller blonde felt the same. I do disagree with you on this particular reason, though. As Chloe was getting excited over Steph liking cold weather, and the little sister not having stopped being excited since her arrival, the couple decided to take a small break while the other two continued to chat about the topic while seemingly bonding incredibly fast. Chapter 333, Back to Normal. Even though they had just met and had a somewhat rough start, Chloe and Steph were already getting along and bonded even more over the fact that both preferred colder weather over being hot. Though there was much more to talk about, so the duo eventually got back on track after letting go of their shared likes. Again, I'm all for it, but I still don't get why you have some fox characteristics, Chloe. Steph was staring at her tail and ears again. Also, Maya is hiding hers because of visiting my old world? Chloe, you came from the same world as me, right? Why aren't you a human now, too? And Sophia's supposed to be a tiger? Part tiger. The older sister corrected her. Just ears and tail. Well, and some instincts and stuff. Already weird enough. Why? I mean, it sounds amazing, but why? The fox girl scratched her cheek. It's just that I was reborn as a member of the fox tribe in this world. I didn't choose it, but I definitely am happy about it. I like being a fox a lot. Also, it wouldn't have been fun at all to be a human here. Same here, except the reborn part, Maya nodded. My parents are from the cat tribe, so I naturally ended up as one, as well. Thank everything that is holy that I'm not a human. Yeah, you don't want to be a human here, Sophia also agreed. Me ending up as a tiger, who are supposed to be royal, also had its own ups and downs, but it's far preferable. After hearing this, Steph, the human girl, had a slightly complicated expression. What is wrong with being human? Well, her sister tried to come up with an explanation. Humans here are probably the most infuriating race on the planet. She just nodded a few times. They like to fight and stir up trouble whenever they can. I see. They have an overblown ego and a serious superiority complex. Is that so? In their opinion, every other race or living being should bow down in front of them. That's no good. Everyone should basically be their slave and work for them. Sophia, Steph eventually stopped her. I was asking about the humans of this world. Ah, her sister paused for a moment. I mean, that world had some nice ones, so I wouldn't use that as a general description for our old place. I have yet to find them here, though. The biggest reason is that the humans here have barely any magic and no technology to put them at the top of the food chain. They are so weak that everything they do is all bark and no bite. Yeah, humanity on Earth also is almost beyond saving already, but we at least made some sort of accomplishments. A lot of them, actually. Here, from what I've learned so far, they have exactly zero redeeming features. I see, the shorter blonde needed to let that sink in first. Wouldn't that mean it's pretty bad if I'm still a human in this world? If you decide to stay, it is far from ideal, yes. So, is bad? She had already made her decision, after all. It's not optimal. Sophia had some experience with it, after all. Well, there's the demon race. Their females look just like humans. You could pretend to be one of them. Sounds pretty cool if you ask me. She had just as much experience with that. As if someone would believe that. Chloe rolled her eyes. Everyone would instantly look through someone pretending to be a demon. Maya and Sophia suddenly looked quite awkward. You have to think of something better for this. Such a cheap excuse would never work. People aren't idiots, you know? Once Sophia finished taking damage from this, she tried to come up with something different. You could do the opposite of what Maya and I are doing right now. You could pretend to be one of us beast folk by adding some animal ears and a tail to yourself. I could become fluffy? Steph's face immediately lit up. You could at least look like it with magic. The taller blonde, for now, decided to keep the part where she could change for real to herself. That's a start. She wasn't any less excited about that. Wait. I don't have any magic. I have one or two ideas to get around that. I'm not sure how I want to do it, but we'll definitely get some magic into you. If everything fails, Sophia could simply share some of hers, after all. Really? Her eyes started to sparkle even more. You're the best. Ehe. Every older sister likes to hear that. I need a day or two for that, though, so you need to stay put until then. Okay. She nodded a few times. I want to see something else first, though. Sophia tilted her head. Unleash the tiger. I want to see how you actually look in this world. Maya, too. I want them back, too. Chloe agreed with her. You look great right now, but I prefer the fluffier version. Alright, the incognito tiger agreed to become a real one again. I also miss my tail, so. Maya, do you want to start? Gladly. She seemed pretty eager to return herself. Afterward, she quickly got swallowed by a cloud of smoke, and the original catgirl was back. SOO, much better. She immediately gave her tail a few pats to welcome it back. Definitely better. The fox girl nodded a few times. Whoa, Steph also seemed to agree. I already thought you were beautiful, but now I know why it felt like something was missing. You are perfect with the cat attachments. Thank you. She liked the compliment. She's mine, you know? Sophia found it a tad too much praise. I know, idiot. Good. Ehe. Maya liked it even more that her blonde got jealous. Anyway, afterward, while looking slightly flustered, the tiger also returned to her former glory. Once the smoke was gone, she did the same as the catgirl and gave her tail a loving pat or two. I missed you. I know, right? Maya had felt the same, after all. Chloe also started smiling. I missed this picture. So cute. Steph needed a moment. Wait, you look way too different, Sophia. You seem much younger, too. She scratched her cheek in return. There was a little accident when I came to this world, and Kinnear made me a few years younger. Eh? Does that mean I'm the older sister now? She got confused. I just look younger, don't worry. Ah, she actually seemed disappointed. Hey. Sophia didn't like that reaction. Also, I'm still taller. Really? Steph got up from the sofa. Show me. Sure. While Sophia was older, she wasn't any more mature. She also stood up, and the sisters got back to measure their height. Yup, Sophia is a centimeter or two taller. Maya presented the result. Looks like Steph's right between Sophia and me. Chloe came to the same conclusion. Hee hee. The tiger looked quite smug for some reason. Even her tail was happily swishing around. Steph looked a little pouty for a moment. However, the moment she noticed Sophia's tail moving around in front of her, as the two were still back to back, her focus immediately changed to this. Sorry for what is about to happen. Saying so, she instantly went for it and grabbed it with both hands. Hiya. Sophia immediately lost the strength in her legs and got down on her knees. Elle let go of it. Enjoying that reaction for a moment, the little sister touched it for a second or two longer before she eventually granted her wish. You are way too adorable, sis. And you are horrible. Tears had appeared in the corners of her eyes. T tried to be at least more gentle. Your tail is way too great not to go for it. T, that doesn't mean to have to grip it with all your strength. I don't mind you coming in contact with it as you're my sister and nothing else, but my tail is super sensitive. It's complete sensory overload. It even hurts, because it's too much. Our tails really are delicate, Steph. Maya also tried to explain it to her. Chloe has a literal ton of fluff around her actual tail, and even she reacted so strongly earlier. Sophia and I only have a thin layer of fur on it. It's a much more intense feeling when someone touches it. I see, she hung her head again. Sorry for overdoing it once more. It is a very great tail, though. Thanks. I mean, I get it. I go through pretty much the same when I see a good tail. As I have my own now, though. I know how it feels, and that's why I can hold back. Most of the time, at least, she stole a quick glance at Chloe during the end. I'll do my best to suppress my urges. Isn't it quite dangerous that your tails are so sensitive? I don't mean any harm. I just want the fluff, but if someone wants to harm you, couldn't they completely put you all out of commission by simply grabbing your tails? If someone I don't like would touch my tail like that, they would die. Sophia's expression changed. Die, yes. Maya agreed. Indeed, that's what would happen. Chloe also had the same serious expression. Oh okay, Steph took a step back from everyone. Gee, good thing you held back there earlier. She glanced at the fox girl with a sheepish expression while scratching her cheek. Thank you for that. Cute girls get the benefit of the doubt. Wow, that sounds pretty bad when said out loud. Also, because I couldn't feel any magic from you, there's little harm you could do. Not to mention that you seemed more like an excited kid when doing it rather than anything else. I am so happy that I ended up looking cute. The shorter blonde looked incredibly relieved. Ahaha. It was hard to say anything in response to that, and so everyone just let out a chuckle instead. Afterward, the sisters sat down on the sofas again. Steph wanted to sit next to Sophia this time for cuddling reasons, but as the tiger didn't like how she kept staring at her tail, the older blonde made her sit down next to Chloe again before getting comfortable with Maya. Once that was dealt with, they returned to chatting because there were still many things left to discuss. Chapter 334, Getting to Know Each Other Better. Sophia and Maya had finally shown their true feline form to Steph, and she was a big fan of both. She especially liked the tail of her tiger sister, and she, again, got the urge to pounce on the fluff. Sophia's tail is much more sensitive than Chloe's, though, as there's less volume of fur protecting the base. Because of that, it resulted in yet another scolding from the now only slightly taller blonde once she had recovered from her tail being squeezed. The group also told the little sister about this world's humans. Their best suggestion for Steph was to use magic to make her look like a member of the beast folk, basically a reverse of what Sophia and Maya had done in the sisters' old world. Unfortunately, Steph didn't have any access to magic yet, though. Still, Sophia was sure she'd find a way around it before long. By the way, Steph looked across the coffee table at Sophia. In the old world, you told me how you got tangled up with royalty because they think you're part of them because of something or another. You were pretty vague about that for some reason. She intensified her stare. In the end, it was because you had turned into a tiger, and every tiger is per default part of the royal family or adjacent to it because of their standing. Am I understanding that correctly? Pretty much, yeah, her sister nodded. It was rather messy when I first found out about that, and the royal family actually started hunting me down. It's not like I could tell them that I haven't always been a tiger, let alone that I came from a different world. That's fair, I guess. Only Maya and two of my other friends know about that part of me. Well, and Chloe now, too, because she's in a similar situation. It's also not like it's wrong. I actually became a full member of the tiger race. Ears, tail, stripes, and some other details, just that I stayed blonde instead of orange. If anything, you're blonder than ever. Ahaha, that's another tiger feature, actually. During summer, my color was similar to earlier, but with a hint of orange rather than brown. Tiger hair and fur apparently turn lighter during the colder months, and I ended up like this. I love it, though. I like this color a lot. Sophia started playing with a strand of her hair while saying so. It definitely is great. Her sister agreed with her. Is the wavy fluffiness also a tiger thing? Something like a winter coat. Something along the lines of that. It's a massive pain, though. It's almost untamable. Ah, is that so? Her voice dripping with sarcasm, Steph then held up a strand of her own hair. The color aside, hers was more of a darker dirty blonde, the consistency seemed similar. If anything, the hair of the little sister seemed to be even more unruly. Welcome to the club of suffering. Sorry, that wasn't my intention. Well, I was thinking about cutting it short anyway. What's a better time for a style change than a new start in a different world? Sophia stared at her sister's hair, which went just below her shoulder blades. The length's great, though. It's too much of a pain, though. You know how much work I have to put into it every time it gets wet or the humidity's too high. Tell me about it. Chloe seemed to sympathize a lot with her. My hair's the same. Other than me, I'm sure you'd look great with short hair, though. I bet something between chin and shoulder length would fit you perfectly. I like this girl more and more with each passing moment. Steph gestured at Chloe while looking at her sister. She is a good one. She also could see her appeal. The fox girl enjoyed the praise. Speaking of. Steph then looked at Chloe next to her again. I want to know more about you. Yeah? Hearing that, her cheeks quickly turned red. Me? Yes. She nodded a few times. Sophia ending here was already plenty weird, but she simply continued her life here. Though, there were some changes. You, on the other hand, started from scratch, but also regained your memories over time. How was your old life? How is the new one? Wasn't it super confusing to have two types of memories or whatever? What about your family back then? Now? The fox girl tilted her head. My old life wasn't anything too exciting, I would say. I was always a little frail, so I was more of an indoors kid. I did have some friends, though, that was nice. My health started declining a lot once I turned 12 and, well, it was over not too long after my 14th birthday. I'm sorry that I made you remember it again. The shorter blonde noticed that she sounded a little sad at the end. Don't worry about it. It's not exactly a bad memory of mine. It's a part of my past and definitely a valuable experience. Because of that, I cherish being healthy and my love for traveling and exploring much more. It has a way bigger worth to me now. That's a nice way of thinking. You should always look for the positive in life. Right, sis? Absolutely. Sophia gave her a big nod. Steph looked pretty confused. You, of all people, agree with that? Very. Even though you always went out of the way to find the negative side of something, no matter how stupidly low the chance of that was. Sophia. Chloe tilted her head. She's about the most positive person I ever met. Eh? Hee hee. The tiger smirked at her sister. I told you that I changed. When you get depressed, you do get depressed, though. Maya had to dampen her smugness a little. Shut up. I really have to get used to my depressed crybaby of a big sister finally having come out of her shell. Steph shed a small tear. I'm all for it, though. It's the best possible outcome. The how is more than just a little weird, but that's just another plus. Shush. Sophia only got more embarrassed. The people that like to tease our tiger just has increased, huh? Listening to their exchange, Chloe let out a small chuckle. Ugh. What she said. Steph, focus your teasing on Chloe. She's into that. I already have my hands full with enough people in that regard. My cat here is worth 17 people already. 17? Please. Maya didn't like that number. Looks like I have to step up my game. See? You enjoy being teased? Steph ignored the couple and looked at the fox girl while tilting her head. It depends, I guess. She also tilted her head in response. Maybe not so much teasing, after all, because I'm not the biggest fan of deliberately teasing others, but I'm terribly envious of the bantering those two have. It seems like so much fun. Ah. The shorter blonde looked like she understood. Basically, you want someone to flirt with? Yes. I see. I can't say I have that much experience with serious flirting, but I used to have a lot of female friends I was pretty close with. I'm sure I can try. Eh? Why you don't have to? Why not? Sounds fun. Also, not trying to flirt with a girl as cute as you would be the bigger crime. Wait, you're probably straight, right? You meant Sophia's and Maya's flirting more as an example, huh? Makes sense. No, I am into girls, but. You are? She looked honestly surprised. Well, I've only known you for an hour or two, so it's hard to make a guess. Still, what a small world this is. Sophia glanced at her sister. There's another thing that I forgot to tell you. It's pretty common in this world. Not only can same-sex couples have their own kids here, but straight, homosexual and bi people also are equally distributed here. There are basically no preferences more normal than the other. Obviously, there's also more on the spectrum here, but it's actually harder to meet a girl that is not into girls to at least some degree. Seriously? Seriously. Is this world the paradise? Pretty much, yeah. The taller blonde had nothing to add. I hate you so much for keeping this world away from me for so long now. I'm sorry. Sophia was unable to look Steph in the eyes while apologizing. You better be. Also, how are kids between same-sex couples supposed to work? Long story short, your magic in this world is something like your DNA. When you share that with others in a special and protected way, you can create a new life with your partner. This union, conception aside, is pretty much the same as a regular pregnancy and gives you a perfectly normal and healthy child. Wow. Steph was too overwhelmed by that. Amazing. I had the same reaction, both sisters felt the same about it. I can tell you more about it later. A friend of ours is the result of such an union, and she's amazing, so it definitely works. I had one of her mothers tell me all about it. I look forward to that. So, are you also into girls, or just happy that there's no discrimination? Chloe tried to interpret her reaction. Into girls and happy about that. Steph smiled at her. That's why I would totally be fine about flirting with a cute girl. I see. Your sister's smooth. The couple came to the same conclusion. Before that, I still want to know more about you. The shorter blonde just kept going. Please continue from earlier. Oh, okay. Chloe needed a moment before she got back on track. More about my second try in life, I guess. Yes. Let's see. My life here definitely was a lot more eventful and a ton of fun for every single day since I can remember. Fei showed me all kinds of interesting places all over the continent while growing up. She also taught me how to use magic, making things even more fun. Fei? Steph tilted her head. My mother. Ah. Oh, does she also have a fluffy tail and ears? Is that how it works here? She came right to the most important question. She's actually a full fox, only with her original length being about 3 meters, but she can adjust her size however she wants. A full. Wait, so she's actually just like a normal fox, just in varying sizes? Not quite. Sophia took over. A foal looks the same as the animal, but they're actually fully sapient and intelligent. They can speak normally, as well. The full part refers to the look. Most of the beast folk are hybrids, like Maya, Chloe, and I. Those also come in varying degrees, though. Like having full body fur, for example. Foals are just the closest to the corresponding animal. Oh. You sure know your stuff, sis. The shorter blonde seemed impressed. Well, I haven't met Fei yet, but we have 2 full wolves in our group. Not sure where they are right now, though. When I panicked after your disappearance, Finfin told me to stay put as this happens quite often, and then he and Aura went to my hometown to go drinking without answering any more questions I had. Chloe sounded slightly pouty while explaining what happened. Ahaha. Sophia just awkwardly scratched her cheek. Sorry about that. Well, if they're drinking, we won't see them today. You can meet them tomorrow, or something like that, Steph. Okay. She looked more confused than before. Wait, if your mother looks like a full fox, bigger or not, and you are mostly humanoid with some great improvements. How? She gestured all over Chloe. I'm not exactly certain if Fei is my real mom, only that she's the one who raised me and has been with me since the very beginning. She always gets a little evasive when I start asking, but to me, she is my mom. I see. It is possible, though. Sophia joined in again. She had had the exact question before, after all. If 2 partners are too far apart biologically speaking, they can use the same magic as a same-sex couple would do. Their child would become something random in between then. That's amazing. No one gets left out. Exactly. The taller blonde felt the same. I mean, it's not for me personally, a few animal add-ons are great, and an absolute improvement, but too much animal would be a bit much. Agree. Steph nodded a few times. Getting a girlfriend with the fluffiest tail possible is my new goal, though. Same with the ears. Other than that, I'm probably good, though. Excellent taste. Sophia gave her a thumbs up. Dexterous tails are quite nice, too, though. Maya stayed silent on that part. Instead, she decided to look at Chloe while trying to figure out whether she had just moved her tail closer to Steph or if that was just her imagination. Anyway, Steph shortly looked to her side and also noticed the big ball of fluff right beside her, shamelessly brushed the side of her head against it, and then continued talking with a big smile on her face. If Fei is like a full fox on the outside, only like a massive one at times. How fluffy is she? Even fluffier than I am. All over her body, too. Chloe smiled at her. Wow. How does she feel about being petted? She loves being groomed with a brush or magic by me when she's in her full size. She also enjoys being pet by me while she's sleeping on my lap in her mini form. Do you think I could dash dot? Get in line, sis. Sophia didn't even let her finish the sentence before she interrupted her. I asked her about that a long time ago already. Ah. No one will ever doubt they are sisters, huh? Chloe faced Maya with a wry smile while the 2 were quarreling over the fluff of someone they had never met before. Yeah, impossible. Afterward, everyone, first and foremost the sisters, kept talking about Feifi's fluffiness and how to get to it. Once they calmed down again, Steph wanted to find out more about Chloe herself again and continued to ask her questions. Chapter 335, Age is just a number. Steph was already feeling right at home in the new world and kept learning new things that made her love it even more. For example, she was a big fan of there being absolutely no discrimination when it came to one's sexuality, as there was no main preference more popular than the other. Same-sex couples being able to have children together was the icing on the cake for her. She liked everything so much that she even got angry at Sophia for having kept this world a secret for so long. Just as much she was interested in the world, Steph was also curious about the pink-haired fox girl she already was getting along with great, even after their somewhat embarrassing start where the shorter blonde couldn't hold back her curiosity about the other's tale. As she wanted to know more about her, Steph just kept asking question after question about her. I'm still curious about you having lived or are living two lives, though. The shorter blonde was still busy with the fox girl. Does that mean you're actually much older than you look, or how does that work? It maybe depends on how you define age. Personally, I definitely see myself as 19 years old. A far from mature 19-year-old, I want to add. You're 19 right now? Steph looked surprised. You look a bit younger. Only a year younger than me, that's great. Steph, you're also 19 again now. Sophia interrupted her. I turned 20 a good while ago, though. Actually, you do know that my birthday is kinda soon, right? She tilted her head. What's that supposed to mean? The year in this world has 380 days, so 15 days more than our old one. If we convert our age, I'm actually 22 again, while you would be 19. Oh. She liked the sound of that. Even better, that means we're the same age, then? Her smile got even brighter. If the old world life doesn't count? You still look younger, though. I can't say I see much of an age difference between you two. Maya tilted her head while looking at the duo. Yeah, Sophia nodded a few times. Steph, you always looked younger than you actually are. I've heard that more than once, yeah. I guess that's fair. Feels weird to hear that from someone who actually got a few years younger, turned into half a tiger, and changed basically all of her measurements, though. Steph stared at a very specific part of Sophia's body. Sis, I don't vividly remember the younger you, but I do remember that you had your growth spurt pretty late in life. I remember because I was hoping for the same, but I only got half of one. At best, she stared down at herself in the end. Eh? You look great, though? Chloe jumped in on that. You are definitely in no need of growing more. The shorter blonde then mustered the fox girl. You might not be the ideal advocate when it comes talking about growth spurts. Hey. She followed her line of sight, which ended on her chest, and got loud. Yes, I had a big growth in that place, but I'm still super short. Also, medium chests are great. Oh, I see. Steph seemed surprisingly alright with that reply. So, sis, what's up with your growth? Is that also a tiger thing? Sure. Sophia's eyes immediately started swimming while she couldn't look at her. Tiger thing, yeah. Yep. Chloe stared at her, as well. So, it is possible to adjust your body with magic, after all? I mean, it was obvious after you two turned to humans, but that's it, isn't it? It wasn't hard to interpret that reply and reaction. A definite maybe. What a sly girl. Steph looked a little envious. Maya, did you know that she adjusted her body? It was her idea in the first place. The taller blonde got loud. Maya wanted more to play with every now and then, and eventually, I made some slight permanent changes to my chest. Haha, the cat girl just awkwardly rubbed the back of her head with one hand. She obviously regretted nothing. Steph and Chloe first glanced at each other before staring at the couple. You two really are made for each other. Ehe. It was a compliment to them. Well, it's good to know who to ask when it's time for me to get animal features. Seems like we have an expert when it comes to adjusting your body. Sure, Sophia had nothing to say here. Do you want to change your actual body, too? Chloe faced Steph again. Nah, not really. Okay, maybe my hair, but I like being slightly shorter, and my sizes work plenty well. I'm sure she can teach me all those other things, though. Great. The fox girl sounded a lot happier again. Hee hee. Somehow, Steph seemed to like her reaction. Anyway, back to before, why do you feel like you're still 19, regardless of having lived for more years in one way or another? Let's see. First, do I act or look like I'm 30 plus? Not at all. Thank you very much. Chloe was happy with that reply. In my old world, my life ended with 14. I'm already 5 years older, and I feel 14 plus is much more important than everything below. I can see that, yeah. Also, I didn't have the memories of my old world the moment I reincarnated here. I wasn't a super intelligent baby that could already speak, do math, or have memories of the future or, rather, past me. While growing up, I learned bits of my old self when it happened in the past. For example, when I was 2, I started to remember a few fairy tales, and once I told Fei, I had her tell me them all the time. Something like that was an actual plus. Other memories were completely useless. For example, before, I was already frail as a baby, so I got the memories of learning how to walk after I already could do that here. Not to mention that it was just bits as the memory of a baby is, well, exactly that. Oh, that must have been weird. Not as weird as reliving the memories of old me dying. Steph wasn't sure what to reply to that. Don't worry. I'm long over that already. Chloe just smiled at her before continuing with her story. My 2 lives were so different from each other, so it never felt like I lived the same life twice. Before, I was a frail girl who barely left the house. Here, I am the very picture of health. I'm overflowing with energy, am super adventurous, and am always on the move while exploring one interesting place after another. If anything, it was more like watching a long-running series inside my head. The main character just happened to be the same as the current me. Well, it was pretty weird at times, but that's my take on it. Mentally, I feel no older than I am right now. I never was, after all. It's not like 2 10-year-olds make one 20-year one, right? Not even with a long trench coat. Ahaha, that's a good point. The shorter blonde let out a chuckle at this very fitting description of the situation. That's good to hear. You being much older somehow would have been quite weird. True. You don't have to worry about that, though. I behave just like I look. How does one behave adorable? Steph tilted her head. You'll see soon enough. Maya and Sophia had the same reaction to her question. That's not what I meant. The fox girl got a little flustered. Ah, I get it. The shorter blonde just started smiling in return. Ugh. That still means you left Earth around 20 years ago, right? So much has happened since then. Yeah, it's good that she left before, huh? The tiger had her own interpretation of her words. Steph paused for a moment. True, but, that's not what I meant. Technology, for example, made quite a leap since then, did it not? Oh, that's true. The older sister nodded a few times. I think most was already invented 20 years ago, but a lot of things have changed shape drastically since then. Even smartphones only became a thing when we grew up, after all. Smartphones. Chloe looked confused. Why would phones need to be smart? You're supposed to call others with them, right? The sisters paused for a moment. Right. You can also use them to call others. Here. Saying so, Steph grabbed into the big pocket of her hoodie and pulled out her smartphone. That's how mobile phones look nowadays. How is that a phone? That's just a shiny black brick. Ahaha, the shorter blonde let out a chuckle before she turned on the display. Better now? No service around here. Well, duh, Sophia rolled her eyes in response. Fair point. Huh? Her eyes grew wide. It's all a display? How? So colorful, too. The displays I remember on phones were super small and also black and white. Also, where are the buttons? Well, you really left Earth 20 years ago. Saying so, Steph swiped around on the screen a few times before opening the phone app. Any better now? Eh? Now it looks like a phone, kinda? It changed when you touched it? Yep, it's a touch screen, after all. Stuff with many buttons has become rare because everything is now basically the same thing with a big screen of varying sizes. That's so cool. You can even take photos or play games with your phone. Why would you need to do that with a phone? Because why not? Good argument. That was all Chloe needed. Nowadays, the actual ability to use your phone for calls has become the least important for many. I see. Taking pictures or videos of absolutely everything is much more important. For example, Steph opened the camera app and took a quick picture of the couple cuddling on the sofa across the duo. See? Whoa, so quick. It looks amazing, too. I never would have expected such a small device to take such great pictures. The fox girl got a little closer to get a better look. The phone also has a camera at the front to take pictures of yourself or together with friends, while being able to look at the display. Really? Yup. Nodding once, the shorter blonde switched cameras. Afterward, she shuffled around a bit, got closer to the fox girl, and lightly pressed the side of her face against the other girl's. Now, look as cute as possible. Not that that would be hard for you. Sure. Changing her expression to a gentle smile while she also moved her face a little closer to Steph, Chloe tried to look as cute as she could as she mustered the screen. Perfect. Immediately after, she matched her expression and took a nice picture of the duo. It turned out great. Steph directly opened the gallery afterward. Why yes, it did. Chloe felt the same. Now, you can even play around with it. Sounding quite excited, the little sister made some slight edits to the picture, like adding some stars and heart stickers in the corners. Phones are amazing. I know, right? She nodded a few times. You can even set it as your phone background and be able to look at it from anywhere. Saying so, she did just that and then shortly locked the phone. After she activated the screen again, the phone now showed Steph and Chloe having their cheeks pressed together while also lightly leaning against each other on the sofa. The rest of the picture behind them was covered by the fox girl's tail, and a few small pink hearts could be seen in the corners. It's super cute, isn't it? Why yes. While still sitting as close as possible together, Steph then continued to explain to Chloe how a smartphone worked while also taking a few more pictures of them together. Afterward, she also gave her a brief update on how much things like computers or the internet have changed since the time the fox girl had left Earth. Chapter 336, Fluff is Serious Business. As Steph continued to be curious about the fox girl, Chloe told everyone a lot more about her old life and how she experienced going through basically two childhoods in this world as she regained the memories of her previous life while growing up. She also explained how and why she doesn't feel any older because of this, as it was limited to her childhood, and one doesn't really gain any valuable wisdom from going through that twice, especially because her lives were so different. Afterward, as Chloe had left Earth roughly 20 years ago, Steph then proceeded to explain the advancements of technology since then by using the smartphone she had brought with her. While doing that, the two also took quite a few selfies and generally had a good time together. The first 5 minutes aside, the two were getting along splendidly. By the way, Sophia was having a great time seeing Steph having fun with Chloe, which made her feel a lot better about her sister insisting on coming with her. After all, it seemed like she was actually enjoying herself already, rather than just happy being reunited with her sister again. Still, when she noticed that the two stopped being busy with each other for a moment, the tiger decided to join the conversation. When Maya and I were shopping in the other world, we bought a ton of this modern technology. I might have even found a way to get some sort of electricity here to power everything. Tomorrow, we could probably all play around with them together. That should be a lot of fun. Yeah? Maya's expression instantly changed. Why you want to do that together with everyone? Even your sister? That's a little. The tiger needed a moment to understand why her cat got so flustered. Idiot. I mean the stuff we got in the electronics store. Like the TV and all the movies I got. Her face turned even redder. That's fine then. I'm unsure how I would have felt about the other things. What other things? The other duo just tilted their heads in unison. Don't ask. Sophia shook her head. It's better for you. Trust me. I sensed something perverted. Sophia, where were you with Maya before I found you in the electronics store? The little sister saw through her in an instant. Someplace that, maybe sells some more primitive technology. Primitive? Maya got loud again. Vibratey stuff is the pinnacle of technology in your world. Vibratey stuff, Steph eventually looked like she understood. I was right. Wait, that's not a thing here? There is nothing in this world except maybe carriages or other big moving things that vibrate. The cat girl sounded excited. Especially not something this small and made for insertion. You can get stuff with the same shape here, but nothing that vibrates. I see why you're so giddy now. Steph nodded a few times. Sophia, I hope you got more things that don't just vibrate. Compared to some of the other things, that's more of the mediocre to nice tier at best. I got a lot of everything, including the really good ones. She looked a little awkward talking about that with her sister, with Chloe being present, as well. Good girl. Chloe decided to stay silent on the matter. She was too young to have had any experience with those toys in her old world. Still, she had obviously heard of them already, so she understood the trio after a moment of listening. Also, Steph didn't need to know that she was just as much of a pervert as the couple. Anyway, Sophia wanted to talk about her actual subject. We also get some good cameras, tablets, 2 TVs, stuff to watch movies on, movies itself, a ton of series collections, and even a game console. I don't want it to become a habit because this world has more than enough fun things to offer, but we thought it could be great fun for a lazy evening or something like that. And to look at pictures we took during traveling. Oh, a movie would be fun every now and then. The Fox girl seemed to be a fan of the idea. I like the picture plan. How do you plan to power all that stuff, though? Steph looked a little confused. You said that there's no electricity here, right? But there's a sun here, too. Sophia pointed at the window to their garden. Well, it's night right now, but you know what I mean. We went to the camping store you took me to last year, and they sold me an, solar generator. Judging by the specs of the way too overpriced thing we got, the batteries and solar panels should be big enough to give us enough power for hours of fun on the TV even in winter. On sunnier days, it should be way more than we could possibly use. Oh, fancy. That's the same I said when I got the invoice. I can imagine. I heard that the smaller ones are already plenty expensive. One big enough to go completely off-grid has to cost a fortune. That's very fitting, yeah. I think it was worth it, though. If it works, that is. I'm fairly sure a sun should work similarly enough everywhere where life has formed, no? The Fox girl tried to come up with an explanation. Good argument. Wait, so we might actually be able to watch a movie together every now and then. Chloe tilted her head. That sounds great. I won't promise anything, but it's looking good. Sophia gave a small thumbs up. Yay. The girls kept chatting about the idea for a good bit longer. Maya also got quite excited because she was also looking forward to it. Everything at once in the other world was rather overwhelming because it was a massive sensory overload. Still, with only a single TV, it seemed like a lot of fun and a completely new experience, after all. By the way, does anyone want something to drink? After a little while, the cat girl looked around in the group to see if anyone was thirsty. We've been chatting forever already, after all. I could drink something. The sisters were in perfect sync. I'm also a little thirsty. Chloe nodded along. Alright, I'll prepare something for everyone, then. Saying so, Maya got up from the sofa and started walking toward the kitchen. Let me help you. The fox girl also left her place next to Steph and went with her. Soon enough, they were gone. The shorter blonde in question didn't seem to be a fan of this. She also had to readjust her posture because, over time, she had more and more leaned against Chloe's tail and ended up half using it as a pillow at some point without the fox girl seemingly having minded it. Boo. Instead of doing that, though, she stood up and went to Sophia instead. Steph sat down next to her, quickly hugged the tiger's arm, and cuddled against her side instead. Why do I feel like a replacement right now? She naturally had noticed what was happening on the other sofa until now. Must be your imagination. To get her point across, the little sister got even closer and rubbed her head against the tiger's shoulder a few times. Don't overdo it, okay? Saying so, Sophia moved her tail around and behind her sister and then used it to bonk her forehead. Oh ouch! She rubbed the spot that got bonked in return to relieve the pain. Your tail has some serious punching power. I know. She showed her a little smirk. You don't want to make her feel uncomfortable like when you met, right? Why yes, Steph got a little awkward. I'll try to watch out for that. Chloe is a good girl, so she should also be treated well. Fluff is a very intimate thing here, so I'm not really sure how much she's just playing along, because it makes others happy. Don't even try to touch her ears. That would definitely be too much. Okay. The shorter blonde nodded a few times. Are your animal bits really that sensitive? You saw Chloe's reaction when you jumped at her, right? You also saw me going down on my knees when you grabbed mine. Our ears are even much more sensitive. How does it feel to have it touched? Unless someone grabs it with all their might, it's actually kinda pervy. Especially having your ears touched. The tail is a little bit more neutral at times. Other than you, I still only bonk Maya with my tail, because I don't want to have it touched by anyone else. Still, I could probably manage someone accidentally coming in contact with it. For our ears. Well, how to explain it? There are some, things you usually do in bed that feel less intense. Seriously? Seriously. Good thing you stopped me when I met Chloe. Yep. Sophia smiled at her. That's why, being able to fluff someone here is some sort of display of absolute trust and also affection. So, hypothetically speaking, of course, if I'd like to use Chloe's tail as a hug pillow every night while sleeping or live out my desire to find out how soft the ball of fluff inside her ears is, you'd have to date her. And even then, it's a definite consent thing. I see. Anyway, what a day, huh? She decided to change the topic. Are you kidding? Steph immediately got loud. That's way too much of an understatement. Sorry. It sure was a day, though. I wasn't expecting to find my idiotic runaway sister like that. Sorry, Sophia apologized another time. You better be. Just disappearing like that. Making me worried like nothing else. All while you were living in paradise. Hearing her sounding so terribly envious towards the end made Sophia feel a little less horrible about the situation. I take you like this world, then? Well, I haven't seen much, if any, of it yet. We arrived in the middle of the night and haven't gone outside either. Fair point. I do like my stripy tiger sister a lot, though. Hee hee. Liking that answer, Sophia gave her another bonk with her tail. This time it was much gentler, though. Maya also looks great. When I met her, I felt like something was missing, and those cat ears really completed her. You made a great choice there. I do agree. Though, no offense, but I think she would have been perfect with a slightly fluffier tail. Ahaha, the tiger decided against saying anything here, especially not after she made Maya try out that very idea not too long ago. What about Chloe? She's amazing. Her reply was instantaneous. She's so fluffy. If she's one thing, she's definitely that, yeah. She's much more than that. It's super fun to talk to her, too. It's rare to meet anyone as nice as her. She's so positive about everything, too. From her stories, she also seems to love exploring and traveling. I can't wait to do that together with her. With everyone, I want to add. Hee hee, happy to hear that. Sophia started smiling in return. She was pleased that her sister was having a great time already. We do have to make some preparations for all that first, though. You definitely need a decent amount of magic authority first and how to use it, for example. I want to get some fluff on myself, too. Sure. You looking the part to blend in with the beast folk is also part of the requirements. Great. Afterward, the sisters kept chatting about that topic while Chloe and Maya were still preparing some drinks for everyone in the kitchen. Chapter 337, Sleepy Tiger. Sophia and Maya talked about all the stuff the two got while shopping in the tiger's old world and how they looked forward to watching a movie with everyone once they set everything up. Afterward, the sisters also got some alone time, and Sophia used the chance to ask her little sister how she liked the new place so far. Needless to say, she was a big fan. While the sisters were talking with each other in the living room, Maya and Chloe went to the kitchen to prepare a few drinks for everyone. As a matter of course, the two had ended up getting lost in a chat of their own. Sorry that we disappeared so out of nowhere yesterday. By the way, the cat girl felt like apologizing for that again. That sure spooked me. Even more so, because it meant you met Kinnear? That's unbelievable. Lots of unbelievable things happened today. I ended up in a different world. Maya was as shocked. Welcome to the club. She noticed that she was far from alone with that experience in the group. No, that has to be surprising. Also, from what Steph said, it seems like Earth has gotten even crazier. Compared to this world, everything there is quite overblown. Yeah, it was complete sensory overload. The cat girl looked a little tired. The sisters take the cake for having gone through the most, though. Sophia was a complete wreck when we ended up in her world, and even more so when she got the message from her sister. I was trying to talk her into meeting her, the only thing she was doing was hurting herself, after all, but she's a blockhead. When Steph then finally did find her, she wasn't any different. She looked so desperate. Those two cried for like half an hour when they were reunited. That insane little sister even decided to immediately follow us to this world because she didn't want to lose Sophia again. That is some dedication. She's amazing. They really missed each other a lot, huh? That's putting it rather lightly. Maya nodded a few times. Well, Steph seems to love exploring and adventures, so I'm sure she'll have a lot of fun once we're back on the go again. Even now, exploring the capital will be an event on its own. That's true. When it comes to that, this world is much more interesting than the one we came from. It's also great that we now have another one that loves to go on adventures in the group. I already look forward to going on an adventure with her. And everyone else. That's not the only great thing about Steph, isn't it? Eh? Chloe tilted her head. You two were getting along amazingly. The cat girl smiled at her. The start was a little rough, but that's just because Steph has the personality of an easily excitable puppy, and she had no idea what was going on. That's a very fitting description of her. I also felt reminded of a happy dog, so it was hard to be angry at her. Not that you are much different, or Sophia, for that matter. Still, she takes to crown. Ahaha. Even so, you two got along extraordinarily well. I guess so. She seems like a fun girl. I enjoyed the time we spent together earlier a lot. That definitely showed. For both of you. Steph seemed to be having as much of a good time as you did. Ehe. Still, are you alright with your tail being all over her? I mean, it seems like Steph likes to cuddle, and I guess you are very cuddly, which she liked, but your tail also was in her face more than once. Chloe looked a little awkward in return. Well, we did end up rather close when looking at her phone and ended up staying like that. my tail also has a mind of its own. Not to mention that I often don't even notice where it ends up in, because I don't feel that much through the fluff. Steph ended up, more or less, using it as a pillow at some point, though. With the slightest blush, the fox girl just turned her head away. Well, I bet you just want to make Steph feel more welcome, right? Your tail has a very calming effect, after all. Maya smiled at her before grabbing the tray with the drinks she had poured while chatting with Chloe. Let's head back. Sure. Looks like she finally ran out of energy, huh? Back in the living room, Maya saw that her tiger had fallen asleep. Ahaha, Steph let out a dry laugh while she was glancing at Sophia next to her, who also was resting her head on the shorter blonde's shoulder. Not only that, but she had also wrapped her tail around her sister's waist at some point. Sleep always has been quite important for her, after all. True. The cat girl nodded a few times while sitting down on the empty sofa across them while Chloe did the same next to her. Then again, to be fair, Sophia and I have been awake for almost 2 days now. We ended up in your world in the evening here, spent a whole day there, and now had been chatting for hours here. Not to mention that lots of exhausting things happened. Wow, she held out that long? It's probably the first time she was able to calm down since. Fair point. Steph nodded a few times. Do I have to know anything about this? She petted Sophia's tail, which had been tightly wrapped around her waist, while the tip of her tail was twitching with every touch of her little sister. It's a sign of affection. Maya smiled at her. She does that with me all the time, too. Almost every night when we sleep, actually. It's exclusively a thing between lovers and family, I want to add. Really? She seemed pretty happy about that. It's normally not so tightly wrapped around you, though. She probably also, unconsciously, wants to make sure that you don't suddenly disappear or leave her. Steph liked that explanation a lot and started petting Sophia's tail even more. Did she just purr? Her eyes grew wide. Well, something like a purr at least, just a bit phonier. She does that from time to time, yeah. She is part feline, after all. Big cats normally roar, but thanks to her human side, it becomes more of a purr again. That's so adorable. Take it easy, though. She might wake up if you continue. Well, not that it's something that usually happens. Her waking up, that is. Alright, the little sister stopped petting her tail and placed her hands flat on it. A short while later, Sophia also went silent again and nuzzled her head closer against Steph's shoulder. It's okay that she does that, right? With a slightly complicated expression, the shorter blonde glanced at Maya. Well, I am a little envious, because cuddling with her is great, but the two of you have a lot to catch up on. Thank you, she seemed grateful for it and then glanced at the tail once more. I have no plans to leave her, though. Well, you made that pretty clear already, but she still wants to make sure. Also, Sophia was the one who wanted to be hard as she didn't want to be responsible for taking you out of your world, your home, just like what happened to her. Her subconscious knows better, though. No one wants you here more than her, after all. Maya tried to explain the situation. Not to mention how quickly you made your decision. She might fear that you will change your mind again. Please don't, by the way. I have no plans to do so. Steph sounded as determined as one could be. I was serious when I mentioned being tired of the city I live in. Before I got Sophia's letter, I was actually getting ready to travel the world. Last year, Sophia and I talked about going on a long vacation together. We had decided on a few countries and cities we wanted to visit. I had planned to go to all of them. Who knows, maybe she ended up there somehow. I know it's stupid, but I was desperate. Now, I actually do get to travel, and it even is with my sister. Being in a completely unknown place only makes it more exciting. You're going to like it a lot here. Chloe smiled at her. We'll be having so much fun. Eehee. Just be sure that you know what you're doing, okay? Maya looked slightly more serious. I wanted to have you here the moment we arrived in your world, but more than that, I don't want Sophia to get hurt. I can only imagine how much you went through with her disappearance. It probably was worse, but I saw Sophia suffering, so this doesn't have to happen again. It won't. Steph looked right back into her eyes. I promise. Good. She was happy with that strong reply. Gosh, how did my sister manage to get such a capable girlfriend? I mean, my sister is the best, but she used to be so. She's come a long way. Maya started smiling. Kinnear did an amazing thing with all the boosts he gave her, okay, many of them, at least. Some were kinda bad. Fen helped her a lot, and I will shamelessly give myself a lot of credit, as well. All her other friends also positively shaped her. I want to meet all of them and thank every single one of them personally. I'm fairly sure you will see Kinnear sooner rather than later. You being here probably created some kind of mess he has to say a thing or two about. Don't worry, though. He wouldn't dare make you go back. Maya knew how Sophia would react to that, after all. Gee, good. Our other friends are also regularly coming over, so you'll be meeting them before long. But, you first have to have magic and a disguise. You looking like a human and having no magic is just too suspicious. It would be impossible for you to be Sophia's sister. Sophia loves being a tiger, and how her life is right now, so you can't do anything that would contradict or destroy that. Also, don't ever do or say anything that would make clear you're not from this world. Unless everyone around knows about it. We'll probably go over some rules for you once everything is settled, but this is most important. Oh, okay. The little sister nodded a few times. I wouldn't want to ruin her life or the place in this world either. Good. Though, do I have to be a tiger in order to qualify as her sister? I mean, she looks adorable, and it fits her so much, but I don't think it's my style. She has always been like half a cat, but I don't have much of a feline side. Not really, no. The cat girl shook her head. It should be good enough as long as you look like a member of the beast folk in general. It is said that as soon as a tiger is involved, their children automatically become tigers, as well. Still, there are always exceptions to these kinds of things. Especially when it involves Sophia. Perfect. Steph's face lit up. I definitely want to get some fluffy extras, but I wasn't thinking about stripes. Do you already have an idea? Chloe got interested. What is it going to be? Nua. She shook her head while smiling at the fox girl. It's going to be a surprise. Really? I think my idea is really cute, so please look forward to it. Okay. Chloe also started smiling. I love how easily you adapt to what is happening. It's one of my specialties. Steph gave her a thumbs up. I'll only say that I'll include short hair into my changed looks. Oh. The fox girl seemed to like the sound of that. You two really get along like nothing else. Ehe. While Sophia continued to nap peacefully and leaned against Steph's shoulder as she hugged her sister with her tail, the trio chatted together for a good while longer. Chapter 338, Filling in the Gaps. As they had been up for quite a while already, Sophia had finally run out of steam after being tense for a long time and fell asleep while cuddling against the side of her little sister. Not only had she nuzzled her head against her shoulder, but the tiger had also tightly wrapped her tail around the shorter blonde's waist. She was unconsciously signaling how she didn't want to let go of her again. While she was asleep, the other three continued to chat about all kinds of things. Maya also included a warning that Steph has to be absolutely sure that she knows what she's doing, because the well-being of her girlfriends was the catgirl's biggest concern. Once that was taken care of, and Maya was happy with Steph's dedication, the mood between them relaxed quite a bit. Okay, now that she's asleep. Maya, please tell me everything our girl skipped when she told me everything about her life in this world. I wonder if she'll stay asleep for that long. The catgirl's expression changed into a slight smirk. This idiot hadn't even told you half. Though, she did an excellent job telling you the important and nice bits to show you what's going on, I have to give her that. Alright, fill in the gaps, my dear. With pleasure. Poor Sophia. Chloe felt a little sorry for the tiger, who was still peacefully asleep against Steph's shoulder. Feel free to leave if you want to feign innocence later on. And miss it? No way. The fox girl shook her head while looking at Maya. It doesn't feel like she told me anything either, and I'm most curious. Hee hee. The cat girl's smirk just got bigger. Where to even start, though? Wait. She suddenly stopped and looked at the shorter blonde. Am I still being tested whether I'm worthy of Sophia? You'll always be. That's my duty as the little sister. Steph smiled at her. Though, the more embarrassing details I will learn of Sophia, the more points you gain. I guess you'll be accepted in the family then, huh? Chloe had a feeling of what that would lead to. My chances are better than ever. Maya agreed with her. Well, I doubt she minds you knowing at this point, so I might as well start with those boosts she got from Kinnear. She glanced at the fox girl before telling the two about them. Whoa, still. If I hadn't known old Sophia, I would never have believed it. It's so freaky that anyone's capable of messing with your personality, or stats like that. Is it really alright for such a being to actually exist? Well, he is why Sophia ended up here and is still alive in the first place, so. Also, from the 2 times I have met him, he is a bit weird and likes to be entertained by some questionable things, but he's definitely on top of things. He seems to be knowing what he's doing. Most of the time, at least. I am a little envious that Sophia got so many cheats, much stuff when she came here. That vast amount of magic, too. Chloe wasn't sure how to feel about it. Yeah, it's absolutely unfair. Miss, who got raised by one of the most powerful beings on this planet, is unusually healthy, immune to alcohol poisoning and probably any other toxin, has more magic than almost every normal being and recovers her magic even faster than Sophia does. Maya just rolled her eyes. Unfair. She needed a moment. I guess I did get lucky, too. Not to mention that even with all those boosts, our tiger only ended up being as eccentric as you at times. I'm not exactly complaining, by the way. The cat girl felt the need to add that part. You two make my life very complicated at times, but it's clear the both of you just want to make the most out of what you have. You were able to do that on your own, or maybe even got a little help yourself, but Sophia needed a serious push to get over herself. She needed a serious push. Steph nodded a couple of times while repeating Maya's words. I guess it's fair that she got a little more, then. Then, there's the bad side of those boosts. They don't fail anymore, and Sophia's become able to handle pretty much anything now. Still, her boosted anger can be quite something. I mean, you heard what she did in Talaga, right? The place with the pizzeria. Ah. Fair point. Still better than my mom, though. Is it really a competition, though? It means something if I'm the one saying that. Maya usually always was a fan of good competition, after all. What did Sophia do? Her little sister naturally got interested. Earlier, she mentioned how most humans in this world are extra no good here, right? Yeah, it seems like they're slightly worse than the, elite of my world. Well, our tiger has some personal experience with them. Some of them tried some shady stuff with her when she tried to approach them shortly after coming here. Didn't end well at all. She didn't feel like going into detail. Then, a few months ago, shortly after we arrived in the capital and ended up getting involved with the royal family, the humans felt like playing war over a city not too far away from here. A war. Yeah, and the humans made some disgusting demands regarding the children about the beast folk and their proclamation that made Sophia angry. She likes kids quite a bit, after all. Not that it was a requirement for wanting to punch those humans. Don't tell me Sophia participated in a war. Can you call it participating in this case? Maya tilted her head. She was so angry that she told the king's army to take a day off and took care of it herself. Thanks to her magic, she beat a couple of thousand humans into submissions in like 15 minutes. Then, she threatened their defeated army that she'd destroy their capital if any human would ever try to do anything to a member of the beast folk. And no way. Only to later find out that Chloe's mom's already on the way to the human capital because they tried to do something mean to our fox, as well, and the capital might be gone already. Ayahaha, the pink-haired girl wasn't sure what to say. Feifei also can get a little angry at times. Why, you can't be serious? Steph obviously had a hard time believing it. I mean, Sophia could get angry at times, mostly at herself, but that is something else entirely. That's the bad side of the boost, plus having enough power to destroy a continent. She hates it herself, though, so you don't really have to worry about her going rogue. She's way too easygoing for that, too. Also, there have been some exceptions like that, but she has gotten good control of her anger, so I doubt it will matter much anymore. That's good, I guess? Certainly isn't bad. Maya nodded a few times. I get that it sounds overwhelming. It was even more so having witnessed it, but our tiger did it because she deeply cared about everyone around her. That should be all that counts. True. It's just that it's unbelievable for me that she's been in a war. In the end, I can't even call it one. The humans had the numbers of soldiers for it, but it was over before it began because Sophia completely stopped them in their tracks without killing or seriously hurting a single one of them. Anyway, she's doing fine. Don't worry about some slight mishaps. The cat girl smiled at her. How about we switch to some actual embarrassing stories instead? That sounds better. Afterward, Maya told Sophia's sister all the embarrassing little things the tiger had skipped when telling her about her journey before. She spent a lot of time on the days when they had just met and got together on the way to the capital. Back then, the taller blonde was still quite a wreck, after all, and heavily embarrassed herself on a daily basis as her shyness was still relatively strong those days. Their travel towards the capital got some more mentions, as well. Things like the frozen lake, the exploded dungeon, and many more things had to be properly relayed to the little sister, after all. The cat girl also went over the many friends Sophia has made so far, how everyone enjoys teasing her in a loving way, and how the older sister usually reacts to that. Pouty, but rarely actually angry, because she does enjoy it herself a lot. She still gets embarrassed way more and often than she wants to, which everyone enjoys greatly, as well. Maya also mentioned many more positive things, though. Like, how Sophia is usually the center of attention wherever she goes, because everyone gets interested in that crazy tiger, and absolutely no one means that in a bad way. She had become an extremely popular girl, and everyone absolutely loved her. Maya went on for about an hour, but eventually went out of things to tell. Having listened to all that, Steph needed a minute to let it sink in. Eventually, though, a tear or two ran down her cheeks. Yeah? The cat girl started panicking. Did I say something wrong? And no. She shook her head. I'm just way too happy. I can't believe all of this is happening. It's a weird one, but my idiot finally has the life she deserves. A weird life for a weird girl. Seems believable to me. Maya chuckled a little. Ahaha, you win that round. Well, anyway, that's all I can think of right now. I'm also pretty tired, as it was far from an easy day for me, either. Almost 2 days, to be exact. The cat girl let out a small yawn. Do you mind if we call it a day? Tomorrow will be far from relaxing, either. I'm sure of that already. You can keep Sophia for the rest of the night, as well. She glanced at her girlfriend, who definitely still had no plans of letting go of her sister in her sleep anytime soon. No, that's totally alright. Steph smiled at her. I'm not sure if I'll be able to sleep because of, she just pointed at basically everything around her. I am really tired and exhausted, though. I'm okay with the sofa, by the way. No need to prepare anything right now. I doubt I'll be able to peel her away from me, anyway. The shorter blonde looked at the tail wrapped around her waist. Not that I want to in the first place. Okay, we'll prepare a room for you tomorrow, then. Alright, Chloe, let's leave the sisters on their own for a while. Good night, Steph. Night. Yes, I'm also tired. The fox girl nodded a few times. Good night, Steph. Try to get some sleep, regardless. Thanks. The shorter blonde smiled at her. Night, Chloe. Afterward, the duo left the sisters alone in the living room, and Steph cuddled closer against the tiger while closing her eyes. Even though she had doubted it before, it took her about 2 seconds to fall asleep. Chapter 339, It's Alright to Stay. While Sophia was asleep, Steph used the chance to ask the others, primarily Maya, about how her sister really was doing in her new life. Obviously, the cat girl used the opportunity to tell her all the embarrassing details and mess-ups the tiger had done so far. Still, she also told the shorter blonde all about just how popular and loved by everyone she was. As it had gotten really late and everyone else was tired, as well, the group eventually called it a day. Maya and Chloe decided to leave the sisters alone and headed to bed while leaving the living room to them. There was no way Steph would be able to peel the tiger away from her, so she decided to sleep with her on the sofa instead. You're still there. So are you. On the following day, once the sisters were awake, the living room immediately turned loud again. After their discovery, the two immediately hugged each other again. Ehe. You two aren't going to do that every morning from now on, do you? Come on, it's cute. At the perfect time, Maya and Chloe also had returned to the living room. For the next 2 weeks, at the very least. 3, I say. Sophia and Steph weren't planning to stop their clinginess anytime soon. Well, that's a lot shorter than I had expected, so I guess that's fine. We'll do it for longer, then. Sure, the cat girl rolled her eyes in return. Anyway, I finished making breakfast. Are you two hungry? I helped. The fox girl smiled at them. Very hungry. The tiger liked the sound of that. Oh, you can cook? Steph seemed more interested in Chloe's answer. And not really, she awkwardly scratched her cheek. I like to help and am half decent at preparing things, tough. That's a start, and it sounds like you want to learn. Perfectly fine. If you want to, I can show you a thing or two once everything settles down. I'm not the best cook you'll find, but I'm relatively confident about my skills. The shorter blonde gave her a thumbs up. That sounds fun. The pink-haired girl seemed to be looking forward to it already. Hee hee. The shorter blonde had a similar expression. Once the girls had breakfast together, they returned to the living room to chat as there were still many things that needed to be dealt with. This time, Maya snatched the spot next to Sophia again, and Steph had to make do with Chloe. Not that she looked overly disappointed about it. Far from it, actually, and once the fox girl's tail got closer to her, she seemed to be even ever so slightly happier about the seating arrangement. Steph, are you really sure about your stay here? Sophia stared at her sister. It's unbelievably amazing that you're with me again, but the circumstances are extremely weird. You also have to hide your looks, because looking like a human will cause many issues. Trust me. She sounded pretty tired all of a sudden. Meeting my other friends will also need some sort of planning because I'm not supposed to have a sister. Don't worry. The shorter blonde smiled at her. Maya already gave me an overview on these kinds of things last night after you fell asleep. I have no plans to make your friends suspicious or spoil the life you got here. You won't get rid of me ever again, though. It's not even been a day, and I have already met someone amazing. And I can't wait to go exploring. Also, I want to be fluffy now. I see. That was enough for the tiger. I guess we should start getting you ready for this world, huh? Magic? Steph's eyes started sparkling. I want it. Yeah, that, too. You also need to learn the language of this world, or you won't be able to speak with anyone. Eh? She looked confused. I can speak to everyone just fine, though. Yeah, Maya, who learned our language as a gift from Kinnear, Chloe, who remembered her old language, and I, who, well, pretty obvious. Wait, this world actually uses a different language? Yup. Right, the cat girl started nodding. I completely forgot about that again because everything seemed normal after we returned. I hadn't even realized that I'm bilingual. The fox girl actually looked quite surprised. I must have unconsciously swapped languages because everyone was using it right now. Wait. Maya raised her voice. Was that why I got confused with the two of you every now and then? Like the whole Arctic thing and some other little words that I misunderstood when we first met. All three of us know the other language, so we might have unconsciously swapped to it when we were under S. I got the language hammered into my brain by Kinnear. He mentioned that I need to hear some words a couple of times before it clicks, so that might actually be what happened. Oh, that might be true. Sophia could get behind the reasoning. It's either that or you neglected your ear hygiene. My ears are always clean. The cat girl got even louder. Eehee. I have to learn a whole new language. As Maya just said, she has gotten our language from Kinnear. I also got this world's language as a gift from him back when I ended up here. No actual learning it by hand was involved. I'm sure I can talk him into doing the same for you. I might even be able to get some magic out of him for you. If not, I will share a good portion of mine with you. No problem there, but getting some from him obviously would be better. I see. I don't really get it, but I see. Steph looked a little bit confused and slightly bewildered. Don't worry, it will be fine. Oh, okay. How are you even able to meet Kinnear, though? Chloe looked pretty interested. Sure, last time, he got you, but this time. I usually go but. Sophia paused for a moment and then looked towards the living room ceiling. Oi, Kinnear, get your butt down here. I know you're listening. She didn't want to go and visit a shrine right now. Eh? The fox girl hadn't seen that one coming. As if it's that EA-. How about a please, my dear? A moment later, another voice interrupted Chloe and entered the conversation. Yeah? The fox girl got even louder when she noticed a man suddenly sitting on the third sofa that was empty until now. It seemed like it worked without the please, though. I would have greatly appreciated it, though. And I would have appreciated not being sent back to my old world without any prior warning. He went silent. Wait. He looked somewhat similar to the statues. Is that the Kinnear? Everything was going a little too fast for Chloe. I sure am. He smiled at her. Nice to finally meet you in person, my dear fox. Likewise. So, you actually do know about me. I know about every interesting being on this planet. You definitely are amongst the most interesting ones. Am I? You most certainly are. Kinnear's smile only got bigger. That's all I'll say in your case, though. Oh, okay. You are the one who saved my sister and brought her to this world. Steph was also staring at him. I did, yes. He changed his attention to her. At the point where I did save her, it had become impossible to let her return to her original place, if that is what you want to know. This world seemed to be great for her, so I let her continue her life here. I am sorry that she got taken from you. When he wants to, he really has his act together. Could you stand up for a moment? While saying so, she did the same and walked up to him. Sure. After getting up, the shorter blonde immediately hugged him. Oh? Thank you so much for saving my sister and allowing her to have a new chance in this world. Once she gave him another quick squeeze for it, Steph eventually let go of him again before going back to sitting next to Chloe on the sofa. I think I like the little sister better. Kinnear glanced at the tiger while sitting down again. Don't worry, I like her better than you, too. She wasn't angry about his jab. By the way, sorry about the mess, the overseer suddenly apologized to the older blonde. You probably won't believe me, but it was an honest mistake on my part because my concentration had suffered a little from our conversation. You better be. You will definitely pay for the emotional damage I sustained. It's not like I can be mad at you, though. Sophia made a small break while she glanced at her sister. Speaking of, how bad is it that Steph is here now? He tilted his head in return. It's certainly not ideal, because you brought her over rather than an official overseer, but… Well, we found it interesting, so it's fine. Anyway, does that mean it's alright for her to stay here? If that's what you, and most importantly, she wants, I see very little issue with that. I absolutely want to. Steph's reply was instantaneous. Well then, have fun in this world, little sister. Kinnear wasn't going to stop her. Yay! Once this very important topic was taken care of, the sisters relaxed quite a bit again, and the tiger could start asking for Kinnear's help to get Steph ready for the world. Chapter 340, A Sweet Gift. On the following day, after the sisters made sure that they were still together and Sophia confirmed that Steph still wanted to be in this world with her and everyone else, the tiger called Kinnear to get his butt over to them. Literally, as this was precisely what she did. Once he arrived and clarified that it was okay for the shorter blonde to stay, and she also thanked him for saving her older sister, they wanted to start asking him for help to get her ready to stay in the new place. As a reward and making up for the 7 heart attacks and the emotional damage, I'm sure it's alright to ask for a thing or two, right? While the girls and Kinnear were in the mansion's living room, Sophia stared at him with pleading eyes. She also looked ever so slightly upset because of the events, but that was a different matter. Well, it was my fault, and you even solved it without my help, so I guess I can give you a bit of a reward. Also, I seriously wasn't expecting your portals to still work, and I actually panicked a little because it was impossible for me to get you out of there. In fact, I even only found you again after the contact with Stephanie happened. That's how little influence I have on Earth. I even went as far as getting the help of someone else. Then, before anything could be done by us, bam. All 3 of you were back in this world thanks to the portals. You sure are something. I have my moments. Yeah, sure, let's keep it at that. He just rolled his eyes in return. So, what can I do for you? Can you give Steph the language of this world? Like you gave Maya ours before, and how I learned it. If preferable, the fixed version. She doesn't need to know about cows. Cows? Chloe tilted her head. Ignore that. The tiger got a little flustered. Sure, I can do that. The overseer smiled at her. In fact, I already did that when she hugged me. The next time your sister meets anyone outside this group or tries to read something, she'll be able to do that just fine. I might do the same as I did for Maya, for Fan, and the others, too. Even if I gifted Stephanie this language, there will still be a ton of misunderstandings as there are some things that don't translate in that direction. It might help to ease their confusion a little. Yeah? Steph looked confused. I learned an alien language just like that? Seriously? I didn't feel anything when I hugged you, though. That hurts to hear. Kinnear had to use this chance. That's not what I meant. Well, that's also true. You're not my type, but… Anyway, I still don't really get it, but thank you very much. Shot down by both sisters, huh? I'll buy you a drink next time to get over it. Sophia tried her best not to break into a full laughter and kept it at a light snickering. Don't worry, I'm fine. He simply waved his hand. Drinks still sound fine, though. Great. She liked his reply. Then, there's the question of magic for Steph. You kinda need it in this world, after all. I'll gladly share half of mine with her if it doesn't work out. I won't even bat an eye about it, but… Half? Kinnear raised an eyebrow. Definitely. She's my sister, and I love her. I want her to have as much fun as possible here. In a way, she's here because of me, so I have to take care of her. I see. Nodding a few times, some sort of pinkish-orange object suddenly appeared in his hand, which he then threw over to Steph. Here, catch. Yeah? Barely able to react, she still managed to catch it. A peach. The girl tilted her head while looking at the fruit the overseer had thrown at her. I love peaches. Chloe didn't seem too concerned about it. Too bad it's so hard to get them around here. He glanced at the fox girl for a second before focusing on the shorter blonde again. Eat it. Why? Steph only got more confused. The fruit's infused with a special magic. Once you've eaten it, it will become the seed inside of you to use magic to your heart's content. Seriously? Steph couldn't believe it as she stared at the peach with big eyes. I don't remember eating anything when you gave me magic. Sophia also looked quite confused over it. Because this is not my magic. Kinnear pointed at the fruit while looking at the tiger. After you and Maya disappeared, I asked Mira for help because both of you were also part of her system. Maybe she had an idea to get you back into it and this world, but you had already solved it yourself before we had a chance to. Mira. The tiger paused for a moment. Wait, wasn't that the name of the goddess of magic? The shrine we found while shopping? She looked at Maya for help. She also would prefer the overseer title, but she actually governs the magic of this world, so her overseer title is a little. Anyway, we just aren't the biggest fans of the god and or goddess titles. So, the authority is from the boss of this world's magic. Sophia tried to make sense of it. Pretty much. Why? While we were trying to figure out how to get the two of you back, we ended up watching you three in the other world once we found you. Afterward, we continued to watch all four of you back here for a while. It seems like Mira took a liking to Stephanie and decided that she would like to gift her magic in case she wants to stay. Someone that important got interested in me? Why? The shorter blonde couldn't see the reason for that. Why not? Kinnear just shrugged. My interest in Sophia also happened mostly on a whim, so. Thank you so much for having that whim. Short dot. He smiled at the little sister. Anyway, don't think too deeply about it and just enjoy the gift. Oh, okay. Why the peach, though? The taller blonde was still confused. She likes fruits, and peaches are one of her favorites, I guess? The overseer tilted his head. Her magic is also the one that regulates this world, so she used something from this world as a proxy to relay it to your sister? She's quite busy with some other things right now. Me interrupting her already took some time, so meeting Stephanie wasn't possible right now. Because of that, she used an alternative. I see. I think, she looked slightly confused still, but she reacted with a few nods. Will it, do me any bad if someone so important is interested in me? Steph still wasn't sure how to feel about it. Kiss your privacy goodbye, Sophia hung her head in response. Overseers like to peek into the lives of others, after all. Mira has a lot more decency than I have. Also, just as I won't, she would never peek into something truly private either. Sounds like Mira is the better overseer, huh? Though, I'm kinda a fan of how casually you just admitted to being indecent. I wouldn't disagree. Kinnear felt himself agreeing with the tiger. Well, I'm okay with it because you earned some entertainment after everything you've done for me. Glad to hear. Anyway, he then focused his attention on Steph again. There aren't any downsides to accepting it from her. That's good. Now, once you've eaten the peach, magic will start to manifest inside of you. I'm not sure how much exactly she's gifting you, but it feels like quite a lot. Magic in this world has multiple effects. One of them is that it also affects your body in general. You'll grow much healthier and stronger. It also has a direct effect on your life expectancy. The amount you'll gain most likely will push you over the boundary of being able to die of old age and most other natural deaths. Yeah? The little sister got loud again. You will not become immortal, though. That is something else entirely. It can end whenever you want it to end. Also, it means that you will become like the others here. You'll be able to keep each other company for a long time if that's your desire. As Sophia? Yeah. I've kinda become ageless. I guess I forgot to mention that, huh? Yes. Yes, you did. We'll also stay looking like our current age for basically forever, by the way. Well, if you want a change of pace, there's always magic, so. Okay, that means if I gain the ability to use magic, my body will also change in a way that old age won't be a thing anymore? The same is also true for Sophia? Pretty much. Kinnear just nodded. Down it goes. Saying so, Steph immediately bit into the peach. Whoa, so sweet. It's super tasty. Now I also want some peaches. Chloe sounded a little envious. Why are they so hard to get around here? Most of the places I visited with Feifei had an abundant amount of them. It's probably bad if I share some, right? The eyes of the shorter blonde started to wander between the half-eaten peach, Kinnear, and the fox girl next to her. Yes, you must eat it all to work properly. The overseer shook his head at her idea. Sorry about that, Chloe. Eh? It's totally fine. Don't worry about me. By the way, while the duo was busy with each other, Kinnear looked at the tiger once more. I'm not exactly sure what you two did on Earth, but when Steph found you, you came out of an electronics store. I also heard some things afterward. You went shopping, right? Yeah, we got lots of stuff. Bad idea? Uh-huh. His eyebrows got a little scrunchy. Your jaguar and the tiger princess should be fine with a little deceiving, the wolves anyway, but try to keep it contained. Actually, it would be great if you're able to recreate some of Earth's technology, but based on magic, and not by destroying the planet. Batteries, for example, the stuff they're made of are really no good, after all. There are ways to store magic, so try to go after that. It might be usable as energy. The same goes for how everything is made out of plastic in your old world. There are alternatives. Go for them. Don't pollute this planet. Don't give the humans here weird ideas if they find anything you lost. I wasn't planning to. Thanks for the reminder, though. I will make extra sure that none of the bad stuff spreads. Very good. Afterward, once he made sure that Steph had properly absorbed the magic and exchanged some more words with everyone, Kinnear left again. He apparently also was kind of busy with something, and as quickly as he had arrived, he was gone again, as well. Chapter 341, The Fluffiest of References. Kinnear had visited the group, and much to the delight of everyone, he was alright with giving Steph the necessities to have a great life in the new world by gifting her the ability to use the language and also making her able to use magic. The magic came with a twist, though, as it wasn't his own. Instead, the goddess, or overseer of this world's magic, Mira, seemed to have taken a liking to the shorter blonde while watching the group together with Kinnear. She decided that she would bless Steph with a portion of her magic instead. Oh no, another one with way too much magic. Wow, that is impressive. I want Mira to get interested in me, too. Their reactions were slightly different when they were checking out Steph's magic that had activated shortly after Kinnear left. Maya had mixed feelings, but Chloe and Sophia were big fans. The shorter blonde seemed to be a little confused. What is going on? My body feels slightly different, but I have magic now. Is there something wrong? Not really wrong. Her older sister scratched her cheek. Far from it, actually. It's just that Kinnear hilariously overdid it with the amount of magic he gave me. That's putting it lightly. The catgirl got loud. Okay. And? From what I can detect, Mira gave you like 50% more authority over magic than I have. There was a hint of envy in the tiger's voice. Wow. Steph got excited. Well, I have not the slightest clue what this actually means. Her excitement didn't last too long, though. It's amazing. Well, even I would have no idea what to do with that much magic, but you never have to worry about running out when wanting to play. I like the sound of that. Wait. The little sister got jumpy for a second again, but then seemingly remembered something else. If I have 50% more magic authority or whatever, does that also mean that I'll grow 50% older than you? Live longer? Is that how that works? If so, please take some. I don't want to live that much longer. You can share magic with others, right? You mentioned doing that for me. Don't worry about that. Sophia smiled at her. Like Kinnear also said, it doesn't matter anymore after a certain amount of magic. Maya has around half of my amount, but our life expectancy is supposed to be the same. I'm not entirely sure about Chloe, though. Her magic is kinda weird, like mine, but not sure how that translates to anything. Feifei mentioned before that I don't ever have to worry about becoming old, so. Well, that would explain why Kinnear mentioned everyone in this room earlier when he talked about the age thingy. Even so, Chloe would be the right girl to share some magic with if you want to get rid of a bit. Her amount is more than decent, but her ideas are amazing, and her having more to play with will guaranteed lead to something amazing. I want to learn how to become fluffy. Teach me how to get a tail and animal ears. She sounded very excited again. Really starting with that right off the bat? Yes. I want to look the part, fluff myself a little, or a lot, and then go exploring with everyone when no one gets suspicious of me. While we're doing that, you can teach me some more magic. Well, I can't fault that logic. Fluff is justice, after all. It has to be prioritized at all times. Exactly. Seriously, no one will ever doubt them being sisters. Ahaha, the fox girl had to chuckle at Maya's remark. I think we should still make sure your magic works properly, right? The taller blonde tilted her head. You don't accidentally want to look like something hideous on your first try because you messed up, right? True. Steph nodded a few times. I don't want to wait either, though. Understandable. Let's just try something quick and easy. If that works, everything purely powered by your imagination should be super easy. Okay. She just gave her an even bigger nod. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Does it matter? Not really, no. Sophia smiled at her sister. Let's go. Here. Saying so, a ball of water appeared on top of the tiger's palm. Concentrate, imagine this very picture, a small sphere of water, its properties, and all that. Once it looks good inside your head, bring it to reality. Make sure you are confident about it, though. You don't want to drench us all and flood the place, do you? Way to add pressure. The shorter blonde didn't like the last part. How angry will you be if I flood everything? How about we never find out? The tiger's smile changed a little. If you fail even that, there will be weeks of training before I let you change your appearance. I better go all out, then. Afterward, Steph held out her palm while closing her eyes, seemingly trying her best to concentrate as much as possible. About a minute later, a small sphere of water, though with a slightly odd shape, appeared on top of her hand. That was easy. Magic is super fun. Once she noticed something had happened, she opened her eyes again to inspect her work. Wow. You're amazing. Chloe clapped her hands a few times after having watched the shorter blonde use magic for the first time. Oh really? Dot. One is scarier than the other. Maya was a little concerned about it. Great job. As expected of my sister. The future of playing with fun magics looks bright. Sophia was proud of her. You have quite the talent. I like the sound of that. Does that mean I can become fluffy now? Sure. Yay. The shorter blonde became the most excited yet. Tell me how. In one way or another, it's the same you just did. The tiger shrugged in response. Every advanced magic is based on your imagination. You think it, you do it. Get a good of how you want to look, and then use the magic on yourself once you're ready. Be sure the image is very clear, though. After all, that is how you will end up looking. That is such an interesting concept. I wonder what else you can magic into existence. Asking all the right questions. Sophia gave her a thumbs up. One thing after another, though. Right. Steph nodded a few times. Fluff is the #1 priority right now. Chloe. She then faced the girl next to her again. Why yes? She hadn't expected to be addressed with such vigor out of nowhere. What can I do for you? I learned that touching others' ears is no good, but what about taking a better look? And maybe a light fluffing of your tail, without touching the base. To better recreate the supreme fluff. The shorter blonde looked at her with pleading eyes. It's probably better to pester Sophia, and I love her tail, but that's not what I want to go for. She also isn't fluffy enough. Hey! The tiger got loud. That is deeply offensive. You are fluffy, very much so, but compared to this amazing girl right here, I'm sorry. I guess that's fair. She couldn't dream of comparing to her, after all. Do you want to look like a fox? Chloe looked back at the shorter blonde. Not exactly, I already have perfection to look at, so there's no need to become one myself. The same general family would be nice, though. I love canines. That's why your tail and ears are more interesting than Sophia's. She showed her a big smile while explaining her reasoning. I see, her cheeks turned a little red in response. There was some serious praise in the explanation, after all. If you want to look more canine, you might do well in waiting for Fan and Aura. Sophia thought the two would help her a lot in that regard. As I mentioned before, they're full wolves. They're super fluffy, too. Especially Aura has amazing fur. Steph tilted her head for a moment. I'm not sure if I can trust myself with meeting a wolf with full body fur right before wanting to change my appearance. I might do something regretfully. Fair. Have you sisters really never heard of self-restraint before? Maya got loud again. Both tilted their heads in response. She just glared at them. Anyway, the shorter blonde faced Chloe again. I would really prefer to learn it from you. I promise not to overdo it this time. Well, okay, the fox girl gave a slight nod. I do want to help, and you looking like a member of the canine family sounds really cute. So. Thank you so much. Her eyes were sparkling again. Immediately after, the little sister got closer to the fox's head to get a good look at her ears. She was especially interested in the fluff inside it. Chloe's blush only got stronger as Steph was right next to her while she did her best to get as close to her ears as possible while intently watching them. Should we, leave you two alone for an hour? The cat girl also had some mixed feelings about the situation. Please stay. I'm so sorry that it's getting uncomfortable again. I wouldn't say uncomfortable. Chloe wasn't sure how to explain it. It doesn't feel bad at all, I am not sure if I've ever been so embarrassed before. I see. Steph continued to stare at her ears for a moment or two longer, but she eventually put some distance between them again. I love the fuzziness of the fur around your ears, and how it's a bit longer at the tip. The fluff inside looks divine, too. Too bad I can't touch it, but I respect that. Even looking at it gives me a good feeling of just how soft it has to be, so it's fine. Regrettable, but fine. Thank you. Also, I'm glad you like my ears. I am a little proud of them. I love them. Dot. Despite her embarrassment, Chloe still liked that a lot. You also want to get a better look at my tail, right? Seemingly in a much better mood again, the fox girl moved the tip of her tail a little closer to Steph's face. Yay! The shorter blonde got even happier. I just want to ensure I get the divine levels of fluff right, so I don't want or need to be rough, don't worry. Go ahead. Not wasting another word, Steph gently reached for the fox girl's tail and brushed over the fur several times. It's so amazing. The fur itself is pretty silky, but the sheer mass and the volume makes it so fluffy and spongy. It's unbelievably soft to the touch, as well. This is perfection. It takes a lot of work, though. I use many different conditioners, and there's lots of brushing involved. Be brushing. Steph's eyes got wider. That's also pretty intimate, right? There's nothing I would like to do more than brushing your tail. That is a little. Once again, Chloe's cheeks turned redder. Too bad. She looked rather disappointed. Well, for now, can I count on you to show me the best care products and how to take care of a tail in general later on? Of course. The fox girl nodded a few times. You can count on me. I'll gladly help you as much as possible. Thank you. With a big and happy smile on her lips, Steph then looked at her older sister again. Alright, I think I have everything I need. I've reached enlightenment when it comes to fluff. All I have to do is to create my own looks, as detailed as possible, and then pour some energy, air, magic into it like with the ball of water. You really have to make sure your details are sound. Everything will affect your looks. You can try as often as you want in the end if you end up looking not like you wanted, but it's still a definite recommendation of mine. Sophia didn't think it would be much fun doing that. Also, take absolute care that you think or use the right words when you change your looks. She suddenly looked a lot more serious. Meaning? The shorter blonde tilted her head. Remember this. Make absolutely sure you listen to me here. There is a huge difference between wanting to look like the thing you want to imagine and wanting to become it. Do not make a mistake and use the wrong one. The tiger girl had some experience with that, after all. What's the difference? When Maya and I visited the old world yesterday, we changed our looks and hid our animal features. Beneath, we stayed a part of the beast folk, though. If you adjust your looks, you only change, well, your visuals. If you become what you're thinking of, your entire being changes. You will stop being a human and change into an actual hybrid like the three of us are. The tiger does have some experience with that, after all. Your ears will be relocated to the fluffy ones, your tail will become a permanent addition to your body, and you will never be able to get rid of it again. It becomes one with your being instead of just a nice visual addition. You will also gain many traits, feelings, and instincts of whatever animal you borrow stuff from. You will understand why we are so fussy about our ears and tails, because you will feel it, as well. Your senses might improve or change, like being able to smell or see things better, or in a different way. You might gain new instincts like the urge to hunt or mark things or others. As a cat, pee-purring might also happen unconsciously, stuff like that. Wow, that's something. Exactly. That's why you have to make absolutely sure you use the right wording. The lack of this very thing was the cause for most of Sophia's catastrophes, so she wanted to make sure Steph knew what she was doing. Seriously. Depending on your wording, you will forever become a hybrid because this change is irreversible. I get it. I will make sure not to mess it up. Good. The tiger was glad she understood her concern. Afterward, Steph closed her eyes and took her time to concentrate on her new looks. It wasn't any day that you could change yourself to however you wanted with little to no consequences, after all. It took her about 20 minutes before she opened her eyes again while showing everyone a confident expression. I got it. Chloe, I need your input on it later, but I think I came up with something cute. I look forward to it. Sis, now, while thinking about my, new self, I just have to pour a good bit of magic into my thoughts. Yes. She nodded a few times. Just make sure to follow what I said earlier about the very heavy difference between looking and becoming. All right. Confirming that she did indeed listen to the tiger, she got ready to use the magic. Hair, color, fluffy tail, ears. Okay, I want to become a dog girl. Steph made sure to put extra emphasis on the most crucial part. EEH? Sophia obviously got loud. What did I just She didn't even have time to finish her complaint as her sister was immediately swallowed by a cloud of smoke, indicating her change. I can't say I'm surprised, Maya just shook her head. These sisters. As there was nothing there could be done anymore at this point, the girls just waited for Steph to finish changing. Chapter 342, What a Change. Sophia explained the very basics of magic to her sister after she became able to use it. After a short introduction, Steph was immediately able to create a small ball of water out of nowhere. Afterward, the shorter blonde immediately wanted to go ahead and change her looks, because it meant she could start exploring the world sooner. Once she got a lot of references from Chloe, the Queen of Fluff, and Sophia made sure she understood the difference between looking like a member of the beast folk and becoming one, the little sister went ahead and changed herself. I want to become a dog girl. Judging by Steph's intonation, she definitely made extra sure that she used the correct type of magic while adjusting her appearance. And what an adjustment it was. For the most part, Steph's body stayed the same. Her height was still somewhere between Sophia and Chloe, around 157 centimeters, and her size also remained similar to her medium but premium tiger sister, maybe slightly smaller. Other than that, she changed a lot, though. Her somewhat longer and unruly dark blonde hair was gone. Instead, her hair turned relatively short, not even reaching all the way to her shoulders. It was still slightly unruly, though. Quite fluffy looking, as well. Even so, the biggest change was that the blonde had been replaced by a light violet color. It was slightly multicolored, too. Some of the tips faded into a white, while others, mostly around her neck, turned into a darker violet, as well. On top of her head, 2 dog-like ears in the same violet and white hue could be found now, naturally with a generous amount of fluff inside of them. One ear looked completely perky like it was supposed to be, but the other was slightly kinked, to add a bit of extra cuteness. Her eyes had also changed. Compared to all the other girls, she had not changed to slit pupils as she decided to go with a dog base. However, the design still got altered a little, because there was a slightly more prominent black rim around her eyes now. She didn't stop there, either. One of her eyes had remained blue, but the other one turned into a deep pink in a similar hue to Chloe's hair. Even with all that, the most striking feature was her new tail. It was nowhere close to the mountain of fluff attached to the backside of the fox girl, but it had more than a decent size for her style. In fact, if it wouldn't be wagging from one side to the other behind her back and pointing down to the ground, it might be almost as long as her legs, just much wider. It also had the same light violet base color as her hair, with a few darker colored strands here and there. The underside of her tail was a pure white, as well. Wow, what a change! Maya was the first to react. You look adorable, though. Chloe simply stared at the dog girl with a slightly agape mouth. I love the design. Sophia also got excited. Wait. Why did you say that you want to become a dog girl? She got loud. I told you what that means, didn't I? Exactly. Steph nodded a few times. That's why I worded it the way I did. Why would I only want to look like this if I can be like this for real? Her expression was somehow turning complicated along the way. I hate that I get what you mean, the tiger hung her head. You still should have tried it out first, before doing. Changing for real comes with some other caveats, after all. For example, itchy. Why am I feeling so itchy? The little sister couldn't take it any longer. This is horrible. Why? Because you fundamentally changed your body and grew an extra limb, idiot. Why didn't you warn me about the itch? Because I told you to change your looks. You didn't. You told me the difference between changing one's looks and becoming part fluffy. Any normal thinking person would decide to become a member of the fluffy after you listed all those amazing features. Is it really my fault? Sophia then looked at Maya for help. For a normal thinking person, no, you worded it quite clearly, she shook her head. You were talking to your sister, though, so, debatable. I should have seen it coming, huh? You really should have. Can we focus on the itch? This itchingly itchy itch. I can't deal with this again. Feeling the dread of a strong déjà vu, Maya got up from the sofa to leave for the kitchen. I'll get some drinks ready. Steph, good job on the change. You look adorable. Love the eyes. Thanks. Steph waved after her before focusing on Sophia once again. Tell me how to get rid of the itch. The itch. You'll get used to it. The blonde showed her a wry smile. It will take a while for your body to deal with it. Your brain has no idea what to do with the tail yet, so it's a little itchy, because it's still foreign to you. I see. So itchy. I'm really mad that you didn't warn me about this. Sophia went silent for a moment before her expression changed. You know, there's a way to make you get used to it faster. Really? Stand up, please. While saying so, the tiger did the same and walked over to her sister. Okay, WO. She jumped off the sofa and almost tripped over her feet, and my balance is kinda off. Well, there is a gigantic tail sticking out your back. Imagine a feline who even more actively uses its tail for balance all the time. The tiger looked a little tired all of a sudden. That makes sense. So, what can we do about the itch? Turn around, please. ALRI-HIA. The moment she showed her back to her sister, Sophia immediately grabbed Steph's tail and gave it a good squeeze directly at the base where it was coming out of her back. Directly after the shriek, the dog girl sank down on her knees and looked at her with tears in the corners of her eyes. Why did you do that? Why did that feel so intense? I told you that our tails are super sensitive. Why do you think Chloe and I reacted so much when you jumped at us? Also, that is nothing compared to our ears. During her explanation, Sophia let go of Steph's tail and slowly moved her hand closer to her ears. Stop. The little sister immediately used her own hands to cover her ears. She tried to, at least. Idiot, they're on top of your head now. Instead of using this chance, the tiger grabbed one of Steph's hands, which she was currently pressing against the side of her head where her ears were in the past, and moved it up. WO. Once Steph came in contact with her own ear, her expression changed. It feels just like the ear of a dog. Because it is, she rolled her eyes. Alright. Before that, isn't there something else you want to say? If not, I'll go for the tail again. It's very fluffy, by the way, so I'll enjoy it for a long time. I am sorry that I jumped at you earlier. I now definitely know that fluffing only has to happen with absolute consent. Good. Why you, too, Chloe? She faced the fox girl while she was still sitting on the ground. I had no idea it's this extreme. I really hope everything is good between us. I'm sorry. She had no reactions whatsoever and just continued to look at the new dog girl with a slightly dazed expression. Chloe. Seeing her complete non-reaction, Steph waved her arm around in front of the fox girl's face a couple of times. She finally snapped back to reality. I am sorry. Did you say something? I just apologized for touching your tail yesterday again. When we just met. I now know just how sensitive they are. Oh, that's fine. You didn't know about that, after all. I'm not mad at all. Thank goodness. The fox girl went back to being silent while staring at Steph. Chloe. Why yes? Is something the matter? You seem a little out of it. And not at all. Everything's fine. Her cheeks seemed a little flushed when she suddenly turned her head away. Okay. The dog girl looked a little confused. By the way, sis, my tail is still super itchy. Should I go again? She simply lifted her hand once more. I am good. Steph jumped on her feet again and turned her back away from the tiger. It should be fine in a few days. I see. I have to tough it out, then. Exactly. By the way, I found it. Not finishing her sentence, Steph spotted the mirror in the corner of the living room and walked over to it. WO. Is that really me? That's how mirrors work, yes. Stop smarting me. The little sister raised her voice again. Well, what do you want to hear then? Sophia tilted her head. Is that not what you imagined? I think you did an amazing job. It's mega unfamiliar, but you look super good. I even love the short hair. I wasn't expecting that. Not too long ago, I was quite short myself, but I always preferred looking at long hair. And no, it's scary how much it matches my imagination. That was exactly what I had in mind. The coloring, shape, everything. Why violet, though? I thought it would look great. Well, as good as any reasoning. True, as well. It's an amazing color. Was the kink deer on purpose, too? Yes. I thought it would be cute. Dogs with a kink deer always look so playful, and I love that. I was right, if I can say so myself. You absolutely were. The blonde nodded a few times. Love the shape of your ears as a whole. Dot. Your tail looks super fluffy, too. I am a big fan of that. Feels great to the touch, as well. Dot. Thanks. After having been slightly violated by her sister, her feelings on that part were a little mixed. What about the pink eye, though? Odd eyes are amazing. I love those of Chloe, but I can't say I was expecting that. Ahaha, I actually wasn't so sure about that myself. I did like my blue eyes, but my ears and, even more so, my tail were inspired by huskies, and it's quite common for them to have heterochromia. I was thinking of keeping both blue or going with the more traditional combination of blue and yellow or orange. Still, I wasn't sure if that sort of odd eyes would have worked with the light violet. Instead, I went with pink. Pink is an amazing color, after all. I love it. I see. Yeah, the pink works really well with the rest of your light violet base. Good choice. I sure have to get used to my sister looking that different, though. It's not like your change was that much less drastic. Sure, you are still blonde, but it's an entirely different hue, and everything else is completely different. Even your height, size, and age have changed. The tiger paused for a moment. You win this round. Heh. Looking slightly smug, Steph went back to the sofas and stopped in front of where Chloe was sitting. There, she did a short twirl before smiling at the fox girl. What do you think? She needed another moment. Why are you spacing out so much? The dog girl tilted her head while she continued to stare at her. It's nothing. I just think you might ended up too cute, and I have no idea what to say. Whoa, that was smooth. Sophia looked impressed. Really? Steph's eyes lit up. Wait, did I say that out loud? You totally did. She got closer to her. I want to hear it again. With as many details as possible. Chloe's face turned red again. Why, you look very cute. The light violet with the white tips and the darker accents is amazing. The kinked ear is beyond cute, and the tail is perfect, too. I'm glad I could help out with making it look so fluffy. I think becoming a member of the dog family is perfect for you, too. You are super friendly and approachable and get excited about many things, after all. Dot. She was so happy about her assessment that her face turned slightly red. Not only that, but her tail also started wagging in response. She totally is a dog. Always has been, too. Sophia agreed with the sentiment. It's a perfect choice. What about my eye? Steph ignored her sister and kept focusing on Chloe. The pink one especially. I got the idea from you, after all. From me? Yes. The dog girl reacted with a big nod while the wagging of her tail intensified. I love the pink of your hair and tail so much that I wanted to have a piece of it for myself. Oh, really? Absolutely. Your looks are amazing, after all. Only topped by your personality I got to know so far. Thank you very much. The fox girl's face only got redder. I am glad you enjoy my company so much. I definitely do. Hee. Her expression got even softer. I feel the same. I'm really glad you came with your sister. So am I. With her tail having never stopped wagging, Steph sat back down on the sofa while getting comfortable right next to the fox girl. Afterward, while the duo kept chatting and seemingly being in a brilliant mood, Sophia decided to join Maya in the kitchen because she got a little suspicious about why she was taking so long. Chapter 342.5 Illustration. The final form of Steph is finally with us. I didn't get an illustration of human Steph because she never was supposed to be with us for long. Here she is again. Overall, I immediately fell in love with her design, but the eyes were a bit of work. I think I played around with like 30 different combinations before settling on 3 final ideas I had fully illustrated. Spoiler. Alternative 1. Alternative 2. Collapse. I liked both ones a lot, especially the yellow alternative. Still, the blue one was slightly too boring, and the yellow clashed with her hair too much. The pink looked nice, complemented her colors, and matched Chloe, so that was my winner. I'm sure that some probably prefer a different version of her from the choices I had, but I am really happy with what I went with. Now to some trivia. There were so many hints for her I hid in the story XD. I'll skip all the dog/fox references because I forgot where I put most of them myself, but let me show you some pictures with plushies that might look familiar. Spoiler. From around chapter 300. And then all the way back to the background of the illustration in chapter 183. Yeah, over 150 chapters back. Collapse. It was really fun hiding them. I had done the same with Chloe, as well. Might there be others, too? Anyway, I hope you like the new design of Steph. In a way, it's kinda simple, but she is so darn adorable that I will accept no complaints about anything regarding her design. Again, people often say it's okay to be wrong or have their own opinion, but in this case, that's simply not the truth. Bonus, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. You know, I already love it here, but I do kinda miss Christmas. Not for the religious side, but the mood was always nice. While Sophia, Maya, Chloe, and Steph were relaxing in the mansion's living room, the dog girl suddenly spoke up. It would be right around now, too. Oh. The pink fox seemed to be a fan of the idea. It's been forever since I even heard that name. I love the decoration and the food. I like the smell of the tree in the living room. Sophia also liked it. Aside from the part where I now smell forests and stuff on a daily basis. She was a lot closer to nature than before, after all. What's, Christmas? Maya was just confused. Obviously, she had never heard of it before. The otherworldler trio looked a little awkward before the tiger continued. It's a popular holiday from our old world. It's based on something religious, but most really only care about getting together with friends or family and having a good time together by having a great meal, being lazy, decorating the house, and exchanging some presents. Oh, that sounds like fun. The cat girl was warming up to it. Should we do it? Just for the fun? Let's go. Steph liked her sister's suggestion. How, though? Chloe tilted her head. Sure, food and a Christmas tree will be easy to get. Food is food, and furs are more than plenty around, but the kind of decoration doesn't exist here. The blonde paused for a moment. Maya, how do you feel about another quick trip to my old home? Not overly excited, but I'm willing to go for the greater good. That works. She could live with her low level of excitement for it. Steph, you know how to cook, and Chloe, you still remember some popular dishes, as well? Sure. The duo nodded. Perfect. How about the two of you get some ingredients so we can cook something, and borrow a nice fur from somewhere? Maya and I will take care of decorations and maybe some specialties like Christmas cookies or stuff like that. Once we're back, we'll also collect Anna, Ari, and our favorite princess. Sounds like a plan. Everyone agreed. A couple of hours later, Sophia and Maya finally returned to the good world after their shopping trip and took the portal to the castle. Naturally, only after they added their animal bits again, of course. Alright, who wants to celebrate Christmas with us? The duo met Anna and Ari in the princess's room, and Sophia sounded quite excited. I'm in. The taller tiger immediately agreed to it. What's Christmas? Same question. The jaguar was a little more reserved. It's a holiday Steph remembered from our birthplace, and we decided to celebrate it for fun. Good food, fun decorations, and just relaxing with each other. Still in. Anna liked what she was hearing. It does sound fun. Ari also warmed up to the idea. Perfect. The shorter tiger raised her fist. Let's go and get Ellie. Exactly. Maya followed after her. Ellie. The group arrived at her room, and Sophia immediately addressed her. Do you also want to celebrate Christmas with us? Yay. The little princess immediately got excited. What is, CRI, crima? Ellie is not going to try. She started pouting over the needlessly complicated word. What is that? I'll only tell you if you try your best in saying Christmas. Christmas. The blonde repeated it while putting extra focus on the pronunciation. She didn't like that. Cri. Cry. Christmas. Christmast. Close enough. Everyone could live with that. Mainly because they were already taking damage from the sugar while watching and listening to her trying to pronounce the word. Yay. Ellie started smiling again. So, what is that? She refused to do it again, though. Ahaha, Sophia couldn't blame her. It's kinda like a party where we eat good food and play around with decorations to make our home look funny. Let's go. Ellie seemed to like it, too. Listening to their boss, everyone got ready and made their way toward the mansion to celebrate Christmas together there. Chapter 343, Not Subtle at All. Steph had successfully changed her looks to match the beast folk and be able to explore everything without arousing suspicion. In fact, she had gone much further than that. Just like Sophia a long time ago, she had become a full member of the beast folk as she changed her very being rather than just look her looks. Other than the tiger, she had done so fully consciously, though, as she was convinced this would be way more fun. In the end, she had turned into a violet-haired dog girl with odd eyes, a kinked ear, and a super fluffy tail in the same color scheme. Everything thought she turned out incredibly cute, and Chloe was especially taken by her. The fox girl liked absolutely everything about her changes that seemed to perfectly fit her personality, as well. What's the big deal? Once she had left the living room to look for her cat girl, Sophia immediately ran into her behind the door. Why didn't you come in? Well, Maya scratched her cheek. First, I remembered how annoying you were with the itchiness of your new tail. I couldn't deal with that a second time. Though, it seems like your sister is taking it a little better. A feline tail is more flexible and maneuverable, so it might have been harder for your brain? Oh, that could be it. I really was quite annoying back then, huh? Yes. She nodded a few times. Why were you waiting behind the door, though? I was watching and listening from here instead. I couldn't be closer. Eh? I thought that Steph's new form looks amazing, though? Sure, pretty unfamiliar, but I really like her looks. Staying away from her is quite the overreaction even if you didn't like it. Your imagination really is something else. The cat girl rolled her eyes. Your, new sister looks great. She's extremely cute. I love the coloring, and her animal bits look amazing, too. Super fluffy. Her choice of becoming a member of the dog folk also was the perfect choice for her personality. Most of them are really easygoing, active, loyal, and excitable. She's all that, after all. Ehe. Sophia liked that her sister got praised so much and smiled the entire way toward the kitchen they went to for real now. What's the problem, then? I couldn't trust myself around Chloe. She's way too much of an easy target right now. Even from afar, I had a hard time holding back, but teasing her about it already would make me feel bad. What did Chloe do? The tiger tilted her head while thinking about it. Oh, do you mean the very obvious crush she's developing on my sister? Yes. The cat girl nodded a couple of times. Thank you very much for me not having to explain it to you. Have some faith in me. Sophia started pouting. If anything, I'm disappointed that it took you this long. It's not like Chloe was subtle yesterday. I was giving her the benefit of the doubt because a lot was going on yesterday. It was already starting to become obvious, though, yes. Well, I always knew Chloe had good taste. Didn't she say that you were her type? Maya stared at her. This and that is unrelated. Is it? Yep. Her eyes shifted around a bit before continuing. My sister is the best, after all. Everyone should have a crush on her, logically speaking. Except you, of course. Ahaha. She liked the slight jealousy in her voice. Don't worry, I prefer the older sister. Good. Sophia smiled at her. Are you okay with that, though? Chloe having a crush on Steph, I mean? She's your sister, after all. Precious little sister, who's never allowed to have a partner if you can prevent it. The tiger could see what she was going for. I mean, if it's someone I don't know, sure, magic trial till death, it is, but it's Chloe. I love that fox. I already like how well they go together, so I'm willing to give her a pass. They definitely look good together, and their personalities work, too. Maya agreed. Now more than ever. Their colors match amazingly. Did Steph do that on purpose? She seems to be quite taken by our fox as well, after all. Steph has always liked soft colors, so she probably would have gone for something similar even without her. Then again, she changed one of her eyes, because she loved Chloe's hair. That's literally what she said, so she might have gotten some inspiration and other things from her, as well. Do you think it's mutual already? Steph definitely seems to like her a lot already, but I have no idea how she normally is around friends. Not to mention that she loves Fluff just as much, if not even more than you, so it's not that easy for me to take a guess. Maya didn't know the little sister that well yet, after all. Well, I'm not so sure how she acted around most of her friends either. I rarely met them. She was quite clingy with the few I did meet, but she already seems tighter with Chloe. I mean, it's kinda understandable in a way. She's the first of the beast folk she met, and a fox, of all things, one of the animals she loves the most. I would be rather excited in that situation, too. I guess that's fair. I've rarely seen her getting so happy from being praised or complimented as she does from Chloe, though. She's definitely a big fan of our fox. I can say that much with confidence. Alright, I'll give them some time before I start the teasing. Maya nodded a few times. They have to get to know each other first, after all. My, how generous. That's what I am. Sure. She rolled her eyes in return before her expression changed into a smile. Teasing them will be most enjoyable. That's my girl. The cat girl had an even brighter smile. Hee hee. Alrighty, how about we head back for the time being? Sounds like a plan. Afterward, once the two had gotten that topic out of their system, and the cat girl quickly prepared the drinks she had left for in the first place, they returned to the living room to join up with the duo again to make some plans regarding going forward from now on. How's the tail doing? Back with the duo, Sophia looked at her sister. Itchy. That's how it's doing. Very, very itchy. Steph immediately got loud. As the tiger could relate to that on a very deep level, she decided to stay silent. What about your ears? Are they any better? A lot, actually. They feel a little weird, but not actually itchy. Maybe it's because I already had ears, and they just moved. It feels like my hearing has changed, though. I'm not sure if it's gotten better, but it's definitely sounding more clear now. It's very unfamiliar. Yeah, my hearing has gotten much more directional, so I can see yours changing in one way or another, too. Sophia's ears twitched a few times while giving her reply. It's weird at first, but you get used to it fast. That's very reassuring to know. Anything else that feels odd? The blonde wanted to ensure her sister was doing fine after her sudden change. Other than the itch, I mean. I'm feeling weirdly fine, actually. Better than ever, almost. There are some weird feelings, but I'm brimming with energy. I'd say that's mostly your new magic. It improves every aspect of your body, like giving you a ton of extra stamina and energy. I can feel that. So much that I want to go on a walk right this instant. As Steph said that, her tail started wagging again. The dog wants to go on a walk, huh? Her face turned red. Shut up, sis. Don't worry about that. You know how much I love to run, right? That feeling got much more intense ever since coming here. If you want to, we can go on a run every single day. Sounds like fun. I feel like running 20 kilometers right now, though. I have that much energy that needs to get out right now. Might be a bit much? I mean, I can hold myself back if you only want to do a warm-up lap, sure. Sophia smiled at her. I've been a little busy recently, so it's not every day right now, but my usual routine has become at least marathon length at this point. Seriously? Yeah, she also becomes a real pain if she hasn't moved enough in a day. Maya let out a short sigh. I run with her every now and then, but I'm still nowhere close to matching her. If you manage to power her out on your walks, I'll forever be grateful to you. Sounds like you became even worse when having to sit still, huh? Very. The tiger had no plans to play it down. I look forward to doing that together with you. Sure. The new dog girl definitely was a fan of going on walks already. I'd like to do some normal exploring first, though. We haven't even left the house, after all. I want to see more of this place. I guess we're good to go now? I mean, you understand the language and look the part, as well. I guess we could do some exploring. Yay. You have to promise that you don't mention the other world, or how you've changed your appearance, even become a member of the beast folk, in public. It would either raise way too much of a fuss, or we'd be labeled as crazy. I don't want any of that. Of course. I know exactly how I'd look at someone making such claims. No matter how true it actually is. That's good to hear. Sophia was glad she understood. Alright, I guess we can do some exploring, then. Let's go. Steph immediately sprang up from the sofa while raising her arm high into the air. Chloe, the cat girl, then looked at her. Do you mind if we leave that to the sisters? Except for having napped together on the sofa last night, those two haven't had any alone time since reuniting. They earned some more bonding time. Of course. The fox girl nodded a couple of times. There's more than enough time for all of us to do something together, so we can definitely give them some alone time. Thank you so much, you too, but you really don't have to hold back for us. I don't mind at all if we go as a group. Yep. Steph nodded a few times in agreement. No, we insist. Maya shook her head. You two have a good time while Chloe and I head to the castle. We'll give Anna and Ari a short briefing. They will be way too surprised else. That's actually a good idea. Afterward, once the sisters agreed to the plan, everyone got ready and finally left the mansion for the first time since Steph had arrived in the world. Chapter 344, another one of them. Sophia and Maya had a nice chat over the rather obvious crush that Chloe was developing on Steph, how the big sister felt about that, and the possibility of the new dog girl feeling the same about the fox girl, as she definitely is getting along with her more than fine. Afterward, as Steph was brimming with energy, the sisters, now that she could understand the language and looked the part, decided to go on a little adventure while the other two headed over to the castle instead. They wanted to give the sisters some alone time because they still had much catching up to do after not having seen each other for almost a year. There she is. Maya and Chloe had gone to the castle while the sisters went exploring, and Anna immediately glared at the cat girl the moment the two had entered her room. Ari and I waited for you this morning to go to school, but you and Sophia never came, and we had to go without you. We didn't see you yesterday at all either. You really should have said something beforehand. Ari also looked a little pouty. I'm sorry about that. Maya awkwardly scratched her cheek. The last few days were so extremely complicated and hectic that I forgot about that. What could have been so bad that you even forgot to give us a heads up? The jaguar tilted her head. Also, where is Sophia? Did something happen? That might be putting it lightly. Chloe, please explain to them what happened. Why me? The fox girl got loud. I still don't understand more than half of it myself. I only know that she's adorable and fun and that I'm looking forward to going exploring with her. Maya stared at her for a moment before eventually shaking her head. Thanks for the help. I am not qualified to tell them about Steph, don't you think? Steph. Hearing that name, Anna and Ari tilted their head in confusion. Who's that? Air. Do you really not want to explain it? The cat girl realized she really didn't want to do it and looked at the fox girl again. You found her. You explain. She found us. Doesn't make me any more qualified to tell the story. Chloe wasn't going to let her off the hook. Ugh, I hate it when someone counters with sound arguments. She wasn't used to that sort of thing, after all. The princess only got more confused while listening to them. What is going on? It's kinda complicated to explain, but Sophia and I went on a bit of let's call it an expedition, and we made a new, friend. A good one, I want to add. She's great. I more than agree with that, but is friend really the right word? What do you want her to be, then? Maya's vow not to tease Chloe about her obviousness, for the time being, was already being tested. Well, you have a point, but stop making it more complicated. I'm the one who's making it complicated. You are certainly not making it easier. Maya, stop being a Sophia and get to the point. Ari had had enough. The cat girl had no idea how to respond to that. That is, you win. She was a little speechless after that, but it helped her calm down. Long story short, we met Sophia's little sister after a series of weird coincidences. Oh, I didn't know Sophia had a sister. Ari didn't see anything wrong with it. Wait, what? Anna remembered the family situation of the blonde tiger, though. Her sister. Eh? I thought Sophia's family was. Yeah, that's what we all thought. Sophia included. As the cat girl wasn't specifying what everyone was thinking, she had spoken no lie yet. As it turns out, Sophia just thought she had lost her sister when in reality, they only got separated. Seriously? The princess raised her voice. How did that even happen? That's an excellent question. Maya didn't feel like answering this question. Mainly because there was no way she could. It was quite the shock for everyone. I can imagine. Anna nodded a couple of times. How's Sophia doing? I have no idea how I'd deal with something like that. She cried a lot. Both cried a lot. Heck, I also cried a bunch when they reunited. It was very touching. Wow. Talk about unexpected, the tiger wasn't sure what to say. Where are they now, though? Don't tell me Sophia left with her? Would we really be talking right now, then? As if I'd let her go so easily. Gee, good point. I was with them ever since they found each other, and Chloe, too, has been around since we returned to the mansion. I felt that the two should have some time with just each other to catch up on stuff and all that. Aw, that's very nice of you. Anna liked the gesture a lot. Steph, as Chloe already mentioned, that's her name. She also wanted to see the capital because it was her first time being here, so they also went exploring. They might come over depending on how sidetracked they get. I look forward to it. How is she like? Ari was naturally interested in her, as well. She's super cute. The fox girl's reply came in an instant. Calm down, Maya rolled her eyes in return. It is very true, though. That's, good to know, but I was more wondering about actual details. She's about Chloe's age and a dog girl with violet hair and a super fluffy tail. Obviously not comparable to our fox girl, though. She also incorporates the very soul of a dog. She easily gets excited about basically everything, caring, and loves body contact. She's pretty clingy, actually. Super active and can't sit still. A very peppy and lovable girl. Yep. Chloe agreed with Maya's explanation. Violet? That's a rare one. The jaguar tilted her head. Makes me feel even more stupid that I was so worried about my black hair. Yeah, you were pretty stupid. Hey. She glared at the cat girl. No need to agree there. Wait, a dog girl. Anna looked slightly confused. Sophia's a tiger, so her sister should be one, too. That's how we tiger work. If at least one parent is a tiger, the children will basically always be, too. Share they only one parent, maybe? I have no idea. Maya shook her head. We're talking about Sophia's family, though. Do you really think anything there would be normal? I'm sure that the tiger rule has exceptions, too. Sophia is so much tiger that I wouldn't be surprised that there was nothing left for her sister when she was born. I hate how that makes perfect sense to me. The princess had some very conflicting emotions about that. Well, yeah, every rule has some exceptions, huh? Assuming they actually are sisters. It's no super weird misunderstanding, right? Trust me, they are sisters. Yeah, there is absolutely zero doubt about that. Maya and Chloe were absolutely certain about that. Spend 3 seconds with them, and your doubts are gone. I see. Speaking of, Ari's expression also turned complicated. If she's Sophia's sister, how crazy and or unhinged is she compared to our blonde? From what I've heard so far, I might be worried. Do you really want to know? Maya looked right into her eyes. She didn't like that gesture. Between them only, Sophia's the reasonable and grounded sister with a healthy amount of common sense. And no way that's possible. Anna and Ari had the same reaction. It's true. The fox girl smiled at them. She's awesome. She has more magic than our tiger, too. A lot more, actually. Alright, I give up. Ari threw her hands into the air while looking slightly broken. I don't get paid enough for having to deal with that many unhinged girls. I'll also embrace the chaos from now on. I like the sound of that. Chloe was an instant fan. Me, too. So was the princess. Why you can't leave me on my own? Maya had some reservations about the plan. We have to hold out until Chloe's mother returns. It shouldn't be long, and according to the wolves, she should be able to keep them in check. As if that's still possible at this point. The jaguar didn't believe her. Ugh, there was little she could say here. We have to try, though. The world will end with so much combined chaos. Everything good has to end eventually, you know? Ari. Maya didn't like her broken expression. Pull yourself together. What for? If the little sister is even crazier and the two are reunited again, which is amazing, by the way, there's no need to try anymore. We're done. Dark Ari is pretty interesting. The fox girl was having a good time. You stay out of this. The cat got louder. You're part of the issue. There was little she could say here. Can we say for sure that Steph is another chaos incarnate, though? Yes, her common sense is, bad. Still, to me, it sounded like she was simply really looking forward to going exploring, because she couldn't do that yet. Right now, she's just a super bouncy girl with no over-the-top ideas like Sophia and I have. So far, at least. Steph also doesn't seem to care much about her massive magic, so she shouldn't be as catastrophe-prone as the older sister? Really? Ari's voice got ever so slightly hopeful again. I think. Her hope didn't last long. Steph is really nice, though. It should be fine. So are you and Sophia. The jaguar was back to retorting. It didn't make anything fine at all. Once again, the fox girl had nothing to say in her defense. Afterward, as Ari was too tired and Chloe had run out of options, they decided to take a small break from the topic to chat about other things for the time being. Chapter 345, Slight Trust Issues. Maya and Chloe went to the castle to tell Ari and Anna about what was currently going on. Or rather, giving them a rough overview, as there was just no way they could tell them everything. Naturally, the couple was quite surprised by the sudden appearance of Sophia's sister. Still, the jaguar was most concerned that Steph seemed to be another common-sense-less individual that could potentially destroy the world if not watching out, just like her bigger sister. While that was going on, Steph was finally getting her first small adventure while the sisters explored the capital together. I had no idea the place we were staying in was this huge. The two had just left the mansion, and the dog girl was still staring at their home. It felt big inside, but not that much. It's quite something, isn't it? The tiger smiled at her. It even has a stable in the back garden. Seriously? No horses, though. Ah, she looked honestly disappointed. Too bad. Well, horses aren't exactly easy to keep. We also don't really need them. You don't know it yet, but thanks to the magic strengthening our body, we're significantly faster than horses. We have more endurance, as well. For real? Yup. Wow, Steph needed to let that sink in first. Still, horses would be cute. Very true. The tiger nodded a few times. On the other hand, I'm friends with 2 wolves that can grow over 3 meters tall and are cool with riding on them. Not to mention that they speak our language. Slightly beats a horse in my opinion. It's a little difficult to believe such tall wolves being a thing, but if it's actually true, yeah, that is an adequate replacement for horses. Yeah, this world is a little unbelievable at times. Then again, when Maya ended up in our old world, she had to deal with a much bigger shock. I can see that. The violet-haired girl could see the issue. Right now, this place just looks like a remote, but very fancy area. All those old-school mansions that look in pristine condition, no signs of electricity or cars and the like. Very weird, but also really refreshing in a way. She seemed to like it. Speaking of refreshing, the air here feels amazing. That's what the lack of excessive pollution does to you. Environmental destruction of that kind isn't a thing here. Like, at all. Also, once you exit the capital, there's only green as far as the eye reaches. It's hard to even imagine that. I know, right? You should have heard Maya roasting the humans when I told her what we're doing in that world. Ignoring the part where I only mentioned a fraction of our endless stupidity. It has to be unbelievable for outsiders. Steph awkwardly scratched her cheek. To be fair, though, there weren't any alternatives for the longest time. It also helped us to develop in an amazing way, and all that. I mean, seriously, the stuff we came up with is beyond impressive. It's just that humans have no understanding of the concept of modesty. Most of them don't know when to stop. Unfortunately. I guess that's also why Kinnear gave the warning about the stuff Maya and I got. Its spreading would definitely be a huge issue, after all. Great for personal enjoyment, though. It also sounded like it's possible to recreate many things with magic. I bet that could be fun. I've already tried to do that with some things, but there's lots of untapped potential there. Maybe we should head back to Earth for a day and get all kinds of books and stuff about detailed explanations of various inventions. Sounds like a lot of fun. The dog girl liked the idea. I first have to learn how to use magic, though. Well, judging by your use of it so far, that should be the smallest of issues. You changed your everything like 5 minutes after you got able to use magic. And it's an amazing conversion. You look amazing. Dot. She was happy about the compliment. It's still super weird to have such ears and a tail now. Not to mention. Itchy? Itchy. It seems like Steph hasn't gotten over it yet. I'm also starting to feel some instincts and other things that a human isn't supposed to feel. Yeah, Sophia looked a little awkward. It takes some time to get used to all that. You were always pretty cat-like, though. I bet it was quite easy for you. Yeah, it was super easy to get used to a tail that threw off my balance so hard that I had to completely relearn how to walk from scratch. That sounds rough. No kidding. I was more talking about feline instincts and all that, though. That was a lot easier, yeah. Much easier than I want to admit, actually. See? Because you aren't dog-like at all. Never have been, either. She paused for a moment. We be what we be, huh? Always have been. The tiger let out a small chuckle. Well, if any of the instincts or whatever confuse you, I think it's best to ask Chloe. I'm sure she'll love to help you. She's probably also the biggest fan of your change, after all. You're also both canine, so I won't be of much use, I guess. Foxes are still half cat to me, but it's not actually true at the end of the day, so she's closer to you. I will. Sounds like a great idea. You like Chloe a lot already, huh? She's amazing. She sure is. Sophia couldn't disagree with that. Yep. Alright, should we continue to explore for the time being? The blonde tried to get back on topic. Yes. Can you promise me something first, though? That entirely depends on the topic. Steph had no plans to agree to simply anything. Someone's cautious, huh? There are some slight trust issues I have to get over before I unconditionally agree with everything you have to say again. That was enough to make Sophia stop dead in her tracks, and she stopped walking. Sorry. Come on, don't get depressed by that. Noticing her complicated expression, the dog girl grabbed her hand while smiling at the blonde. I thought you're better than that now. I love the old Sophia, but I'm already vastly preferring my new tiger, you know? It's hard to stay positive when your sister tells you that she has developed trust issues, you know. Can you really blame me? No, I can't. Sophia hung her head even more. It's not like I did it on purpose, though. Also, there's no way that I could have given up on this life here again, either. I promise I will do my absolute best to never disappear on you ever again. That's a good start. Steph gave Sophia's hand she was still holding a good squeeze. So, what do you want me to promise? She needed another moment before getting back to the topic. We're in the capital of the beast folk kingdom, and the royal family, together with all the higher nobles, are tigers, just like I am. Thanks to that, I'm pretty well known. Being the only tiger with light blonde hair and being with the nation's princesses all the time doesn't help in that regard, either. And? The violet-haired girl stared at the blonde. If you're trying to tell me that you're concerned about your little sister embarrassing you in public, I'll make sure to do exactly that. She didn't like the implication. Nah, don't worry about that. I embarrassed myself in public so often already that one more time won't change anything. I doubt you could top all the stuff I already did so far. Sophia wasn't concerned about that. It's just, we're in the noble housing district right now, and no one's here at this time of the day. Yeah, now that you mention it, we haven't run into anyone yet. Yeah, but especially near the entrances, the tourist places, and the shopping districts, it's bustling with people. And the beast folk is amazing. So many different and interesting people. Most are super cute, as well. Even I have trouble staying calm at times, and I've been in the capital for some months already. I trust that you won't attack any of the extra fluffy ones, no matter how hard it is. But, if you, the sister of a tiger, and a dog girl herself, get way too excited over the beast folk, people might get confused. Basically, I shouldn't act like an overexcited tourist being in the big city for the first time? Yeah, don't be a Maya. Basically, the blonde rolled her eyes. She really couldn't calm down for even a second in the other place. Ahaha. She let out a small chuckle. Well, it would be quite weird for me to act like I never saw a bigger group of the beast folk before, huh? I think so. It would also lead to a ton of complicated questions. I already don't know how I will explain your existence to many people, and this only would make it worse. I mean, the royal family thinks I don't have a family anymore, because I lost them. Technically not a lie, but I omitted a detail or 50 about the how I lost them. They're convinced I'm the only one left and I, forgot to correct them. You and your talent of technically not lying. Telling the full truth isn't an option, after all. Well, I guess that's fair. I'll do my best to keep our dark past a secret. Good. Sophia was glad that her sister understood the issue. We still need to come up with a bit of a story for you, though. Sure. She nodded a few times. We can do that after exploring, though. I want to taste some local food, as well. That plan sounds like a lot more fun. All right. Steph raised her arm in motivation. As she was using the same arm that she was holding hands with Sophia, she raised hers, as well. Let's go. Afterward, the sisters finally left the noble area for good and started their actual exploration of the capital. Spoiler. Yep, it's Anna in a virgin killer sweater. If you look closely, you can actually see the sweater. No idea why that happened, but I love it. More variants can be found here. Click me. Don't look too hard at the versions with the background, though. It's air, borrowed from somewhere and wasn't made for this one, so it only kinda fits XD. Collapse. Chapter 346, Let's Have a Race. Sophia and Steph had started their exploration of the capital because the little sister really wanted to see more of the world as soon as possible. They hadn't made it far yet, though. Still in the noble area around the mansion, the two ended up in a longer chat about how the new dog girl should make sure that she doesn't get too excited about the beast folk because it would raise many questions. Sophia's position as a tiger, how she's supposed to have lost her family also came up, and how they now have to deal with a backstory for the little sister. Once the duo had enough of all that, they finally started their exploration for real. Whoa, you weren't kidding. The sisters had finally arrived in the livelier parts of the capital, and Steph wasn't sure where to look at first. Or rather, at who to look at first. The architecture was a little curious, but it was nothing too exciting for Steph. The beast folk was a different story, though. All the different kinds with varying degrees of animal add-ons fascinated her a lot. So many fluffies. The bird people look amazing, too. The reptiles are super cool, as well. What was that about staying cool we talked about before? Do you have any idea how much I'm holding back right now? Well, I guess that's fair. Thank you very much. Steph smiled at her. The city is quite cozy, and I already love the beast folk, not to mention how overwhelmingly amazing it is to see so many same-sex couples being so openly affectionate while no one even bats an eye. It's a dream come true. Even so. Can we go outside? I want to see nature. Unspoiled by human nature. She was getting more excited. I also think I need some more exposure to you, Maya, and Chloe first to get used to the beast folk. Too stimulating. The dog girl was starting to get a little twitchy while staring at the people around them. Ahaha. The tiger let out a short chuckle. Sure, we can do that. As you can feel, it's quite cold, though, and basically winter already, so the tree and flower game is a little sad right now. It's cold? The dog girl tilted her head. Shut up. The crazy Arctic fox was already enough. I don't need another cold-loving freak. No, you are the problem, because you're a textbook cat. All my friends except you and Chloe agree with me on the topic, though. How many of them are of feline origin? Sophia turned her head away. Anything else you want to do before we leave the capital? Hee hee. Steph liked her reaction. A snack or two on the go would be nice. I wonder what kind of food this world has to offer. The variety lacks a little, because globalization isn't a thing, but the quality is outstanding. No pesticides, and all ingredients are organic. There's no weird chemistry stuff some call food, and every animal is free range. Sounds delicious. Sure is. She nodded a few times. Anything you want to try in particular? I don't know why, but I'm really craving some meat. Sophia's expression turned awkward. What's wrong? Nothing, my dear carnivore dog girl of a sister. It changed even that? Her eyes grew wide. I did mention that it changes your entire being, instincts, and other characteristics of the animal you're borrowing your features from included. Wow, wait, aren't tigers like some uber carnivores? Just how much do you like meat now? I don't want to talk about it. The blonde got even more awkward. It's definitely not at a point where I came to love even bear meat. Hunting, killing, and grilling a boar using nothing but my hands wasn't one of the best meals I had, and I definitely don't feel like eating meat every day. Nope. You're basically a vegetarian, then? Pretty much. What a dork. Steph rolled her eyes in response. I'm also not going to mention how all of that sounds amazing and how I got a little shaky just imagining those things. It's not true, after all. I mean, why would it be the case, right? Exactly. It's a good thing I know all the places to avoid then, huh? After the sisters most definitely didn't have a fully loaded dinner based on nothing but meat, and Steph absolutely wasn't overly excited about just how good it tasted, the two finally exited the capital through the main gate. This is amazing. The two walked away from the capital and up a little hill, from where they could overlook everything in the area. The city also looks way more impressive from the outside and from a distance. Very fantasy-like. Especially with that gigantic castle in the middle. I had the same reaction when I first saw it. The castle is also really nice from the inside. We can head over there once we're done if you want to. Maya and Chloe are also there right now. Oh. She liked the sound of that. I first want to run around, though. Sure, I can take you on a walk. Shush. The dog girl glared at her. Alright, let's have a race on who will take who on walks from now on. You've read my messages, right? The ones I wrote you on chat. I was serious about putting you on a leash. This might be the perfect opportunity. I'm not sure if I want to be leashed by my little sister. I don't think I would be much into it when Maya does it, either, actually. Sophia had some mixed feelings about it. I mean, I might be a little intrigued and open to testing it if it's only something light, but definitely by Maya only. Don't care. I do, though. Well, I can outrun an actual, 3-meter-tall wolf, so the odds are in my favor. That's just physically impossible. Anything humanoid simply can't beat a wolf. Let alone one of that size. Magic is the answer, my dear. Physical limits are merely suggestions in this world. So is pretty much every scientific rule you ever learned. Magic has some rules, but everything else is a guideline at best. The tiger was a big fan of this world. So, you're telling me I have no chance against you in a race? Pretty much. We'll see about that. Steph had no intention of accepting it just like that. Let's have a race to the range of trees over there. She pointed at a tiny forest a good bit over 500 meters away from them. You are so stubborn. I learned that from my big sister. I'm pretty sure you've always been like that. Because I've been picking it up from you ever since we were little. Okay, that round goes to you. Sophia had nothing to add here. You're definitely the one who perfected stubbornness, though. That might be true. The dog girl could accept that accusation. Alright, with that, let's have the race. Fine, she gave up. Well, I have a bit of a handicap, so it might be a little fairer. Sophia pointed at herself. Neither my boots nor this skirt is made for running, after all. I still can't get over the fact that you're wearing a skirt in the first place. You, of all people, while saying so, Steph mustered the outfit of her bigger sister. The white pullover with the blue undershirt, the black and white skirt, the red leggings, and the brown ankle boots. Well, it's comfy. Also, my leggings are lined and absolutely opaque. Even if the skirt misbehaves, it's only mildly embarrassing because you could wear those leggings without the skirt in the first place. Not that I would ever wear leggings with nothing else. Outside, at least. I guess that's fair. Well, whoever talked you into giving skirts a real chance, thank you very much. You look great in them. The red argyle leggings are amazing, as well. Not a fan of the lined part, though. Way too warm. That's the best part. The tiger disagreed. Thanks for the other remarks, though. Dot. The dog girl liked her reaction. Anyway, feel free to change into something more fitting to run. I don't want you to complain that it was unfair later on. You still think you can win this, huh? If you'd have any idea just how much energy wants to burst out of me right now, you'd be begging me to call it a day. Steph seemed rather convinced of herself. Alright, I'll destroy you. Sophia's competitive side was finally lit. That's the spirit. The little sister gave her a thumbs up. Alright, let's get started. Afterward, she got down in a crouching start position and urged Sophia to do the same. Okay. She positioned herself next to the dog girl. Ready? Ready. I'll count down, then. 3-2-1, go. The blonde had no intention to start running afterward, though. WO. Steph made a perfect start and was surprised by her own speed, which was already faster than any normal human could achieve. I am so fast. This is amazing. Magic is the best. She was getting faster with each step. Sure is. A few moments later, the tiger also started running and sped past her instantly while showing her sister a big smile. Soon after, she had already arrived at the range of trees long before Steph was even near it. What? You sure are fast. After Steph had also arrived at the finish line, Sophia tried her best not to let the big grin she was trying hard to suppress show on her face. How? What? Eh? The little sister couldn't believe it. That was completely inhuman. Well, I am no human, so all is fine. She gave her another thumbs up. I'm a member of the tiger beast folk, filled to the brim with magic and then some. You still have normal legs, though. Only 2 of them, as well. That's not how physics works. Neither does biology, for that matter. Magic and its body strengthening work like that, though. There have to be limits. You do know that you also probably just broke basically every world record from Earth just now, don't you? Without any training whatsoever. Not sure if you can ever beat me, but you will get close to me before long. And then, we will have a ton of fun running around. Steph wasn't sure what to reply. Here, the blonde suddenly opened a portal in front of them. Let me show you how ridiculous magic really can be and how the rules of Earth are a thing of the past. We have to relocate a little, though. We're too close to the capital to let loose. Afterward, Sophia grabbed Steph's hand, and the sisters went through the portal together to get to a more fitting place to play with real magic. Chapter 347, Magic is Amazing. The sisters had cut their exploration of the capital a little short and left it after having had a nice, primarily meat-based, lunch together. Steph wanted to see more of the nature around them because she found it more interesting. It had nothing to do with her not trusting herself to stay sane around all the fluffy beast people. Outside, the dog girl got the urge to get rid of some excess energy, and she dared her sister to a race. Naturally, she had no chance against the tiger and got destroyed by her in the end. Sophia was so fast that she broke her sister's understanding of the laws of physics and biology. Alright, this should work. As the blonde wanted to show Steph that magic doesn't care about such puny laws, the two used her portals to go to a place with no one around so she could let loose. Because it was nice to look at and completely devoid of any onlookers, they ended up near the lake Fan and the tiger had created a little while ago. It also was an excellent demonstration in itself, as the place was the result of magic happening. What a nice lake. She seemed to like it. Unbelievably massive, too. Yeah, I kinda overdid it a little. Sophia scratched her cheek in return. What's that supposed to mean? The dog girl looked confused. A friend of mine and I caused the crater that later turned into this lake. Steph's eyes wandered between the lake and her sister a couple of times. Come again? We did a small magic experiment that went a little wrong. The result was a bit of an explosion. Eh? She looked at the lake again. Magic did that? Yup. The tiger nodded a few times. And you have significantly more of it than I do. The violet-haired girl needed a moment. As if magic has that much power. It's even more powerful if you put in some work. Afterward, Sophia lifted her right arm and pointed the palm of her hand toward the sky. A moment later, a gigantic pillar of fire shot upwards, starting from her palm. It quickly reached multiple hundreds of meters in height and brightened up the entire area even though it still was noon. Feeling the immense heat, Steph put her arms in front of her face and turned her head to the side. Are you serious? She was in awe. That was merely a warm-up. The blonde smiled at her. It was a fraction of my power and would be even less for you. I seriously hate you for having been able to do all that for the past year. All while I had to stay behind in that joke of a world where we came from. She was shocked by the fire her sister had created, but her eyes were still sparkling. Couldn't you have come and gotten me earlier? I will never forgive you. I didn't think I would be able to. I also didn't want you having to give up on your current life, as well. Who would choose our old world over this? Steph gestured all around her. Sure, electronics and technology as a whole are nice, but seriously. Magic? Also, I'm sure we can recreate some of them, just like that Kinnear guy said. He's pretty important, right? He should know, then. Yeah, his role is kinda big. See? She smiled at her. Also, if there's something we really want, we can always use the portal things to get back. I forgot about that already. Sooner or later, we have to do something about that portal, though. The apartment is a rental, after all. If the rent eventually stops because there is no money, all sorts of problems will happen. The tiger awkwardly scratched her cheek. We could sell some of the gold coins every now and then, but it's still pretty suspicious. Also, while I don't mind going back every now and then, I don't want it to become a habit. You do have a point there, Steph tilted her head. There's still Mom and Dad's house. It's theirs, so. We would need to tell them, though. Sophia wasn't sure how to feel about the plan. It is an option. Now that you found out, I'm a bit more okay with telling her, especially because else it would mean she lost 2 daughters, but. Yeah, it will be a weird conversation. It's not like I fully understand it, either. Well, they said they'll be gone for quite a while, so we will likely have many months to decide on a course of action. Keeping the apartment for that long shouldn't be an issue. True. Great. The dog girl clapped her hands once. Alright, back to magic. There were more important matters for her right now. Gladly. The blonde also was happy to change the topic. Also, back to earlier, you mentioned that running so fast shouldn't be biologically or physically possible, no matter how powerful magic is. Who changed her complete biology just a little while using nothing but magic again? Steph hadn't thought about that. Magic is amazing. Sure is. She smiled at her little sister. It's a lot of fun. I can't wait for you to get a better understanding of it so we can play around a lot together. Neither can I. It might be best for you to learn the basics first, though. Afterward, Chloe and I will continue with the more unhinged, creative side. I like the sound of that. Aura and Fenny might be really helpful for the basics. They're probably sleeping out their hangover from drinking with Alex and the others. Steph, want to see a nature-themed village in the middle of a forest built by elves? I don't really get it, but it sounds like an adventure, and I'm definitely into that. That's the spirit. Sophia smiled at her. Should we go? Yes. Once Steph had grabbed the tiger's hand, the two went back to the portal and returned to the extra dimension. From there, the sisters then went to the elven village, where the blonde suspected the wolves to be. And here we are. Welcome to my elven treehouse summer home. Still holding hands with her, Sophia gestured around them while smiling at her sister. I thought it's winter. Don't sweat the small details. Ahaha. Steph liked her reaction. Wait, elves. I didn't pay attention to it earlier, but aren't elves those mythical creatures with pointy ears and strongly connected to nature as pictured in fiction? Those very elves. She nodded a few times. They're a thing in this world, and they built the village we're in right now. There are none of them around this place anymore. They sounded interesting. Chloe met some elves, though. She promised to bring me to them eventually. Let's go. The dog girl liked the sound of that. We sure will. Once it gets warmer, I want to add. The tiger smiled at her before she started dragging her out of the room the portal was in. First, there are two other very important individuals I want you to meet. From what I can feel, they're napping in the living room of this place. Oh? Arriving there, Steph immediately noticed the two in question lying on a carpet in the middle of the room. Actual wolves. So awesome. They look pretty domesticated, though. Perfectly groomed and way fluffier fur than wild wolves. Aura, the lighter one, is quite fussy about her fur, so she puts a lot of work into it. Fan, the darker one, always gets caught up in the grooming, as well. Nice. So, they actually can talk. I saw some of the beast folk that leaned more towards their animal side in the city, but there were no foals. They're a little rarer. You do see them a lot during the evening hours, though. For some reason, I don't know why yet, most of them really love to drink. You won't see a bar without a group of them. They're a really fun bunch to drink with, too. Oh ho. Alright. Fenny. Aura. The tiger raised her voice quite a bit. You've slept enough. Get up. There's stuff to do and news to be heard. She was in a good mood. The loud one's back. The male wolf was the first to react and sluggishly lifted his head to look at the blonde while replying to her in a tired voice. Welcome back, I guess? It was very peaceful without you. That almost sounds like you're happy about that. Peaceful was over. I want more regret in your voice. Aura, you deal with that. He already gave up and rested his head on his paws again. A good day to you. Aura also woke up and looked at Sophia. I missed you a lot. I'm glad you're back again. You gave Chloe quite the fright. I hope you apologize to her. I missed you, too. Glad to see my favorite wolf again. She smiled at her. Hey. Fen didn't like that. W.O. Steph's eyes were sparkling again. They can actually talk. This is amazing. It's great, huh? Very. The sisters were in perfect sync when it came to their likes. Aura then focused her attention on the new girl. Who's this? Steph. Short for Stephanie. I see, she sounded a little confused. Also, why are you two holding hands? The female wolf only now noticed that specific detail. Wait, Sophia, what about Maya? Don't tell me you found a new one. Our cat will kill you, you know? Eh? Why has this dog so much magic? Maya will still end you with ease, but you have almost as much as I do? What? There was too much at once for the female wolf to take in. She still acknowledged that it would end up in a disaster if the hidden boss of the group found out about the situation of what she thought was going on, though. Calm down, Aura. The tiger smiled at her. It's fully endorsed by Maya. That doesn't sound like the rightfully monopolizing and very jealous catgirl I know. Steph's my sister. It doesn't count when I cuddle with her. Yep. Said sister used the chance to rub her head against the blonde's shoulder. Only familial love here. We're not interested in any other kind. It's the duty and birthright of the little sister to be clingy. Oh, I see. Makes sense that Maya wouldn't mind that. The female wolf nodded a few times in understanding. Wait, what? Your sister. Fen also tilted his head in confusion. Afterward, the sister needed about an hour to explain the last 2 days and everything that happened there to the wolves, who had a hard time believing everything they were hearing. Chapter 348, a nice addition to the group. Sophia and Steph were still on a little adventure together, and the big sister showed the little one the gigantic lake she had created together with Fen to show just how powerful magic really can be while also creating a massive firestorm to further prove her point. Afterward, the two went to the elven village, where they found Fan and Aura. Naturally, the wolves were beyond surprised after finding out what had happened in the past 2 days, and the couple needed a few moments to let all that sink in. Are you two for real? Fen had a hard time believing it. First, welcome to this world, Steph. We're happy to have you, especially after Sophia missed you so much, but Aura smiled at her. Seriously, though, are you two for real? In the end, she had the same reaction as her partner. Yup. The sisters nodded a few times. Kinnear accidentally sent you and Maya to your old world, where your sister managed to find you. Fen stared at the tiger. Then, after finding out what happened, your sister decided, on the spot, I want to add, to leave her world to go with you. Here, Aura continued. Steph got magic gifted to her by Mira out of all people. Almost the same amount as I have? As it came from an overseer, the effective power probably is even way higher than mine. Then, the first thing the little sister uses her new magic on, is to become a member of the dog beast folk, because she wanted to make herself fluffy. Pretty much. The duo kept nodding. So easygoing. The male wolf had nothing else to say. Well, you two are definitely sisters. The wording was different, but the female one came to the same conclusion. Ehe. They took it as a compliment. I have to admit that you have great taste, though. Aura took a better look at the little sister. Welcome to the canine world. Not a wolf and also a hybrid, but it's still a great choice. The color scheme is great, the ears are nice, and your tail even makes me envious. Do you mind if I take a bit of inspiration from it if I ever want to play with the appearance magic? Not at all. Steph smiled back at her. Though, do you really have to? Your fur seems amazing, and your tail is quite similar already. There's always room for improvement when it comes to the quality of your fur. I think I'll get along great with her. The dog girl looked at Sophia while pointing at the female wolf. Her priorities match my desire to find the ultimate fluff. Yep. Sisters, alright. Aura had to repeat herself. I am quite proud of my fluff, but Mira aside, as she's literally the divine fluff, you won't find anyone more ultimate other than Chloe and her mother Phaonis. Those two are the pinnacle of fluff on the not overseer plane. So, Chloe's the fluffiest, normal hybrid? Same as me, ears and tail only? Steph tried to interpret her words. I have yet to meet any non-divine hybrid that comes close to her. Yay! The pitch of the dog girl's voice got a bit higher. I already thought she was perfect. How is it possible that she got even better? She is a bit greedy, though. Hogging the pinnacle of personality, looks, and fluffiness to herself. Someone likes the pink one, huh? Yes. The dog girl reacted with a big nod. Chloe's amazing. Aura then glanced at the tiger while tilting her head. Yeah, I know. It wasn't hard to guess what she was trying to imply. More importantly, I need more information about this divine fluff. A good interjection. Steph also jumped on that. I really want to meet Mira and thank her for gifting me the magic of this world. Knowing that she's a fluffy only makes me even more excited. That's a little hard to answer. The female wolf paused for a moment. Mira has multiple forms. Way back, she even was supposed to have a human form, but she decided against ever using that shape again because, well, obvious reason. Her hybrid, like you all, and her full version, like Fan and I, are beyond amazing, though. The latter might even made me question my sexuality on way more than one occasion. Yeah? Fen had some very mixed feelings about that. Don't worry, I still like you better. Gee good. Slightly, at least. She just had to do it. What? Hee. Aura liked his reaction. You do have to agree that she's extremely attractive, don't you? He went silent. Good luck getting out of this again, my boy. Sophia showed him a wry smile. Is there a right answer here? Fen looked at his partner. Try your luck. I mean, it's quite unfair that you're allowed to say that she's so attractive that you consider the possibility of being bi, while I'm not allowed to agree. Don't you think so, too? Oh, that's a brave route. Steph was amazed by his way of dealing with this. So, you do find her attractive? Aura stared at him. Well, her full form is indeed very pleasant to look at, maybe slightly too fluffy and hard to deal with for obvious reasons, but Mira having multiple forms is a big turn-off. Her hybrid form is aesthetically pleasing, I guess, but anything humanoid is a hard no for me. No offense here. He looked at the sisters at the end. None taken. The duo smiled at him. Same, too. Just the other way around. Anyway, borrowing the words of Sophia, full Mira is quite the eye candy, but that's about it. What do we think about this? The female wolf faced the tiger. I'd say that's fair. His priorities are definitely right. If anything, Steph also spoke up. I think Fen has the moral high ground here. You seem to like Mira a lot more than he does. Or I hadn't expected this turn of events. I think I like the little sister. Fen was quite happy about the outcome. She's a nice addition to the group. The dog girl was happy about that. I'm thrilled to be here, too. It's still a bit weird to have a conversation with someone who looks just like an animal. Great, though. You'll get used to it in no time. Sophia smiled at her. If anything, I'm a little concerned that I pretty much am used to it already. Right, the place you two came from only has humans, doesn't it? Aura remembered that bit from Sophia's stories. That sounds so hard to imagine. I don't even want to imagine it. Fence first started to puff up, just hearing that. Do you want to see it? I still have a portal leading to our old world. Sophia smiled at her. A world with 8 billion humans, BRR. The female wolf also shuddered a little. I think I'm good for now. I am interested in taking a peek at a different world, but that's a big caveat. Totally not worth it. Her partner was a little more direct about it. Steph, do you have your phone on you? No, the battery died shortly after Chloe and I finished playing around with it yesterday, so I left it at home. Why? I was thinking about showing them some pictures of that world. I'm sure you have a ton of all kinds of things, right? Oh. Yeah, I do have a lot, but I'd first need somehow charge it again. I guess it's time to get those solar generator thingies running. Do you have any idea how to do that? No. The tiger sounded weirdly confident for some reason. For how expensive all that was, I'd better hope they come with a good manual. Doesn't stuff like that usually come with an online manual nowadays? Sophia didn't like the sound of that. I am sure it'll be fine. Phone? Pictures? Solar generator. What are you two talking about? Naturally, the wolves were rather confused. It's all stuff from our old world. The blonde answered them. Maya and I went on a massive shopping spree and bought all sorts of things. If it works the way I want it to, we can experience the best of that world without actually going there. No need to meet any human in person either. That sounds like a much better plan. Fascinating, as well. The wolves seem to like that a lot more. I also need a bit of a favor from the two of you while we're at it. Sophia looked at the two. The wolves tilted their heads to the side. Steph seems incredibly talented with magic. She sounded pretty proud. It took her a whole 5 minutes before she could chantlessly create a ball of water, and an hour later, she had turned herself into a dog girl. A full one, not just her looks. I did have a good day. The little sister let out a small chuckle. Anyway, I do want to add my own twist in teaching her, but she should learn the basics from someone who's been around for a while, as well. We learned all kinds of new stuff about magic lately that changes a lot, but the basics are still the basics. I would appreciate it if you two could help me teach her the basics. Only if you invite me to a drink for every headache this will cause. Fen had some difficult feelings on the matter. He knew the older sister, after all. Isn't that a little counterproductive? Sophia doubted that a drink would cure his headache. The bad will cure the worse. The wolf didn't care about it. Also, a hangover can be cured with healing magic. You sisters being ridiculous can't be. I get it. I would love to help. Aura sounded a lot more cheerful. The result of fundraising Sophia, pure and unbridled chaos, is amazing. I want to try giving the little sister some of my own flavors. I don't want Fen to hog all the glory in future history books. I want to mention, too, when they write about the at least equally gifted little sister. They'll change the future, and I want a piece of that cake. Oi. The tiger raised her voice. Calm down a bit. I have no intentions to go down in history. I think it's a little too late for that. Shut up, Fenny. She didn't want to hear it. I don't really get it, but getting a mention in a history book sounds fun. Steph was way more open to the idea. Let's go. That's the spirit. Aura and the dog girl were bonding fast. Afterward, for the next 30 minutes, Sophia desperately tried her best to get them away from the plan of being written down in future history books. It didn't seem to be working out, though, as the duo was having a great time with the idea. Chapter 349, Magical Plants. The sisters met the wolves, and once they finished explaining what happened, the topic drifted toward the magic of Steph. The new dog girl showed extraordinary prowess when it came to using her powers, but Sophia would like for her to learn the basics, as well, and asked the wolves for help. Fen was a little skeptical, but Aura was a big fan. She knew how her partner had shaped the tiger in one way or another, and she wanted to have a positive influence on the little sister, so that she would also get a mention in future history books, where the duo would inevitably end up in sooner or later. Alright, with that being dealt with, do you want to explore a little more of the village before we head back, Steph? Sophia smiled at her sister once they finished their chat about magic with the wolves. Sounds fun. She liked the plan. Fen, Aura, will you also return to the mansion soon? Depending on how long it will take today, I'd like to try out some of the things we got in our old world in the evening. I definitely won't miss that. Aura seemed to be looking forward to it. We'll be there. Fen, too, wanted to see it. Perfect. Okay, shall we head out for a bit? Yep. Brimming with motivation, the dog girl grabbed the tiger's hand, and the two left the treehouse together. Bye. Bye. Aura watched them leave before looking at her partner. Shouldn't we have told Sophia about our giant trees and what happened to the forest? I forgot about that. Fen made a slight pause. It's fine. She'll find out about it soon enough. True, but... Well, they'll probably run into Alex, and he will surely tell them. Yeah, I like that plan better. Afterward, the wolves relaxed for a little longer before eventually returning to the mansion. Wow, it's so cozy here. Walking around in the village, Steph was taking everything in while her eyes were sparkling. Yup, it's a great place. The blonde nodded a few times. In the middle of a forest makes for such great scenery. I love my treehouse. There even are some hot springs. Oh. They're currently under renovation, though. The renovations are as good as done, though. A male voice suddenly entered their conversation. Alex. Hearing him, Sophia turned around and showed him a big smile. It's been a while, huh? I think, at least. I've lost all sense of time lately. Well, I'm sure you're busy. You're a tiger, after all. Something like that, yeah, she awkwardly scratched her cheek. She definitely was busy lately, but being a tiger had nothing to do with that. Anyway, the hot springs are opening soon again? That's great. I can't wait. If you can hold out another week or two, it will be ready and better than ever. Yay. The foxman then glanced at the dog girl, who was still holding Sophia's hand. Admittedly, I haven't spent the most time with Maya, but I would have bet a lot of money that she's the monopolizing kind. I seriously wasn't expecting you to have another partner. She's quite a cutie, though, so it's hard to blame you. Steph liked the last part. We are sisters, though. So, none of that other business. Just familiar clinginess. Oh. Alex's expression became a lot less complicated. That's great. I didn't know you had a sister, Sophia. It's, a little complicated. That's putting it very lightly. The little sister nodded a few times. We kinda lost contact for a while, but now we're together again. I see. Good for you too. Yes. The sisters felt the same. Oh, but it's good that you're here, Sophia. Alex focused on the tiger again. Do you remember those huge trees I discovered? She froze up for a moment. The ones you imagined after having drunk too much. I didn't imagine them, and I haven't drunk too much back then. He got loud. Really? Really? He raised his voice even more. I now have witnesses. Most of the village was there by now, and confirmed it. Everyone here likes to drink, though. This and that are unrelated. The foxman couldn't exactly deny that, either. Anyway. They are real. Giant trees. Steph looked a bit confused. Massive trees. The tallest ones are over a kilometer high. Over a kilometer? She also got loud. How's that possible? That's not how plants work. Exactly. Alex agreed with her. It seems like those aren't regular trees, though. They have magical abilities. They even seem to radiate excess magic to their surroundings, as the whole flora around them has changed ever since they appeared. Everything there has turned completely overgrown. You can even feel and taste the magic in the air. It feels amazing, but also a little scary. That sounds fun. Wait, what? Sophia didn't share the immediate enthusiasm of her little sister. I want to see it. The dog girl was getting excited again. Let's go and look at it. The plan was to show it to Sophia. I heard that she's incredibly talented when it comes to magic, and her knowledge of the kingdom as a tiger might be helpful, too. The girl in question looked incredibly awkward. I mean, I also am curious, but I'm not sure if I can help. Good enough. The fox could live with that. Can we head over there right now, or are you too busy with something else? We were busy with looking at interesting things. Steph smiled at him. This will fit right into that. Perfect. I have a bad feeling about this. While Sophia mumbled these words to herself, Alex guided Steph into the forest while she was energetically dragging the tiger with her. W.O. Arriving at the place in question inside the forest, Steph's eyes immediately started sparkling once again. This is amazing. The area had significantly changed since the group played around with the trees. Every plant, be it other trees, vines, moss, ferns, or everything else, had turned into an utterly overgrown version of themselves. One could barely walk around because there was almost no space left. The close one got to the original trees of the group, the denser the plants got. The tiger's expression had turned the most complicated yet. The air also feels so different. Much cleaner, and it even has a bit of a taste. It's somehow easier to breathe, and I feel a little more powerful with every breath. The air's full of purple sparkly stuff, as well. The dog girl was still looking around. It's so pretty. What is that stuff? Sparkly stuff. Alex seemed slightly confused. I see nothing like that. I agree with Sophia's description of the air, though. It's exactly like that for me, too. I see that, as well. Sophia shook her head before facing her sister. The purple stuff is raw magic. It seems like the density of it around here is so high that you can actually see it with the naked eye. That usually only happens when you use your own magic on the environment. Oh. Eh? The fox couldn't follow. I don't see anything, though. The blonde scratched her cheek. I recently learned that not everyone can see raw magic. One of the reasons we can see it might be because Steph and I have so much magic power inside of us. Fascinating. Alex had no plans to question her further. That means it's a confirmation that this place is brimming with magic, right? Way more than it should. Yes. Sophia nodded. I have never seen or felt something like that. So, does that mean you have no idea what the cause could be? The tiger's eyes started swimming. Naturally, she had a pretty good theory about the cause, but there was no way she wanted to admit that. She probably was part of the cause, after all. It gets even more interesting. The fox wasn't done yet. We fell a tree to see if the plants had changed in any other way other than the size, and they absolutely did. Not only did the cutting go on forever because the wood had turned so much harder, but the tree had also regrown to its full glory the next day. Seriously? The blonde had a strong reaction to that. Wait, the hardness aside, it's probably strengthened by the excess magic. It actually completely regrew? Overnight, at that? That's not how trees work. If you cut them, it's over. I know how trees work. Alex looked at Steph before continuing. It's back, though. Are you sure it's not just a different tree? Sophia tilted her head. I mean, everything is so dense and overgrown here that I can barely tell right from up apart. Maybe you just thought it was regrown, but it actually was an entirely different tree? The tree we fell was still lying next to it. The tiger's hope of an easy way out was gone. What's more, the leaves of the cut tree were still fresh and not the slightest bit limp or withered. It seems like it's still alive. Can plants live on magic? Steph was trying to understand it. As a replacement for water and nutrients, I mean. It's pretty obvious that those gigantic trees wouldn't be able to exist with just that. It would never reach the crown or even close to that because the way up is so long. Impossible. Even if it were possible, trees of this size would suck out the nutrients of the entire ground around them in no time. Everyone around them would die before they do so themselves. But it's the complete opposite. I've never seen a forest this healthy. What a curious sister. The fox seemed to like her. Did I already mention how all this happened in a few weeks? Last month, those gigantic trees weren't there yet, and the forest was completely normal. For real? For real. Wow. The dog girl was having a great time. It has to be magic, then. Right, sis? Sophia was still trying to come up with an explanation that didn't include her or her group. It seems like magic is influencing the forest here. It, might even created the giant trees, which then supply the environment with excess magic or something like that. Sounds like an explanation to me. Alex nodded a few times. How and why, though? She needed a second. That's an excellent question. Fair. By the way, being more than happy that Alex interpreted her reply as not knowing what was going on, the tiger just continued. Is this effect spreading, or? It doesn't seem this way. He shook his head. The further away from the giant trees, the less pronounced the effect gets. Around 500 meters away, everything is back to normal. Even the air itself has no excess magic anymore. It's been like that ever since we discovered the phenomenon, so it doesn't seem like it's spreading. That's good. Absolutely. It would be terrible if it had spread all the way to the village. The fox agreed with her. Afterward, the trio chatted a little longer about the topic, while Alex also mentioned that they were thinking about using the wood in the renovation of the hot springs as it had excellent properties for it. Before long, the sisters decided to head back, though. Chapter 350, technically not a lie. While exploring the elven village, Sophia and Steph ran into Alex, the foxman being responsible for the place. He informed Sophia about the changes in the nearby forest, mainly about the gigantic trees that had appeared a while ago. The entire area around them had changed, and the place was brimming with excess magic, which seemed to have an effect on the plants around as everything had turned completely overgrown and was brimming with life. Even the air itself had such a high concentration of magic that it was visible to the bare eye of the sisters, and one could even feel it. So, what did you forget to tell him? On their way back to the village, after Alex decided to stay a little longer in the forest, Steph addressed her sister. What did you do? The tiger didn't answer at first. Maya, Fen, and Aura might have created those gigantic trees by infusing a sapling with a considerable amount of rare magic of their own. Really? Sounds fun. There were 4 massive trees, though? One of them might have been my work. I'm not surprised. Ahaha, the older sister awkwardly scratched her cheek. So, how do you do that? A 5th tree surely won't make a difference, right? Didn't you see what kind of chaos we already created? Sophia got loud. That's why a little more won't matter, right? What if you go completely ham with your magic, and it reaches the village because you have way too much of it? Ah, right, that would be bad. Steph looked a little disappointed. But then I want to create a massive tree in the middle of a jungle or other fitting places. Just like in those fantasy movies we watched together. I want to make a world tree, or what they were called. So big that those 4 you all created pale in comparison. Ahaha, we're sisters, alright, she had to chuckle for a moment. That's already on my to-do list. Chloe wants to do it, too. Yay! She also knows a jungle we're planning to visit. Let's go. In spring. I hate you. The dog girl started pouting. Stupid cats. Hey. I have no intention to apologize or take anything back. Her pouting got stronger. If this goes on like that, and you and Maya might even start hibernating at some point. I did think about doing that before. Cats don't hibernate. Anyway, if it goes on like that, I have to go exploring alone with Chloe for the next couple of months. That doesn't sound too bad, does it? Steph went silent. And the pout changed into a bright smile. Sophia naturally noticed her change. You sure are a big fan of the pink one, huh? Yes. Her reply came the moment the tiger finished her sentence. I mean. Yes, but. We just got reunited, and I want spent time with you. Exploring with Chloe sounds amazing, but I want to do it with you, too. Well, I guess that's fair. More than fair. She nodded a few times. I feel the same, too. But, cold. Come on, idiot. Let's have some fun. Wait. I was able to change my entire being with magic, and you all created a massive lake and changed the whole ecosystem of this forest. I'm sure you can make yourself feel warm with magic, right? Or maybe create a warm pocket around you and your cat friends while walking around. That's, actually pretty easy to do. I already tried it a few times, and it works flawlessly. Then stop complaining. It's pretty awkward, though. When everything around you is cold and uncomfy, and you're toasty warm so that you can run around in a t-shirt while everyone else is wearing a coat and stuff. Then don't make it toasty. Just warm enough that your cat's brain can deal with it. You can still wear winter clothes, but at a temperature around you that is not too harsh. Sophia's expression turned awkward. I hadn't thought about that. Did you get stupider after coming to this world, sis? She stared right at her in return. Oi. The tiger got loud. That doesn't answer my question. It took her a second. I got a lot more easygoing, and I fail to think things through more often than not. I do be stupid at times, though, she couldn't deny it. I can see that. Well, it's fun, though. Easygoing is best. Sure is. Alright. Steph raised her arm high into the air. That means we can go exploring ASAP, right? To a degree, I think. We can look at many things, but there's still Anna and Ari. They're friends of ours and will accompany us when we go exploring for real. We promised them. They're still attending the Magic Academy in the capital, though. The 2 will graduate in spring, and then we'll travel the world. She didn't like that reply. Well, it can't be helped if you already made concrete plans with the rest of your group. Still. Before spring, I want to do lots with you and see all kinds of things. Make some lukewarm weather around you, and let's go. You sure know how to motivate someone. I sense a hint of sarcasm, but I take it. Good. The dog girl smiled at her sister. By the way, wasn't there something else kinda odd about that, magic forest? Sophia tilted her head before looking around. The two were already halfway back to the village and a good bit away from the gigantic trees. She then noticed that the trees closer to the village had already lost all their leaves. The bushes and other types of plants were significantly reduced as well. It already was winter, after all. Wait. Why was everything there still lush and green? That's what I wanted to ask. The tiger gave it some thought. Maybe because the trees work on magic now? They don't seem to need nutrients anymore, and frost most likely won't be an issue for them either. No need to get rid of their leaves to conserve energy? Sounds like it would make sense. Steph nodded a couple of times. Then again, I don't really get how magic works, so. Welcome to the club. She also still had some slight gaps in her knowledge about it, after all. I wonder if that forest's evergreen now. Oh, do you think you can control it? Control it? Sophia couldn't follow her. Green all year around is nice and all, but plants, trees included, look way nicer during spring when everything blooms and in fall when the foliage turns colorful. Flowers forever blooming and trees having colorful fall foliage forever would be amazing, wouldn't it? That would be amazing. The blonde liked the idea. Oh, that fox man. Alex. He mentioned the hot spring would be finished soon, right? Wouldn't it be amazing to make the area around it look like it's always fall? Or maybe, if we can find some cherry blossoms. I really like the sound of that. She was getting excited. Chloe was the one who came up with the idea of infusing saplings with magic to let them grow. Maybe she also has an idea of how to do that. Chloe's amazing. She sure is. Let's go and ask her. Steph raised her voice. The hot spring with everyone sounds amazing, so I want something nice to look at for the occasion. The tiger tilted her head. I'm sure there will be plenty of nice things to look at, and you haven't even met Ari and Anna yet. She went silent for a second while her mind visibly wandered for a moment. You win that round, sis. Hee. That being said, a beautiful background would still be nice. Fair enough. That's why, let's go. The dog girl's motivation soared once again. Sure. She was a big fan of her motivation. Chloe and Maya went to the castle, though. Before going there, we must match our stories first. Her expression turned complicated. A year is a very long time, isn't it? No need to get specific there and add details like mentioning it's been a year, right? And you're technically not lying. Steph rolled her eyes before continuing. Okay with me, though. Same with how we got separated. It's rather complicated, painful, and we'd rather not talk about it. I love you. Hee. She liked her response. Even better, we actually do not know where our parents are right now and how they're doing. It's perfect. I wouldn't call it perfect, far from it, but it certainly helps our case here. We're not lying, after all. Technically, yes. Maya told me that all children turn out to be a tiger when one of their parents was one, as well. Are their genes dominant or something like that? That's how I understood it, yeah. I mean, there are always exceptions for things like that, especially when I'm involved because neither I nor my magic cares about catastrophes most of the time, but. Well, if it's one parent. Don't we have a workaround for that, too? Sophia tilted her head again. Right. I tend to forget about it because he's been there since my birth, and to me, he is my father, and you're 100% my full sister, but we do have different fathers at the end of the day, huh? It's perfect, isn't it? Again, I wouldn't call it perfect, but it certainly helps our case here once more. The tiger had to repeat herself. Ahaha, good counter. The violet-haired girl let out a small chuckle. I can't believe how well your technically not lying tactic works. It's amazing, isn't it? In many ways, yes. Steph wasn't sure how to feel about it. There's still the part of our reunion. How do you plan to weasel yourself out of that? You suddenly popped up right in front of me. The tiger smiled at her. Exactly what happened, too. I hate you. Why? Because that's too easy. It's great, isn't it? Sure. The dog girl rolled her eyes once again. Once the basics of their story were taken care of, the sisters tried to come up with more details they could share on their way back to Sophia's treehouse to use the existing portal to return to the capital.